It is race day number 2 here at Loretta Lynns. Hello everyone and welcome to the 37th annual Rocky Mountain ATVMC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynns, presented by Lucas Oil. I'm Rodney Thomas, Jason Wygant, David Smith, and also Kevin Kelly will be joining us here shortly. And as we roll into this second day of racing, still in Moto number 1, Jason, I tell you, already we've seen some great and amazing things as far as racing is concerned. We've seen this track do some crazy things as well early on this week, getting very rough. And the weather, wow, you couldn't ask for better weather. We're looking at overcast skies, temperatures probably about 75 degrees right now, and very low humidity. This is untraditional for Loretta Lynns.
Yeah, both yesterday and today, maybe the first time ever at Loretta Lynns where you would prefer to be outside. It was nicer outside than in an air-conditioned building. It's the absolute perfect temperature to hang out outside right now. We have a sight lap going on for one of our super mini classes at the moment. I feel like the temperatures being a little cooler has actually contributed to the racing being a little bit better. Fatigue isn't as much of a factor. You're seeing a little more intensity. Battles going right down to the wire because the riders aren't getting as tired. It's led to some great racing so far. We're going to have more today.
It most certainly is, Jason. And as we take a look at our track map here today, I'll tell you, we're going to take a first-hand look at exactly what these riders have to look forward to as far as this race is concerned. And, you know, not a lot of changes as far as the course is concerned, as far as layout, but it still offers up the challenges of Loretta Lynns.
Yeah, the racing has been great, not just because of the weather, but because the track is so rough and rutted. You'll see with this MX versus ATV track map, this is where the start has always been. It's a little shorter About a dozen years ago, they moved the start forward to cut back on the speeds. And the way these twisties work out, sometimes riders get shoved off the track, but very few first turn actual crashes. Under the Red Bull peristyle into this left-hander, this is what we call the long short shoot. But now it has rollers built in. There's about 9 ruts in this right-hander, which leads you to the famous 10 Commandments. It's fast to go through them using the outside, but you can't pass when you're on the outside. So often we've seen riders side by side through this split lane into Storyland. There's a corner coming up here that actually told the story for a lot of riders yesterday. What they're telling me is it's all soft and tacky until you get to right about here, and then it gets slick. A couple of riders like Pierce Brown, Jalek Swoll were going down in motos because they're hitting those slick spots. Now the soil is going to change completely. You're into the Rocky Mountain ATVMC beach. This is pure beach sand here. And then over the Rocky Mountain, much bigger than it looks here on our track map. Then one big jump in the sky as they head back into view of us here at the announcer's tower. These jumps lead them into another sandy beach turn. It is ridiculously rough throughout this entire section. And then the final corner, lines tend to funnel together. We did see some contact. We saw some riders go down as they battle for position, hitting this finish line jump. Then it's the tunnel jump, which feeds the infield. Right-hand turn, the famous Loretta Lynns billboards on the rider's left. This tight left-hander, so rutted, so technical, so hard to get clean in and out of this corner. Yamaha mechanics area on the right, another section filled with bumps and ruts, and it hooks back onto the start stretch, and that's a lap here at Loretta Lynn Ranch.
Well, we take a look now at our starting lineup here at Loretta Lynn's for the Super Mini 1, 12 to 15-year-old class, 42 of the fastest in the world. And as we run down the starting grid here, we see Max Volan on the 11, Jack Chambers, the number 12, Diesel Garrett's out there aboard the number 14, and Matthew LeBlanc in this one as well aboard the 19, Sage Lewis at 21, the 22 of Colin Martyr, 24, Caden Polito. Travin Nelson is aboard the number 25. Jack Chambers, another one to watch out for there, aboard the number 12. And we'll sort them out as this race wears on, and we look for our Bell helmets. Hole shot now as 42 riders go through that first turn. A few go down, but the majority of riders rolling through A-OK untouched in this one. And it looks like Crockett Myers, the 72 Suzuki ride, will take the hole shot.
But he went wide. Lost the lead just like that, went wide in that corner. So much for that. I was saying the way the first turn's been playing out, some riders get pushed wide and off the track, but very few go down. But in this one, a few of them tagged the hay bales, and that made all the difference. Myers has already been shuffled back to third. Looks like Hunter Yoder making the move up to second. He and Myers actually came together. So good racing already in this Super Mini division.
Other riders out there, Caden Amorine aboard the 32. We got Chase Prince out there to keep an eye on. Benjamin Garrett, Wyatt Lieback. Also looking at Patrick Murphy, the 44. The 45, Mitchell Zaremba, the 46, Jason Clough. The 47, Titan Barnes. 48, Nate Thrasher. Larry Reyes aboard the number 52, the 53, Christopher Plackner, 55, Jackson Craig, 56, Louis Callow, Brecken Poirier aboard the 57, Hunter Yoder, the 58, Brock Bennett, the 59, Jacob Ingram, the 62, Joshua Varese with us on the 63, Brock Walker, the 70, the 71, Talon Hawkins, 72, Crockett Myers, your early leader, 73, Aiden Scheib, 74, Mikey Durden, looking at Evan Ferry aboard the 75, the 76 of Jordan Miller, Blake Gardner, the 77, Connor Visker, the 78, Chance Hymas, the 83, Jose Guidel, the 88, Gage DeBerg, the 90, 91, Jacob Friedman, and the 99 of Jesse Jacobson. Wrapping up lap number 1. It's Nate Thrasher now out front, Jason Wygant.
Yeah, Thrasher made the move in turn number 3 on Myers. Myers is there on that yellow Suzuki. He's into second, under fire from Maximus Volan, who's there on the number 11. Volan got around Hunter Yoder. Yoder was trying to pass Myers. They went back and forth a couple of times. Now Yoder's been shuffled back behind Volan. But what can you say about Nate Thrasher? He absolutely took off in the Super Mini race yesterday, won the moto in dominant fashion. Same script right now. He has a 4-second lead over Crockett Myers. Nathaniel Thrasher on the number 48, Orange Brigade KTM checking out. So the battle is on for second, third, and fourth. Oh, Myers off the track in the 10 Commandments. Let's see if Volan can take advantage. Oh, Myers going the long way around. We'll get the drone. And he manages to get back on the track. Didn't really gain any time there, so I think that's going to be considered okay. Volan has the opportunity he's looking for, though, to close in on the Suzuki rider in second.
Well, the momentum has certainly been glitched there for Crockett Myers, and Maximus Volan should be able to take advantage of this situation. Hunter Yoder trying to as well, back and forth, as Jackson Craig, who had some good racing yesterday, rounds out the top 5 here on this second lap now.
Ooh, nice scrub work there for Volan. He's really got a head of steam now as he challenges Myers for second. Volan on the number 11, working the outside, wants to make this pass quick. Myers obviously wants to prevent that from happening. 2 different lines in this corner. I don't know if the inside's going to work for Volan. Let's see. The outside line momentum pays off for Myers, at least for the moment. So rough coming into this corner. Volan going to try to stick it on the inside. Not much berm to work with. Can he seal the deal on second place? He's got it done, Rodney. That was impressive.
That was very impressive. He just took the line and just basically, I wouldn't even say threaded a needle. He owned that line whenever he came into that final turn here toward the finish line. Volan now out into the number 2 spot as Myers drops to the number 3 spot. Yoder back and forth now. It looks like Jason Caden Amorine in 5th, Jackson Craig in 6th, Wyatt Lieback in 7th, Joshua Varese the 63 in 8th, Jaden Clough the 46 in 9th, and Larry Reyes rounds out your top 10. There's Matt LeBlanc in 11th, Jack Chambers in 12th, Chance Hymas in 13th, Brock Bennett in 14th, and Christopher Blackmer in 15th. Obviously a relative who's who in the Super Mini 1 class. I swear, I recognize every one of these names and think that every one of them have the opportunity to be a top 5 or maybe even winner here today.
Oh yeah, Super Mini has become maybe the most stacked class of all. It's not divided into A's and B's, and as I was mentioning yesterday in our show, with the advent of the 250F, it's a pretty big climb now from minis to full-size bikes. So I think you get riders staying on the Super Mini 1 extra year on occasion, which just means more talent in this class. But despite all this competition, what can you say about Nate Thrasher? He thrashed everybody yesterday. He's doing it again today. He has a 10-second lead after 2 laps.
Wow. A 1:56.3. The next fastest lap in this class is Volan at a 2:01.2. That's pretty amazing fast speeds when you start comparing those into. That's faster than some of the 125 races we've seen out there.
Absolutely. So Nate Thrasher has checked out. Well, watch this battle back here. Hunter Yoder on the 58, battling it out with Caden Amorine, who's on the 32. That is for 4th. There's Myers in 3rd on that yellow 72. Volan is set sail in 2nd. He has 1 goal and 1 goal only in mind. Try to cut into that 10-second lead that Nate Thrasher has built up, but not going to be easy. Thrasher, he's always been quick here at Loretta's. I believe he has a title before. Last year, one got away, hit a big crash in that sand beach turn, and that affected his title run. But this is a whole nother level for Nate Thrasher. He did it again. Volan got under the 2-minute mark. He ran a 1:59, but Thrasher another 1:56. 13-second lead after 3 laps. Nate Thrasher making it happen.
And Volan, like you said, pointed out, even went under the 2-minute mark at a 1:59.1. And I believe we're going to see this gap start to widen back to the 3rd place position. So we're going to probably see a couple of gaps in the front of this pack. Myers and Yoder back there, though, only a second apart, as Yoder is really putting some pressure on the 72 machine for 3rd right now. Caden Amorine also right there as well in contention for a top 3 in the 5th place position as we roll through lap number 4.
Good battle here between Myers, Yoder, and Amorine through the 10 Commandments. Oh, into Storyland we go. Love this drone shot, man. You really get a view of the ruts. We just saw the face of that jump. We've never been able to see that on camera before, and how rutted the face of that is. In this section right here, we've seen a lot of riders go down. It goes, see those shiny spots? A couple of slick areas, and we saw even some of the top riders lose the front end. You can trust the traction in most of the corners, but they tell me that back there it's a little bit different. Caden Amorine making a run right now at Hunter Yoder. Look at Amorine all over Yoder. Yoder, of course, on that Honda 4-stroke. Battling out with Amorine in the KTM. Megawatt, he's pumped on that. Oh, Yoder on the inside. Amorine's going to try to out-jump him here. Oh, Yoder said, you're not jumping that. I am not letting you go around me. So Yoder riding the wide bike. Good 3-rider battle for 3rd. Let's just run the drone solo, do the entire race from the drone. That was amazing. They're heeding the call. They're doing what I asked. This is a great shot to watch these three riders in the same view, fighting for third, fourth, and fifth.
Look at that.
Yeah. Now, Voland ran another 159. Thrasher ran another 156. So up front, a 16-second lead for Thrasher.
Wow, what a rut coming out of there as he dips down on that 72. Myers still maintaining the number 3 position, but look how intense the battle for this
Amorine got him. Amorine got him. He out-jumped Yoder, so fourth place now. Yeah, that is intense. They're going at it. Yoder's not done. He wants him back.
Well, Amorine's going after Myers next.
There's Voland into the 10 Commandments, and you cannot even see the leader, Nate Thrasher, 16 seconds up front. So we go back to this battle for third.
Look at that. What a move. He probably cut that lead in half as they come out of the 10 Commandments. Amorine really railing the inside of that Cometic corner.
I love the way the 10 Commandments have worked out. It's definitely faster, the jumps, using the outside. But you can, as you said, you're almost 20 feet wider in that corner. You have to leave the door so open. And then by the end, it's like a game of chicken. Who's going to get back to the inside? Is it the jumper on the outside or the guy with the shorter track on the inside? Yeah, who's getting the door in their face? Myers weathered that storm. He's actually pulled back away.
Rolling into the Rocky Mountain beach, if you will, the sandy sweeper out there and things. This is where I like this. I love this part of the track right here. Something happens to tighten riders up sometimes, it seems like, and I believe we may see that happen again with Amorine trying to reel in Myers now, or as we head under the Kawasaki banner and now into the Big Thor sweeper turn by the Polysport Lake. Not a lot of ground being gained right here, but these turns, man, Amorine is good about diving in and making up time on the inside of these turns, and he doesn't do, a little bit of mistake coming out of that one. He may have been able to shaved off some of that lead and set up for a pass at the billboard had that not happened.
So we're on them again. Amorine versus Myers. They're stretching it over Yoder a little bit, wheel to wheel for third place. Inside line working for Myers. Oh no, he hooked that rut. Amorine's got a run on him. Oh, you see Yoder back there with a big mistake. Amorine likes this little anthill jump on the inside. He made the pass a lap ago. Can he make it stick this time?
Wow.
He does.
He did. And pulling ahead already, man. Amorine is riding a rocket right now. I mean, it's almost as if somebody strapped it on there and he's just hit the switch and gone now. I have to wonder if Voland's going to be able to keep him at bay. If Voland at all settles into a pace, it could mean trouble. Amorine could close that gap. We're looking at almost 10 seconds, but Amorine with a clear racetrack, I have to wonder if he can't get down into there in that 157, 158 range also.
Yeah, we've all been talking about this because we have perfect temperatures here, 70-some degrees, low humidity. Everybody's able to ride so hard. They're not getting tired. They're not worried about getting tired. And, yeah, if you're Amorine, you're in third, there's plenty of time now. You're not exhausted because you were fighting in 100-degree temperatures to make that pass. So he's still hunting, going after Voland.
Leaders coming around now. Should be seeing lap 6 wrapped up with the 48 machine of Nate Thrasher while we keep an eye on the Crockett Myers and Caden Amorine. Actually, that's Myers we're keeping an eye on at this particular moment. There's Thrasher through, still under the 2-minute mark at a 1:59.805. He's not slowing down any. That gap now over 21 seconds between himself and second place. Call it 22.5 seconds over Voland. And now we're waiting on Myers. Has Myers been able to make any ground up on Max Voland for that number 2 position, or excuse me, Amorine, since he's gotten around Myers? And as we look, it is 9.8 seconds. He actually does gain a little bit, a few tenths of a second, so we're under 10 seconds between the second and third place ride. We are looking at only about a half a second difference in their lap time that last time around, but again, I kind of think with a freer and clearer racetrack, Amorine might be able to pick up that pace. We'll wait and see.
Thrasher's still under the 2-minute mark, but he's backed it down. 156 was his best lap. He's now running a 159. But I gotta say that Thrasher, even though he's won here before, he's really making a statement this week. in a stack class. He did it yesterday. He absolutely dominated. Next Super Mini class, he's dominating again. If you can establish yourself as a guy that can go 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than any other Super Mini rider, that is legit. And I know he's already part of the KTM Orange Brigade, but they've really got to be happy with what he has done. He was a Kawasaki rider last year, now switching over to KTM and continuing to roll. So we're watching Yoder versus Myers in a battle for fourth. Josh Varize would be next. Then Wyatt Liebeck seventh, Matt LeBlanc eighth, Chance Hymas and Jaden Clough round out the top 10. Jeremy Ryan finally back on the radar. Now, Jeremy Ryan was running second in a Super Mini Moto yesterday until a late crash cost him dearly. Had a podium for certain. Must have had a terrible start. I'm going to guess a bad gate pick here. 11th place for Jeremy Ryan. That's way below par for him. Larry Reyes, Brock Bennett, and Jack Chambers, top 15. We had Jeremy Ryan and Volan battling for the lead at one point yesterday. So, man, it's about so much more than just lap times here. When it comes to the actual results, you just never know. It's not going to indicate how fast Jeremy Ryan can go. We're watching Caden Amorine. I think Amorine wants a piece of Volan. I think you called it, Rodney. He's going a little bit quicker. Let's get the stopwatch on him right now as he comes across the line.
Well, he slowed down a little bit.
Not quite.
Yeah, now it's over a 10-second gap. So Amorine might be satisfied or might have just hit that wall because, I mean, that was some hard pushing that he did to get into the number 3 spot. A good part of the moto had elapsed by that particular time, but right now, as we watch this in the waning moments, about 5 or so left to go in this battle. Thrasher, a near 21-second lead over Max Volan now. Amorine about 10 seconds back, just over 10 seconds back in third, and now 6 seconds back in fourth is Crockett Myers. Don't count out Hunter Yoder trying to reel back in Myers for at least a 4th place position. And I think another rider, well, 2 riders to watch out for, 3 riders to watch out for. I want you to watch 6, 7, and 8th, 9th place positions. Actually, Varize the 63, but LeBlanc the 29 and 7th, Liebeck the 41 and 8th, and Chance Hymas in 9th. I expect to see that these guys are going to be pushing here in the latter part of the moto to see whether or not they can make some gains, as we have now less than 5 minutes to go here in this battle in Moto number 1 for the Super Mini 12 to 15-year-old class. So Max Volan trying to get through some lap traffic out there, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. That's not the 32. That's the 34. So we're watching Volan. Volan looking good, riding well. In fact, there's probably people on the fence line thinking he's out front. He's riding well enough to do it, but the lead is so big, you wouldn't realize Nate Thrasher is long gone. 20 seconds further up the road is the actual leader of the race. Volan is in second all by himself. Nate Thrasher is thrashing the Super Mini ranks. 23-second lead.
Oh, actually, call that 24. 23.957.
Yeah, he's been consistently. Yeah, everybody's back to pace down. They're all going about 3 to 4 seconds slower than they were at the beginning, but Thrasher's 3 to 4 seconds slower is still 3 to 4 seconds faster than everyone else.
Well, Varize just turned a couple of seconds faster than Yoder, who is in 5th, and LeBlanc also a couple of seconds faster than Varize. So here I'm seeing a 3-way shootout, probably that is going to begin here in about 30 seconds or less, and we're going to watch that one come right in front of the announcer's tower in just a few moments. That's for the 5, 6, and 7th place positions right now as we watch Moto number 1. With 3 minutes left to go, the 2-lap board coming out.
And I believe Dave Smith headed down to the podium area. He's taking notes up here, ready to talk to Thrasher, Volan, Amorine, who are your top 3 at least for the moment. And by the way, you guys are incorrect. I interviewed Thrasher at the end of his moto yesterday. He's shorter than me.
Is he really?
Yeah, he looks so huge on that Super Mini, but he's only about this tall. He's like nose height to me. So he looks gigantic on that Super Mini, but he's got a little room to grow before he's a big bike guy. He still looks huge on that thing.
He does.
Yeah.
I mean,
it shows you how small those bikes actually are. Because it looks like he's 6 feet tall on it.
So Varese in 6th now, and LeBlanc 7th. This is within a couple of seconds of each other, as we said, watching for the 58, the 63, and the 29, as they'll be making their way by for 9 laps complete. 2-lap board is out for your leader. 24, now 26 seconds, I am estimating, ahead of the competition. Actually, 22.9, as it looks like Boland may have picked up the pace, feeling a little bit of heat maybe coming in, possibly, or realizing that Amorine is back there as well. Maybe a free and clear racetrack helping aid in that department as well. Crockett Myers still waiting on this rider to check in. 23 seconds between first and second, 11 seconds between second and third, another 10.5 seconds between third and fourth, and then Yoder is only about 1.2 seconds back. Varese now 2.4 seconds back, so Yoder picks up his pace. Matthew LeBlanc pulls to within 1.5 seconds of Josh Varese. So we wait and watch to see what happens there, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of trouble or a lot of changes unless trouble does arrive. And speaking of trouble for everyone in Nate Thrasher, as he makes his way around this race course one final time aboard that number 48 KTM. The rider brought to us by our good friends at the KTM Orange Brigade, Monster Energy, also Bell Helmets, 7, Dunlop, the Halo Concepts, Pro Taper, Tamer, Ethica, Alpine Star, MTF, FMF, Oakley, Lynns Motors, Factory Connection, and Henson Clutches, all bringing Nate Thrasher from Livingston, Tennessee, here to the National Championship and what looks like to a Moto 1 win in the Super Mini 1 12 to 15-year-old class. On the victory lap for the 48 machine. And now, through the checkers and a Moto 1 win in the Super Mini 1 12 to 15 class, Nate Thrasher takes a dominating and convincing win in the Super Mini 1 class, which will certainly yield, I think, some very exciting racing coming up in the second and third motos. Not saying that Thrasher doesn't have this dialed in, but we get these guys all battling again. Thrasher's going to maybe have to work a little harder than what he did for that moto, but wow, what a great ride. 21.3 seconds ahead of the field, as much as 25 seconds at one point. Thrasher, Voland, Amorine, as we take a look at the Rocky Mountain Top 10 leaderboard. Myers checking in fourth, Yoder in fourth, Crockett Myers in fifth. Joshua Varese holds on for sixth with LeBlanc in seventh. Hymas only able to climb as high as eighth place. Jeremy Ryan ninth, and Wyatt Liebeck to round out your top 10 with Digital Dave at the podium.
Thank you, Rodney. We are down here on the podium with Nate Thrasher. He's getting his bike put up here. He's getting a drink of water. He's cleaning off his face, getting pretty for the pictures. He's so fast. He was so far ahead of everybody. He's even beat the paparazzi down to the podium right now. But they're all racing to get here pretty quick. Super Mini 1, 12 to 17. Your moto winner, Nate Thrasher, with the gold medal. Nate, you made it look easy. Was it easy for us to watch as it was for you to race?
Yeah, I figured the track was going to be a little bit smoother today. We had a 6:30 moto yesterday. The track was gnarly. And today I just got off to a pretty good start, I think third, and then just made my way to the front as good as I could, fast as I could, and just tried to put in a few sprint laps to get ahead, and track just rode the best I could.
Sweet. Now, you won your moto yesterday, too, didn't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
You plan on keeping this up? You got 4 more to go?
Oh, yes, sir. We're going to try to do the best we can.
Sweet. He's working on getting as many golds around that neck as he can. Once again, Nate Thrasher, tell us who you'd like to thank for getting up here on the podium today. I
got to thank MTF, Orange Brigade, Monster, Dunlop, Henson, Ethica, my dad, my mom, Chuck for coming out, Matt, my brother, Matt, my mechanic, just everybody, thank you. I just got to thank everybody that's sticking behind me. 7, Alpine Star, Oakley, Lynx Racing, Henson Clutches, TM, Pro Taper, just everybody, thank you.
Once again, there he is, your Super Mini 12 to 15 class winner, Nate Thrasher. Next up, we have your silver medalist, second place winner, Maximus Volin. Maximus, congratulations. There you have your silver medal, second place for the Super Mini 12 to 15 class. Tell us a little bit about your moto out there.
I picked 31st chip on the gate, so I had a pretty far outside gate, but came out good thanks to Dunlop, and I got into the top 5 the first few corners, and kept riding my race. Nate's riding really good, and just came out with the second.
Well, great. We've been announcing you all week so far, so you've got this one under the books. Your second place here in Super Mini 1. Who'd you like to thank?
I'd like to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Red Bull, Troy Design, Scott Goggles, FMF at Sherby's, Dunlop, my dad, my grandpa, Motion Pro, Marty McGovern, Pronto Real Estate, and John Moore. Everyone else, thank you.
There you have it. Maximus Volin, your second place winner for Super Mini 1 12 to 15 class. Next up, we need to get our third place finisher, Caden Amarine. Caden, here you go, your Moto Bronze medal. Tell us a little bit about your medal, or a little bit about your moto. We watched you out there swapping it up, so tell us how it was firsthand.
I got off to a decent jump, but I got a bad gate pick, so I was a little outside. So got pulled a little bit coming in the first turn, but made some passes early, and then got battling up front and got around the top 3 guys, or top 5 guys, and got in the third, and tried to just ride hard and push, and just try not to make very many mistakes.
Well, you didn't make too many mistakes because you ended up third place today. Who'd you like to thank for getting you up here?
My mom, my dad, Greg Geisler, my sister, the whole Rides Limited team, BTO Sports, 7, Garnet, Scott, Bell Helmets, Ethica, 7MX, Antonio at 7, Roger Larson at 7, KTM Orange Brigade, Power Band Suspension, Gizmo Mod Motor, Dunlop Tires, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Well, there you have it. Third place, Caden Amarine. One last order of business up here. We have Crockett Myers, 72 on a Suzuki. You earned it. You got there first. How'd it work out for you? Tell us about that whole shot coming off the gate.
Oh, it was good. Today I got a good gate pick off the pins, and I was just really excited. I got a good gate, and my dad just told me to line up in the middle and hold her wide open, and that's exactly what I did and got the whole shot.
Well, it seemed to work for you, but who got you here this weekend, and who do you need to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Suzuki Cycles, Answer, Rob Fox, Jeff Cernix, Scott Goggles, Bell Helmets, Alpine Star Boots, Asterisk Knee Braces, Ethica, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
There you have it, Crockett Myers. He sniped the whole shot. He takes your Bell $100 whole shot prize. Now back up to you guys in the booth, Rodney and Jason.
All right, hey folks, back up here in the tower, real quick public service announcement. The pond over on the left side on the road here by the Rocky Mountain ATV MC rig, that pond, we got 2 vehicles that need to be moved. We have a white Ford van from Montana. White Ford van, you're parked in front of the pond. We need you to move that white Ford van. There's also a Honda Pioneer side-by-side parked by the pond. We need that thing to be moved too. You can't park there. So if you're in the white Ford van with the Montana license plates, if you have a Honda Pioneer side-by-side and you're parked by the pond, that's off to the side of the road next to the track, the hard paved road, move it, or we'll move it for you. I would like to, I'll take a Honda Pioneer side-by-side. I'll just take it. If you don't move it, I'll take it. Kevin Kelly joining us in the tower. We've just wrapped up a Super Mini thrashing by Nate Thrasher. Just dominated that moto. 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. And we'll drop the hammer, drop the gate, drop everything you've got. It's our Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award for our next division. After Super Mini, we're going into 250B Limited.
You guys were talking about it yesterday.
The
how
starts.
Good Carson Mumford
Yep.
is off the gate. Well, he just put another fantastic start down. Look at that lead. 2 turns into this thing, he's already 5-6 bike lengths out front. That is a perfectly scripted whole shot and start.
Yeah, I heard some stories. Mumford, of course, on this 250F was riding at Club MX with some pro guys on 450s like Phil Nicoletti, who's a really good starter. And they said it took all the way down to the end of the start straight for Nicoletti to finally get to him. Off the gate, out of the hole every time. Mumford was pulling everyone, and then eventually the bigger bike could get him by the time they got into the first turn there at Club. So Mumford working on starts, and it's working out for him. 250B Limited, it's up for grabs. We saw a lot of the top names are in 250B and Schoolboy. So there's an opportunity here. You don't have Pierce Brown on this one, no Jalik Swoll. This is where some of the other kids could maybe make a name for themselves. A lot of the factory riders racing 250B, not 250B Limited. Woo!
Pass being put together by bike number 51, moves him into the number 2 spot. We'll get that name to you here. That's Jace Kessler out of Michigan. Jace making some moves. Carson Mumford lights out on this first lap. What a start. And the number 22 Honda rider out of California. That left-hander has a ginormous hook in it right here before the finish line. You turn, then you do about a 90-degree turn. And here comes the gang. Carson Mumford out front. Joshua Boaz on the 23 KTM is second. Jace Kessler third. Caden Palmer fourth. Colton Eigenman. This kid barely made it through the qualifying process. He was injured, limped into the regionals, and Colton now in fifth. Trey Fierro in the number 6 spot. Tristan Lewis is 7th. Oliver A. 8th. Brandon Grigor is 9th. And Ezra Lewis rounds out your top 10 early in this race. But Carson Mumford already out to almost a 4-second lead, and it's growing with every moment of this race.
Yeah, that is impressive. It's not really just a start. It's how fast he went on that lap. That's where the real credit is due. I mean, look at the lead. He's already to the end of the 10 commandments. He's on commandment number 9.
He's 11. He's added a commandment.
Wow, turned it up to 11, the 11 commandments. Boaz, Kessler, Palmer, and Eigenman. That's your top 5. Trey Fierro, 6th. But you already know that because Kevin already did a rundown. So let's focus back in on Mumford. Mumford was known as the kid on the 150 Honda for a while. Finally moved up to the big bike. Hunter Yoder, who was just racing in our Super Mini class, has inherited that machine. Mumford putting it down right now. Wow, that was nice.
Come East Coast for about 2 weeks before Loretta's. Everybody comes out of Club MX or south of the border or MTF or whatever the case may be. Seems to be working out for Carson Mumford.
Mumford, I believe, actually owns Mike Alessi's old place up in the high desert, California. So that's where Mumford does most of its riding and training year-round. You're right. Then before they come to Loretta's, you want rut practice, you want humidity practice, so they work their way east. We're going to get Mike Alessi up here in the tower a little later today after intermission. We'll have some B and some A classes. Mike, one of the all-time greats here at the ranch, so he said he wants to stop by, call a moto or two, so we'll welcome him up here a little bit later in the day. Mike Alessi. He knows
how to get some winning done here. Be interested just to pick his brain on this track and the differences. Like not that many years ago that he was here, and I guarantee you that's one of the things that will come out of his mouth. It's so different now. It's so much bigger, and it was huge then. This place has grown. It's gotten better. They figured it out.
Well, we're listening to that podcast put together by our buddy Brett Smith. It was released as Kessler and Boaz are battling it out for second right here. Boaz back end stepped out. Kessler almost got him. Oh, Kessler not giving up on it. I didn't think there was room on the inside, but he's going to try to make it. Nope, Boaz holds him off.
I had a chance to we'll circle back with your conversation about.
Oh, look at this. They hooked into each other. A mistake for Boaz, and Kessler had nowhere to go, and they were both stopped on the racetrack running into each other. So you see how much closer Eigenman is now.
There is 2nd through 6th right there in the 10 Commandments at the same time.
Yeah, so we were mentioning there's a really cool podcast. You can get it on the Racer X Podcast Network. It says How We Got Here. That's the name of it. It's a audio history of this event. Everyone from Davey and Rita Coombs and Tim Cotter, of course, to some of the people that were behind the scenes when this event first started that you may no longer know of. And he even got some of the mini dads from 1982 as Kessler has now made that pass on Boaz. Boaz coming back. This outside line. Going to lead him on the and the inside of the sand rollers, and that was too rough. Feet off the pegs.
Boaz almost goes down. Kessler finally able to nail down that pass. The number 2 spot now is Jace Kessler's. And here comes Colton Eichmann, number 32 on his Yamaha, creeping up there. He was in 5th, now he's in 4th. He makes another pass. Where is he going to be? 3rd?
I'm not that good at the math to know. Counting backwards, very difficult. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is that how we're doing it? They still have it that way?
Way out front now. 7 seconds is the deficit for Boaz behind Carson Mumford. Here it comes. No longer Boaz. It's now Kessler.
Yep.
There's Kessler right in front of us. Boaz right behind him. Colton Eichmann has got some company as he's just squirted around Tristan Lewis. Lewis is right there with him.
Down the long straightaway near the billboards, tracking second place there, Jace Kessler on the number 51. Kessler out of Michigan, backed by BTO Sports, O'Neill 100%, 60 helmets, Alpine Stars, Pod, Ethica, FCTN, Heisker Racing, TCD suspension, 139 designs, and Kessler Concrete. He eats concrete for breakfast. Carson Mumford on the Factory Connection Amsoil Honda. That's the amateur arm of the Geico Honda Pro Team.
Check that turnout. There are 700 lines right there. Here's another thing about the growth of this event. If I'm in my RV and I have internet service magically somehow, I can actually scout the race without even having to leave the RV because of the overhead shots, all the lines. You get to see the whole thing. It's all laid out for you. It's incredible the amount of information that's here for you if you want it.
Yeah, well, especially with that drone shot that we now have on Racer TV, as we're still watching the 22 of Mumford. That drone shot, you're seeing the ruts in the faces of the jumps, the likes of which we've never been able to see before. We never knew that was out there unless you're actually on the track. And you're right. Then you got to figure it out as you're doing it. Now you can see it before your moto. We're battling back here. Is that Boaz on the KTM? Eigenman got him, I think.
You're right. Eigenman moving up. He had a 2:04.2. Carson Mumford with a 1:58 on this rough motocross track. I talked to Randy Poultry yesterday. I was like, hey, man, I wanted to pick his brain about the racetrack and how those inside-outside decision makers, how that all works. He goes, it works because I sit out there all day long and I'm constantly adjusting it. We take breaks because I move a pile of dirt here. If I see it's not working out the way I want to, I don't just make a track change or make an obstacle on the racetrack and let it go the whole day. I'm going to fix it until it works the way I want to. And it is so even.
Yeah, and I know there's two things that everyone always, as an example, everyone always thinks that the best solution is to make things as difficult as possible. So everyone thinks like, oh, the racing's great when we have this gnarly heat and humidity. Actually, we're seeing better racing, I think, this week because the riders aren't as tired and they can keep battling. Second, you'll hear people say, I wish they would just leave tracks. The rougher the better. There is no way by the just sheer luck of Mother Nature that 2 ruts in a corner are going to be the identical speed. The only way that's going to happen is a little nip and a tuck here and there to make this track raceable. And, dude, you saw those motos with John Gruey and Barry Karsten. 2 lines in every corner, exact same speed.
They rode side by side the entire lap for a
Yes.
full lap, and it worked out dead even.
Yes.
So you tell me this track probably races as good as any track, as you'll see, because they are constantly tweaking it throughout the day.
I do not want to hear anyone say it's tough to pass
It's not
on this
one
track.
line. There are 700 lines
Yes.
in every turn.
Yep, if you can go faster than the guy, there's a place for you to get around him.
If it's a jump section, if it's the off cambers, if it's a rut
Yep.
or whatever, you've got a plethora of choices to get around guys. That's a tip of the cap to Randy and the whole crew that are out there keeping this thing looking awesome. And the hook in this finish line turn, the way it curves and then it makes a hard left, it is a violent left turn.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the base of the tower.
So there's Kessler all alone now in second. He's going faster than Boaz and Eigenman, who are battling behind him, but he's not going as fast as Mumford, who's up ahead of him. So second would be a solid performance and keeps him in title contention throughout the week. We're rolling through our first motos still here at the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Amateur National. Lucas Oil is our presenting sponsor. Got to hang out with the Lucas folks, 2 of the coolest people on earth, 2 of the coolest people. And I don't even just mean cool as in like nice and friendly. Talking about Jason and Rachel Witt over there from Lucas Oil. They're just like, if you're some company that wants to like put a catalog together of like how you're supposed to dress and look cool and act and like get the cool demo.
The whole family.
Yeah, the kid too.
The whole deal.
Yeah, they need to be in like an REI catalog or something. Like, this is how you live your life.
This is what you're supposed to look like. Try to look like these humans.
Yes, yeah. Somebody should just go down. Let's get Christian Munoz down there at the creek and just take a picture of them in their camp. This is the way you want to do it.
Yes.
If you want to look cool, be cool. This is the family to watch. Now, the guy to watch right now, Carson Mumford. Mumford, real cool kid. Like I said, now rides and trains at Mike Alessi's old high desert facility. If those walls could talk.
The bars on those windows could talk.
That's right. There's some great stories as the Alessi's totally redefined the amateur racing game and took it to the next level. And it's hard to believe that there are levels above that now. That was pre-training facility era. The Alessi's are pretty much living on the road, just racing every race they could find to get track time. You didn't have places where you could just ride motos 7 days a week like almost everyone does now.
Everywhere he showed up, even if they didn't pay Honda contingency, he always had Honda contingency, no matter what. That was
really? That was the deal?
Yes, he could race on a Friday night, a Saturday night, a Sunday. They would hustle contingency. Mike was probably the highest paid Honda employee at age 12.
Yes. Yeah. Again,
the corporate HQ. Bill
some
Savino made less money than Mike Alessi at age 12.
Yeah, he was taking it out of the retirement.
That's right.
Some guy in Japan, 70 years old, is still working because all his 401k went to Mike Alessi's contingency money on the Honda card.
He's working on some contingency money himself. Nice little payday. That was that left-hander we were talking about. That.
Yeah.
This track is just brutal up and over the big tunnel of love. Carson Mumford just having a day right now. 18 seconds out front of Jace Kessler, Boaz, Eigenman, and Caden Palmer. That is your top 5 250B limited as Carson takes a peek over at the mechanics board.
Now, the track is getting slower with each moto out here, no doubt. I'd say the difference is maybe 2 to 4 seconds a lap, just getting rougher with each moto. But I have to mention that Nathaniel Thrasher threw down a 156 on his Super Mini in the previous moto. Mumford's best time here is a 157. Mumford's running 158s right now, late in this one. Thrasher was running 159, 2 minute at the end of that. That's how fast Nate Thrasher was going on a Super Mini. It was about the same speed as these 250B riders.
Yeah, he's a kid that I cannot wait to see. He's always been a big guy, and his dad, if you've ever seen his dad, is huge. His dad moves
all mini
houses.
dads are huge. I told you this.
Right.
All
And it
mini
doesn't
dads
make
are
sense.
huge.
You're
Yes.
right. His dad's about
And they produce
6'40",
these jockeys.
And he's got these thick hands, and he moves houses.
Moves houses.
He cuts houses in half.
Yes.
Throws them on his back, walks them down the road, puts them in a new spot, gets the foundation all set up. Just hard-working individuals, and I can't wait to see that kid when he gets on a big bike. You've already heard the rumblings of when he's on a big bike, he rips.
Yeah, he must. I mean, he actually is not as tall as I am. We had the bet going yesterday that he was on a Super Mini, but taller than an adult. Not quite, but he was already huge on a Super Mini last year. He's even huger this year.
That's a word.
So next year when he's presumably right here in the B class and probably schoolboy, Thrasher's going to be doing some more thrashing. But back to this class, it's Mumford thrashing everybody, working his way through some traffic now.
Props to Mumford, though. He's maintained he's been right on that 158 lap time the entire time. I'm
Yeah,
always
not much
impressed with a
drop
guy
off.
that can
Yep.
stay on that best lap time and stay within, and that's what they train for. They want their last lap to be as good as their best lap.
Yeah, I was talking to Eric Kehoe, who's now back as the team manager of the professional Honda HRC team. So Kehoe was the team manager for a while, left the rat race of traveling all the time to attend to some family things. Everybody's good now, so he's back managing the Honda team. And I asked Kehoe, I'm like, hey, when you were not here, were you watching the races? And he said, all I do is watch lap times. I'm like, you don't watch the TV, you don't read any of the stories? And he's like, nope, lap times is all I need to know. So as like a professional team manager, and Kehoe, by the way, a great racer in his own right, that's all he needs. Lap times, he can look at a chart
And evaluate.
and figure out everything he needs to know about how a race was run. So that is impressive. Mumford was only maybe a second off of his best lap here late into this 20-minute moto.
Mumford, and of course the track goes away. You're having to work your way through lappers, which he has continuously had to do. Apparently he likes the color red. He's got those Color Rush uniforms for today here for the folks back home.
The NFL Color Rush, yep.
Brian Spencer really appreciating that.
Brian Spencer, a huge fan of that gear colorway. Really likes the way it looks. When he checks it out, when he sees it. So here's Mumford. He's getting hung out. He's going to knocking around this guy.
Wow.
Makes it happen.
It's amazing the amount of talent that's here. Like all the retired guys that have come back. Ryan Villapoto here, Jeremy McGrath, Ricky Carmichael, Jeff Emig. Tons of guys out here that come back. It's that important, that cool, that important for the brand you work for MC to come back for Calorie Line with Yamaha. Jeff Emig with Wolf Sport gear.
Really? Did not know that. Breaking news.
Yeah,
Wolf Sport.
Yeah.
I think it's Shift, bro.
It is
Shift. Wolf Sport. Yeah, Wolf Sport not representing. They don't have any brand ambassadors.
Who would be their brand ambassador?
Wolf Sport. Some Euro guy usually.
Ken de Dijker.
Ken de Dijker. And those guys would usually have the giant chest protector under the jersey.
De Dijker did that.
So you could get the even larger logo of the
Yes.
terrible looking gear.
Yeah, that beautiful purple and burgundy colorway is really my favorite. And cream brown. It's like a CET seat cover.
Wolf
A
Sport.
Technocell. Brought to you by Technocell.
Technocell. Remember when Technocell had the gripper seat that had like the waves in it?
Rigid, yeah, the
Oh, yeah, that was awesome. That was the hot look.
first level of skin off of you.
Oh, by the end of the moto,
right.
yeah.
It did grip.
Well, that was for drills. We don't want, as you see Mumford going through the 10 Commandments, to coach, you got to ride this whole lap standing up. And to make sure, we're going to put a seat that hurts so much that you will not ever sit down.
So the Cannondale rider out in the number 2 spot here as we
Really?
revisit 1999.
Really?
It's
Cannondale?
1999. So just
Wow.
call the race in the fashion of 1999 and all the products that were.
You got to hook up with our buddy Wes Williams. I had to do some audio work with him this morning, talking about the 90s. You got to hook up with him and use that material. Okay, here it is, the 22 of Mumford. Lead is 22 seconds.
Wow.
Now that's precision.
Perfect timing.
That is precision.
He raced the gap all the way to match
Yep.
his number on his motorcycle. Rex Staten now in the number 4 spot as we revisit.
What is going on? Throwback race.
People get that. What?
Yeah, why are they
Rex
throwing out
Staten's
these Rex Staten? Yep. Just an incredible battle right now with Matasevich and Titchener.
On that Rotax ATK, folks. A big motorcycle to maneuver around here. Oh,
Air
like
cooled.
it.
Got the disc brake on the counter shaft.
Got the Air Hammer WR400 because Yamaha just refuses to make the 500. They're just going to go with the WR400, the teal combination of teal and white.
Doug Dubach
Yep.
is on the teal and white WR.
3 gallons of gas poured into that. He can race all week with the amount of fuel that bike can hold.
But you could not make one of those 490s run right. It was impossible.
No.
No one has ever jetted one properly. It has never ridden. It's never performed well at all.
It was hard to make that bike look cool. It's like Damon Bradshaw. It looked like he was riding a KDX 200. Take
Yes.
that front number plate, put a regular number plate. You still know it's a KDX. It looks like a wet candle. It just everything sagged. It just didn't make
It's
sense.
flexy, frame flexy. Bradshaw won an overall once at a 500 National on a WR
He had to work
500.
so hard for that.
Yep. Why in the 80s it was called the 500 class,
Yes.
but there was like Honda had like a CR 480 and a
Kawasaki had a
YZ
420.
420, YZ 490.
Yes.
Just make it a
They're
500.
giving you the CCs.
It's called the 500 class.
They worked so hard to shave weight. They do everything they could. Just take the 10 CCs and
I
give
don't
it to you.
understand. No, YZ 490.
Nope.
That's the way we're going to do it.
Back that down 10 CCs.
Yep.
We want to be in compliance. Kawasaki says we're going to leave a lot of room for growth there.
420 in the 500 class.
Yes.
This
Let's
is the
put the
perfect
radiator up
size.
front here, right by your face, on the old Yamaha. That'll make sense.
You had to have the radiator strapped to you. The radiator.
You wore a Camelback that was radiator hosed into the bike. That's some
You had to
crazy
wear
ideas.
when they were first getting the liquid cooling, I had to work out some of the kinks.
You look like an astronaut. You know how they have the big tubes coming out? You were hooked to the motorcycle.
To the
cooling
motorcycle, you were the radiator.
It would actually run an IV into your body and use your fluids.
Yes,
It's a
that's right.
centrifuge.
You were cooled. You start to boil over. Steam starts to come out.
What's wrong with you? Oh, yeah. Run a little high. He's literally got a fever. There's Mumford.
Mumford,
with a
you do a
one-hander.
little fist pump.
Be careful. Grant Langston will tell you all about that.
And Mumford wins 250B Limited He was pumped on that one. Huge lead. He actually stretched it to 24 seconds. Kessler now coming around looking for the checkered flag and second place. They will also see Dave Smith down on the podium in a moment. Love that drone shot. You can see the impound area.
Can't get enough of that.
No, I want a whole moto that way.
Come up here and just drone all over us.
It's a Red Bull live drone. We shot the opener for our show. Rodney and I just stood here in the tower with the drone at eye level.
That's awesome.
And the drone, I think, had an alarm going off because our drone pilot, the drone and the drone pilot were about 18 inches away from each other. And I think the drone was saying, like, I'm about to hit you. You're about to drive me into you. Here's your 250B limited results. Carson Mumford, making Simi Valley, California cool again, the home of Johnny O'Mara. Jace Kessler, Joshua Boaz, Caden Palmer, and Tristan Lewis. Top 5, Trey Fierro, Brandon Gregory, Colton Eigenman, Noah Adams, and Eugene Christian. Top 10. Eigenman was battling for third at one point, ended up going back to 8th. So unfortunate for him, he was trying to get around Boaz for a while. And we'll let Dave Smith set it up down there at the podium. There's Mumford. And we'll crown some moto winners in the 250B limited class.
We have our winner, Carson Mumford, up on the podium right now. He's taking down some liquids. He's hydrating. Carson Mumford, your 250B class winner. Here you go. You earned yourself a gold medallion. Not only did he get a gold medallion, but he's also worked his way into the Whole Shot Award. He's taken the Whole Shot, the moto. Carson Mumford, your 250B limited winner. Carson, tell us a little bit about your race out there today.
My Dunlop tires got me off to a great start, and I knew this class would come down to the start. There's a lot of good guys, so I just put my head down and charged right away, and I ended up pulling a pretty big gap, and then after that I just managed my way through some lappers and got this big gold medal.
Sweet, you did. You got the little gold medal of the guitar for here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. Now, who'd you like to thank for getting you up here on the box today?
My mom and dad, Amsoil Factory Connection Honda, Ziggy, My Shack's here, Goose, Lars, Shift, Tony Alessi, Yoshimura, Dunlop, Honda, Pro Taper, Alpine Stars, Atlas, X Dubai, 60, 100%, and my mechanic Ricky and Christian, and my trainer Randy Lawrence. Thank you guys so much for putting in the effort.
You see how many people it takes to make a champion up here. We have Carson Mumford with your Bell Whole Shot $100 award, as well as your Moto 1 win. Second place, we're going to bring up on the box right now, Jace Kessler. Jace, let's step out front here. I'll go this way. You're in second place out there. Tell us a little bit how the moto unfolded for you.
Well, it was pretty good. I drove the terrible gate pick, so I was to the outside, but I ripped a pretty good start. Came out about 4th or 5th and just made a couple of quick passes. And as soon as I got in second, I just kind of chilled a little bit and tried to ride my race.
Perfect. Who'd you like to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom and dad, BTO Sports, 60, O'Neill, 100%, Alpine Star, Ethica, Pod, Tim, TCD, everybody at the Real Deal. Heck, everybody I forgot. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Second place, 250B, Jace Kessler. Third place, your bronze moto medal winner, Joshua Boaz. There you go, Joshua.
We're back.
Wait, you're not back yet.
We're not?
We still got Joshua Boaz down here, third
Put
place.
the camera back on Dave Smith.
There we go. We're back on the camera. We have Joshua Boaz. Joshua, tell us how that race went down for you.
I got a good start and tried to hold on for the rest of the moto.
Okay, so you got a great start and you held on for the moto. Anything else happen exciting out there?
In that sand sweeper on like the 4th lap, I almost lost it going on the inside, but I saved it.
You did. You kept it together. You held it together. You ended up in third place. Who would you like to thank for your landing on the box today?
My mom and dad, Answer, Pro Taper, MX Matt, Black Diamond Graphics, Power Band, Bell, 100%, and City Boots, and everyone else. Thanks.
Joshua Boaz, 250B, third place finisher today. Now back up to you up top, Rodney and Kevin Kelly. Or Jason and Kevin Kelly.
Got dudes stuck on the parade lap. That's how deep the ruts are.
As we look at the opening stages here, the Blackwater 100 through the 10 Commandments now. So up here in the tower, we got Adam Sansarillo here, and he's telling us about the way you don't want to do a parade lap. He said he jumps the 10 Commandments on a 65, cases it, knocks all the breath out of him, and I'm sure Alan's like, what are you doing? What is happening? Why are you going so
What
slow?
happened? He couldn't answer the question because he was out of breath. Boy, just more celebrities. Jeremy McGrath hanging out, Adam Cincerillo hanging out, big Team Green Day. We got a Team Green and Parts Unlimited event tonight, 5 o'clock. I'll be hosting that over at the Lucas Oil Arena. So our parade lap for 45 plus is just about complete here. I'll give you some of the names. Heck, I'll give you all the names. How about that? Jay Wagner's on the number 1. He's your defending champion. We like to call him Body Bag. Jay Wagner, do not ride a wide motorcycle if he's behind you. He will move it. Alan Alford, number 5. Wayne Powers on the number 9. Ed Walston is number 11. Bill Medic, number 14. Craig Bigelow is 17. Daniel Zulo, his number 20. Gray Gabbert is on the number 21. The 22 is James Nagy. The 24, Richard Silvers. Ricky Schroeder is on the number 27. 28 is Scott Phelps. 29, Rick Lucas. 33 is John Murray. 34, Darren Edsall. 35, Derek Latham. 37 is Gary Lucier. 38, Jeffrey Pape. The 40 is James Crest. The 43, Frank Koenig. The 45, David Jones. 47, Gabriel Gardardo. 48, Kevin Kozad. 51, Daryl Smith. 54 is Thomas Lambert. 58, Michael Keating. 59, Jason Hindle. There's Cincerillo and McGrath bench racing up here in the tower. Jeff Canfield telling them everything. Jeff Canfield's weighing in on how you win Supercross races right now. Good job, Jeff Canfield. The 62 in the senior 45 plus class is Cody Merrick. 64, Rich Thorwaldson. Not the same guy that used to be like a pro in like the 70s. Terry Bostard on the 67. Eric Jekyll on the 71. Dennis Bork, 73. Stephen Murray on the number 80. Mike Miller on the number 81. Frank Weiss on the number 83.
So what do you think? Let's
Greg Bowl on the number 84. Judd Palmer in the 86. Kyle Harmon Killebrew on the 90. Jamie Bennett, 92. Troy Assameni, number 96. Chris Opliger on the 97, and Brian Schritter on the number 99. We're ready for 45 plus, and there it is, Jeff Canfield telling Jeremy McGrath how you ride Supercross.
Jeremy's talking about the 1 title he won here. AC's talking about the 11 he has.
Yep. Doesn't really matter how you slice it. Yep. There's two different ways to do it. Yeah, 1 C-Class title for McGrath here at the ranch. We bring that up every time we have a C-Class race here that you never know. The next king of Supercross could be coming out of the C-Class division. Of course, you have to be like an ace on a BMX bike for the first 14 years of your life. So you're getting a late start, but you actually know how to ride really well.
There's the body bag. He's got the number 1 plate there. The body bag. Look, he's so feared that nobody's even next to him. They give him the either gate to the either side. They don't want anything to do with this.
Some guys have actually chosen back row. I'm going to start in the back row instead of starting next to him. Yeah, ultra cross with the rubber band start.
Chef Ward, he comes around. He's not even riding. You guys pay good money.
You want to watch a race or you want to watch a dumb joke? Okay, so the 45 plus. That's yes.
What's the name of that race in LA? Whenever he was so mad that if you did good, you had to
the
start
Rodil
in
Cup.
Yes.
Yeah, if you won your heat race, you had to start in the back for the main. So people were purposely going slow, pretending they were injured.
Had a bike problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so here, no back row starts. That's not allowed. You're next to Jay Wagner on the number 1. We're ready to go 45 plus class racing. Wagner, your defending champ, coming out of the Redbud, Michigan area. Let's see if he can get it done again.
Great start for the Honda rider. The Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award up for grabs. 4 seconds into the race already. It is not Carson Lumper with a whole shot.
No, that was the previous one.
If he did that, he's impressive. The number 73, you just called him out, the 57 now.
Dennis Bork. Bork's pretty quick in a different class yesterday, I believe the 40 plus. Now Bork out front. Oh, but we got a battle on our hands.
73 and the 57. That's what we're looking at.
That might be the 51 of Daryl Smith trying to figure it out, trying to pick the numbers up as we go into Storyland. Bork able to fend off and hold on to the lead.
Go down the body bag.
Whoa,
Makes
Jay
his
Wagner.
first pass. He goes from 4th to 2nd. Jay Wagner.
Whoa, Wagner!
Oh, Wagner goes.
Big crash.
Wagner goes down.
He's back up. Yeah, it's really fun announcing we got a little delay of our own television screen as we're listening to ourselves in here. You don't like that? Don't call ourselves out. Do not call our. Okay, I'm going to reveal. What you're watching at home is not live. It's on a 0.03 second delay.
So
there's a 0.03 second delay if you're watching back home on Racer TV. It's actually not live. It's 0.03 seconds behind actual reality.
We already know who won.
But Adam Gordon is up here. He's actually tuning it. Actually, now what you're going to watch at home is going to be in the future. It's actually going to be ahead of real time. So body bag, Jay Wagner goes down after making that pass for second. Back end kicked around. He hit that corner a little bit too hard. Terry Bostard, now we have it. He was the man with the whole shot, but quickly. Bostard. Okay, well, he's here every year. We get to talk to him on the podium quite a bit. Bostard is the one officially credited with the whole shot, but the leader continues to be Dennis Bork. Oh, battle is on for second.
The number 11 now, popping up in the mix. Bostard in the hunt.
Ed Walston side by side with Bostard here in a fight for it, and Walston on the number 11 locking it down. Then Jamie Bennett is coming, as well as the Suzuki man, Alan Alford. Oh, Alford trying to get inside here in the billboard turn.
Is that Christopher Doppelangler in the number 8 spot, number 97? And body bag coming back. He is outside of the top 15 now. Your defending champ has some work to do. Kevin Kozad praying to get inside that top 10. He sits in the number 11 spot.
Over the jumps.
Yeah, every time.
Doing a little crisscross Hail Mary over the jump. All right, I want to watch this.
Catholic.
11 of Walston. He's charged hard to get the second, and now he's starting to get the leader, Dennis Bork, in his sights. 45 plus class. We are through. Woo! We are through the 10 Commandments. Now, by the way,
barely.
Jeremy McGrath up here hanging out in our tower.
Jerry.
Is he actually? Is he about the same age?
It's 47.
McGrath?
Yeah.
Right. So these guys are the Jeremy McGrath age.
Correct.
45 plus. But the way we work the classes out here, I believe if you race pro, this is not one of the divisions. If you earn points, if you're national professional points, you cannot race this class. So this is more of a sportsman style division. That's why Mike Brown has to race the 25 plus class at 46 years old.
Gives up 21 years.
Yep, and still dominating.
I'll spot you 21, and I'm still going to beat you.
Bostard on the 67, keeping Edward Walston in check. This is second and third place. And there's your leader, Dennis Bork, not too far ahead of them. So the top three are all in one section of the track. Bostard, though, a little mistake into that left-hander. Lost a little bit of ground.
I guess that's why John Gruey's not in this one as well.
He has to race 50 plus and 40 plus.
At 52. He's a young guy. He's a freshman. Freshman in that 50 class.
Red shirt.
Yep, red shirt
freshman. True freshman.
Saves that year of eligibility. He'll ride that class till 61.
Okay, here comes the 11, Walston. He is all over the leader, Dennis Bork. all over the leader. And we're going to have a battle on our hands right now. 3 laps in, this is about to get good.
Holy cow,
Whoa,
the 67. Bostard almost
crashed.
goes down.
Yeah.
You're turning, you start this finish line turn, you never stop turning until you get to the billboards. It's always some sort of a turn right in front of us. You're jumping, you're turning, you're still floating in the air, curving your way left.
Yeah, it's like piloting a big cruise ship. Those things just don't turn quickly.
No.
It takes a while to get the thing going. So Edward Walston trying to put the pressure on Bork. Meanwhile, Jay Wagner, who crashed while running second on lap 1, he was trying to pass Bork. Bork came back at him. And then Wagner went down, and we do not have Wagner in the top 15. So this is going to be a tremendous comeback charge. That's what he's going to have to do.
And the tricky part there, Wagner may be already out of the championship if he finishes 11th or 12th, and then he's going to come back in the next 2 motos and shuffle everything around, and he'll be that, he can change the whole championship picture for everybody else.
Taking dudes out. Now, I don't know if we've seen Wagner race yet this week. We did use him to move some of the vehicles.
Yes.
If you park your vehicle in an illegal area,
he pushes
you just
it.
send him out there and he just starts ramming into it, moving it out of the way.
So Bork, Walston, and Bostard, 1, 2, 3. They are out and gone. They're 12 seconds out front of Alan Alford on the number 5 machine. So that battle has just pushed those guys out and about. See if they can catch them in the hills, though. The peloton, typically, they can group up together. That drag coefficient of 15, 30 guys together on a motocross track, it works out in their advantage.
Yeah, that's been the problem for your leader, Bork. He's had to have the wind
Yes.
in his face the whole way. Everyone behind him just using him.
Yep.
They were able to conserve their energy.
It's weird they run
Drafting him.
those bicycle helmets. You can actually see their face whenever they're riding on the racetrack.
Yeah, why would you do that?
You got closed face helmets. Jeff Ward's
See
the
that
last
they're
guy.
smoking a cig
Whoa.
while they're riding. Okay, so there is your leader. Or sorry, that's Bostard in third. There is your leader, 73 of Bork. And what has happened to the 11 of Walston?
Slipped back just a bit.
Yeah,
He's in the left-hander right before the finish line. That pace is tough to maintain.
Yeah, Walston was able to get around Bostard, and I thought he was going to make a run for the lead, but instead he's dropped back to third, and there's a pretty big gap. Oh, look at all the Racer TV principals. Suddenly, McGrath, Cincerulo, they're hanging
yeah.
out.
You don't
and
want to
they
see
just
us.
have to come by and check on things. They just have to come by and just see how things are going so they can accidentally, literally rub elbows.
Oh, hey, Jeremy. What are you doing?
Oh,
later on?
hi. Oh, hey. Hey. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Everybody's hanging out.
So Bork, number 73. Blood in the water once Wagner went down. They all want to jump on this championship.
And Wagner is back on the radar. He's climbed to 12th place. Could
How
he
far
maybe
can
get
he go?
somewhere around, top 7, top 5? We've seen titles won with someone getting a 7th place moto finish. It's harder in this class, though. They're a lot more consistent.
Yes. It's not like the C class or the 50 class.
Which just you get these ridiculous moto scores.
Heading out into Storyland, the number 73 of Dennis Bork trying to leave Terry Bostard behind, but Bostard's fit. You can see when he takes the helmet off, the guy is in shape. He's done his work.
Was that like when Art Ekman checked out
Yes.
Jeremy McGrath?
The first broadcast I
Yeah.
ever listened to of internet broadcast of Supercross. Jeremy, I noticed you are in incredible shape when you had your shirt off. I'm like, was he drinking wine? Did he hand Jeremy a glass of wine and a plate of spaghetti? If you want to
look so fit when your shirt off, Jeremy. Okay, so Bork's lead, it's getting
smaller and smaller.
Yeah. Bostard making a real run. So Bostard got the whole shot. Bork passed him, pulled away. Bostard went as far back as third. Now he wants to lead.
Almost
don't
with
fix
a
what's
pass.
not broken. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that this has materialized this way. I thought this was Bork's moto, but no. Bostard has something to say about that. Almost made the pass.
Bostard with some good lines now. If you check him out on the outside, he is all over the racetrack looking for smooth real estate and speed and just momentum, and he's doing it.
I want to give you a rundown here in just a moment so we can tell you what the positions are. We know it's Bork and Bostard, Walston top 3. Alford is next. Then it's Keating, Guardado, Jeffrey Pape is 7th.
My
Cody
favorite
Merrick,
Batman.
Scott Phelps coming through next.
Little Ricky Schroeder back in 24th. So Bostard was close there for a moment as they came through the mechanics area. Bostard zigzagging his way through the 10 Commandments.
Well,
Bostard has got some lines on this racetrack, and he likes to jump more than your leader apparently, because he just jumped. He did
does,
the triple.
But on the same token,
it's not any
you gotta
faster.
Give some credit. Yeah, it's not any faster. It looks better, but in that back section of the track, he actually lost some ground.
Trying to make up ground, he lost ground.
So
that's
Bork,
not a good tactic.
Bork had good torque out of that corner, David Bailey.
Good torque out of that turn.
Torque out of that corner, David Bailey. Terry Bostard trying to close back in. This section is better for Bostard.
He'll come back into view right in front of the announcer's tower, heading towards the big Thor sweeper. We'll pick up our leaders, Bork and Bostard. Bostard closing in again right in front of us in this big sweeper. This is where he works his magic on the inside. He's way on the inside, Jason, and he's now side by side with your leader. That puts pressure on him. He almost had a pass. Looking for a mistake. Here he comes on the inside now.
Oh, yeah, nice move. Let's see if he can make this stick.
Oh, the lines almost collided.
Great battle for the lead here in Senior 45 Plus.
So this
headed to the Tunnel of Love.
The last, I'd say, 30 seconds of this racetrack, Bostard has it figured out. That may pay off for him right at the end of the race when he can stick a pass here as the laps start to wind down. There he goes again, outside. Oh, a little bit of a problem for Bork.
Woo! And just able to get back in front of Bostard and prevent the pass from happening. Bostard trying to figure out where should I go? Left, right, wide, inside. What's going to be the right line to take the lead? He's going to try to slingshot it here.
Well, this is a textbook way of racing. Do not follow the guy in front of you. He has not been in the same line at all.
Bork, Bostard, Walston, Keating, Alfred, Bennett, Guardado, Merrick, Wagner has moved into the top 10. So he's salvaging it. We're watching our Red Bull Live drone shot. Terry Bostard
goes for the big triple out of there. He's side by side again. These vet guys know how to race. Crafty vets.
Dennis Bork under some intense pressure. The triple from Bostard, still not able to get by him. Jeremy McGrath is an expert. He can watch this class. He knows the 45 plus class. I don't want to rub it in. But it's your age, bro.
Yeah, no, it's comedy, right?
I know.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
This is my class.
You're the ageless Jeremy McGrath. You're 27 forever.
Hey, let's just say they're lucky I'm not out there. No.
There you go. Okay, great battle. Look at this.
They are
now.
battling.
This
Super
is good.
cool.
It has been like this nearly the entire moto. So here's Bork trying to hold off Bostard. Bostard went wide.
Right. You know what? It's funny because you got to commit. If you're going to go the long way, you got to commit.
Yeah, this is what they use in that corner. That was actually the best thing that could have happened to your leader, Bork. Bostard tried the pass, didn't work, lost a ton of ground. Okay, so every lap Kevin says this inside line, they get side by side again. That outside line not working for the leader on the 73 Bork. Bostard's right there.
Oh, here we go. Switch it up inside.
Oh, are they going to come together?
Oh, is the lapper? Oh, he did it.
He finally did it.
He did it.
He finally
And look,
got
he
it.
triples right there. He was tripling the last few laps behind when he was in second. And me and Adam were standing there. We're like, hey.
Right back on him. Bork comes back to the inside, retakes the lead. All right, outside line. I don't know if that's going to work for Bostard or not. It is. He just stuck the outside all the way around. No! Terry Bostard back in the lead.
This is an awesome race.
Yeah. Now Bork has repassed Bostard. He's in the lead. You don't often get, only at Loretta Lynns, you're going to have a 45 plus class, 2 true amateurs. This class, you're not allowed to have been a pro before. And you got McGrath and Cincerillo watching the battle for the lead, analyzing the battle for the lead.
Yeah, you know what's cool is the track right now is in such good shape. Yesterday it was so rough.
Yeah.
I mean, the guys were having to pick their way around, and right now the track looks really raceable, which is obvious, right? We've seen what, 8-10 passes already?
Yeah,
it's awesome.
You really have 2 lines in just about every corner.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it right now. Obviously later it's going to get a little rough, but you can tell these guys are they're gonna dice it out till the end here.
It's crazy. They're still side by side. 73 of Bork was able to fend off. Bostard had him pass 2 times.
Oh, coming into lappers right now.
This
Could
is
be a
gonna
problem.
tough. And when you get to these age divisions, the lap.
Oh, no! Cross rut. Gets passed on the inside. He
And
got
that
passed
made
on the inside. One little mistake, but you know what? Sometimes it's easier, as we know, to ride in second place, right?
Okay, well, anytime he's been in second, he's been able to repass Bostard. Now
Look
they're
at
on
this.
the opposite of where they were a lap ago. Now it was Bostard on the inside, Bork on the outside. I don't think Bork is done. He's made the mistake, gave up the lead, but he's coming right back at
He's
him.
looking back. I just saw him look back. I think he needs to take a couple deep breaths and put on a little little charge here for the end. We know the inside line right now for him has been faster, so see if he can get around that outside and make up some room, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, now time's starting to run out as we're 15 minutes into this 20-minute moto. Okay, so now does Terry Bostard finally have it locked down? It took 5 laps or so to make the pass. Then even when he did make it, he lost the lead. Is he finally safe?
Well, I can tell you this. It looks like he's got a little breathing room. So when you get a little breathing room,
I think that's 15 minutes.
Whoa, that was the lap. Wow.
And that was it because that pass, that was the last lap mistake.
So
Bostard
hey,
gets it.
He blew it on the last lap. I mean, those guys were dicing right to the end. It was perfect.
Oh, that's got to hurt. With the great weather we're having here, I honestly feel like we're seeing more of these battles come right down to the wire, especially in this age group.
I
You're
truly
not
agree
exhausted.
with you. I have not even thought of that. The weather is perfect for racing. It doesn't just destroy you and zap your energy where you're not even capable of racing. That was one of the best races I've seen all week long. Awesome. 2 vet races again. Where did the body bag finish? How did he finish up?
We'll get it in a second here on our screen. Jay Wagner, last year's champ, crashed on lap 1. He made it up to 7th.
Just what you called. You called it.
If you get top 7, you're still in title contention. It's Bostard, Bork, Walston. Ed Walston did a good job in 3rd on the number 11. That will be your podium with Digital Dave Smith.
Dude, kudos to you guys for putting that race on. You were super entertaining. Jeremy McGrath was jumping out of his shoes, enjoying the race, calling the action.
Michael Keating 4th, Jamie Bennett 5th, Alan Alford 6th, Jay Wagner, as we mentioned, up to 7th on the number 1. Gary Lucier, Scott Phelps, and Jeffrey Payton round out your top 10. That is senior 45 plus. Our next class will be girls 11 to 16. But first, our podium with Digital Dave Smith.
We are down here. I've never seen guys that have battled so hard come off the track and like congratulate each other. It's not like the younger classes where these guys, they don't want to talk to you. If you fought with them, they want to steer clear of you. Yeah, they're friends, but you know, the heat of the battle. Oh, let's help them out here. But right now, on the podium, we do have Terry Bostard, who is your hole shot winner. He gets your Bell $100 hole shot award. Not only that, Terry gets to take home his gold medal. Here you go. Put that around your neck. You earned that. That was a hard-fought battle. You guys must have swapped places about 10 times a lap out there?
Man, he was going good, and I was just trying to stay smooth, and I'm like, man, he's inching away. So he rode really well.
How many times do you guys think you passed each other?
Probably 4.
A lap?
Yeah, right? Seemed like it.
It was a great battle. And what you didn't realize, you had Jeremy McGrath and Adam Cincerello up in the tower helping announce your race with Jason Wygant and Kevin Kelly.
Hey, you know what? McGrath's one of my all-time favorites, and I think Adam Cincerello has the best style out there in motocross, so good deal.
Perfect. Well, there you have it. Tell us who you'd like to thank for getting you up on the podium.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe and just, being able to do this. It's such a treat. My wife is here for the first time, and she's like my trainer and pushes me, and my whole family's here, my dad. But, as far as sponsors go, I got the best in the business. I got Fox Racing behind me since 1986, and, they take care of their riders like no other. And Honda Racing, these new bikes are incredible. You should try one. And, I got a whole list of sponsors: Motion Pro, Mika Metals, Moto Pro Graphics. See, the nice thing, I can look at my fender here and check it out. Testa Racing, and just all the people that back.
Well, perfect. You don't even seem tired up here.
You know, I felt pretty good. I think that was my my strong point.
Well, perfect. There you have it. He's your winner. He's your gold medal winner. He's your Bell Whole Shot $100 award winner. We have Terry Bostard holding the #1 spot. Next up, we're going to need in the second position, Dennis Bork taking home your silver medal. They're still congratulating each other. There you go. Dennis, I got to tell you, from a fan perspective, you guys really put on a great show out there. Tell me, how did it look from your perspective?
I was just trying to keep it simple. Nothing crazy, smooth, just consistent laps. I know they weren't the fastest lap, but I figured consistency would pay off in the end, but not quite.
Well, you let him sneak around you. Did you think you had him back, or did you just say, I can't do it again?
Well, I thought I had a spot. A lapper really killed me in Storyland and really let him get a gap. So it's going to take some risky effort on my part to kind of put it back on him, and I just kind of settled. I went with the second place and got 2 more to go.
Well, perfect. There you have it from Dennis Bork. Dennis, who would you like to thank today?
Big thanks to my guys at Honda of Melbourne. We had some sketchy issues with the bike before we came, and they got everything I needed last second, and here we are up on the podium. So huge thanks to them guys. Yoshimura exhaust, primo stuff right there. Fit, finished, power, great. Honda, the bike this year, it's amazing. Big thanks to my wife who lets me do this crazy sport. We own our own business, and I'm the one that runs it, and she lets me come out here and be a lunatic, so I appreciate that. Garnet boots, Shoei helmets, Answer clothing, great stuff, appreciate them. My bodyguard, I'm sure everybody in the pits have seen him by now. Maybe that's why I got second place, I don't know, it could be, but thanks to him for coming up there this year with me and helping me out.
All right, there you have it. Dennis Bork, your #2 finisher in the senior 45+. Finally up on the box, we have Edward Walston taking down the bronze moto medal in the 45+ senior class. There you go. This is your first one ever.
Yeah, we've been coming 15 years, first one ever.
So you're training full-time at a facility now just so you can get here?
That is a negative. That would be working full-time.
This is the one true class where you guys really don't have time to train. We all have jobs at this age.
Yeah, it's tough, but if you want to do it bad enough, you find the time. So that's what we do. So.
All right, well, here you have your third place rider, Edward Walston. Who would you like to thank for being up here today?
First of all, my dad. We've been doing it 32 years. He's been by my side all the time. Brewer Cycles, Total Control Suspension, Dexia, X-Brand goggles, twin air filters, and SunStar sprockets. That's more paint and wallpaper.
Awesome. Well, it's your first time on the podium. Enjoy the moment. Throw the hands up. Your third place finisher, Edward Walston. Back up to the box right now with Kevin Kelly and Jason Wygant.
All right, we are ready to go. Girls 11 to 16. Want to welcome everybody watching online, the great folks at Lucas Oil, as we get ready to rock and roll. With the girls 11 to 16, we'll set the table for you. Rider number 10 is Bella Kozlowski. Number 12, Jessica Jeffrey. 14, Destiny Powers. Rider number 16 out of Utah, Sierra Candelaria. Number 18 out of Colorado is going to be Graceland Nerano. Riley Soul, rider number 20 out of Montana. Jada Murphy, number 21 out of Iowa. 22 is going to be Ginger Osgood out of Rhode Island. North Carolina rider is going to be Sarah Adams, bike number 24. Kylie Stallings, number 26 out of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Battle Mountain, Nevada brings you Bailey Garner. She's going to be on the 27 machine. Del Mar, Delaware brings you KTM rider Katie Benson, number 28. Rider number 30, Sophia Hulsey out of Belvedere, Illinois. She is 14. She's aboard her Yamaha. Rider number 34, Taylor Allred out of Riverton, Utah. She'll be on the KTM. 35 is Mackenzie Brocado out of Olive Branch, Mississippi on the Husqvarna. 37, Jessica Wall out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Kawasaki rider. She is 16 years of age. Number 38 is Jenna Schultes out of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. 45 is Landry Hazen out of Bay City, Michigan on the Kawasaki. 46, Jasmine Canfield out of Jasper, Florida on the Yamaha. She is one to watch. Brooke Boland, number 48, out of Taneytown, Maryland, Suzuki rider, 12 years old. Number 50 is Sarah Hell out of Flint, Michigan. She'll be aboard the Kawasaki. She is 12 years of age. 53 is Georgia Watson out of Rose City, Texas, KTM rider, 14 years of age. Cami Samples, number 54, out of Waxahachie, Texas, Husqvarna mounted. Sophia Phelps, 56, out of St. George, Utah. She'll be on the KTM. Lana Randolph, she'll be on bike number 60 on the KTM. Rider number 61 out of Mexico, New York. That's going to be Anicia Ingersoll. She'll be aboard a Kawasaki. Isabella Contapolo out of Hermosa, Florida will be aboard the KTM number 62. Samantha Davis out of Dover, Tennessee, Honda rider number 67. Adlin Malcolm out of Elizabeth, Colorado. She'll be aboard a Suzuki. Rider number 69, Emily Bean out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. So she's going back and forth eating lunch every day here from the track back home. 71 is Lexi Ford out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. She's going to be aboard the Husqvarna. 72 is Alana Padilla out of Denver, Colorado, Yamaha mounted. Hannah Sipe, 75, out of Scottsburg, Indiana. She's on the KTM, another 12-year-old rider. Sissy Livingston, number 77, out of Cookeville, Tennessee. She'll be aboard the KTM. 78 is Andy Bowman out of Madison, Wisconsin, Kawasaki rider. Gracie Sparks, 82, out of Somerville, Tennessee, Kawasaki mounted as well. Logan Derjanik, number 87, out of Scottsdale, Arizona, on the Kawasaki. Eleanor Ogden out of Golden, Colorado, Kawasaki rider number 88. And here is the rest of your field. Number 91 is Leah Rotz out of Spring Run, PA, Kawasaki rider. Honda rider number 92 is going to be Elizabeth Barr out of Santa Cruz, California. Number 95 is Zoe Drek out of Vero Beach, Florida, Kawasaki rider. And number 99, Kylie Centro out of Troy, Missouri on the TM. This is your girls 11 to 16-year-old class. We've done the parade lap. We've set the table for you. You know who's doing what as we get ready to rock and roll. Gate drop coming up very shortly here. Again, I want to welcome you to the broadcast, a Red Bull Live Drone bringing you all the action. Oh, a few riders going down, and it looks like Taylor Allred on the number 34 machine, maybe?
Battle is on right now. Allred, Canfield, working that inside line, able to take it away.
For the moment, Allred's going to fire back, and she makes the passes. Canfield's legs still attached to her, but they were off the pegs.
Yeah, they were just dragging behind the motorcycle. Look at this battle. Just where we picked up, left off in that 45-plus class, now the girls' class doing it as well. Side by side, Canfield and Allred. Canfield's going to have to try to run the outside here.
Wow, Allred lays it into the left-hander and passes Canfield back. And the prevailing theme is this track is super raceable. If you've just joined us on the broadcast, this is what we've seen for like 3 motos in a row. Great racing, side-by-side action.
Oh, and squeezing her off is Canfield, but not for long. Allred back to the inside. Whoa, Allred
Nobody
laying that bike over.
Not wanting to chop the throttle. Allred going to lay it into the left-hander. Canfield coming right along with her. Wow, what an amazing opening lap here in this girls 11 to 16-year-old class. The race for the number 3 spot, 4 spot is starting to tighten up as well. So it's already out front. Canfield in the number 2 spot as they're still side by side, Jason Wygant.
This is just in stereo. We've seen this over and over in these motos where you can do entire laps side by side. Right now, Canfield has it dialed. Overall red, Katie Benson, Jada Murphy, Mackenzie Mercado, Landry Hazen, Kylie Cinto, Jessica Jeffrey, Kylie Stallings is 9th, Gracie Sparks 10th, Sophia Phelps 11th, Georgia Watson 12th, Sissy Livingston is 13th, Sophia Halsey is 14th, and Leah Rotz rounds out the top 15. Right now, Canfield, this is relatively in control. A gap of about a second and a half.
This is a huge runaway lead in terms of what we've seen in the last 3 races.
All Red's not done. I think when All Red got passed, she was seeing All Red. She got very angry, and now she's trying to come back on the number 46.
No relation.
Jeff Canfield has worked it out with the Canfield family. There is no relation.
But they do share the contingency.
One of our
He's worked his
referees
way
here.
into that.
Yeah, I don't know. He still gets a percentage. I don't understand. There's no relation to Jeff Canfield, one of the MX Sports principals here. Now Jasmine Canfield, multi-time champ here at Loretta, starting to get away. Hey, we're joined by Christy LaCurl of the USMCA, United States Motorcycle Coaching Association. This is no longer a vision. It is now reality. This is a real thing. We have some certification that has taken place. This is real. This has happened.
Correct. We did start certifying people earlier this year, but we haven't made a real big marketing push yet. We're waiting until October. We're going to announce it at AIM with a website called motorcyclecoaching.org. That'll be a platform for people to go and see what coaches they want to work with. Basically, type in your zip code, kind of like an Uber of coaching, and see all the coaches available to you based on your skill level or the type of riding that you'd like to do.
So is that where maybe, I guess, say 2 years ago, a year and a half, is that where you wanted to be? Was that ultimately the goal, to be able to have people go to a website and find a coach that can help them?
Yes. Basically, the USMCA started because there was frustration from some of the board members on trying to find a coach local to their area, and that area was Southern California, kind of the mecca of motocross.
You would think there'd be more coaches than ever,
You'd think it'd be pretty easy, but it wasn't really that easy to find. So think about people that come from areas that aren't like that and how difficult that would be. So the idea was to make coaches more accessible, provide a level of certification so that people know these coaches have passed a background check, do meet the requirements to become a coach, so that parents feel safer about getting their riders into the sport with that particular coach.
Now, I've heard people say, but why did they identify coaching as like, what's that going to help? Well, I think you forget that in this sport, we take for granted that like dad rode and can just show you what to do. In every other sport, a coach is, everybody's a soccer coach, everybody's a football coach, everybody's a baseball coach, everybody's a swim coach. It's the most normal thing in every other sport except here. So we're just pretty much following the model that every other sport is used for success.
Right. We've done a lot of benchmarking looking at other sports and seeing how coaching helped them once they started an association, and in all cases it's helped. Plus, through all the studies that the motorcycle companies have done, the top 2 reasons people have stayed away from the sport is cost, and number 2 is safety. And when you ask those same people that said safety, if they had coaching available to them, would they consider that not a barrier anymore? They said yes.
Yeah, I know one of the things you really learned from was like the ski and snowboard industry and things like that, which they have some of the same barriers. It's not the most easily accessible sport. You have to drive out there. It's not cheap. It can be dangerous, but they've had success with similar models.
Right. Once they incorporated coaching into their platform, basically you could go to any ski resort there is and get some sort of coaching there right on site. Parents can drop their kids off with the coach and they can have at it. And that's kind of the idea behind this, is make it safe so the parents trust the coach, and then we can follow some of those similar models and get more people into riding. The goal is actually to get 250,000 new riders, new and returning riders, I should say, by 2025.
Whoa, there's a number behind this. We're going to restock the industry with enthusiasts.
Yes.
What is cool about that is I've even heard even some of the, this is not just a moto thing also. This is also on the street bike side as well. Everybody's in on this.
Correct. There's actually 3 categories. So we have a dirt bike side and a sport bike side, which are both focused on closed course competition, and then also a street component, which is people that are just riding recreationally with a street license but maybe need some more coaching before they feel safe to go on road. So there's a component of coaching that will be aimed at those people as well.
Yeah, and as I found when going to some of the summits and some of the meetings, is the coaches, they all have their specialty. There are some coaches that would rather work with brand new riders who have never ridden a motorcycle. Then we see coaches out here, of course, that are working with the elite, the 1% athlete. And it seems like everybody's almost got like a tier system of, I'll get them started and then you can take it from there.
Right, and that's the cool thing about the website is coaches will be able to say what level of rider they want to work with. So if they only want to work with beginners or they only want to work with pros or somewhere in between or everything, if they feel like they can cover it all, then they can do that. And when riders do the search, they can see what coaches specialize in the skill level that they have.
Okay, so we got something planned here. We got something going on here at Loretta's for the Coaching Association.
Yes, we do. So tonight at Loretta Lynn's house, just down the road here from the track, at 7:30 p.m., we're going to be doing a meeting for coaches that are here or anybody interested in learning more, where they can come see what's going on, hear about what our marketing plan is in October, and how to become involved in coaching and help grow the sport of motorcycling.
Jasmine Canfield continues to lead. Taylor Allred, Katie Benson is third. Hold on. We got the requirements out of the way. Now, Christy, bleeding orange, long time, part of the KTM Orange Brigade. How difficult is it for you to try to put those emotions aside and just hang out and not actually be part of your team any longer?
Well, I'm very emotional lately because I'm also 6 months pregnant.
That's even more difficult.
So there's a lot of hormones.
Even more difficult. Okay.
Going on.
We got pregnant Christy here now.
I'll always be an orange bleeder at heart. I just don't think there's any way around it.
Okay.
But I also have another job, so I'm here for the Coaching Association, but I have partnered with John Eric Burleson, former president of the KTM, and a company called Two Wheel Group, where we do consulting. So we've been working with a lot of different companies in the two-wheel sport, and that has opened up my horizon a lot more to other companies besides just Orange. But for sure, I love the brand.
Well, just over a year ago, a lot of these kids were your kids. I mean, you were working with them on a daily basis, running the Orange Brigade program. So I'm sure you're pretty proud of what you're seeing out here.
Yes, I'm very proud. As soon as I pulled up in the parking lot today, Hayden Deegan had won the 65 moto, so I got out of the car and went, this is going to be a good day.
Yeah, all right. You're allowed to be emotional. She's pregnant. Don't get in the way. She's allowed. Okay, thanks, Christy. It's good to see you back at Loretta's. Something was wrong for a while. It was weird having you out of our orbit. Is this Allred's back? Allred spent 5 laps stalking Canfield and is now retaking the lead. This is some of the best race we've ever seen at Loretta's, the way this track and the weather has worked out. Taylor Allred, you only see that here at this race. You're in the lead, you get past, you lose ground. She's caught back up and retaken the lead. Just took 10 minutes to do it.
Right before I came up here, Hope from KTM was actually telling me that Taylor crashed in one of her motos earlier yesterday and came from like almost dead last to third. So clearly charging hard at the end of the moto is something that she's really good at here.
Absolutely. Canfield's going to try to fight back. All right, Christy, so 7 o'clock tonight, right?
7:30 tonight.
7:30 tonight.
Loretta Lynn's house.
All right. Well, that's worth the trip. Canfield's not happy. She's trying to come back. Canfield is now the one seeing all red. Both the rider in front of her named all red, but she's just, that's a term for anger. You're seeing red. She had the lead for the majority of this race, and then it just changed. All red's going to try to run and hide. Canfield's going to try to come back. Katie Benson, third. Jada Murphy and Landry Hazen, top 5. Mackenzie Mercado next. Kylie Sento.
I think Christy keyed in on something, the way that she came through the field yesterday in her moto. She just did that, working her way through these lappers. She used that to her advantage, and she was able to pick her way. There were so many lappers that she just had to work through when she made that pass.
7th is Kylie Sento. Sophia Phillips is 8th. Aiden Malcolm 9th. Jessica Jeffrey is 10th in this girls 11 to 16. Time running out. We're 10 minutes in on the race clock.
Get close to that Lucas last lap coming up. That's the one you want to lead, right?
Hey, well, the Lucas last lap is where the pass was made in our previous moto with Bork.
And here comes Canfield. Now she draws up around the outside of Allred. Can she put together a pass? She has to manage the lapper. She has to keep Canfield behind her.
Yeah.
Lots going on for Taylor Allred. Canfield does not give up. She is stalking Allred now. Different lines. Sneaks underneath her. I think she made the pass, Jason.
On the long short shoot. Side by side again, already able to fend it off, at least for the moment.
Canfield goes back around her side by side. They've got lap riders everywhere, and Canfield's able to make the pass, but here comes Allred.
It was right here a lap ago where Allred got her, couldn't get her this time, so Canfield retakes the lead. What racing.
Love it. Here comes Allred now trying to remount yet again.
Allred lost some ground going back into Storyland. So Now it's Canfield's race to win or lose again. She keeps doing that, feet off the pegs.
It never lets off. Never lets off.
I don't think that's the way you would draw it up as the perfect game plan, but it's working for Canfield. Yeah, the lap riders really told the story. Allred's going to have to do it again. She's going to have to catch her again and pass her again. It's possible, though. We've already seen them do it about half a dozen times.
Sure. That was a very smooth straightaway at 7:30 this morning. It's under construction now.
Yeah, there's
cones
potholes.
out. Everybody's merging into one lane. Don't let that guy in. He went all the way last minute to try to get in here. Not
There's
happening.
potholes everywhere.
Get those Domino's guys out here to fix the roads.
Yep, we don't want it to destroy anybody's pizza. So Jasmine Canfield, third time in this race, she's trying to lock down the lead. Will the third time be the charm? Taylor Allred is still lurking. Katie Benson third, Andre Hazen and Jada Murphy right now. Top five. Mistake by Canfield.
Big mistake. She almost went down. Here comes Allred right in front of us on the inside. They almost hit each other. And
Battle
Allred.
of the line.
Oh, that
And
was
it's
for the
gonna be
finish.
Canfield.
Whoa,
Oh, no, she went off the
thought
track.
it was over.
I think she went off the track. I'm confused. Wait a minute.
No,
she
they
just
both
blasted
thought
back
that
on the
race was
track.
over, dude. They stopped racing, and I'm not sure about how she got back on that racetrack.
Yeah,
That's not going to work.
Awfully fast. Canfield, Jeff Canfield, one of our officials
He's
saw
gonna
that,
have something to say
and he's
about
on the
that.
radio right now. That was a wild scenario. So
I'm telling you, they both thought that race was over. The way they stopped, set up for just a second. Whoa!
Wait, a bike's smoking now.
Oh, is that
Allred's bike?
That's Allred's machine. She's
Allred's
got
bike
problems.
is suddenly smoking. It just lit the fuse in those twisties.
Oh, I don't know. Can that thing make it in another lap?
Oh.
Hopefully she's got some Lucas oil in there. She'll limp that thing all the way back here on this Lucas oil last lap. Good Lord.
I don't know what else could happen in this moto. Both of them went across the line. Canfield bounced off the track. She cut across the infield to try to hold on to the lead.
Oh, she's lost a ton of power.
And
She's
yeah, now
losing
that bike
spots.
is going slow for Taylor Allred.
Oh, my Lord, the drama here on this Lucas last lap drama. Unbelievable. So here's how this scenario could potentially play out. There could be some issues for Canfield and how she got back on this racetrack, and that may help this right who's limping her way. If that bike even makes it to the finish line, she might still get second.
I know every position counts. They had built a big lead over third place Katie Benson. We're back to who, at least for the moment, is our leader, Jasmine Canfield, but probably getting a talking to about what happened there. She bounced off the track, cut across the starting line to get back on the track. That's going to be a tough judgment call to figure out exactly if there's going to be a penalty coming. We do know this. She's going to take the checkered flag as the first rider across the line. We'll see if it's a win or not. The real question is, can Allred even hold on to just get some valuable points with that bike smoking?
It's easy to find her. She's still out there motoring around. She's going to make her way into the Thor sweeper here in just a few moments. There's the number 46, Jasmine Canfield. She will take the win.
Yep, Jeff Canfield has left the tower of MX Sports. I got to calculate this. So Jasmine gets the win as far as crossing the checkered flag first.
Here comes
the
Taylor.
question is, there's Taylor Allred. Katie
had our-
Benson's on the 28.
Is Allred still in the number 2 spot? Is that Benson behind her?
No, that's 26.
Here comes your finish right here. Taylor Allred is going to finish up second. That bike makes it here on a wild last Lucas lap.
Wow.
Lucas last lap action.
Hey, you salvaged second with a bike running like that. You've got to be happy.
Unbelievable.
So what a wild race. Katie Benson, we're still waiting for third place to come through. Hey, by the way, autograph signing over at the Fox Tower at 1 o'clock. Adam Cincerillo's here. I'm allergic to Adam Cincerillo. I cannot say his name without sneezing. It's so weird. Also, Garrett Marchbanks will be here destroying pens. Sign autographs.
You can just crunch it.
Ben, he has to have steel Sharpies. The man-child, Garrett Marchbanks, and Adam Cincerillo will be signing autographs at the Fox Tower at 1 o'clock. Be there. And we just got a note, Oakley and FMF. We always have the FMF Karaoke World Championships right here at Loretta's, but this year we're going to have the Oakley pregame party at the Oakley booth beginning at 6 p.m. Free t-shirt and drinks while supplies last from Oakley at 6 p.m. Also have a raffle for free Oakley products every 10 minutes. And I got to read this line. Okay, I got to read this. The Oakley girls will be out front shaking that ... exclamation point. So they'll be shaking something. The girls will be shaking something.
Cocktails.
Shaken, not stirred. So that's 6 o'clock over at Oakley, and then we'll follow it up with the FMF Karaoke World Finals. It says we'll be heading to the FMF setup afterward for the sickest time of the year. Loretta, Lynns. That's our results. Katie Benson, we mentioned third. Landry Hazen, Jada Murphy, top 5. Mackenzie Bricado, Tylee Sento. Aiden Malcolm is 8th. Sophia Phelps, 9th. And Cammie Samples. That's your top 10. And we'll send it to Dave Smith on the podium.
We wait. We wait down here on the podium to get the official AMA results for this race. It'll be just a minute until we have that, and I'll break back into you guys. It was a heated battle out there, the entire moto. But there are some discussions going on right now over the top 3 finishing positions. We have just gotten the results in. Official from the AMA. I need to get number 34, Taylor Allred. Taylor Allred will be your girls 11 to 16 winner today, taking the first spot, the gold medal. Here you go, Taylor. So explain to us what happened out there on that final lap of your race. And actually, you guys had a great race, but explain to us what happened. Oh, wait, we still got a whole shot award for you, too. You got that as well. The $100 Bell Whole Shot Award for Miss Taylor Allred. But walk us through what happened out there. That was an exciting show.
Yeah, I got the whole shot, and then Jasmine got around me, and we were just battling throughout the moto. And then that's not how I wanted to win, but it is what it is. And last lap, my bike started bogging out, so I just tried to finish the race without DNF.
Well, perfect. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here into the number 1 spot today?
My mom, my dad, Fly, Dunlop, Scott, Monster Army, Armex, SGMX, Fly Racing, Nihilo, Lynx, W, anyone else, thank you.
And there you have it. Taylor Allred, girls 11 to 16, Moto 1 winner. In the number 2 spot today, we will have Katie Benson coming home with the silver medal. Here she comes, Miss Katie Benson, number 28, silver medal. Let's walk out here into the middle. Let's go on the front here. Oh, I'm losing it. Katie Benson, how'd everything work out for you out there today?
It was good. I got off to a little bit of a rough start, but I just kept on going.
That's it? That's your rundown of the moto?
I mean, yeah, they were going really good. I just got to do better.
Well, you've got 2 more to do this. And are you in any other classes you'll be racing, or just this one?
Women's too.
All right, well, we'll see you back out there again. Who would you like to thank right now?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, South of the Border, FMF, Olins, Bell, 100%, Olins, and everybody else, thank you.
All right, your second place finisher, girls 11 to 16, Katie Benson. Now up, rider number 46, ends up in the 3rd position today. It's Jasmine Canfield. Jasmine. Bronze moto medal. Let's go out here. Jasmine, tell us what all happened out there today during your moto.
Got off to a good start, and man, it was fun out there. Me and Allred are just battling it out. That's really what the girls need. So, 2 fast girls up front, and we're honestly all of us are ripping. So I'm just happy for both of us. It was a really fun race.
That was it. So I know you didn't want to end up in the 3rd spot. You fought hard for the number 1 spot. AMA made the decision. But go ahead and tell us who you like to thank for getting you up here today.
I'd like to thank God for keeping me safe. Yamaha, Traders Racing, Triumph Cycles, Scott Goggles, Ethicas, Alpine Star, Thor Racing, and just everyone. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you too, Jasmine Canfield, your 3rd place finisher, and the girls 11 to 16. Back up to the tower now with Kevin Kelly and Jason Wygant.
Race number 29, 51.7 to 8. Rider number 2 is going to be Seth Dennis out of California. Travis Johnsmeyer out of New York. He's going to be bike number 5. Miles McCarty, number 9, out of Iowa. Number 11 is Danny Miner out of Ohio. Minnesota rider is going to be Bentley Walker, number 12. Mason Raynor, number 13, out of North Carolina. West Virginia rider, number 14, Ryder Andrewses. 17 is going to be Peyton Aragon out of Colorado. Louisiana rider number 18, Carson Adams. Parker Shield, number 20, out of Murrieta, California. Fair Oaks, California rider Talon Staggs, number 21. Jonathan Getz Jr. out of Old Town, Florida, number 22. Brennan Harrison comes to you from Jacksonville, Florida on his Cobra. He's going to be bike number 23. Zachary Happ out of Center Hill, Florida will be aboard the Cobra. Number 26. That would be Carson Wood out of Zephyr Hills, Florida on the KTM. 27 is Vincent Way out of Murrieta, California on the Cobra. Zane Martin, number 28, out of New Holland, Pennsylvania. Walker Herndon will be bike number 30 out of Connolly Springs, North Carolina. James Shyman of Huntsville, Alabama. Number 33 is Trayson Payne out of Hills, California. 36 is going to be Griffin Alfala out of Middletown, New York. 38 is Zach Carmichael out of Corona, California. Caden Dudney, bike number 40 out of Athens, Texas, aboard the KTM. Carlsbad, New Mexico brings you Cobra rider number 41, Jake Willis. Wyatt Killiam, number 42, out of Terrell, Texas, on the Cobra. 44 is Ryder Ellis out of North Fork, California. 46, Matthew Williams comes to you from Paul Hatton, Virginia. 50, out of Farmersville, Texas, is going to be Madden Jones. Gage Dunham, number 51, out of Golden, Colorado. Rider number 52 is going to be Cole Blecha out of Fruta, Colorado. Jonathan George, bike number 55, out of Flowery Branch, Georgia. 58 is Darren Pine out of Crosby, Texas. Number 60, that's Colton Waits out of Troy, Ohio. Number 70 is Hogan Mims out of Lakeview, Alabama, aboard the Cobra. Eli Gross, 71, out of Pacific, Missouri, on the KTM. 72 is Landon Gibson out of Peachtree City, Georgia, on the KTM. Kieran Lynch, rider number 73, out of York Haven, Pennsylvania, on the Cobra. Tristan Pruitt will be on the number 77 machine out of West Lynn, Oregon, on the Cobra. 81, Nathan Snellgrove comes to you from the entire country of Canada. 87 is Levi Wilkins out of Greenwell Springs, Louisiana, on the KTM. Kai Morgan, number 89, out of Henderson, Minnesota, aboard the Cobra. And bike number 94 is Kevin DeFino out of Bensalem, Pennsylvania, who will be aboard his Cobra. That is your field, the 51 7 to 8-year-old class. As we get this racetrack ready to go, this is how we do it every time we 50s race. We'll go out and smooth out what we can, knock down the big dangerous ruts for these little guys, and then we'll promptly let you guys shred this place to pieces on your big bikes. But for now, the 50s will take over and cut the race lines in. Yeah, this is a necessary track prep. I'm sure, like, if it's your first time to the ranch and you're like, are they going to do anything for our little people? We have kind of nervous, and yes, they do. They take all that into consideration, and they will, smooth it out, and put a lot of extra personnel out there on the racetrack to kind of help these little guys along. Unfortunately, you cannot do your Kenyan dancing and run all over the racetrack like you do at your local races. We don't allow that here. So you have to sit on your hands, you can clap, and just enjoy the race. We always cut up about pit boards and what these kids can read. How old are they? We're 7 to 8 year olds, so they got a basic.
They have some reading skill, yeah.
They know some shapes, some colors, some basic history. Here's a live look in, the Red Bull live drone. All you folks out there on the fence line, hello. Everybody's watching you online. Come on, man. Let's see some more excitement out of you guys. There we go. That's better. That's better. Hi, guys. Everybody hanging out under the Red Bull canopy there. We see you. As we look, a live look in now on the starting gate. Nick Way's got 2 kids out here racing. Both his kids made it. No way. Nicely done. Nicely done.
One of his kids put on an unbelievable show at Vegas Supercross in the KTM Junior Supercross Challenge, taking the win there. Kevin, seriously, bro, you're gonna step to this? You're gonna step to this? You want some of this?
I do.
I'm getting out of here. Things are getting a little tough up here in the announcer's tower. Jason and Kevin about ready to throw down up here before the 50 start.
Look, this tension has been building for about 20 years now between the two of us. It's finally gonna happen. All right, I'm in. The good folks from Three Palms hooking it up. I'm in for the money. Okay, so we're gonna have some fun here with our little kids here, the 50cc classes. We have 4 classes. All be racing in a row. It's a little different than what we do every other class here. The 50s always race in the middle of the day. Again, you get a lot of first-time racer parents. Makes it easier for them to just know, okay, we're just gonna race at around noon every time instead of following the moto order like the other classes do.
Quick reminder to you guys, make sure you charge your transponders. If they have any problems or questions, please stop by the MyLaps trailer before 7:30 p.m. tonight. Make sure you charge those transponders. That would be a bummer. Go out there and win a moto, and we don't have New York.
You see Davey Coombs almost charged. He was going after the drone. He almost reached it and grabbed it right out of the sky. There's a little meeting the minds down there. I see Jeff Russell blinding us with that neon green shirt.
It's a battery-powered shirt there.
Yes, that's right. Oh, wait, the drone. Oh, see, yep. No lip reading. This is going to be like the NFL. They got to start talking with a clipboard in front of their face so no one can see what they're discussing. I was talking to Mike Alessi actually earlier today, and he said he wanted to go down and introduce himself to all the workers that work on the starting line. I think that's one of Mike Alessi's moves. He curries favor with the starters, and then later is probably able to get some information as to the approximate time the gate's going to drop, what some of the ruts have shaped up like. It's all part of the program.
He's a true tactician of every phase of racing, from where to park your camper, to where to train, where to race, how to get the most contingency.
But specifically starts. Specifically starts. You hear about certain baseball players, you know, and the craft of hitting and how ridiculous they are with their rituals.
Yes.
Or three-point shooters in the NBA, how ridiculous they are with their rituals.
Shots a day.
Yeah, it has to be from this spot. I have to make this many. That's Mike Alessi when it comes to starts. Every single detail matters.
Giving you an idea now of how smooth the racetrack. They've done some work here. Got the box scrape out there, a couple of dozers out there to kind of fill in some of those ginormous whooped out. You can't fix that one whooped out freeway over there. That thing is sanded and it's still whooped out like nobody's business. They tried their best, but that's safe. Those are safe rollers right there. The ruts are kind of the things that give this kids the most problems. So they've addressed that and put some water down. And we've got 4 of these 50 races coming at you. Jason, when are you going to have your kid up here? You're too cheap to even let them race, though, aren't you? There's no way your kid's ever going to do anything that costs money.
Yeah,
ever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm mad enough that they want to eat. That already has got me mad. I got to buy them food.
You know how much these goldfish are? 3 of them. We got a whole box of them. 3 a day.
You have never seen a dad determine, like, if you would have seen me trying to make sure those kids get out of diapers. I mean, the amount of money that cost. Yeah, I mean,
throwing stuff.
It was probably borderline. They were going to have to. Well,
would you consider washing diapers?
Oh, it's like Homer Simpson once said, we're just going to let them roam free in the backyard. And whatever comes out, comes out. We'll just flower it for us. So, yeah, this is going to be a difficult bridge to cross. I got a 3-year-old son.
He wants it.
3-year-old son. All he cares about is dirt bikes. He's already just about the day he turned 3, could already ride a pedal bike. He's all into it, man.
You're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
You're so screwed.
Yeah. So we might be here on the line for one of these races within maybe 3 years or so when he's bordering 6 years old.
Well, let's do a little evaluation. Right about now, this is a 57 to 8-year-old class. These dads are, back in my day, we had just gotten into racing, and you probably had a pickup truck and one bike. This level of racing right here, they probably have a show hauler. We're probably 500 G's into this already.
At age 6. We're just getting started.
Just getting started. The amount of money you folks are about to spend, have fun, but open that wallet up.
Yeah, this is the elite of the elite. This isn't riding for fun in the woods or in the field or your local track. This is the real deal. And most of these kids, when you talk to them on the podium, they'll tell you their trainer, their coach, the kind of work they were putting in. They got a whole program.
They have a better program than Rick Johnson had when he won a Supercross title.
That is true. Rick Johnson's program was, today I feel like riding, today I feel like going for a jog.
That's it.
Whatever.
Those are my options.
It's not.
Cycle, run, or ride my dirt bike.
Yeah.
These kids, they're homeschooled. They have their nutrition trainer that checks in their heart rating, checks in on Lynn, logs in on his heart rate monitor from Slovakia to get everything all set up for his day of food and training.
Yep.
Yeah, Slovakia, the hotbed of motocross
trainers.
Look into it.
Yeah, everything. I mean, you can't go out there having the Fruit Loops for breakfast at this level.
No.
Yep.
No.
It's got to be pure. It's actual just loops of fruit. It's not Fruit Loop cereal. They actually they're fruit eaten on a permanent loop. By the way, speaking of this, I cannot believe it. You are not here to witness it, so I know you're not going to believe it. You're just going to have to take my word for it, Kevin. Rodney Tomlin's son came into this tower eating an orange, an actual real piece of food that was grown on a farm. First time he's ever come to Loretta's and not had ice cream, chocolate, or a Reese's over his face, or an icy. First time he's ever had real food. So Rodney Tomlin stepping it up. Rodney was very upset, actually, when hey boy, what are you doing eating that fruit? You're supposed to eat candy all the time.
Where's the Skittles I gave you for breakfast?
Okay, sight lap underway. Boy, they smoothed out some parts of the track, but these ruts are still crazy on the inside after the 10 Commandments for a 50.
Look at that. That's a slot car race. You go into a lane and you're stuck.
You say Skittles, Kevin, you get Skittles. Andrea Lieb, she knows. Look, there's the Fruit Loops that I like. Loops of Lifesaver gummies dropped off at the tower. Let's talk on track with Andrea Lieb. We were joking. We were saying these kids are homeschooled. Actually, some of them are so young they're just not even in school yet. What have you got going over there on track, Andrea?
Actually, I got to tell you, we have like K through 12, and the up-and-coming young kids are amazing. Well, Katie Benson was in the last moto with 4 other girls of ours, and the boys that are coming up, like Ryder DeFrancesco and Casey Cochran and Jordan Renfro, they're all in our program, and it's exciting. I'm watching. But hey, we got a Snapchat contest for $100. If you go to your Snapchat, if you're lucky enough to have a signal, and you go to the on-track filter and snap a picture and send it in, we'll announce a $100 winner on Friday.
Okay, snap it up. Who's the judge? Are you the judge?
Yes, I'm the judge.
So maybe you need to find some Skittles and give it to. The folks need to give some Skittles to you to bribe the judge, because I'm telling you, it works for us. And still set up down there on Vendors Row for more info on all this.
Yeah, we're down there, and also we've got a 24-class graduate class on Friday. So if you're a senior, you got to come by and get your graduation attire tomorrow.
Anybody in danger of not graduating? Any last-minute extra credit work being done here at the ranch to graduate?
Actually, Jonah Smith is on the edge.
On the bubble. Come on,
He could walk with his class if he could pull it off, you know?
Come on, Jonah.
We believe in these kids, and I think he could do it.
Oh, he's got to spend Loretta's week doing homework, though?
Got a couple of assignments due. Come on, Jonah.
Come on, dude.
Do the right thing. Make the right decision, Jonah. Come on. Okay, so one more time. Just remind me of the Snapchat contest so we can key that up.
Contest. Simply follow us on Snapchat, post a picture of yourself with our filter, and we will snap a photo of the winner on Thursday evening and you can come by the booth. The $100 gift cards waiting for you.
So that's On Track School. Check them out on social media, especially on Snapchat. Win $100. You could buy books with the $100. Yes.
Jonah, go do homework.
Jonah, do your homework. Get out of that creek. Get out of that creek. All right, thanks, Andrea Lieb. We've got our sight lap complete for our 50cc riders. Once again, at 1 o'clock, there will be an autograph signing over at Fox Racing with Adam Cincerillo and Garrett Marchbanks of the Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki team. Marchbanks, they have to have those special extra heavy-duty Sharpies. Massive hands will bend it. Yes.
Everything's just big and husky and beefy. To accommodate.
Have to be braced.
He accidentally hurts people. He just shakes hands.
He just does not know his own strength, Garrett Marchbanks. Yep.
Hey, do they have whole shot devices for 50s? Do they
No,
lock,
no, do they lock down the front end?
Dad, I thought I saw Dad slamming that thing down.
Really, a whole shot device. They don't even have a clutch. So, like, what kind of force are they coming off the line with? Yeah, you have to twist it. You have to twist it. That's pretty much the technique.
I don't know. I think I saw one. Everybody's looking for an advantage. So that's your 50cc 7 to 8-year-old class.
Oh, and we have a celebrity gate dropper. None other than 11-time champion right here at the ranch. Inside that starter's box, probably had to duck his head, is Adam Cincerillo, who's going to drop the gate and drop the hammer on this 50cc race. Michael Lessie's probably down there checking out. He's probably vlogging it. It's going to be on the vlog in there. So Adam Cincerillo is going to drop the gate for the 50cc riders. He's in the doghouse. We saw that big meeting going on down there with Jeff Russell and Davey Coombs.
57A class way back in the day.
I remember one time he came in with like a broken collarbone or something and still won.
With a broken collarbone.
Yeah, I don't know. The stories are probably getting more ridiculous. The one time he showed up, he left his arms at home accidentally.
Yep.
Didn't even have arms. Still won.
Wow.
Gate is down. Let's go 50cc racing in 2018.
Oh, 20 feet out of the gate. One young man is already on the ground. Kept it running, though, dude. Here we go. One rider goes down, but that's it. That's not a bad ratio. 1 out of 41 that went down, and he is already up and running. I think it is Vincent Way.
Vincent Way, and I think that's your leader.
Dude, Nick Way,
Team
you little
27.
dude. There it is. Dude,
So Vincent Way out front on the 27, making that familiar number look good.
Ryan Holiday already scouting the talent. Going to pick all the way down in that 57-8-year-old class. Lock him into a 10-year.
Oh, there's a special alumni rate because Nick Way came through the Team Green program. So there's an alumni special tuition reimbursement
Right.
foundation gift.
Hey, it'd be nice if you'd have a look at my son. You know, I came through the program. Vincent Way doing it legit here, number 27 on the Cobra out of Murrieta, California. Has the keys to Paula, just cruises on in there when after hours, pops the lights on, gets some extra practice.
Kicks the soda machine, the can falls down.
Wow.
Doesn't have to pay for it.
Lives a charmed life. That is Jonathan Getz, who had a motor issue yesterday in the 65 class.
So Jonathan Getz trying to run Vincent Way down. We got a battle for the lead on our hands. Jonathan Getz out of Old Town, Florida. This track has been smoothed, but it is not smooth. It's just less rough than it was. And on the 50s with these small wheels, it's still pretty tough to get through these ruts. Look at Getz. Can he get
him
for the lead?
No way, he can't.
Way says you're not going to get this.
So, come on. Great shot here. The drone can actually keep up with the 50s as Vincent Way has to pick and choose his lines now.
Look at the lead these two have on lap one. You can barely even see. Good battle for third and fourth, but they have checked out. So it is a private duel, one-on-one. Way versus
Mano.
Getz.
Excellent form. Did you see Way throw the elbows up? Got that high leg kick reminiscent of Adam Cincerillo with the high leg kick. Yeah, he's got those action pants on.
Kai Morgan comes through in third. Griffin Alfala and Miles McCarty. That's your top five. Karen Lynch, Kevin Pepino, seventh. Tristan Pruitt is eighth. Talon Staggs and Seth Dennis. That's your top 10 on the very first lap.
Seth Dennis, man, he is buried in that number 10 spot. That's a usual suspect we see up in the middle or the front of the field. Rider number 30 having some problems right past the finish line as he goes down. He got it back up and running. As Vincent Way continues to lead, Jonathan Getz Jr. Into the 10 Commandments we go, the 50cc 7 to 8 limited class. ginormous jumps for these little guys. They can't even see over the top of them. When they're in the bottom of it, they're like, where's the next one? And they count because there's 10 of them.
That's the only way to know.
1, 2, 7.
Best way through there on the 50 is single, 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 the 10 commandments. But Way airing it out. He doubled through Storyland.
That's a hot setup.
Starting to pull away just a little bit. Gap, I'd say. Oh, he took a look over.
Nick's going to have a word with him about that. He looked over his shoulder, trying to check out where the competition was. I'll put a mirror on that bike, son.
And that is crazy. So Getz was able to reel Way in on the first lap, but here we are on lap 2, and Way able to pull back away from Getz.
Getz, man, he looks factory. 22 Motorsports look there.
Well, he's probably got the Get
race.
system.
Oh, absolutely.
The
You
Get
saw
system.
Dan
We
was
saw
up here,
Dan Truman around here.
obviously.
So let's see if Getz can get Way. Got to make some ground back up. A lap ago, they were almost side by side in this corner. There he is on the 22, lost the traction.
Check out the mom running all the way across the racetrack. That might be Nick Way's wife there in the straw hat. There it is.
Yeah, well, you're
covered a lot of ground.
That's spectator ground,
Yes.
so you can cheer from there. You can cheer from the spectator
There she goes.
areas.
She's cutting across now, going
my
to
gosh,
greet
here we go
Vincent
again.
there. She's cutting in a lot of time. Makes
gonna
it back
yell
over here. Come on! That's awesome. That's cool, man. I'm into it. There we go. Vincent Way coming at us here in the announcer's tower. Pops the big double. And he is cruising out. He has opened this thing up to about 3 seconds up and over the Tunnel of Love, but he doesn't know anything about that just yet.
Okay, back past the billboards we go. You can hear the moms now. It is
From
loud
here.
and clear. You can hear the moms from the fence line screaming for their riders. Yeah, those are the rules at Loretta's. If you're in a spectator zone, you can cheer. But if you're on the infield, which is where only industry people can go,
Not supposed to cheer.
media people, team managers, no cheering allowed because that would be an unfair advantage.
correct.
And I've seen people attempt to violate that rule, and I've seen people get in trouble for violating that rule. Except Rick Johnson, who would always, when he's looking at his watch for lap times, would have to clap 3 times when his rider came by. So it was very
subtle,
pushing the envelope on what was a cheer and what was just getting information
Right.
from your watch.
So Getz trying to stay in touch with your leader, Vincent Way. Way, Getz, Morgan, McCarty, and Alfala. That's your top 5. They've all been pretty steady, Jason. It's unusual that we've seen no big falls or get-offs. Where's Seth Dennis at?
I saw him. I think he's up to 7th now after starting the race in 10th. Seth Dennis, back to your leader on screen here, RacerTV.com. Vincent Way. He is
Great
hauling
form,
through that
man.
section. Yes.
They'll come that day will come when Vincent is going to straight up beat his dad on the motorcycle. At what age does that happen?
I don't know. Sooner
more
rather
years?
than later, the way he's riding right now.
85, 7 to 11 probably?
Give him some clutch and gears.
It's coming.
See what he can do.
Good form there. Middle of the bike. Squeeze it with his little baby knees.
Look at that, lifting the front wheel up through those sand
Look at
rollers.
him, way over the front of the bike. Textbook, man. Got those mag wheels looking right. Picked those up at American Racing on their way out here.
Kragar.
Some Kragers.
Kragar.
Oh, those saw blades, those look good, dude. Up and over, now they come into view here. We can look out the window and pick out Nick Way, Vincent Way. Yellow is the color of choice there. Finally going to sit down here in just a second. No, he stands up all the way around that corner, still standing up. You can hear his mom. There's Grandpa over there. Pops Way. He was here cheering for Nick Way in 95, and he's right back with the grandkids. That's cool.
Well, I noticed a lot of the dads like that. The former dads, now granddads, pumped when they get another chance to do this again. Vincent Way pulling away now. Lead is 4.5 seconds over Getz. Kai Morgan still in 3rd.
A lot of perspective, like Nick and his family can kind of look at this from a realistic approach.
Some other guys to watch. Team number 9 of Miles McCarty's on screen right now. There he is. So McCarty, I believe, is in 4th. McCarty's actually 3rd. Kai Morgan, 89, back to 3rd. And Seth Dennis is 5th.
Now
and
he's
on a roll. There he is.
He's creeping into championship contention now. He makes a couple more passes, gets on the podium. Now we're talking. Past the mechanics area we go. There's a shot of Seth Dennis in the background, the number 2, going after rider number 9, Miles McCarty. Kai Morgan directly in front. He is about to pull the trigger. He's got him locked in.
Yeah, let's see if he can make the pass. So it's a bunch of Cobras out front, and then Dennis is the first KTM in the group. The Cobra Kai. Sweep the knee.
Oh, side by side there, Seth Dennis. He has made one pass, now up into the number 4 spot.
Okay, so Seth Dennis probably had the bad gate pick. Started way outside the top 10. Has worked his way forward.
Well, he is doubling through the 10 commandments.
He is the only 50 rider I've seen double through.
All the way through. Wow, he made up so much time. You see the distance he just put on that rider in the number 4 spot now, or 5 spot. He just pushed him back.
Well, I'm trying to see if it's Kai Morgan in front of him or behind. It might actually be 3rd already for Seth Dennis. They had to get around the number 9. He did that. That was McCarty. Miles McCarty and Kai Morgan. Where is Seth Dennis in that group? I believe. I think Dennis might have gotten them both.
Both, right.
I think he's
that
up
was
to
the number
3rd.
9. He just got
Yep.
that was the number 9
Yeah,
behind
he got
him.
both. So now Seth Dennis, who you're watching on screen here, Orange Brigade KTM rider, is 3rd. 8 riders, or it's actually probably more than that, because I bet he was out of the top 10 early. Probably passed about 10 riders in 3 laps to get to this 3rd place spot.
By way of Michigan, Tennessee, Florida, and now California.
Oh, wait.
Yep, his dad has traveled all over for his work, and they've continued to race dirt bikes wherever they've gone. Some pretty good places
hair.
to live.
Got some
Yeah,
good hair,
kid's
he
got
does.
great hair, obviously.
Yeah,
But
great hair.
Pretty
Yep.
good places to live and race dirt bikes. Florida,
If you're a
California,
motocross guy.
Michigan.
We're just going to get used to all the types of dirt that's available.
Lead change now.
Off camera, we believe we've had a change for the
There
lead.
they are, right across in front of the billboards. Jonathan Getz has made the pass on Vincent Way.
There it is. So Getz now on the 22s in the number 1 spot. It was a 2:40, a bad lap time for Way, who had a 2:28 earlier.
Look at that lap time. 2:25 for Seth Dennis.
So Seth Dennis is coming. We
15
might have a
seconds.
3-rider battle for the lead. So obviously Way must have made a mistake because he went 15 seconds slower on that lap than his best lap. Taking advantage is Getz. So Getz has got the lead. Can Seth Dennis make it a 3-way fight?
Seth Dennis is 6 seconds a lap faster than Jonathan Getz right now. Mathematically, he's got a shot. There's Getz now trying to run and hide from Vincent Way. Take a right into the 10 commandments. Getz hugs that inside line. There's Vincent Way now trying to charge and reel in your leader. And you just saw a shot of Seth Dennis. He will be in the frame here just a moment. Oh, Getz is off the racetrack. Vincent Way now trying to double through there. He pops a double on the very end to exit. And you're going to see the Little Ripper doubling through the 10 commandments. He is coming. They're off into Storyland, and Seth Dennis can look to his left and see those riders in front of him now. Getz solid though, Jason. Unable to put any time on Vincent Way here. The guy they need to
He's
worry about,
actually
Seth
maintained
Dennis.
it. It was a mistake by Way that allowed Getz to get there.
And now
But
he's
since
holding on
then,
to
he
it.
has held his own, actually stretching it out a little bit. So now we're going to put the clock on and see if Seth Dennis can get to these two, or if Way can find the form that he had earlier in this race.
So lap number 4, figuring out this racetrack now. Jonathan Getz on the white machine. Vincent Way all yellow on the Cobra. Seth Dennis on the KTM. And
As
here-
mentioned, Getz out of Old Town, Florida, backed by JM Racing, FMF, Bell, 100%, Evans Coolant, Amsoil, Mika Metals, DT1, GPF, Dunlop, Flow Motorsports, 22 Graphics, Moto Seat, Mun Racing, and Rad MX. Backed by 22 Graphics, so they can only make one set of numbers for that
22.
bike, and that's what he's running.
So Way right in front of us trying to run down. He's going to have company here in just a minute. Here's Seth Dennis now. He can look over and see them when he jumps across this finish line jump. Seth Dennis has the crowd behind him. He is charging outside the top 10. He now finds himself in the number 3 spot. He can look to his left here. If he could see through wood, he would see those 2 riders right in front of him by the billboard. Through the mechanics area, Jonathan Getz Jr. with a 228, Way with a 229, another 225 for Seth Dennis. So Seth Dennis just tuning it up.
Lucas Oil last lap. So Getz has got it if he can just hold on. Persistence paying off. He was second for a lot of this one. but when Way bobbled, he got him back. You can see Way's digging now. He's found the form again and is trying to go back after him.
This is where the most time will be made up right here for Seth Dennis. These kids rolling through the 10 Commandments, and you'll see Seth go wide, and he just starts launching into them. He might have a shot at Way right now. He can see him, Jason.
Absolutely. Oh, he makes up so much ground.
That's 5 seconds right there. That's all his work is done right there.
Okay, so first, second, and third are all in one shot here in our Lucas Oil last lap.
These races have delivered. Every single race since I came up here to start announcing has been fantastic. Lead changes everywhere. Track race is awesome. There's Getz. He might be able to hold on to this thing. Vincent Way holding on to second, but for how long? The number 2 of Seth Dennis.
Oh, yeah. Dennis is on a charge. The goal was to just salvage some championship points after what I would assume was the bad gate pick, but he's done a lot more than that. He's even got the leader in sight.
Right through the rollers, the big sand rollers. And Seth Dennis has closed in. He's a bike length now. They both get around the lapper. Dennis tries to go underneath Vincent Way. The yellow flag is out, and Dennis has made the pass.
I think he's taken second place away. We're going to have them back in sight right now, hitting the big tabletops before the finish.
There's Getz. Seth Dennis has made the pass on Vincent Way. One more lap, and Seth Dennis wins this.
He might run out of time, but certainly a statement ride, all three. Tremendous performance. Cole Blesha, by the way, and Kai Morgan, 4th and 5th. Miles McCarty back to 6th. Mason Rayner, Landon Gibson, Kevin DePino, and Brennan Harrison round out your top 10. There it is.
Wow, look at how close he finished. Unbelievable.
Checkered flag gets, and man, Seth Dennis got right to him on the final lap. Send it, Seth. Ends up in the number 2 spot. Vincent Way in 3rd. So these three, it's going to be fun to watch 2 more motos of action there. See the 52 of Cole Blesha. Nice ride by him through traffic. He's up to 4th, and he's going to take that position as he gets to the checkered flag. So Blesha didn't see him around the top 5 early in this one, but he persevered on the 52. Kai Morgan looking for 5th. Miles McCarty, Mason Rayner, as we mentioned, 6th and 7th. There is your moto winner. Look, Digital Dave, it's a 50. He can handle it. You can do it. You can do it. He's got to put the microphone down. Oh, okay. Getz is going to handle the microphone. Oh, Dave. Don't touch them up. Whoa, that was pure Scott Summers brute strength. Not swinging the rear wheel over, just lifting the entire bike. Poor Dave just burned himself. Yeah, that's it. Oh, my gosh. That'll leave a mark. All right, our 50cc podium is set. I'm going to head down there and see if I can help.
We have our 51cc champion on here right now. He was holding the mic. He was going to give me my interview after the moto. But I'm going to go ahead and throw things back to little Jonathan Getz. Jonathan, did you have a good time out there? How was your moto?
Good.
Okay, it was just good. Here, come up front here with me. We want everyone to check you out here on racertv.com. So, Jonathan, tell me all about this moto from start to finish.
It was hard.
Hard? Did you have the lead? Did you earn the lead? Did you take it away from little Vincent?
I took it away.
Awesome. Did you have fun doing it?
Yeah.
Good. Good. We're trying hard. We're trying here. Come on, Jonathan. Jonathan, what kind of helmet do you wear?
Bell.
Bell helmet? Perfect. Perfect. Did you have to get up early today to do your hair before the moto?
No.
No, it's just naturally like that?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Jonathan, tell me, you're holding the number 1 spot right now. Who would you like to thank for getting you on top of the box today after Moto 1?
My mom and dad, 100%, Q2 Graphics, FMF, DT1, Flo, Bell, Mika Metals, Evans, FMF, Nihilo, Elusive, Radimex, DPF, Belt Helmet, Mun.
And Mun Motorsports, you know, something I forgot to give you? You earned that bad boy. That's your gold moto medal. How do you like that?
Good.
You going to take that to school and show it off?
Yeah.
All right, we've got show and tell plan. We need you to turn around, hold that helmet up. Next, we're going to get on the podium Seth Dennis. Seth Dennis, who has the number 2 spot for the moto medal motos today. Here he comes. He's elusive. He's Seth Dennis. He's working his way up here from the Orange Brigade. Let's get out here in the front. There you have the silver medal for Seth Dennis. How'd everything go out there for you?
Not too well in the whole shot, but I think I was like 25th, 23rd in the first lap. And then I just kind of worked my way up through passes, had to do what I had to do, and just the Dunlop tires were hooking up good, so that gave me extra traction.
Perfect. Man, we enjoyed watching that up there. There was a lot of shaking up going on there. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the podium?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Orange Brigade, XL, Dunlop, Elusive, Scott, Alpine Stars, Nost, Asterix. I'm so tired, I can't even barely remember. And whoever I forgot, thank you.
You act like you're tired, like you just ran a moto or something.
Yeah.
All right, well, once again, your second place finisher. We'd like to give it up for Seth Dennis. Next up, we have number 27. He got your Hole Shot Award, the $100 Hole Shot Award from Bell Helmets. He also holds on throughout the race. He was your leader early, but he ends up third place today. Vincent Way. There you go, Vincent. Your bronze medal, third place. Your Hole Shot Award check that you have to take to the bank, that's bigger than you. You're going to be able to drive to the bank to drop that off?
I don't know.
I think there might be somebody in your house that might be able to help you get there. Tell us about your moto. You had a rough moto out there. I saw you had the lead early. You got the whole shot. You held the lead for a while. How'd it turn out after that?
I tipped over and then dropped to second. Then Seth got me at the end. And I tried hard, and maybe I can go get them next time.
Yes, you can. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here right now and getting you that whole shot?
Scott, Cobra, Mafia Moto Crew, Mandico Pickles, Answer, Mom, my dad, next door neighbor, everybody. Not my grandma and grandpa's, and everybody else I forgot. My dog too.
All right, perfect. We got everybody. Vincent Way, turn around. Hold that Bell $100 Hole Shot Award up high. Vincent Way, number 27, third place finisher today in 50cc 7.8 Limited. Back up top, Jason Wygant, Kevin Kelly, Rodney Tomlin. Nope, you've been relegated down here with me. We're down here. Rodney Tomlin, you're back up top with Kevin Kelly.
No, Rodney's still having lunch in Nashville, I believe.
He said something about Nashville, maybe Chattanooga.
Dave, there's a barbecue joint in Memphis.
Oh, yeah, Memphis. Beale Street.
All right, Kevin Kelly will take it away up in the tower.
I'm going to take it away right now. I'm taking it. Let's set the table for you. 51 4-6 limited class, I believe, is what you're about to see. Rider number 11 is going to be Tegan Andrews out of Texas. 13 will be Blake Bradish out of Michigan. Camden Scoggin, number 14 out of Tennessee, Ohio rider. Number 15, Jackson Grohl. Riley Johnson, number 16 out of Minnesota. Indiana brings you number 18, Jeffrey Drysdale. Number 20 is Tatum Michaels out of North Carolina. Stephen Street, number 21 out of Colorado. Michigan rider Nolan Simons, number 22. Mason Gales, number 23 out of North Carolina. California brings you Eden Steinbrecher, number 24. Jackson Hall out of Murrieta, California, number 25. Braxton Mees out of Alamo, California, number 26. Aaron McKee out of Nuevo, California, aboard the number 27 machine. Tucker King out of Cushing, Minnesota, rider number 28. Shay Coffey on the 29 machine out of Shamong, New Jersey. Rider number 30, it's going to be Margaret McCarty out of Indianola, Iowa. Number 31 is Lane Willis out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Mount Pleasant, Tennessee rider, number 32, Dalen Woodard. 33 is Quinn Heveland out of Leawood, Kansas. 34, Deegan Miller out of Parker, Colorado. 35, Carson Whitman out of Lakeville, Minnesota. Driggs, Idaho brings you number 38. Luke Daniels, number 41. Braden Plyer out of Monroe, North Carolina. Berry Creek, California brings you 42. Jaden Smart. Quinn Despres will be on the number 44 machine out of Massachusetts. Keegan Sills will be on bike number 51 out of Pooler, Georgia. Fenton, Michigan brings you 53. Beckham Garrison. Rider number 55 out of Corona, California is Ryder DeRigo. 58 is Owen Scholl out of Casey, Illinois. 61 is Tavin Wingard out of Kehorkson, New York. Bay Minette, Alabama brings you Hudson Cole, number 64. Jason Michael Vick, rider number 70 out of Carrollton, Texas. Carter Ingerson out of Kansas, rider number 75. Owen Power, 77 out of New Jersey. Tyler Franklin out of Tuscola, Illinois will be on bike number 79. Rider number 81 will be Hudson Curitz out of Selma, North Carolina. West Haven, Utah brings you number 83, Tace Morgan. Gavin Burt, number 88 out of Mesa, Arizona. Number 91 is going to be Chyson Wagner out of Hawaii. Number 93 is Logan Wilson out of Ohio aboard the Cobra. And number 99 is Braden Comerford. That is your field, the 51 4-6 limited. What are the limitations? Small little bikes? I don't know. Hey, we got Pat Grzbinski up here from the Baja Bra. And Pat, that thing's about to go down here pretty soon. Coming up Labor Day weekend?
Yeah, dude. What's up with you, Kevin?
I'm asking the questions here, Pat. Answer the questions. Tell everybody about your race and why they need to come there.
The Brawl?
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
Start there. Whatever. Anything else you want to talk about, Pat?
No, dude. Baja Brawl. I'm just glad to be here at the ranch. You know, the thing about it's the dude ranch, and like, we're all dudes, and we're at a ranch. Never noticed that. But yeah, the Brawl, right?
Yeah, I'm coming.
All right, yeah. What about is Wes Kane coming?
Wes Kane is coming to the Brawl. Be myself and Wes will jump up there along with Pete Doust.
Right, Peter the Great, and so Baja Brawl, Labor Day weekend. We have. You never know who's going to come.
I know Uncle Ronnie's supposed to be there again. That'll be interesting.
Right. And some new events. We got the Up and Smoke 2-stroke race. So it's we got $2,000 purse on that. The Answer's coming on board. I think the whole Nick Way team's coming. Answer's getting into the new Rage with the Machine Best Whip. $1,000 to win. So
we got Best Whip, we got Up and Smoke, we got a $5,000 pro purse. Lots going on.
Right, and $100,000 in contingency. We got Monster Army money. So, you know, the bait is there. You know, it's up to you if you want to drop a line.
Come take Pat Grzbinski's money. He wants you to come ruin his racetrack.
That's
this
beautifully
guy's
put.
good. He's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
So where you guys at again? Michigan, Baja?
Yeah, we're about middle of Michigan. So about 2 hours from the border of Ohio, and it'll draw. All the Canadians come. California comes. Florida. Everybody comes. You know, but it's just a whole different experience, and we just want everybody to have a good time, and that's why the Brawl was invented.
Here we go. We are underway. Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award up for grabs as we move to our 4-6 limited class. Limited means that there are a limited number of modifications that you can do to the motorcycles. Just to help you out with that one.
I think there's a size of motorcycle as well. It's not the big it's the Cobra Juniors you can ride in this one. The Senior is in that 57A. Those are all juniors.
Looked like everybody's okay, but it definitely slowed some people up. Yep, he's hopping back up on his machine.
Look at that attack position there. Number 99, but I believe the number 33 might have had that whole shot, Jason Wygant. Yep, 54-6, 51-4-6. Number 33 on the KTM out front, or Cobra out front now.
That's Quinn Heveland from Kansas on that 33.
In second now, the number 99 is now your leader. Yep, that's Braden Comerford out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And starting to check out already on that number 99. So good job there to make that quick pass and try to roll out. But the previous division that we just saw shows how quickly things could change. We had a battle on our hands for second.
So this race is far from being determined here. Rider number 33. Oh, he cross ruts and loses a couple of spots now. Bike number 20.
Tatum Michaels on that number 20. He's the one taking advantage as they get into those deep ruts. So Tatum Michaels hopping, skipping, jumping through those bumps. This is a younger group of riders on smaller machines. They're still 50s, but they're a little bit smaller, and the riders are smaller as well.
Everything just tiny. You can put that thing in the back of a Caprice Classic, cruise right to your favorite motocross track, pop the trunk, go race, throw it back in the trunk.
Well, literally, one of the riders stalled his bike on the sight lap, and they threw it on the back of a quad and just carried it right off. Fit on the rack of a quad, no problem. Meanwhile, the number 99, as you mentioned, Braden Comerford from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, backed by WMR, Nihilo, Bell Helmets, XL, Trainer, and 22 Graphics, is out front. Battle is on now. Looks like the 55 making a run for second place. That's Ryder Dorigo. I remember him out here last year, backed by mom and dad, Lawrence Mechanical, Elusive Graphics, Dunlap, Liat, and Answer from Corona, California. Ryder Dorigo is third, but for how long? He's trying to take second from Tatum Michaels, and I think he's got it. He does.
Yeah, Ryder, he visually looked quicker than the kids that were directly in front of him. He was coming in a hurry. Ryder Dorigo now in second on the 55 machine. Got those high-rise ape hangers on that bike because he's so tall on the 50.
Big, lanky
Big, tall,
six-year-old.
lanky six-year-old.
Big, tall, lanky six-year-old. Actually, a lot of these kids are 7. The way it works is it's your birth date as of January 1st. So as long as you were 8 months ago, you're still eligible for this class. So there's a lot of 7-year-olds in this division, especially the ones up front. They're generally the older kids. You can read all about it in a book called Outliers. It explains how certain birth dates have certain advantages in sports. That's getting a little too technical for us here. I do know that the number 99 is doing well because he's twisting it. He's twisting it hard.
Twisting it hard. Ryder Dorigo is coming, folks, to 55, working his way through the 10 Commandments. Sits down, takes a breath there. Whew. Now he's got to stand back up, do a little more work.
Ryder Dorigo is coming in that number 2 spot. He is starting to close the gap. Then Quinn Heveland back to 4th. Jeffrey Drysdale 5th. Riley Johnson, Braxton Mess. Quinn Desprez is 8th.
So the last days of summer for these young men. First grade on the horizon.
They
a
have
big
no idea.
world of change coming in.
No idea what
Don't
they're
buy
in
the
for.
elevator pass. Don't fall for that, guys.
Oh, Ryder Dorigo!
Oh, Dorigo is down.
Yep, he had the feet off the pegs through that rut and could not control it. He goes down. He was making a charge at your leader. So Dorigo still holds on a second, but he's got to reset himself.
Got to go. Ryder Lou Dorigo. The Incredible Hulk in the number 2 spot.
Taking a look over, wondering where's the pressure? Where
what
did he go? Is our leader Brandon Comerford. There's no one there in the rear view mirror now.
Do you think these kids even know the scale of event they're at right now at age 7? Like, they can't. They just like, a lot of people.
not.
There's a big race. Where are we going?
They're
this
probably.
weekend?
Why is it in Tennessee? Why is it so far? I got to come all the way. Dorigo is from California. It's probably confused as to why they had to do a cross country.
We have tracks that are racing this weekend, Mom. Why are we here?
Do you realize that for a lot of families, that one cross country trip is your entire life? You might do that one time
They do
ever
it. They do
in
it
your 80 years.
8 times a year.
Yeah, in your 80 years, because these kids are 6, 5, 7 years old, and they've already done it multiple times.
He's already got 50,000 Sky Miles built up, so he's flying for free once a year.
Yep, he's getting in first class. All the orange juice he can drink is served up in first class. There's Ryder Dorigo, second place, trying to make up some ground. Oh, look at how rough that corner was for the number 9 of Comerfield. That was unbelievable. Comerford.
I think my mountain bike has more travel than these 50s. I know it does more than the PWs that are coming up.
Yeah,
they
very
have rubber
supple.
station too. That's it. There's a spring and some rubber in there.
No oil.
Just a little bit of oil, yeah.
Okay, a little bit of oil, all right. Dorigo, Tatum Michaels still third, Jeffrey Drysdale, and Braxton Mess rounding out your top 5. Let's see if Dorigo can try to reel in. Look at that, exactly the same 2:53 lap times for your leader, Comerford, and Dorigo, who's in second. Dorigo's ratcheting it back up.
Yeah, he's right there. He can see him again.
Yep. He's asked his grandfather to teach him how to go fishing. He's got that reel out. put up the bait.
The Papil Pocket
Now see if you
Fisherman.
can come get it.
Come get that bait. Pat from Baja Brawl still hanging out with us. Got a big race coming up Labor Day weekend, the Baja Brawl. 3 days of fun in the sun if you can survive it.
I've never went fishing in my life.
You've
Not one
never
time.
been fishing in your entire life.
Nope. I've basically never done anything. There's so many things I've yet to do.
Never been fishing?
Never
Stop what you're doing right now. Go.
I don't know
I'll
how.
announce
That's
rest
the
of day.
problem.
Go
When you get
fish.
to my age and you don't know how to do things, no one's going to teach you. It's too late.
That's what
My-
YouTube's about.
in
My
life,
kids can
it's
figure
like-
anything out on YouTube. I can put a transmission in a Camaro, me and my 11-year-old son, with a YouTube video.
Yeah, I had to do it. I had to take the pedals off my kids' bikes to make them into balance bikes.
Yes.
And then I had to put the pedals back on. There's videos for that. It's real easy.
Sure.
There's 3 ball bearings.
Yeah, they're
collar.
reverse thread so they don't pedal themselves off.
Yes, you have to.
So if you're over there torquing on one side, like this thing.
The poor
will not-
YouTube hosts are a wreck when it comes to trying to explain that, though.
Right.
What direction to tighten and loosen pedals. Yeah, so the problem is when you don't know how to fish at my age or the many other things I've never done.
Oh, your leader
Oh,
off the
no.
racetrack. And he roosts the competition as he goes by.
Dorigo is going to pass Comerford right here. So it is wheel to wheel for the lead. That sand section, that sapped him. But Comerford is a Comerin right back at him.
Pat Grzbinski has left the
All
building.
right, see you, Pat. Battle for the lead. Oh, Comerford almost went down again trying to get that inside line on Dorigo.
Jason, again, another moto, an
Spectacular.
awesome moto here at the ranch. Every moto for the last 5 motos in a row, it's a killer to call.
Yeah, I agree. The track is primo. The weather is great. Okay, we're going to have to do something to ensure this type of weather for the rest of the
Every
existence
year.
of this event
Then
every year.
we just need a race in January.
Oh, no! And Comerford has gone down for a second time. Actually, first time he's crashed. He was off the track briefly before, so he lost a ton of ground now. But they had such a lead built up, he's still in second. So Ryder Dorigo, who had his problems earlier in this race, is now
In the
way
mix.
out front.
Ryder Dorigo now in charge of leading this thing out. Hey, we got autograph signings. They're doing one at 1 p.m. at Fox and then at 1:30 at Kawasaki. Same riders. If you want to go down to Fox to get some autographs from Adam Cianciarillo or Garrett Marchbanks at 1, and then they're going to cruise over to Kawasaki Greenville at 1:30 to sign some more autographs. So it might be a different signature. They
Yeah,
might say something
Fox
different.
style signature and then a Cowie style signature.
Yeah.
Yamaha is going to have a track walk with Ryan Villapoto tonight, 7 o'clock once the racing is done. So if you're a Yamaha rider, meet in the center of the track, get to hang out with Ryan Villapoto. He'll do the track walk with you, break some of the lines down.
There are lots of lines to break down. I hope you bring a pad and paper because there are 5,000 different lines to choose from here on this racetrack.
And
We're
there will be
watching-
a quiz when it's over.
Yes, it's
Yep.
100
Will be a
question,
quiz.
bubble it in.
Yep.
Bring a number 2 pencil. 51cc, 4 to 6 years old. 4 to 6, man. We're talking pre-K, first grade, 7th.
Can they read the pit
first
board?
grade? No, they cannot.
They cannot read the pit board.
It's
That'd be a
basic
real
pictures
struggle.
here.
Yep.
Shapes, colors.
Go up to the podium. They have a list of sponsors. Can't
read it. Just stickers.
I can't read it.
I don't know how to read.
There's Dorigo on that 55. He's already into lap traffic. Braden Comerford after a crash and an off-track excursion. Second. Tatum Michaels is third.
Finally, this thing is settled down. This is the most settled we've seen a race this late into a race in about 5 or 6 races. I said race 9 different times, but I hope you understood what I was trying to say.
Yeah, the girls 11 to 16 moto with Taylor Allred and Jasmine Canfield was just
And
unbelievable.
even when it was over, it was not over because they had to
The
readjust
penalty.
the position.
Yep.
So that race, they kept on racing all the way to the podium into the AMA truck.
They were side by side still. We had that 45 plus moto between Bork and
Mostard.
And that was unbelievable as well. 50 class that we just completed with the Getz,
Seth
Way, and
Dennis.
Seth Dennis. Unbelievable. Heaviland actually had a good start, but must have run into some problems there. Heaviland was up front early. Ryder Dorigo, you know you cannot have a 50 class without someone named Ryder.
Jet or Ryder.
Yeah, going fast.
Or tank. You don't see any tanks out there, do
Tanks
you?
out there. It's not.
If you're a
not that-
wrestler, some of our kids wrestle. There's tank.
Yeah,
little
it
junior
depends on
tank.
what
That
sport
makes
you
sense.
assume
Yeah.
your kid is going to get into.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ryder Jet. Quick little
Couple
cool
kids
racing
that just
names.
name your kid Pitcher.
Yeah.
Just name him Pitcher. I have
Yeah.
a feeling he's going to be throwing Pitcher Kelly.
Pitcher fastball Kelly. What? And then you got the wrestlers, Tank and Big Hoss. I'm 3 years old. You're already calling me Big
You
Hoss.
just name your kid football player. Football player Jones. His name is football player.
That is my name. It's my God-given name.
Just, Dad, name me football player.
Guess I'm going to have to. What if he does not play football?
I know, you're taking a guess. Like, what if Ryder
Doesn't
want
wanna
to be a rider?
No. He's an astronomer. There's the number 55. Continues to lead. Ryder DeRigo. It was meant to be. If he's got red hair, it's over. When he takes that helmet off, he's got red hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Signed, sealed, delivered. That's all Holiday needs to see. He goes, I need to see your first name, show me your hair. You're on the team. Congratulations.
We need a hair sample. We need to send us a hair
It's gotta
sample.
be real.
Yep. No dyeing. They
I
will
need to see
analyze
it.
that.
Correct.
Kawasaki brings it to the lab, make sure that's
Real
legitimate,
red
natural
hair.
red hair.
You're on the team, son. Welcome. A lot of redheads over there. Not quite.
What do we call this here?
Sandy blonde.
Sandy blonde?
Dirty blonde.
Oh. Must get that from his dad.
From Rodney.
From Rodney.
Rodney's always looking for a dirty blonde.
There's DeRigo working its way through the 10 Commandments. Brandon Comerford, it's been a wild race for him, but I believe he's still second. We'll put the radar out here.
Didn't have a clutch to pull in when the bike fell over, so the bike just kept running. Doing
It's
circles
amazing.
on the ground.
Yep.
And he picked it up like a jet ski. It circled around him until he was ready to get back on. Those new 50s have a lot of neat technology in them. The GPS locator. There it is. There's my
I
bike.
got the key fob remote. Key fob remote. There he is, but there's Comerford.
Power windows, powered locks, brakes,
loaded
AM,
tint,
FM, cassette,
cruise.
California emissions.
With California emissions.
How do we go to price?
Garage kept. One owner.
One owner. Don't take that prize package. I want the prize package with
Ice
the wave
cold
runner,
AC.
the four-wheeler, the tent, the outdoor package. And then there's the other one that's like, we're talking about Price is Right. It's always the crappy a bedroom suit and a trip to Turkey. Like, nobody
no
wants
one
that.
wants that.
It's terrible.
Exactly.
No, I want the wave runner and the jet skis.
That's what you always say. First place, you win a trip to Turkey. Second place, a 2-week trip to Turkey. Third place, 3 weeks.
There it is.
We're probably being watched internationally. We're offending some people.
That's it. And there's a Margaret McCarty doing work out there in 22nd. Doing work. 22nd place for Margaret McCarty. She's doing great things
That's cool.
out there. Ryder DeRigo out front. Comerford is second. Steven Street.
That's it. Checkered flag.
That's it. Tucker King in the number 4 spot.
Top 3 are across the finish line. Ryder DeRigo, Braden Comerford, and Tatum Michaels. We'll wrangle these little cats up and we'll get them on the podium here in just a second. Is this Ryder? Here we go. Ryder DeRigo. He's your winner for the 51 4-6 limited class. Come on out front here, Ryder. You earned it. Let's get some TV time. You got to show off everybody back in school what you're doing on your days off. Ryder, tell us about what happened out there.
Oh, I got a bad start, but I caught him and passed him, and I'll win the rest. And I crashed, and then I passed him back.
That was it. That sounds like, you make it sound like it's easy to do, was it?
No, not at all. It's really ruddy out there.
It was. For you, they must be huge ruts because they're big, even for us, the big guys, when we're looking down at the track. They about eat up your little bike?
No, not really, because you just have to stay pinned.
There you have it. Keep it wide open. Words of the wise. Ryder Dorigo, Ryder, who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the #1 spot today?
Elusive Graphics, Answer, Nobby Shop, Zayden, Up in Heaven, Fixated, Pro Taper, Loretta, Flow, Thrill Seekers, and that's it.
All right, your 4 to 6 limited winner, gold medal champion, Ryder Dorigo after Moto 1. Second place finisher, Braden Comerford. Braden, work your way on up here. Braden, you got your drink in hand, your silver medal. You earned it. You got your hat on. You're representing your trainer up here. How'd everything work out for you there, bringing it home in second spot?
Good.
Good. Nothing else happened out there, just good.
Yeah.
All right, come on, walk us through the race. How did it go for you?
Great.
Super. All right, what was your favorite place out there on the whole track?
The 10 Commandments.
You like those 10 Commandments? Were you tripling through?
No.
Will you be soon?
Yes.
Are you going to be on one of these 50s for long, or are you stepping up?
I'm stepping up.
Ooh, you just heard it right after Loretta's. Is that going to happen after Loretta's or next year?
After Loretta Lynns.
All right, well, you earned your way up here. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here on top of it in second spot today?
God, Jesus, my mom, my brother, my dad, XL trainers, Bell helmets, Slow Flow graphics, and that's it.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much. We have Braden Comerford, your second place winner. Get out here and get yourself some pictures. Enjoy the glory. Third place, we have Tatum Michaels. Here he comes. He's got his Moto X hat on. He's moving on up here. It's Tatum Michaels. Let's work out front here. Tatum, tell us how that moto went for you and what you did to get up here.
I just rode hard, and last few laps my bike started bogging, but I still got third.
You did. You ended up third. The computer will not fib to us on that. Anything else other than just riding? You fought the bog of the bike. Did you have to get off and fix it?
No, I just rode the race.
I'm sure that's what you were taught at camp, wasn't it? Just keep charging.
Yeah.
All right, well, super. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here in the top 3 position?
Mom, Dad, God, TI Designs, the Blue Sub, Bell, and Moto X Compound.
I was going to take your hat off for you, but you got it.
Thanks.
All right, well, there you have him. He's your third place finisher. It's Tatum Michaels. Now we need up on there. Okay. I'm going to announce this. We have Quinn Heveland. He is your whole shot winner. He is your Bell $100 award winner for the whole shot. Quinn is back here talking with his agents right now. He's getting things done. He's drinking back some water, and he's going to skip out on the podium this time, but no matter how he does it, Quinn Heveland was your whole shot winner in the 4 to 6 limited class. Back up to the box.
All right, we're ready to go with the 51cc 4 to 6 special limited. And here is who's on the gate. Rider number 11 is going to be Jet Capps out of Leeds, Alabama. Number 13, Grayson Worth out of Minnesota. Cade Nightingale, number 14, out of Oklahoma. Michigan rider Drew Doucette, number 15. Ezra Robertson, number 16, out of Louisiana. California rider number 17, Ryan McKee. Hiram, Georgia rider number 19, Mr. Cameron Travis. Number 21 is Kalen Frank out of Roseville, California. 23 is Cameron Cook out of Benton, Kentucky. Number 24 is Mason Moore out of Wagoner, Oklahoma. 25 is Donovan Way out of Murrieta, California. Wade Merchat, number 26, out of Markleysburg, Pennsylvania. Graham Washington brings you Hunter Pinkley, number 27. Raphael Rossiter comes to you from Australia, rider number 28. Easton Graves, number 31, out of Walker, Louisiana. Hawkins Campbell out of Temecula, California. Noah Shoe's going to be rider number 34 out of Indiana. Cash Hargrove, number 37, out of Montgomery, Texas. Acme, Pennsylvania brings you number 42, Braden Wetgen. 45 is Colton Chaplin out of Wentzville, Missouri. Powhatan, Virginia brings you 46, Bryce Williams. 47, Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama. 49 is Rylan Dial out of Lyles, Tennessee. Norman, Oklahoma brings you number 50. That's Owen Malone. 58 is Bryson Woodman out of Farmington, New Hampshire. Oritzburg, Pennsylvania brings you KTM rider number 67, Bryce Danehauer. 71 is Max Daniels out of Driggs, Idaho. 73 is Sawyer Flaquette out of El Cajon, California. 74 is Carson Sanders out of Milan, Michigan. Rider Snellgrove, number 75 from Canada. Rider number 82 is Travis Schneider out of Rhinebeck, New York. 88 is Cholson Lucas out of Toledo, Ohio. Morris, Alabama brings you number 94, Bentley Raymond. And number 96, Gavin Aboud out of Apple Grove, West Virginia. 6 years of age on his Cobra. And he has a sponsor named Mr. Hole Shots. So let's just see if that works out for you. Good luck to all these young men. The 51 4-6 limited. Now, are there any 4-year-olds? There's some 5-year-olds. I'm seeing that. There's a 5-year-old. Kalen Frank is 5 years old, according to this sheet of paper. A couple of them, in fact. Cade Nightingale and Drew Doucette, both 5 years of age. My shirt is older than that kid. Got them back on the gate. Everybody looks like they made it through the sight lap safely. And we will attempt to get a nice, clean, safe start for these young men. And here's some of the dads getting their little kids hyped up, yelling and screaming down there on the gate. Welcome everyone watching online on Racer TV. Don't forget the autograph signings going on at Fox Racing at 1 p.m. with Adam Cianciarillo and Garrett Marchbanks, and then they will do it again at 1:30 over at Kawasaki Team Greenville. Here's a good look at all the dads down there hooting and hollering with the kids. Last moments before the gate drops. Got to step back away from the gate. It's just the little man with his little dirt bike about to go racing with 40 of his buddies. There's a live look at the Lucas Oil starting gate. I'm sure all those motorcycles have Lucas Oil all in them. And if you don't, you can go pick some up. The folks from Lucas Oil are here. They are set up. A big part of this event. Big part of last night, showing a couple of movies down there by the creek. Got some gear they are auctioning off. Trying to raise money for Vet MX.
Check, check.
And the gate is down. And everybody makes it through, for the most part, unscathed through the first turn. 50cc 4-6 Special Limited. A couple of riders having some problems getting over that first hill there. One goes down, they all topple behind him, roll off to the side there. Rider number 47 knifing his way through the field pretty quickly up into the number 2 spot. That's going to be Colt Martin out of Talladega, Alabama, on the white machine there. Rider number 31 out front, though, it's Easton Graves out of Walker, Louisiana. A 3-rider breakaway, early stages, lap number 1, 54-6 Special Limited class. Great to see this segment of racing grow. That means we're going to have a healthy sport. Hopefully they'll stick with us and continue on, move on to the 65s. Lap number 1 in the books. Jason,
You see a rider with a good rider and a good style on a 65, like a Blake Baggett.
That's what I'm looking for.
I'm looking for a good riding style on a 65.
That's our Steve Carnegie impersonation.
So is this a double gator or is this just one class?
Just one group.
It's one group, okay. We're going to have intermission coming up once our 50cc racing is complete. We mentioned a couple things. There was autograph signings at Fox and then autograph signings at Kawasaki. Ryan Villapoto will have a Yamaha track walk tonight at 7 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, there is a dinner and Q&A session with Jeremy McGrath. I think Adam Cincerulo will be over there. That'll be at the Lucas Oil Arena. That's with Parts Unlimited and Thor and also Team Green and Kawasaki. So hang out over there at 5 o'clock. I'm going to actually host that Q&A session. You can come over too if you want, well, depending on what our schedule is up here in the box.
Check them out.
Battle is on right now.
Of course it's a battle. Have we not
No.
had a race? Have we not
Exactly.
had
Every race
awesome
has been
racing?
good.
We're not trying to sell this event. I'm not trying to hype it. I'm bringing it. This has just been that good. the
These are
entire
facts.
day.
These are straight facts. And the
Right.
facts are that the 47
out front
and the 62, or is that the 82?
Colt
Chase?
Martin is your leader, 47. And 82 would be Travis Schneider out of New York. So we all have been waiting for this. We knew it was coming.
Yep.
Worlds collide here with
Been waiting
Colt
for years.
Martin
It's been so hyped.
for 7 years. When they were just
When they
zygotes.
were born, we knew.
We knew.
Oh!
Oh, my goodness. That young man hit the deck.
So that was Schneider,
Oh.
Travis Schneider, the one out of New York, and he just went down hard. That was just too big a bump for that suspension to handle.
For all 3 inches. That was a 7-inch bump. He has 3 inches to give.
Wow.
Do the math. He can't do math just yet, but I'll do it for him. That was 4 inches too big.
So that's changed things in a hurry. Colt Martin with a much bigger lead. Easton Graves is third. Max Daniels and Cameron Travis
About
round
that.
out the top 5.
Right from my hometown, Hiram, Georgia, little Cameron Travis. His dad raced with us back in the day at our racetrack. Second generation Travis, third generation, actually Robbie Travis had his own line of products that we used to all wear Robbie Travis stuff, RT Racing. He's out here. The old man's right there on the fence line. Truman Travis is where my dad bought his truck from. They owned a Toyota dealership. True story.
Still related.
Still related.
All related.
Truman, Robbie.
All the Travises.
Travis's. Yeah, I think there's the PW. And then we have the The 40cc class. That's the brand new class.
40.
Yep.
Wow.
And then we have the Strider class. It's just slowing it down. Then we have the stroller class.
Oh, they're the mom's
Yes.
push.
4-wheel
Yep.
strollers, old school strollers, not those fancy ones.
No, not the Bob.
No.
I had the Bob stroller. I'm pumped, man. I bought a Bob stroller used, $250. Used it for 6 years, sold it for $250.
Now that's my kind of investment
Yeah, that's Craigslist doing great things. Probably a lot of these bikes going to become hand-me-downs for the next generation. Colt Martin is going to have a little extra value on his though, because his number 47 could be number 1 by the end of the week.
A championship Loretta Lynns winning motorcycle for sale. There's the 47 still out front, Colt Martin, and he is still in the mix, number 82.
I don't know if
Travis
82
Schneider.
is Schneider picking his way through the lines to find smooth ground, or is that bike just dancing all over the
Yeah,
place?
he has no control over it. The only thing he has control over is the throttle. Everything else is just happening.
Just twist it harder. All right, there's Travis Schneider getting in and out of the corner, trying to catch Colt Martin.
What weighs more, him or his gear? If you pile all his gear up, that's pretty close. I bet he weighs about 47 pounds.
Also, the bike to rider weight ratio in
off
his
the
class.
charts.
Yeah.
That's a 48-pound kid. Now, the bike, what do you think that thing weighs? 90 pounds? 100?
I mean, the way Dave Smith picked it up, I think it weighs 30.
Right.
I mean, the way
Well,
he just lifted that thing.
He's jacked.
He is jacked. Dave Smith is jacked. He's
Hey,
been
hey.
suspected
Hey,
for
hey.
many, many years of where
Yeah,
all that strength came from.
Yeah, there's going to be an asterisk when he goes into the Hall of Fame.
Do you remember in
all
like,
those podiums are not going to count.
Do you remember in 1999, Dave Smith, when he's shooting photos? You know, he was always like a shoot 300 photos, a moto guy. And then all of a sudden, one day, he just shows up, 40 pounds of muscle, and is just shooting 1,300 photos.
What happened?
His head was
Overnight.
bigger.
Yeah.
His head was bigger.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Went bald.
obviously performance photographing drugs for sure.
Yes, yes. So you have the itchy trigger finger. Was that legit or not?
Travis Schneider, he is legit in the number 2 spot. What's he got on his right handlebar? There's like a turbo button.
grip?
It's like well, there's that.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a big
there's a grip.
square thing.
A
Like
brake
a little,
lever?
Sling, sling.
Oh, a
You got
bell?
horn, maybe
Is
a
it
horn.
bell?
Excuse
Oh, okay.
me.
Let everybody know he's coming.
Sling, sling.
Easton Graves still third. Max Daniels still fourth. Mason Moore fifth.
I love watching the kids whenever somebody yells for them, they'll actually slow down and look over at them.
What?
Like, huh?
Am I doing
It
something?
does. Every time somebody yells at me in my life, that usually means I'm doing something wrong.
The parents probably pump the kids listen that well and take advice.
It's good to know.
I can tell you at this age, it's hard to get that kind of communication.
So it's Martin, Schneider, Graves, Daniels, Moore, and Cameron Travis now slips back to 6th.
That 31 you're watching on screen right now, that's Easton Graves in the third place spot, powering down that straightaway, the ground pounding.
7 horsepower, 7 Cobra horsepower being put down with those turf tires.
25th anniversary, actually, of Cobra here at Loretta's. They won right off the rip. Davey Millsaps was their first star.
Wow.
And Davey was loyal to the brand, rode Cobras all the way through his entire pro career.
450 Cobra.
450 Cobra.
Special
Supercross.
edition limited 450 Cobra.
They did have the board out.
Big sleeved out, stretched out. You can see all the welds extending the swing. It's still a Cobra frame, a 50 frame, and they just stretched all the components.
It's like at home where you have you put your kid's head against the wall and then you measure how tall they
Yes.
are each year. So that's
That's
Davey's swing arm.
It grew
This is
every
age
time he
7.
grew.
This is age 8 swing arm.
Yep.
Age 12 swing arm. Yep.
Here's
Rode
age
Cobra
30.
all the way to the end. Davey Millsaps from the beginning. No,
Very
wait, what's
rare
that?
in this day and age of free agency to stay on one team.
Stay on one team
That
all
is-
the way
it's
through.
impressive.
Yep.
Well, this young man is doing a great job just navigating through the ruts there. That's number 71. The bib is actually bigger than the jersey. Like, that's literally, he used that bib to eat SpaghettiOs this morning. His mom said, not on that white shirt. That's a Garanimal. We don't pay good money for that. So he wore his Loretta's bib to eat his
We're not getting to
SpaghettiOs.
that red sauce. That's Max Daniels in 4th.
Oh, that's good stuff.
That's awesome. Whoa, look at the 71.
Whoa.
Daniels is rolling through those sand whoops.
Bang, 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 bang.
Yep.
Went with the lime green package on the Cobra. That's an option now. You can go through when you're selecting your bike from Cobra. You got the brochure. You can pick the colors.
It's bespoke.
Mag
They
wheel.
call that. It's bespoke.
Yes.
You can pick every single
everything
part.
down
Yep.
to
Colored seat belts. The leather on the air vents.
Wow. Leather steering components. There is still your leader, Colt Martin. Nope, that's not Colt Martin. That's the 31, Easton Graves. Holding on to 3rd. That's Max Daniels.
Daniels looks good, man. He's
Like it.
charging right now.
Got that little neck brace just to kind of hold his head in place, really, because it's the helmet's so heavy.
Well, we had that concussion protocol meeting with Dr. Ryman as part of opening ceremonies on Monday night, and they did say that because of the head and neck ratio of these younger riders, can be more prone to head injuries. And what they're learning, a lot of the new science behind concussions, as Dr. Ryman told us during opening ceremonies, specifically between the ages of 9 and 12, they found that if you can avoid the concussion through those years, that's the real danger zone, 9 and 12.
Wow, how that's
Yeah,
very
they've actually done
interesting.
some studies on football players, and those that didn't have a head injury until age 13 or older fared much better later in life.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that was crazy is they said that in football they're estimating 2,000 to 3,000 head hits per season. Now, that's not concussions. That's head hits. Motocross is certainly not nearly as frequent, but when it does happen,
It's
it can
violent.
be pretty severe. So a lot of helmet technology has improved. Certainly recovery and staying off the motorcycle has improved. So that was really good to have Dr. Ryman from the Alpine Stars medic unit at the pro races here with us on Monday to talk to young parents of these racers. So that's really one of the main things. Kids
those
take a
injuries.
hard hit between 9 and 12. You really have to be careful at that point.
Susceptible
Yep.
to head injuries later on in life.
And spend a longer time recovering off the motorcycle. Battle is on right now. There is no time to recover if you're the number 31 of Easton Graves. Max Daniels is all over him.
Man, Max Daniels with that limo tint, jet black. What's going on in that helmet, man? I've always wanted to know what's up. It's like a limo.
Yeah,
What's
who's
happening
in there?
Oh my God,
Who's
it's Max
partying?
Daniels.
It's a celebrity.
Oh, he's got a top. He's got a T-top. He can pop out of there like he's in
Look out at
Vegas.
the city. Yep, always. Every 80s movie ever.
They always get in the limo and pop their heads out of the top of it. Why is
Yep.
that? I've never done that.
Yeah, it's just a sunroof. That actually is not that crazy.
I have a
Lots of cars
sunroof in my
them.
truck.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
drive
not that
down
nice.
75 and with my toe driving by myself.
Good battle. Max Daniels not letting Easton Graves go. No one can try it. That would just be like a challenge. Could they even ride up that anthill in the inside of that corner?
That'd be
Could
like
they
a hill
even
climb.
get up it?
That'd be
a
the
hill
widow
climb.
maker. The kiddo maker.
Max Daniels is there. You know he's fast to this sand section, and he's got the pass made.
He is zigzagging all around. If you were to diagram where he just went, he turned left
Yeah.
and right going on down a straightaway, just all over the place. That was a different line there by Easton Graves. That is not the optimal line there. He'll go back to school in 2 years, not now, because he's not even old enough to go back to school.
Yeah, telling Easton Graves to sit there and watch the lines and study.
Huh?
He doesn't even understand
What
yet
is
what
studying?
studying.
We
What does
don't-
that mean?
What does that even mean?
Never done
I'm
that.
5. I take naps and drink juice box. That's the bulk of my day.
That's why we have these motos the time we do. We know about 1 o'clock nap time for
It's
a lot
nap
of
time.
these kids, so we got to get these motos out.
Now be quiet. The 50s are sleeping now, guys.
Everybody at the ranch, all our 50 riders are taking a nap.
So quiet. You ever walk to a room where all the kids are sleeping? It makes me want to go to sleep. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it's so
yeah. Oh, I do it all the time.
You just go into daycares. The kids
I just
aren't
go to
even
sleep.
at-
Yeah, not at my own house, just randoms.
I can't sleep.
Can I come into your house and sleep next to your kid?
That's weird.
I don't know. They don't respond well to
Yeah,
that.
DFAX doesn't see too kindly over that either.
Here's your leader,
47,
Colt
yeah.
Martin. Still has a 5-second lead.
Are the 7 and 8 napping, or are they done with naps? Still getting a nap in every now and again? 8-year-old?
No.
No way.
No, long done. I'd say by about 4, you're shutting the
done
door
with
on naps. Yeah.
You're
yeah.
either 4 or 44. So when they come back in, they come back at age 40.
Oh, yeah.
Good. A good nap will do a world of good.
Good move by Colt here on the 47 to go wide in that corner because those ruts, that's like the Veronica Beach race, just trying to get over a dune.
Pedro tractor out front.
Oh, the Veronica Beach race. Yeah, this is like free riding to them. It's like going up
just
in the
go
mountains
wherever you want to go,
and
man.
just hucking these big
Big,
hills.
huge braking bumps.
Yeah,
this
that's
whole
all they are. They're
rhythm
just braking
section
bumps.
of braking
Yep.
bumps. Martin just working his way through, man. You can see him being he's going to be a good big 50 bike rider. Not even a big bike rider yet, just a big 50 rider.
Suits his style?
Yeah.
Is that what he's going to say?
I think it's going to translate
Can't
well.
wait to move up to the
Kinda
big 50.
on the-
Suits my
kinda-
style.
Kind of big on the
Yeah.
junior. Can't wait to move into the big senior class. I think I'm really going to excel there.
Has, in the history of the sport, any rider ever said that the bigger bike does not suit their style? Whenever anyone moves up.
No, that's always 8 seconds a lap quicker. I
8
love
seconds
it.
a
I've
lap
been waiting
quicker.
to do this.
Yep.
Aaron
Even,
Plessinger, what's he going to get on a Goldwing? Like, there's no bikes big enough. for that guy.
Yamaha FCR 900, I think, triple.
KTM Duke.
So there's Colt headed to the line. I think this is it. Yep, Lucas Oil, last lap. Lucas Oil, our presenting sponsor.
He has actually made, this has been the biggest lead we've seen in about 6 motos. He has absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, this is the first moto where we
5
didn't
seconds.
have dudes
All
or
over each
girls, in the case of the girls class,
Yep.
side by side, battling all the way around the track.
So Lucas Oil last lap, he's got a couple more turns to go, and he is going to nail down with a lightweight hammer, because a big 16-penny hammer would kill a little kid. That's too much weight.
Yeah,
to
just
throw down.
plastic.
Yeah, yeah.
We let him think that he's really hammering it. It
Right.
doesn't really do anything. He's
Flip
got a
it
saw.
over.
It's plastic. It doesn't do anything.
No.
We just let him think he does. There it is. Checkered flag is out. He just went through. Did he not see it?
He's going to keep on. He's getting extra credit, dude. He's going to keep on racing. Maybe it's now going to be the Lucas Oil last. No, the checker flag
Checker
is
flag's out.
He is
I
on a
think he missed
victory
it.
parade, dude. He has got the checker flag in his hand, going slow, waving at everybody like he's at a dirt track race.
Yeah, Travis Schneider just came through in 82, but that should be for second. I'm going to head down to the
Correct.
podium, help Dave Smith out.
Kawasaki will be hosting Adam Sansarillo and Garrett Marchbanks over at Team Green Kawasaki. And, oh yeah, that old Jeremy McGrath guy. Yeah, he'll be over there too, signing autographs. 10 minutes over at Kawasaki Team Greenville.
I recommend adult supervision. If your kid's going to go and meet Garrett Marchbanks, he might eat them. He could break them. He's just such a monster of a human being.
Yeah, probably they got him behind bars this year, which is a smart move. He's actually in a cage, so he can't hurt people. And
It's just like
how they
going to look
finish.
at a lion at the zoo.
Colton Martin will take the win. Schneider is second. Graves, Daniel, Mason Morris fifth. Cameron Travis finishes sixth. Ezra Robertson seventh. Gavin Abode, Noah Shue, and Owen Malone round out your top 10. That was a 51cc 4-6 Special Limited. One more grouping of 50cc riders before we take a little bit of a break, and Jason Wygant heads down to our podium with David Smith to chat it up with our winner.
Let me get my big photo head up on the podium here. Grab their medals here real quick. Colt Martin, he's up here posing. He's getting some pictures done. Colt Martin, your winner. 4-6 Special Limited class. Colt, would you like one of these gold medals? Do you want to put that around your neck? Awesome. Colt Martin, number 47. He is your 4-6 Limited winner today. Colt, walk us through this race. What happened out there?
Really nothing. I just pushed hard and started to get the groove.
Did you see anybody coming to try to take it away from you?
Yeah,
What'd you do?
just pulled away from him.
That's what you do. If you hear them coming, you pull away. Don't let them get around you. Colt, who would you like to thank for getting you up here in the number one spot in Moto 1 in your 4-6 class?
My mom and dad, Team Turbo Florida, Alpine Star, JT Racing, Daddy and Mama, and Uncle and Tizzy. That's it.
Well, perfect. Have you had enough of these 50s yet? Are you ready for the 250s now?
No.
All right. Well, we'll see him back on his 50 two more times. There you have it. Your number one winner, Colt Martin. Next up, we need Travis Schneider. Oop, let's go over here. Here you go. Grab this real quick. Travis Schneider, right up front. Come up front here, Travis. He's your silver medal winner, Travis Schneider in the 4-6 Limited. Did you have fun?
Yeah.
You want to do it again?
Yeah.
You want to take a nap first?
No.
Okay, good. Well, you got a little bit of time before you got to go out and do this again. Walk us through what just happened out there.
I tried to I went through the breaker bumps too fast, and then it just kicked me right over the bars.
You're saying you went down?
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I got back up and I tried to catch him.
You charged. You got into the second spot. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
God, my family, friends, SGB, Lamp PMX Training, Performance Rec, 360 Specialties, Valley Moto Shops, Weddings at Indian Ridge, Garage Doors of Naples.
Perfect. Your second place winner today, 4 to 6 limited class. With a last lap pass. He got your whole shot. He slipped back. Then he came into the top 3. We need Easton Graves. Here he comes. Big Easton, grab this. Grab the big check first. Now let's put this around your neck. Whoop, we got it there around the real deal hat. It's your third place bronze moto medal. Your Bell whole shot $100 award winner, Easton Graves. Hold this up over your head. Let me get out of the shot for a second. Hold that. Here, hold it. Hold it from the bottom. There you go. There you go. Oh, it's taking him down. There we have it. Easton, you got the whole shot. What happened after the whole shot? You slipped out of the top 3 and then you came back. Tell us all about it.
I bobbled and I just came back.
You bobbled and came back? Well, that works. You did come back. That's what always counts. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for getting you up here today?
I would like to thank Viator Performance, Real Deal, Rob from Real Deal, my mom and dad, my whole family, and everybody else that I forgot. Thanks.
Easton Graves, your third place finisher, as well as your $100 whole shot award winner from Bell Helmets. Kevin Kelly, take us away to the final PW 50 class.
All right, we're ready to go with a 51 4 to 6-year-old shaft class. They just about have completed their sight lap, and we'll set the table for you, let you know who's doing what and on what machine. We're just going to skip the fact that they're all Yamahas. We all know they're Yamahas. So number 11 is going to be Lane Millington out of Tennessee. Ohio brings you number 12, Alexander Doak, Spicewood, Texas. That's going to be the hometown for number 13, Colton Smith. Number 15 is Beckett Berry out of Dade City, Florida. Number 17 is Liam Vins out of Bloomsdale, Missouri. 18, Ocean Lipstein out of Hawaii. Number 20 is Kylan Stewart out of Belton, South Carolina. Tristan Mandy, number 21, out of West Islip, New York. Munford, Tennessee brings you Tinley McCoy, number 22. Colt Killebrew, number 23, out of Glendale, Arizona. Bode Bradford out of Midland, Texas, going to be rider number 25. Aiden McKitty, number 27, out of Huffman, Texas. Panama City Beach is going to be Brayton Craiglow, number 29. Owen Woolridge calls Gallipolis, Ohio home for him on the number 30 machine. Grayson Russell, number 31, out of Ottawa, Kansas. Colin, Alabama brings you the number 32 of Axel Ward. Braxton Hage comes to you from Florence, Mississippi on the number 35 machine. Number 38 is Zoe Moore out of Springtown, Texas. 40 is Abel Flinner out of Morgantown, Kentucky. 44 is Styles Lowry out of Coldwater, Mississippi. 46 is Levi Letty out of Saginaw, Michigan. Liberty, Kentucky brings you Braxton Baldock, number 47. Keiki DeFino comes to you from Bensalem, Pennsylvania, number 50. Ethan Dill, number 51, out of Pilgrims Knob, Virginia. Scottsdale, Arizona brings you number 52, Nico Colby. Carly Gurney, number 53, out of Rio Dale, California. Perrysburg, Ohio brings you Bryce Queen, number 66. Bodie White, out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, number 67. Number 70 is Weston Fryer, out of Jacksonville, Arkansas. Bridgehampton, New York brings you 75. Ryden Novak, number 77, is Brody Lopez, out of Indiantown, Florida. Number 78 is Julian Lozano, out of Meridian, Connecticut. 79 is Jackson Castleberry, out of Virginia. Number 81 is Zane Libretto, out of Galesburg, Michigan. Number 83, Brayton Wills, out of Whisk Rapids, Wisconsin. 84 is Tyler Stanzik, out of Kenilworth, New Jersey. 89 is Isaac Ling, out of Glenwood, Iowa. Number 90 is Easton McWhorter, out of Holiday, Texas. Reed Cone, number 91, out of Ackworth, Georgia. Number 93 is Ryder Michaels, out of Portage, Indiana. Number 94, Owen Solomon, out of Brunswick, Ohio. And number 99 is Brayton Lawson, out of Aurora, Missouri. That is the field, the 51cc 4-6 shaft class. They're so quiet, you don't even know when they're racing. You have to make sure you have eyes on them. And they are in that attack mode. This is one of the rare classes you don't have to be on the front of the bike. When you get the start, you actually want to be on the back to put the traction down, because that bike will not throw a wheelie to save your life. And we are off and running. We are racing, not running. And it is a guaranteed Yamaha hole shot in this one. That bike could be 15 years old. It could be 3 hours old. Can't tell the difference. Everybody racing single file. That's the way they were instructed to do. Look at this traffic jam here. They're looking over his shoulder like, help me, I'm stuck. I got a green PW. I cannot get out of this hole. He is smashing the handlebars, not pumped. Oh, man. Will you please start my motorcycle, sir? Good Lord, the way they are hitting these braking bumps, they look like they're going through a ginormous rhythm section. Now, going through the 10 Commandments. It's funny that GoPro on the top of that head looks like a 24-inch flat screen TV based on the size of the kid's head and the GoPro.
That's true. The GoPros did not size down.
Proportionally. They don't get smaller with the kids.
Yeah, that's right. It's like you just mounted a TV on your helmet just to make it even heavier. As the PWs work their way around, you can feel that ground-pounding horsepower in the air. Okay, just a breaking news flash up here in the tower. They say that they've been putting stickers all over Ryan Villapoto's car, and now it is being towed. I don't know if this is fake news or real news.
That was an 8-year-old kid that made you say anything he wanted.
That was awesome. Ryan Villapoto is now very upset. He's back to being the angry guy.
He's going to beat that little 8-year-old up.
Oh, gosh. All right, so PWs, this is not a sight lap. This is them racing around this track with virtually no suspension and very precious few horsepower on a track that's got some deep dirt. They smooth it out as best they can for
It's still rough. It is so rough for these little guys. Their little knobbies are about an eighth of an inch tall.
Yeah, you're right. We should have a chart of PW technology versus mountain bike technology from whenever these things started, maybe around 82, I think is when these things came out. There have been no changes since.
It's superior in every way.
Yeah, mountain biking, which did not even exist
as
a type
further.
of bike. Yes, everything is superior. But I'll tell you, that's one of the cool things about motocross. I'll tell you what mountain biking doesn't have going for it. You really can't go mountain biking with your 4-year-old child. You can maybe go to a pump track, but you can't go for a trail ride. Motocross, it's full family sport. You can go to the track with your bike, dads, moms, little ones, brothers, sisters, even this young can go to the track and have fun with you.
This is great. The kid, your leader here, he looks over to his right to spot his mom or dad or whatever. That was awesome. He literally turned his head 90 degrees.
Am I doing good?
The fan. You like what you're seeing? It's got the high-rise bars here on the
number 2
spot. Plenty more where that came from. Rider number 81, Zane Libretto out of Michigan in the number 2 spot. Brayton Craigelo. What up, Craig? He's out front. Brayton Wills is your 3rd place rider. Reed Cone. He used to race at our track as well. That's Corey Cone's little guy. He's in 4th. Bodie Bradford is 5th. Isaac Ling 6th. Keiki DeFino is 7th. Kylan Stewart 8th. Ocean Lipstein is 9th. And Braxton Baldock rounds out your top 10 opening lap here of this uber competitive 5146 shaft drive limited. There's not even a chain on the motorcycles. 2 riders go down right there behind the billboards. He got a boo-boo. Absolutely. He's going to show his mom his boo-boo after that one. Tough break for that young man. So your leader with great form, singling through the 10 Commandments there, soaking up all that suspension. He's going into the sand now. He's so tempted to just stop and play with his cars in his pocket, but his dad said, look, play with your cars in the sand after the race is over. He's got cars in his little pants pockets so he can play with them during the race.
Yeah, I mean, you get to that sand section down there.
Every kid's down, they stop.
You got a bucket, you got a shovel. I want to play in that dirt.
No,
you
gotta
have
race.
to ride. You have to ride through the dirt. You can't play with it at any point. Other bikes will be on the track.
It's dumb.
Oh, he does have the helmet camera on the top there.
Got the helmet cam, getting all the action. He's got good form. See him doubling through the braking bumps.
Yes.
Bringing the heat, elbows up.
Dude, you've got to stand on these bikes with the very limited suspension that they have. You've got to make the most of it.
He's got
and that's what he's doing.
One finger on the back brake. That's the only time
There's
he'll
only
ever.
thing you can do. One finger.
Great form there.
Yeah, that's all they have, right? No front brake on these bikes, right?
No, they have front. There's 2 levers, right?
Are there? Come on, man, you had one.
I know.
Hasn't there been one PW in the Kelly family for decades?
Yeah, we had one and it passed it down, just like your stroller. Bought it used for $600, sold it literally 10 years. 10 years. $600.
Really?
And it was a 8-year-old motorcycle when I bought it.
The KBB resale value of these PWs.
They bottom out. They never go any lower.
They never go. Yep. No one has ever sold a $500 PW. So Jackson Castleberry continues to lead.
He's got 2 levers. Got a front and a
83,
back brake.
Brayton Willis. Okay, what you talking about, Brayton Willis? I'm talking about podiums. I'm in 3rd place.
Talking about podiums?
Talking about podiums. Okay, so we got front and rear brakes on these. I only had 50cc quads, and they only had rear brakes. That's all I know.
Yeah, we had the foot brake back in our day. You had to stick your foot in between the
that was the foot brake.
subframe and the
just stick it in the wheel.
Yeah, just chew up your take the knob,
break
take
your foot.
the skin right off.
Yep. Yeah, my son rips around now on what they call the Stasic, which is basically a balance bike with an electric motor. They basically started with RC car batteries and a drill motor, and then realized, hey, this would be really cool. So they attach that to a Strider. Then now they start selling them. And the idea is that even 2 to 3 years old, you could start riding one of those, which is before you could even ride one of these. So we're doing a lot of different things to try to get young riders involved. I know Specialized is here. They got the really cool pump track and a variety of Specialized bikes, even all the way down to the balance type bikes, all the way up. So Specialized is here. They got pump tracks. They got adult bikes. You can check a lot of the things out. And basically, if you have a dirt bike, you're going to have a bicycle of some sort.
You got to. You have to.
That's just part of the deal. So Specialized, really good to have them on board this year. I know they sponsor some of the top pro teams and pro riders also with the Tricka stuff, but they've got stuff for your kids as well. They're set up right by the pool area near the Lucas Oil Arena. So go check out Specialized. Awesome to have them on board this year.
Continuing
it's the only class where we can hear when they ride by tripping the transponder, because we do not hear the motors at all.
That's correct. You can also hear the gate drop from inside the tower over the motorcycles. The sound of the metal crashing to the ground is louder than those PWs as they get pushed over and the gate. Like they literally have to run with their feet over the gate until they get going. Great aerial shot of our PWs and the challenges they have. Look at this racetrack. Like we did do some grooming to it, but it is still super gnarly for a 6 horsepower backyard motocross bike. This is where it all starts. If you got kids, we all pretty much started on a bike like this. I think they do it on purpose. They make them nice and quiet, easy to maintain. Oh yeah, so they're always this easy, right? No, they get louder, more expensive, harder to maintain, but they kind of get you hooked and you're done. You are in. Start off for $1,100. You're going to the Nationals. Now, a year later, You spent $44,000 in bikes. You bought yourself a trailer, an RV. You're going all in. I know my parents liked it just simply because they knew where we were at. On a Friday night, the garage door was up. There were 3 motorcycles under the lights there getting washed, getting filters done. Gear was being cleaned. We were learning how to take care of all that stuff. We weren't out and about running around on the streets. We were getting ready to go racing early on a Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, that's what it is. Keep them out of trouble. Idle hands are the devil's playground. Brayton Craiglow now your leader over Brayton Willis.
A 3-rider battle here on the screen on Racer TV.
Yeah, this is a full-on duel right here.
He was pumping through. That's like a pump track right through there.
It does. They're doing an entire lap without even getting on the gas. Brayton Craiglow, Brayton Willis, and Bodie Bradford.
Look at that.
Look at this, side by side.
Whoa, his rear end was bouncing all over the place. He looks over at it. He literally will make eye contact with that rider. It's so strange.
Towards 25 of Bodie Bradford. Let's see here. I think he might have bolted into the lead.
Wow.
That was that 3-rider duel we had in the sand section.
Yeah, he's right in front of us now. The all-red gear. He's on a Yamaha, imagine that, working his way through some lap traffic. And he is right in front of us, Jason, there to your left. You can pick up Brody Bradford catching some air there. Did you see that? Both the tires were off the ground.
I think Isaac Ling is right with him. Okay, let's get a reset as we come through 10 minutes out of this 15-minute race complete.
For this younger
Brayton
generation.
Craiglow is still your leader. Bodie Bradford is second. Brayton Willis third. Isaac Ling fourth. So Brayton Craiglow actually has maintained the lead. He's so far out front, 36 seconds, that we saw that battle. That was second, third, and fourth.
So the drone able to actually make up time on these 50s. Great battle, though, that we are watching with Bradford, Wills, Ling, and
They
Stewart.
can't even make the drone go slow enough to remain airborne to stay
Just
with
fall
them.
down. Side by side in the mechanics area. Gets a regrip on that plastic grip there. Has to reach down, grab a little more plastic grip. The most indestructible grip, handlebar, fork combo. It's one piece. It's all just right down to the tire. So if you want to buy a new tire, it's going to cost you $1,100 because it's all one thing. I need a set of grips for a PW. Oh, so you need forks and a handlebar? Yes, that's what I need. Here's that great battle. They're heading down to the straightaway. The nice, smooth straightaway. Oh, what a great view. He's going to run it on the inside, going into the 10 Commandments. The number 25 of Bradford and Wills going at it. Look at him catching some air there, soaking it up. Pulls the bike up to him. There is an art to not killing yourself on a 50. Those things will get you into trouble. Those pointy jumps, they just launch off of them blindly. The front end always goes down, kablam. The mag wheel spins in the air. Not enough to keep the bike upright.
There is no panic revving.
No, you just panic. Kid panic, that's it. Can't
They
rev it.
panic. They're, a little bit prone to the drama, some crying, I'm sure, under the helmet.
Crying literally right now. Scott actually makes a tear drying system for your
Have them
goggles.
on the inside. They
Yes.
roll off on the inside.
There is an air drying, air purifier in there that dries the tears as they
Dries the
cry.
tears.
Dave Janoffy has thought of everything.
This battle, man, these two will not give up on each other. The 89, Isaac Ling, he's second in this picture here, trying to get up into a podium position. So the 25 of Bodie Bradford, Isaac Ling trying to get him right now. Side by side. Oh, back end stepped out on Ling.
Jeff Canfield about to get attacked by a Hornet. He almost jumped off this tower. Flipped over, fell backwards out the top of the tower.
Yeah, we got Hornets here bigger than the drone. We're going to actually attach cameras to those. Just wherever they go is where they go. Time running out in this one. Battle right down to the line. This is for, I believe, second place. Bodie Bradford, Isaac Ling. Brayton Willis was there, Brayton Wills. Brayton Craiglow, long gone. Okay, I'm going to head down, help Dave Smith out one more time with this podium, and we'll have intermission here at the ranch. We've got a really cool package of features to show you on racertv.com, so we'll keep you entertained throughout intermission here. Some behind-the-scenes stuff, all the things that happen with the atmosphere that makes this race what it is while we're taking a break from racing. So we'll have the podium in this division with Dave Smith, and then we'll be at intermission here at the ranch, but we'll also have some cool stuff if you're watching at home on Racer TV.
We need to see Trey Fagert to the MX Sports office, please. Trey Fagert. We need you down to the MX Sports office as we close out the 51 4-6 Shaft Drive Limited. Kids born on Thursday. Very specific class to meet the requirements of this class. As Wygant pounds down another 17 free Skittles, he's coming into that podium hot, ready to rock and roll. There's the number 47 coming across the stripe. Still no checker flag as of yet. As your leader on Racer TV, Brayton Craiglow out from the number 29 machine. Bodie Bradford in that number 2 spot. Craiglow working his way through some traffic. Drove the power wheels down here with the trailer. As a 300-hour drive for him. Had to stop several times to charge up that Jeep. Look at him, aired it out. Big cheering section for some of these young men as they come across. Craiglow continues to lead, number 29. Gonna have a ton of great footage there. He can go back and report and watch on the GoPro. Check out all his lines. Here on the Lucas Oil last lap. Moments away from a checker flag coming out for Brayton Craiglow on his trusty, dependable, stock Yamaha PW50. These riders between the ages of 4 and 6. So kindergarten on the horizon. A whole world of possibilities for Brayton Craiglow as he is on his way to a championship moto here. Craiglow will nail down the win. He is going to go speak with David Smith. And the rest of the PW 4-6 shaft class will come across. It's going to be Craiglow with the win. Bodie Bradford second. Isaac Ling third. Brayton Willis fourth. Kylan Stewart will finish up fifth. Isaac Ling actually climbs up to the number 2 spot, pushes Bodie Bradford back to third. That is your top 10 Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard as we get ready to send it down to David Smith, Jason Wygant on the podium. Take it away, fellas.
We're getting ready down here. We got to carefully remove the bib, the helmet. Remember, this is a group of riders that do not know how to unstrap their own helmet. So they need some help with that. The coaches are here doing everything. Putting helmets on, taking helmets off, lifting bikes and putting them right onto the stands.
Brayton finished that moto, threw the bike up there by himself.
Well, we're going to make this easy because this guy's getting all the hardware. First, we're going to congratulate him on a Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award and then a moto win, Brayton Craiglow. All right, and here's the real deal. We're going to give you the gold medal. Well, that's going to be something cool to bring back to school. in a couple years when these kids are old enough to go to school. Brayton, awesome ride, man. Tell me how it went. How'd it go?
Good.
Tell me about the race.
The race was fun.
Yeah, the race was fun. Good use of vocabulary words. We got a good and a fun in there. Was it great?
Yeah.
All right, well, it's great, too. Who do you want to thank, Brayton?
God, Mom, Dad, Bell Helmets, Door Gear, FMF, Matt Walker, and Timmy from MotoX Compound. 100%. Casey, FMF, Mahilo, Performance Cycle, Paradise, 22 Graphics.
That's it. All right, Brayton Craiglow. Those are all the people that got him up here. Let's congratulate him. Yes. And Yamaha wins again. Do you need a photo? All right, just look at her. She's going to take your picture with the whole shot award. And I'm going to move over to our second place rider, hard earned. It should be Isaac Ling on the 89. Cool. Come on up, Isaac. Isaac made some passes. We saw him in fourth place at one point. Come out front. But he earns the silver. Let's hear for Isaac Ling. Awesome job. Tell me about your race.
It was good.
Was it great?
Yeah.
Was it fun?
Yeah.
All right. Can you say anything but yeah?
No.
All right. Nicely done. High five me on that one. Who do you want to thank, Isaac?
My mom, my dad, Papa, Tom's family, 100%, Dunlop, and everybody else I forgot.
All right. Let's hear for Isaac Ling, your runner-up. Go, Isaac. Looking good. Yeah, hold that medal up. Looks good in the photos. And 25 finishes up in third. Let's bring him on up. You can go hang out. Thank you, Isaac. Let's bring up our third place finisher. Bronze medal for Bodie Bradford. All right, how'd that race go?
Good.
Tell me about it. Was it fun?
Yeah.
All right, that'll work. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out here. My mom and dad, my family, Kyle Regal, Taylor Painter at Tap's house, Pain Facility, SPR Yamaha, Dunlop Tires, Mika Metals, Acerbis, Twin Air, and my kindergarten teacher, Miss Tally, and anyone else who has supported me.
Hey, your kindergarten teacher did a good job because she taught you to read all that stuff. So good reading. All right, let's hear it for Bodie taking third place. Yeah, Bodie. All right, we'll see you in the next one. And that's going to do it for our PW 50 division, technically the Shaft Drive Limited 50 class. And that's going to push us to intermission today. Track maintenance already going on. We're going to rebuild this track for the larger bikes. And 4 classes of 50cc racing have concluded. We'll have intermission here at the ranch, but as far as Racer TV is concerned, we got a lot of cool stuff coming your way, so stay with us if you're watching at home.
Competitive, so that's just the nature of us racers, I guess. I mean, all people are that way, I guess.
Awesome. Freddie Norton from south of the border, SOBMX. Check them out. Thanks, Mike Burkeen, for stopping in, man. Good luck to all your guys. In fact, good luck to every rider out there, regardless of your training facility. Be safe out there, ride safe. Learn more at SOBMX.
First and
Oh, what? Are we having this conversation off the air? Go ahead.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing.
Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system, from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. Expect longer engine life, longer oil life, cleaner exhaust, and less fuel consumption. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
I'm a sore loser. I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me. Be the best. The best. The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use Cometic products in my engines. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
Riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner, every detail, every obstacle there to slow you down is another chance to get faster. When you've got a legacy of world champions to live up to, every second counts.
Trained
in my
for.
backyard to get
We were
guys.
there with Burkeen and all those guys training for these
Smoke
podiums.
That's why I do all the races I do to get ready for this one race. The 450B class. Flip the script, start the second round of motos, as David Smith had indicated, and we are off and running. Can it be? Will it be a clean start? Let's get them all through there. A Honda rider out front early, Christian Fernandez.
16 of Fernandez. I think he might have had the whole shot in the first moto as well. Oh, rider's down. It's this, I guess you'd call that 2.5 turn that's resulted in the most pileups. They're slow pileups and no one's hurt, but one guy tips over, 3 or 4
Everybody's
riders
stuck.
run into the back.
Yep.
That's happened numerous times this week.
Or KTM rider, excuse me, Christian Fernandez with that whole shot. Rider number 24 in that number 2 spot.
Caleb Connor, DNF in Moto 1, running second here in Moto 2.
How about that for redemption? A DNF, and now he finds himself in the number 2 spot.
Still going to be tough to get that championship, I would say.
Even if he goes
DNF.
1-1-1-1, he could win the next 5 motos, and that DNF's going to haunt him.
Just chipping away. It's chipping away.
So let's see, can Fernandez put the 450 power to the ground? And you know, these first few laps, hopefully you went slow on that sight lap because they worked a lot of this racetrack.
Yeah,
and if
it's
you
a
put
lot
it
different.
down too early.
And you can see some water down in a lot of spots as well. So it's slippery in areas. There is the 24 of Connor. Under pressure, we're looking for Josh Strickland. He's the one that won the first moto on the 23 Honda, but not in the top 3 at the moment, while Fernandez is checking out. Fernandez, 4th in Moto 1, so he's in contention right now.
He's in the mix. He's going outside. You remember this? We always see that fast outside line develop. Well, Nico Izzy did it way back when on his Super Mini. So the outside line is the way to go right now for the number 16 of Christian Fernandez. He got that whole shot, feeling good about it. Got a 4th in the first moto. A DNF for the rider in the number 2 spot. Caleb Connor, Spencer Winter is 3rd. Joshua Strickland back in 4th. Not bad.
Okay, that's your. So right now we got a 1-4 and a 4-1.
Oh, they're all tied up.
Yep.
Sam Gaynor in 5th. Devin Zendaris in the number 6 spot. Matthew Kretzler is 7th. Wesley Allen 8th. Camo Mitchell in the number 9 spot. Durko van der Vest, the world's strongest man and running top 10.
Ben Abianskis is 11th. Nathan Augustin, Rush Chapman, 13th. Tyler Walborn, 14th. And Hunter Calley is 15th. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hunter Calley was, he was the runner-up in Moto 1, and he is 15th here early in Moto 2. So it's getting crazy here in the second motos.
Wouldn't expect anything less. We got a guy that got a DNF in the number 2 spot, a guy that won the first moto in 15th. So, and then we got a 1-4-4-1 running around out there. Last package of Skittles being.
That's me opening up the last package of Skittles here in the tower. Now, this is very important. The math is going to be crazy, and you can't override it. If you're Josh Strickland, who we see now, he is in the 4th place spot. If you're Josh Strickland, there he is in the red Honda, got the white helmet, the black gear. Take what you can get, man. Don't throw it away. Other riders that you're battling for the title are struggling even worse.
Strickland is going for that big triple into the right-hander. And you know what, though? And also, these are long motos. You're so conditioned to riding 5 laps back home that you have to go all in. You have to slide those chips across on the first lap. And there's Strickland, goes into the number 3 spot. So the championship slowly coming back into focus there. It's like on Back to the Future, whenever Marty starts to disappear, that championship trophy is now starting to reappear on that Polaroid shot.
Well, it was, but Strickland went wide, and there was nothing out there to bank off of, no sort of berm at all. So he lost the spot again to Spencer Winter. Trying to go after Winter again. Winter's on that white machine.
Winter is coming.
It feels that way here at the ranch, no doubt about it. So Strickland trying. Whoa, who is making the blitz around the outside? Devin Zendaris. Devin Zendaris just taking every line he can find, even if it's not a premier line or the ideal line. He's just looking for running room.
Out of nowhere, Zendaris jumps in there. He was decent on mini bikes, a big kid, and you kind of expected him to finally stretch his legs on a big bike now, and showing you what he's got.
Suits his style. So a 3-rider battle for 3rd. Spencer Winter, Josh Strickland, and Devin Zendaris with Caleb Connor
Don't
in the
let
number 2
that X
spot.
fool you. It's a Z, but it is an X.
Excellent. Look at him down to the inside. That's Zendaris. Well, that was way to the inside, off the racetrack, in fact.
Dusty line there, the only line we did not water because it's not a part of the track.
Yeah, you cannot run through the infield, so he's got to give that spot back. Zendaris got bumped or just missed the line that he wanted on his own. It's getting hot and heavy. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders are in this storyline section together. Christian Fernandez has pulled away, but this battle is awesome.
That looks like a parade lap. 1, 2, 3, 4 riders. You are absolutely right. Way back in storyline as they come back towards us. And this track just comes to life. It's been quiet with all the 50s running around, those nice quiet. In fact, we do want to remind you that it is nap time for the 54 to 6 class. So in our schedule,
we appreciate
you'll find
you be quiet.
Nap time for 54 to 6s. 7-8 limited should be coming out of the nap. We'll try to hold the noise down there when you drive by the nap area. The impound area, you got the nap area, all these 41 kids asleep on cots. Thanks to the folks that handed out the cots.
Yeah, the nap area, the 50cc nap section. Yep, we got some soundproof holes. Oh, Strickland! That's what I was afraid of. Strickland goes down, and remember how close that pack was. Man, he can't get the bike up, and that pack was so close, he's probably lost 10 spots.
That might be the championship now. And here comes Christian Fernandez. All the while, he says, yeah, I'm good with that. That helps me. There's your second place rider, Caleb Connor. There's another rider down in the finish line turn.
Let's reset this. Fernandez and Connor are fine out front. Devin Zendaris has now taken over 3rd, and he is not giving up. He wants to get Connor for the number 2 spot. Then it is Cameron Mitchell in 4th, and Sam Gaynor in 5th. Strickland went back to 10th place. He was in 3rd.
He has got some more. Now he's probably hitting the panic button. Two crashes there. He's got 13 more minutes to do some work here. Here comes Zendaris going after Caleb Connor as they enter the 10 Commandments. Zendaris is going to double. He'll triple again, double out, and he has got a good run on your second place rider of Caleb Connor, who's really not a factor in this championship with that DNF in the first moto, but it's all about just showing up. Make sure those sponsors know who you are. Zendaris around the outside, the blue Yamaha of Connor. And Zendaris on the orange KTM. That's right, KTMs are orange. He has made the pass into the number 2 spot. Devin Zendaris with a 1:58. That's a quick lap time.
I love Zendaris' corner technique. It's totally unorthodox for most riders. He comes in slow, gets the bike set, and then he backs that thing around like flat track style once he has the bike pointed in the direction he wants. Someone's coming with him. I think that's Cameron Mitchell on the 46. He just made a pass too.
Camo Mitchell doing work. The Skittles doing some work on your pipes, man. You're coughing that stuff up.
Yeah, I need a port and polish job. Got to get the flow. Got to get the head flowed. The valve angle job in my throat. 3-angle valve job and a high compression piston goes a long way if you got the right exhaust system and a power tuner app. Power tuner app working for Caleb Connor. He's still in podium contention, 3rd place. But Cameron Mitchell, Sam Gaynor are going to try to mess that up.
Camo Mitchell's got a shot now. He is coming right with Devin Zendaris. He was a second quicker on that lap. As they go past the billboards, coming out first will be Zendaris. Mitchell follows along with Caleb Connor, Dirker Vanderwest. That is your top 5 here on lap number 4, just about to the halfway point of this 450B class. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on Racer TV, man. They have done just a bang-up job. Oh, and he goes down. Camo Mitchell goes down. The number 46 is on the ground. He's back up. Oh, that's a bummer. That'll kill a moto right there.
I'll tell you, this race has changed dramatically with 2 crashes. First, Strickland, and now Mitchell. And Christian Fernandez all along just cruising out front. Using the 4th in the first moto, the 1 here. I believe he'll be your overall leader going into Moto 3 if it ends like this.
He is getting lots of help by everyone hitting the deck.
Yeah, well, like this deck is nice. There's no reason to hit it.
Don't hit it.
The deck didn't do anything to you.
Can't have any nice things around here.
Yeah, you're going to start hitting the deck.
So there's the 77 of Devin Zendaris. He was in 6th about 3 laps ago. Now he finds himself in the number 2 spot. 9.
He's still not as quick as Fernandez. So Fernandez continues to stretch the lead. That's why it's 9 seconds. Who's next on the radar? Durko. I would not mess with a guy named Durko Vanderwest. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You can do it all you want, but these bumps will pop right back up. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. You can knock them down, they pop back up. Christian Fernandez's lead is now 10 seconds. Vanderwest, as we mentioned, got up to 3rd. Then you're seeing this number 24 of Caleb Connor in 4th. There is not any room for this type of battle. I think it's Sam Gaynor on the 82 doing a gainer. Isn't that a kind of dive? Blitzing. Wesley Allen in this group as well, in the number 50. There he is at the tail of that group. So Wesley Allen and Sam Gaynor ganging up on Caleb Connor. This is 4th, 5th, 6th. I don't know if Connor can hold them from the inside. He does. Woo! Well, it looked good going into the corner, but he just couldn't find anything on the exit to maintain that speed. So no one was able to make passes despite mistakes and different line choices. We've seen such good racing. Wesley Allen did make the pass. It was Gaynor that couldn't get it done around the outside. So Durko Vanderwest is now in third on the number 18. Durko coming out of Cairo, Georgia. Georgia boy for sure. I was doing some video work with our buddy Wes Williams this morning and hanging out with him and one of his buddies. And I said to one of his buddies, I'm like, dude, I didn't know you were Australian. And he's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, what? And Wes goes, no, that's just gnarly North Georgia accent. The accent was so gnarly that it actually sounded like it was another country. It was so southern, it turned like Southern Hemisphere. You're like, yeah. The accent was so gnarly. Yep, gnarly North Georgia. That's what I was told. Yep. I think Cameron Mitchell was in that group. He's trying to make a comeback after falling down in that corner while running in a podium spot. Cameron Mitchell's 8th, but I think you're going to see him make up a couple more spots before this one's over. He just needed a break. He just needed a break like that to enjoy some other things besides motocross racing. Mitchell? Is that Mitchell getting back up in the hunt? Oh, no, it's Vanderwest had problems. Durko Vanderwest goes from 3rd to 6th in this torrid battle. Yeah, some fan going nuts. Woo! Caleb Connor now under fire. Sam Gaynor's been trying to pass him. This is great racing. This is the best. Yeah, the first rider in this group is the 82 of Sam Gaynor. Caleb Connor on the 24 is right there. And then I think it's the 50 of Wesley Allen. So these are all podium spots. This is 3rd place, the fight you're watching. That's why they're going so hard for it. Zendaris is long gone in 2nd, and Fernandez is long gone in the lead. Are you kidding me with this battle? And you're watching Vanderwest trying to make more moves on the 18, trying to get back into a podium spot after throwing it away while running in 3rd. How do you call this action? 2-lap card is out. I got to head down to the podium. Check, check.
Check. 1, 2.
You're good. Never sounded better.
So the race on your screen we're focused on is Devin Zendaris and Wesley Allen, the number 77 and the number 50 Yamaha. About to see the white flag here in a few moments. 2-lap board is out. They should see the white flag next time around. The Lucas Oil last lap coming up very shortly. Here they come around the right-handed Thor sweeper just in front of the announcer's tower. You can pick up your leaders. Christian Fernandez has already come through. He's 13 seconds out front. There's Fernandez in front of the billboards. And Wesley Allen trying to just grind down Devin Zendaris. They both turned to 201 that time. Fernandez out front, a Sunday stroll on a Wednesday here as we begin the second batch of motos. Allen all over Zendaris around the outside. Zendaris is under attack from Wesley Allen on the 50 machine. Now, where do you go? Do you go inside? Do you go outside? He's going to swing it wide and make a run into these 10 commandments. He'll triple in. Allen does the same thing. Oh, and Allen's able to clear it. He triples out. Zendaris goes inside. Allen goes outside. Works out for Devin Zendaris. Best race on the track for the number 2 spot on the inside. He's going to try to sneak it in there. Wesley Allen, big long rut to try to stay in. They both ride the same line here. They'll double and single out, hang a right, head down to one of our 2 big sandy sections. Big long, rough left-hander, big rollers. Allen trying to sneak around again on the inside. Zendaris closed the door. In the same rut, up and over the roller. Allen looking for daylight, going to try it around the outside, see some blood in the water. He is attacking again. Stays a little bit lower. He's got something cooking now. He's going to land. They both put the power to the ground. Zendaris stands him up, runs him all the way to the tough blocks. Allen squares him up, dives back underneath him. Zendaris is going to try to cover this inside line. Here goes Allen. And again, Zendaris chops the front wheel off of the racetrack. The Lucas last lap. Here we go. Nope, that was it for the checker flag. Christian Fernandez takes the win. And Zendaris barely holds on to that number 2 spot. Wesley Allen doing everything that he could to get around him. 2 different times they almost came into contact. So it's Fernandez, Zendaris, Allen, 1, 2, 3. Durko Vanderwest finishes 4th. Sam Gaynor 5th. Caleb Connor was 6th. Russ Chapman 7th. Cody Groves 8th. Joshua Strickland 9th. And Hunter Cal rounds out your top 10. There's your results on the TV screen. Fernandez, Zendaris, Allen. And we will let those boys talk about it down there on the podium. We'll toss it down to Jason Wygant, who's going to have a pretty pumped Christian Fernandez.
Yep, thanks. And he's down here cooling off. Already got the bike up on the podium. You can see it there on RacerTV.com. Hard-earned runs for everybody. Zendaris, a great ride through traffic for 2nd. And Wesley Allen survived a crazy battle to get that 3rd place spot. A little bit easier on the riders this week because it's unseasonably mild, so they don't need quite as much cool down time to collect themselves. Big win, 4th in Moto 1, and with the victory here in Moto 2, some problems, some others, looking good for championships as well. Let's hear it for Christian Fernandez. And he's got the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, also $100 from them. All right, take us through that one. Certainly got a great start. I got to move to the middle. These speakers are fired up, just like these fans. How did the race go? Come out of the middle, come into the middle. Yep.
Don't let tires got me off to the whole shot, and then I just try to put a gap on the field and just cruise around, get the Moto win.
What happened there in Moto 1 when you got the 4th place?
I was running second behind, I think, Josh Strickland, and then I was trying to pull my pants up in the jump, and I landed one-handed, just swapped right before the sweeper.
I remember that happening. Okay, so with a 4-1, though, you're looking good.
Yeah, it seems like not everyone finished as good as they did in the first moto, so it's going to end up for some good racing in the third one.
Should be fun. Who do you want to thank, Christian?
I want to start off thanking my brother, who's all our training at Max, getting me to the top up here. Next Level Healthcare, all the help this past year. TYD Creations for all the help in previous years. 100% Goggles, they hooked me up this week. Bell Power Sports for the helmet after I messed up the visor over there in that crash. And Maximum Performance Suspension is working great out there. MotoFix Industries out here this week helping me out. My mom and dad, and yeah, 100%. I think I already said it, but everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Christian Fernandez. Good job, Christian. And it's Devin Zindaris, 2nd place. Let's get our 2nd place finisher on up here. Well, good riding through traffic to end up in the number 2 spot. Let's hear it for Devin Zindaris. Here, come on into the center here. Don't be shy. That was awesome, man. You had to make some passes.
Yeah, I worked through the pack pretty fast, and then at the end of the moto, I got a little winded, but we kept it together.
Who do you want to thank?
The whole Real Deal facility, everyone over there treats me like family. I just want to say thank you to them. And also the Kessler family, they took good care of me for training for this race. And also like thank Seven, Monster, Dunlop, Pro Taper, and anybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear it for Devin Zindaris, 2nd place. Congratulations. And 3rd place, man, this was a good battle. We had about 9 riders going for it, but ultimately the 3rd goes to Wesley Allen. Can you even remember what happened out there? There were so many of you guys battling.
Yes, sir. I had 42nd gate pick and came out the gate pretty good and just put my head down. A couple people fell, but finished strong.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, FXR, Bell, Scott, TCD, Real Deal Max Training Facility, and Slipshot.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Wesley Allen, 3rd place. And the bronze. That's 450B. Let's send it back up.
All right, we're going to get ready to go here with the Vet Plus 30 class. We'll have a look at our top 10 since it's now into Moto number 2s. We've introduced you to all the riders through the first set of motos. Finishing up 10th place in the first moto in this Vet Plus 30 class, rider number 53, Ronald Rothkrantz. Your 9th place finisher out of Coldwater, Mississippi, Husqvarna rider number 23, Jake Lowry. Finishing up 8th Number 61 out of Elizabethville, Pennsylvania, Jeremy Cook. 7th place rider was number 42 out of Franklin, Georgia, Andrew Matusek. And here was your top 5, or 6th place was for rider number 4, Garrett Edmondson. He finished up 6th out of Florida. Here is your top 5 in the Bet Plus 30 when we went racing in the first moto. Finishing up 5th was Taylor Painter out of Claiborne, Texas. Your 4th place finisher was Blake Keaton out of Benton, Arkansas, rider number 43. And your podium from that first moto in the Bet Plus 30 class. As I continue to look for the results, here's your 3rd place finisher, Kenny Day out of Live Oak, Florida, finished up 3rd. Your 2nd place finisher was Chad Wages, number 45, out of Frederick, Maryland. And your winner in this Bet Plus 30, first time out, was Darren Downs out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Darren trains here at Loretta's about 4 days a week, cuts in all the laps here. Since it's not far, it's in Murfreesboro. I made that up. He does not.
That is not true.
No, I know.
Not true.
Somebody will believe that.
Yes, somebody will get very upset.
Darren Downs, your winner. Can he repeat?
We are underway. So 30 plus. Downs was ups in the first moto, as you mentioned, Kevin. Let's see what happens this time. Yep, avoid those hay bales and you're good. Jake Lowry's got the lead.
I believe Jake finished top 10 in that first moto, number 23. Let's take a look. Jake Lowry, where did he finish up? Jake Lowry was 9th. So just inside the top 10, grabs himself a whole shot. So he's got to be feeling pretty good.
Pretty good. Yeah, clear racetrack out here right now. But look, you have not heard anyone say in the podium, for good reason, that it's a hard track to make passes on.
No.
It is about as passable of a racetrack as I've ever seen. I love how pretty much everyone just talks about how important the start is. I routinely announce the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship on weekends. They're 30-minute motos. Everyone says how important the starts are. And by the end of the race, sometimes there's 45-second gaps between riders. And I say to myself, the riding has something to do with it.
Right.
The riding is a factor. Being able to ride fast and not get tired and not crash, also important.
That is very important.
Yes.
There's Andrew Matusek on the number 42 machine, coming around in the number 2 spot, red gear, 42 on the bike, going after Darren Downs, or excuse me, Jake Lowry, number 23.
Yeah, Lowry leading this one. We'll find Downs, our first moto winner, here in a moment. Matusak's come so close to another title at Loretta's in these age classes the last few years. He won way back in the day on a 65.
65.
Oh, 65 rider, good 65 rider like Andrew Matusek. Here he is on the inside, taking the lead from Lowry. Matusek wants a part of it. Got it.
So Andrew trains a bunch of guys back in Georgia at Hazardous MX, putting that train into the mix here, putting it to the test. Andrew.
Remember when Ricky Carmichael came back and raced in the 25-plus class here at the ranch going back 5 or 6 years ago? It was Matusek was generally the guy trying to chase him down from second place.
Wow, doing a mid-turn tear-off.
Yeah.
So it's Jake Lowry, Michael Stevenson in the number 3 spot, John Del Balso in the number 4 spot, Richard White is 5th, Chad Wages 6th, Jordan Oxley 7th, Darren Downs, your first moto winner, is 8th. So here we go. The big mix-up, the big shake-up.
Yeah, we're seeing it quite a bit.
Taylor Painter back in the number 9 spot.
Where was Matusek in Moto 1? 4th, I believe? Am I right about that?
7th.
7th. Oh.
So he's going to need to go get some ones, finish this thing out.
I saw the Suzuki boss man, Chris Wheeler, out there. Where's Wheeler? He's on the infield. He's got Matusek on that Suzuki and looking good on it right now, leading Suzuki really trying to rebuild their program here. The RM Army, you can see our manager's box in the center of the track. RC classic Suzuki colors, classic Suzuki logos. But I actually see, yeah, that number 4 of Garrett Emiston. He's even got the Ricky Carmichael font on his Suzuki number 4.
All in.
All in on number 4. The only difference is Garrett's about 6'3", so a little different.
He tried to take some
stature
inches off there. He actually went and had some surgery.
Shave it off.
Shaved off 9 inches to be
Ricky Carmichael's
exact same
size.
height.
Yep. All right, so the 23 of Jake Lowry now under fire from the 27 of Michael Stevenson, another Suzuki rider.
Suzuki, as David Eiser called
Suzuki, yes, double Z's.
There's only one Z in the word.
Take a lot of NyQuil. NyQuil will help you get your Z's.
Give you extra ones.
Okay, so where is our first moto winner? Darren Downs on the Honda, number 22, eighth early on. Let's see if he can get in this picture, because Matuszek at least would be looking at a 7-1, or at least beat a 1-8. That's how crazy it is.
A 2:03 for
There's
Andrew
22.
Matuszek. There he is. Yeah, he's picking guys off. He should be up in the top 5 here before race end.
I think the key for Downs is to not go down while he's working his way through this pack. And Kenny Day, who is on the podium in the first moto, is right behind him on the number 2. Kenny Day's day job is running the Traders Yamaha team.
Oh, how about that?
He's a team manager, works alongside the legendary Skip Norfolk, who's the crew chief. Team's got Nick Gaines on the team. And also the man we call Eldozo, won a couple championships out here. He's got his Dreamland track down in Florida.
What's he doing? Where's he
Luke
racing? What is
Rinsland.
he doing?
He
He's doing
does
some Canadian
a couple
stuff?
nationals, couple Canada races.
Does he have a Supercross only deal? What is his deal?
Yeah, the team doesn't do all of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. They do more Eastern-based races, so they'll probably be back for Budds Creek because they're a Maryland-based team.
Right.
How about Luke Rinsland just busted out a podium out of Supercross this year?
That was awesome.
It was East-West. Most stacked competition you're going to have all year. He busted out a podium, and I think he had the second fastest lap of the race.
Saw it coming a mile away, right?
He rises to the occasion. So, yeah, that's normally the riders for Kenny Day, but in this case, Kenny Day is the rider for his team, and he and Darren Downs battling 6th and 7th. That could also be a battle for the championship. Oh, this is a cool tradition we have here. The FCA raffle will be giving away a Kawasaki KX250F, I believe, on Friday. So go visit FCA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, I believe is what it is, and get some raffle tickets.
Yeah, Darren Downs getting some heat from Kenny Day now. Day has drawn up alongside him. Downs on the inside of the number 22, and he gets past. That could...
This is a battle.
Woo! Change the championship for those two young men right there. They both finished right behind each other in the first moto. Now here they are again.
I thought Day had the pass made, but again, this very raceable racetrack, these changes in a hurry, and that is allowed. No, Day's going to get it back again. Second time he's made a pass attempt, comes right across the line and passes Downs.
Now could Downs remount, go outside? That's been the good line. They both went outside.
Oh, this is good racing right here, and they've got someone rolling up behind him. Taylor Painter on the number 1.
Painter is coming, the big number 1. Last year's returning champ. Struggling a bit. And there's Garrett Edmondson right behind him.
Painter's just back there because he sees a great vision of these two riders battling, wants to get the easel out, wants to get the canvas, wants to paint everything he sees, so he's getting a good vision back there. You see them right in front of him.
Great shadow, great lighting.
Mm-hmm. Andrew Matuszek continues to lead on the number 42. Jake Lowry second. Michael Stevenson third. Chad Wages fourth. I believe Wages was second in the moto and Day was third in the first one. Yeah, Wages was second. Day was third. So actually, it might be Wages in the championship lead right now with Matuszek. A factor also with the 7-1. Oh, yeah, Digital Day is pumped on his Georgia boy out front in this one.
And Painter took a bumpy ride through the 10 Commandments there. Came up short and just said, I'm not letting off the throttle, and just bounced his way through, similar to what we saw in that 450B class. There's the 23 of Jake Lowry. He grabbed our Bell Helmets whole shot and hanging tough in the number 2 spot. There's a rider off to the side of the racetrack, just taking a look around.
Oh, Man, we're just watching that 23 of Jake Lowry just bounce. That's not blitzing. That's not skimming. That's bouncing.
It's just holding on for dear life. So that was a good shot of Andrew Matusak going through the finish line area. There's Lowry. There's Andrew again up and over the tunnel jump. Vance Coombs with the shot there.
Eagle-eyed scout got the shot. Sniper.
Photographers down there low, getting the shot down there as well.
And it's a really good shot. It's amazing, actually, how well they're able to cover this racetrack. We don't have 20 cameras, although it might appear that way. So Matusak goes by. Now we're going to get an idea of the gap.
There's Lowry just coming in the screen now. Wait, was that? Okay, yeah. A little bit of a glitch there. Then you have Chad Wages on the 45 machine in the number 3 spot. He's close. If you can't see Jake Lowry, you should go get glasses. That is the brightest gear known to man. That's bright stuff. Look how deep they come in. It's like just a dead stop into that rut before the 10 Commandments.
Whoa!
Yeah, Robbie Knievel.
Man, Jake Lowry is going to have to be tired. We've seen a couple of bucking bronco rides, and that makes you hold on that much tighter. That's like doing a big deadlift squat to try to hold on to that thing. Let's see if he's got any energy left to hold off Wages.
Good Lord, give him a neck rub. My neck hurts just watching him.
Yeah, just watching him bounce around. And Kenny Day, he has made the move on downs. He's holding off Painter. He is in 4th. We could be looking at a 3 or 4-way tie going into the third moto the way this is going.
Of course we are.
Yep, because Matusak would have 8 points if it ended like this.
Correct.
And Day would have 7, and Downs would have 7 as well.
Yep, lucky 7s across the board.
And Wages would be looking at a 2-3 for 5 points.
So they need to
This
hire
is
the
huge.
body bag to get in there and kind of mess this all up.
So Wages here watching on the 45, this is huge. If he can make the pass on Lowry and get second, he'd have a pair of seconds for finishes and a big points gap going into the third moto. So critical juncture right now. Exactly halfway through.
I swear the track looks way rougher the way Jake Lowry is riding because he just, with every bump, his whole body is gyrating all over the place.
Yeah, I agree. It reminds me of the Oakley event tonight, 6 o'clock. They're going to have the pre-karaoke show. You're going to get warmed up with some free giveaways from Oakley, some raffles.
Oh, that's right.
And then it also says,
Read
at 6 p.m. over at Oakley, the Oakley girls will be out front shaking that ... I mean, I guess it's thing. They're leaving it up to your imagination of what they're going to be shaking.
Cocktails.
But that'll be over there at Oakley at 6 p.m. tonight, the Oakley pre-FMF karaoke party.
Tailgating a party. How do you pre-party a party?
Pre-party. Pre-party a party. Pre-game.
Wow.
It's not even a game.
Good stuff.
And then we'll have our FMF karaoke World Championships.
Those are a blast.
After.
Those are
it's good times.
It's a very social affair. Now we've got a new second place rider. You're right. Chad Wages has made the pass, gotten around Jake Lowry, who continues to punish his neck and back.
Oh, some hard landings. So Wages making it happen. Wages now in position with 2-2 moto scores. Could be the rider to beat for this title unless Darren Downs, our first moto winner, can pull a magic rabbit out of the hat. I guess he actually would just use magic to pull a rabbit out of the hat. It doesn't have to be a magic rabbit. If he had the magic rabbit, then he could pull another rabbit out of the hat because the rabbit would be able to
do his own
magic. Yep.
A magic rabbit.
Hey, if he had a magic rabbit's foot. Magic and good luck.
Oh, my Lord.
Combined. I mean, that's
But
what
if you're
Darren
magic,
Downs needs right now.
You can just get good luck with your magic.
You kind of can create it,
right?
I would think. Like if you're playing cards and you can just pull an ace out of your ear at any time. I mean, that's not luck. That's magic, but it is kind of like luck. So Wage is in control of this overall right now, but Matusak in control of the moto. What a ride for him.
7 seconds. Not even in the picture. He's so far out front. Comfortably out front. There is the number 45 of Chad Wages. There's Kevin Kozad coming in to set us straight.
Yep, we've been doing some sinning. Yep. I'm sorry, Kevin. I repent. I'm sorry. Whatever we've done this week, sure you're gonna have a talk with us.
Kevin Kozad lets us know that they're having church tonight. We're at your rig.
FMF. You're having church. Is that linked into the karaoke?
That is karaoke is 8 p.m. Church is 7 p.m. So everybody's welcome. Everybody's invited. MXers for Jesus. We're here to provide church. That's all we do. That's what we do. So 7 p.m. tonight at FMF, And as soon as we're done, you can either hang out for karaoke or you can go, leave, whatever you want to do. But 7 p.m. tonight at the FMF Pits, we'll have chairs. We've got a Nashville musician artist coming to sing for us. So 7 p.m., everybody's welcome, everybody's invited.
Awesome. All right, that's cool.
Good to see you. We just talked to everybody. This is out there talking to everybody. Take your seat.
I mean, you've shown Kevin Kozad you can probably get the job done. Hey, we are joined by perhaps the all-time most successful rider at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Michael Lessie is here. He's hanging out. I saw him this morning. Said he wanted to call some motos. We are in prime time right now. Some great races coming up. But first of all, just welcome back to the ranch, Michael Lessie.
Thank you, Jason. It's awesome to be here. This is the ranch is a special place to me, and being able to win 11 titles is obviously a historic mark with Sansarillo and James Stewart. Huge. And for these riders to see them put in the effort that they're putting in here this week and to try to fulfill their dreams of winning a championship at the ranch is just amazing and awesome to see.
Andrew Matuzik on the 42 continues to lead. Chad Wage is closing in a little bit. He's got it down to 5 seconds. Jake Lowry third, Kenny Day fourth, Taylor Painter fifth. All right, here's the magical question. The sport has changed, especially in the amateur side, so much. Was 04 your last year?
2004, last year here racing.
And I remember talking to your dad about this a little bit last year. We didn't have really the training facilities that are now par for the course. There's so many different compounds that the riders use to prepare. You prepare basically by going down to the road and just racing.
Pretty much. Just, going out and just racing myself into shape, be ready for Loretta's. And being out in the desert where I lived in California, we're just riding nasty, rugged, dry, bumpy tracks, just suffering. Honestly, it's a terrible word to say, but just suffering and putting yourself through that pain to come here so you bleed less when you're in the battle.
That's true. Yeah, sometimes you have to make it not the best, not the most fun track, not the most enjoyable conditions.
Yeah, but you got to train yourself to where you're going to be going into battle, and you got to train where you got to fight.
So how much were you at home riding your track, or was a significant part of your time, like your year, was it like 50% of the time you were on the road?
Well, always on the road, obviously doing all the amateur nationals throughout the year. But
you did tons of other races too.
Tons. I mean, there's countless races. We're on the road, we're traveling, but you know what? This is the big one. This is the big dance, is here at Loretta's. And like I said, having all these riders here, putting forth the effort, and having great battles. That's what it's all about, and having fun.
Chad Wages has caught Andrew Matuzik. I cannot believe he's made up this kind of ground. He was 7 seconds behind him, and now we got a battle for the lead over these final 4 minutes. Matuzik, there he is, 42, the red gear. The 45 right behind him. Wages is looking to have a 2-1 in the moto scores.
He's got himself in the overall position at the moment, but we're coming around here for the final turn. Looks like we're going to get the 2-lap card here any second.
Yeah, this is going to be close to see if Matuzik can hold him off. We're going to have to go to the podium, but I just want to ask you, Mike, because you were one of the guys, you don't win 11 titles without being focused on this race. You were one of the guys, every time you're in a class, you're a favorite to win. Were you able to enjoy your time at the ranch, or was it 100? You did?
I did.
How?
I go in the creek, hang out with some girls, have some fun.
You did?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't want to tell my wife that, but that was
No, okay. Hey, it's all right. You're 13 years old. But you were able to turn it off. You were able to not be just nervous and thinking about your moto if you had a day off.
No, I would like to go down to the creek, hang out with the girls, and just have a good time, jump off the cliff, and just relax. And that's what it's all about. And it looks like Chad Wages just got Matuzik up the inside.
He did. Matuzik, man, has led this entire moto, but now the last lap and a half, Chad Wages making it happen. I'm impressed because when you have the pressure that you're under, to be able to turn that off and not be thinking about the moto for hours before it even happened. It's pretty cool.
Well, the thing is that I came into the race always prepared.
Okay.
And that's the biggest thing is when you come into the race prepared, knowing you put in the work, the countless hours in the gym, riding the bicycle, and riding your motorcycle, you come into the race prepared, you're not nervous. You don't get arm pump, maybe a little bit of arm pump. I mean, you can't lie, you're going to get it because it's the first race of the motos. You get a little nervous. But as far as like the preparation, that's what comes down to. And
when you're confident.
When you're confident, you come into the round, the racing, confident in your ability, your bike, and at the end of the day, too, a huge part of this racing at Loretta's is the ranch, is its luck. There is a huge, huge part is being luck. You got to have a good luck with the first turn, you know, not crashing, bike problems, and obviously the biggest thing that's out of your control is the weather. You never, ever know if it's going to rain or if it's going to be hot and humid. And unfortunately, you just got to be able to deal with all of the elements that are thrown your way and be able to win a championship.
Not bad for a Californian to be able to handle that. Look, Matusik is absolutely sending it in this last lap to try to get Wages back for the moto win. I got to head down to the podium. Rodney Tomlin, get those batteries dialed in. We'll hang out with Mike Alessi for the next couple of races. Be great to have his analysis here. Mike's still doing some racing up in Canada.
As we're here on the last lap on the white flag, Chad Wages in first position, Andrew Matusik in second. Looks like Matusik is starting to catch him back up, making a little bit of ground on this last lap to make it a dogfight, maybe down to the end.
Well, I know Matusik came here with one thing in mind, like most of these guys do, Mike, and that is to win. And he was proving that that's what he wanted out here, and he may have been taken a little by surprise here late in the moto. And as we roll through this final lap of racing, only a second separating those two as they came past the finish line. Hey, there's still room for a lot of changes before these checkers fly.
At the end of the day, Randy, racing is never over until you hit the checker flag.
That's exactly right, Mark. I'm Rodney. Mike looked at me and said, he called me Randy, so I called him Mark. I'm just playing with you, man.
Sorry,
it's all right.
Rodney.
It's okay, brother.
My bad.
It's all right.
Hey, call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late to dinner.
Hey, that's me right there, my friend. No, I'm playing with you, dude. Kenny Day also putting together a great ride. Jake Lowry, the number one of Taylor Painter, also coming through with a top 5 ride, it looks like, here in Moto 2. He scored a 5th place in Moto 1 as well, the defending champion of this Vet 30-plus class now. But here comes Wages around these final moments now through the Rocky Mountain sweeper turn and into the heart of this race course, as Andrew Matusik may have a few last-ditch efforts to try and make a pass.
He's trying. It might be just a little too late, though.
Yeah, I think Chad may have this one dialed in. It's going to take a mistake at this time, and Andrew's got his head down. He's charging. He's trying to put some power to that rear wheel, but a lot of wheel spin coming through there on that sweeper turn.
Oh, last corner. He couldn't make it. No. It was a close one. He tried in that last corner, but just not enough.
Last-ditch efforts, but a second-place position there for Andrew Matusik, but Chad Wages, the 45 machine, is going to take the moto win, and for him, that will prove a 2-1. That's going to set him up pretty good for a championship as far as this is concerned, and I'll tell you, third motos are going to be real exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Even with Matusik with that 7-2, he's put himself in a pretty decent position to put some pressure on and hope for a little bit of a mistake by Chad Wages in the third moto. But you know what? As much as it got to be fast, you have to be consistent. So we'll see what happens in this third moto in tomorrow.
Consistency is king. There's no doubt about it as we head down to Jason Wigan at the podium.
Oh, hugs all around. They are so pumped in the Chad Wages camp because now he's sitting on a 2-1. So a big points lead heading into the third moto, and he did it the hard way. Lots of passes to earn this gold medal. Let's hear it for Chad Wages. I didn't think first was maybe in reach. At one point, a podium was hard. You made a lot of moves.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even know where I was. I knew towards the end of the race I was top 3, but I had no idea I had made the pass for the lead.
You didn't know that was for the lead?
No, I just thought I was racing for second. So I had no idea. So this is pretty awesome. It's an unbelievable moment. I just like to thank my mechanic, Steve, for putting in all the hard work on my bikes. My mom and dad, my brother Jeff, my sister Erin for making it out here. KB5 engines, Yoshimura exhaust, Brap straps, PSW Motorsports, Ivy Hill, Randall Everett, my trainer, and everyone else I forgot.
Chad Wages taking the moto win. All right. All right, these people are stoked. And we'll look for Andrew Matusik. Jake Lowry is our whole shot winner as well. So, Jake, if you want to come on up. We'll give the $100 whole shot check to Jake Lowry. There you go. Get the hat on. Whole shot goes to number 23, Jake Lowry. All right, that's $100 for you. Start was good, and dude, you were in a battle the whole time.
Yeah, planned on getting the whole shot the first moto, but 35th gate pick, that didn't work. Had some clutch problems the first moto, worked up to 5th, then my clutch went out, so no clutch, no goggles for half the first moto, try back to 9th. In that moto, I mean, I had the podium easy, and just, man, real life, wife and 3 kids gets to you out there for 20+1, so I guess that's all I can say about it.
Who do you want to thank?
Definitely got to thank my dad for all the finances helping me and my kids get to areas, regionals, qualifiers, here. My wife and my 3 kids for supporting me. My boss, Donnie Graham, and Graham Husqvarna, and all the guys at Husqvarna, actually, they helped me out with my clutch. My rep, Kellen, helps me out with a demo bike, and Bruce MX, Fly Racing, CD Boots. There's probably a bunch of other people. My mechanic, Carey, he's got double duty this week with me and another kid, so definitely need to thank him for all his help, and anybody that I forgot, thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Jake Lowry with your whole shot. $100 from Bell. I got in that when I photobombed it. And quite a battle with championship points on the line. Some clutch passes for the Traders Racing Yamaha man. Let's hear it for Kenny Day. Well, you got 2 podiums in the 2 motos, so you're in contention.
Yeah, feels good. Finally got a somewhat easy start, I can say. I only got into it, so Traders Racing bike's super fast, and I'm trying to make the best out of it. But yeah, I definitely got a little tight there in the beginning, and Chad and all those guys got away, and I was just trying to get my heart rate down and come back. So I'll take it.
Who do you want to thank, Kenny?
Lord Jesus Christ, first off. Like I said, my back's been messed up, so I'm just so thankful to be up here. Have to thank my whole Traders Racing team, my Tony Arch, my mechanic, every single person that supports the team. Can't thank you guys enough. Couldn't do it without you. Then the family, my mom, my brothers, my girlfriend, Manny, Calvin, everybody, Sunshine Stadium X, they brought me here, and we put in a lot of time, so I'm just thankful for it.
Good job. Let's hear it for Kenny Day, taking 3rd. And sandwiched in between all that, our 2nd place finisher led a ton of this one. Coming out here hunting for vet class championships all the time here at Loretta Lynn Ranch. Let's welcome the Suzuki man on up, the number 42 of Andrew Matuzik. Well, it was a dream ride for a while there. They were able to track you down at the end, but I saw you when you got by. You sent it, man. You tried to come back.
Yeah, I got out front early, and then I put my head down for about a lap or 2. Then about lap 4 or 5, my line started fading away. I honestly tried to pick a lot of lines that were out of that main line, so I could continue flowing and carry speed through my corners and stuff. And yeah, they just started fading away. So.
Can you get a moto win before this is over? You got this thing figured out?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't thank Suzuki enough. We've been in that motor, I think, like 37 times now since we started this week. A 1 in a million fluke accident. My clutch is adjusting the opposite direction, and I was driving without a clutch there for a bit, the first moto in practice, but we got it figured out now, and yeah, I know what I need to do.
Who do you want to thank, Andrew?
Oh, first and foremost, the big man above. 20 years ago, I almost passed away today. I was wearing red gear. So, listen to Kevin Kozad, put it on today to face my fears. And, Suzuki, my mom, my dad, my fiance, everybody at Fox Racing, Todd, Aaron, to him at Suzuki, Al, Comedic, I'm trying to blank, I'm sorry. English Bob, English Bill, Mike Sowers, Max's Tires, Henson, Rob Henson for getting me set up with his clutch, Jersey Joe, everybody at FMF, Kyle, Donnie, thank you so much.
Glad you came back. Andrew Matuzik, well done. 2nd place in the moto. And that's our Vet 30 Plus. We actually got Mike Alessi in the tower, and I know that Mike used to battle with Andrew Matuzik back in the day here at Loretta. So it's pretty cool how it all comes full circle and memories are made here at the ranch. I'll send it back up.
Is that it, Jace?
That's it.
All righty. Up here in the tower, the 125C class getting ready to roll next as we take a look at our top 10 board here, heading into this second moto of racing as we take a look at finishers here. Taking the Moto 1 win, Tristan Moffitt out of Palmer, Alaska, and then taking a second place position, the 38 of Wanata, Indiana's Trey Gibson. Third place going to in Moto number 1, Colton Yenser. He rides aboard the number 63 out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. A fourth place position to the number 77 of Haymarket, Virginia's Travis Bellotti. Rounding out the top 5 in Moto number 1 would have been Sam Martin out of Ben Lomond, California on the number 21 machine. Sixth place to Kyle Wise, 31 out of Modesto, California. The seventh place position then going to Jagger Koch out of Silverthorne, Colorado. And as we look back a little further in the pack, an eighth place position as we search was Logan Doyle out of Bushnell, Florida, on board the 39 Yamaha. The ninth place position, Rowdy Houston from Summerfield, Florida, on the number 15 Husky. And it was the 11 of Connor Stevenson out of Littleton, Colorado, rounding out the top 10 as our riders have made their way, or are making their way around this course for their signing lap now, and they'll head back to the Lucas Oil start gate. So the Lucas Oil start gate is going to be filling back up again, back to these 125Cs. We talked about this class yesterday in quite detail about this being a great graduation class from the mini cycles into the big bikes, and it's not only that, but it's also a great learning class for some of these younger kids that may be too big for the mini cycles whenever they break into the world of motocross racing as well. And on top of all that, it makes it affordable. It's a great affordable machine that you could come out here and ride basically stock and still be competitive.
Honestly, the two-stroke is coming back. You see that Yamaha and KTM have it. Their sales are up. They're selling bikes. And at the end of the day, two-strokes are honestly, I mean, in my opinion, I think they're way funner than riding in four-stroke.
You know, I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot, that the two-strokes are a lot more fun to ride. I mean, obviously the technology has advanced there for four-stroke technology and made them just amazing machines, fast and very reliable and durable. But again, the fun factor back to the two-stroke.
And here's how I kind of look at it, Rodney, is that elements to it. There's the financial cost of racing a two-stroke versus a four-stroke. Obviously, we know you blow up a two-stroke, you drop a piston, and you're back on the bike in 45 minutes to an hour. You blow up a four-stroke, it's a lot of money to fix. That's one. Number two, the racing would be way, way closer because everybody's closer in speed because you can only go so fast on a two-stroke. And the third thing, the biggest one, is the injuries. You wouldn't see half the field injured and not racing.
I have to tend to agree. You have a lot of validity in those comments, and though it may not revolutionize the world of motorcycle racing, I think you're right. Two-strokes in general are coming back, and I think this class right here for the Loretta Lynns has been a lot of fun to watch, and I can't wait to see what Moto 2 brings us.
Right, here we go. 125C gate drop number 2 getting ready to happen.
All right, here we go. Revs are up, and gate's going to be down. Maybe the sweetest sounding class of all. We got a 125 BC class here also. That's pretty good, but it's going to be cool. Even though it's C class, these guys know how to rip, and we're underway.
Oh! Big crash right
Over
out
the
of the base.
All right, good to see that everybody's all right and quickly running to the bikes. We threw a curveball at Mike.
Eli Pendergrass taking a little tumble there out of Yadkinville, North Carolina. Tough break for the KTM rider on the Core Moto Graphics Victory Sports Pack machine. He finished 15th in Moto number 1.
He looked like he was okay. He was back getting up and back on the bike. So hopefully he gets back in the race and catches back up. Cannon Bigelow right now looking like he's in the first place position, leading this guy's around. Coming around the first lap, man, it's jockeying for position in the middle of the pack right now.
Oh, right there in the middle of the pack. Look at the passes that are taking place. I mean, riders that started back in 15th place, some of them are already up probably close to a top 5 as they thread needles and push the envelope out there, just trying to make up ground early on.
That's right, Rodney. They're coming out of Storyland right now. We're going to see, oh, we got a battle for the lead. Can't get a number on it yet, but we're going to let you know here in a second. 72.
72, maybe 71, maybe if that might be Jagger Koch actually, who finished 7th in Moto number 1, and it is
72.
Koch out of Victory Motorsports Fly Racing Biz Enterprise
it
Machine.
comes around the outside and takes the lead. Number 21, I believe.
21.
Sam Martin.
Yep.
So 5th place in the first moto, looking at a first place here in this second moto, put himself in the overall position possibly for the championship. But you know what? There's a lot of racing to go. This is the first lap of moto number 2.
Most certainly. We've already seen, 3 lead changes in the last half a lap.
We might even see more before the end of this race. Maybe even before the end of the second lap.
Exactly. Rolling through, Sam Martin out front aboard the 21 is Jagger Koch, who led momentarily into the number 2 spot. Watching that replay off that start, hard spill there for Eli Pendergrass out of Yadkinville, North Carolina. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, and he bounces right back up and gets right back on that machine. As we check back up front again, Kanan Bigelow, your whole shot award winner there. The 11 is now 3rd place. 11, Connor Stevenson is running it, Kanan Bigelow is 3rd. It is Stevenson in the 4th place position. He took a 10th in Moto 1. So back to these inconsistencies. And now we may see some consistency before the end of the Moto, but this is one thing that I always expect to see in these novice classes, Mike, and that's inconsistencies where we've seen riders that barely even crack the top 5 literally win the overall and never even hit the podium throughout the course of the week.
Yeah, you could see a guy who goes 5.35 or a 5.43 and could end up winning the title in this class because of inconsistency. But at the end of the day, it's still consistent enough to get the job done.
Exactly, and a very good point. And point taken as we pick back up with our leaders coming out of the Waterworks area now from out of Storyland. It is still Jagger Koch in 2nd. And Sam Martin still leading this as we look back to the number 3 spot. Kanan Bigelow still there. Connor Stevenson, Travis Moffitt rounding out the top 5. We got Travis Bellotti, the 77 in 6th. Preston Martin, the 88 is 7th. Trey Gibson, the 38 in 8th. Rowdy Houston in 9th. And it looks like Curtis Bjorn rounds out your top 10.
I'm kind of scanning the leaderboard right now. I'm looking for Trey Gibson, the guy who got 2nd in the first moto. I'm looking right now. And even first moto winner, Tristan Mofton. There it is, Trey Gibson.
Yeah, Gibson in the 8th place position now. Thanks, Eagle Eye Matt Watson, as he checks in the tower with us, watching the races. And over the Tunnel of Love, Sam Martin goes with Jagger Koch in tow. Connor Stevenson now up to the number 3 spot. Moffitt is 4th. Bellotti, what happened to Kanan Bigelow as he has dropped all the way back to a 7th place position, kind of similar to what we were seeing on lap 1. A lot of passes taking place as these riders are pushing to the front as hard as they can.
That's right, Rodney. And as they, got a mistake right here at the finish line section, off camera. No problems for Sam Martin though, as he's reading this one around on the number 21 KTM. Looking good out there. We are 4 minutes and 50 seconds into the second moto. Sam Martin looking really good on that KTM, I have to say, for sure.
He most certainly does, and as we look at his Moto 1 scores and compare them to what's going on here in Moto 2, a 5th place finish, not surprising. Not sure if Sam didn't get the best of starts and maybe worked up into that position there in Moto 1, and a better gate pick obviously yield him a little better start out here, and that oftentimes is the tell of those first motos, just having to fight your way to get the best position you can in the first moto in hopes of maybe scoring a solid overall top 3 ride in the second moto.
Yeah, it's kind of like we were just talking about the consistency, being consistent enough to get the title in this class, because you will see the inconsistency with the riders. Unfortunately, it's just how it's going to go.
Our leaders coming around, be around for 3 in a moment. Sam Martin, we see the gap has opened up to 5.3 seconds. Lap time for Martin on that second time around was at 2:05.6 compared to Koch's 2:09.251. We see that Lead, as we said, now extended to 5.3 seconds, a 2:09.4 for Connor Stevens. We may see a battle start to shape up there. Stevens had a little bit of a battle trying to get into that number 3 spot, and once he's there, he may be trying to track down the 72 machine, so we'll keep a close eye on that. As here comes Koch through now. His gap between Martin and in that first place position still just at that 5-second difference, and only a 0.2 of a second difference in their lap time that time around.
Mike, let's talk about this racetrack a little bit. The ruts are so deep, dude.
I mean, you could lose, not even a small dog, a big dog, you could lose in these ruts. And these
Okay.
riders are like paddling through the corners in some of them. It's like they come in and the bike just gets sucked down because the ruts are so deep. And as the day goes on, they're only getting deeper, especially as they push the dirt and move it around to smooth them back out. They're just going to come right back.
It's so weird to me to think that we only have practice one day a week, and then every other race you've got to just race besides the sight lap. Did you know when you took off for your moto exactly where you wanted to go based on the sight lap, or was a lot of it reading terrain as you were riding and just figuring it out?
I'll be completely honest.
Yeah.
As a racer, your instinct just kicks in.
Really?
And the lines that you kind of look at for the hot lap, more times than not, you don't even end up using them.
Okay. It just, as it's coming in the race, you're just picking.
You're just picking the right line, that instinct that comes to you.
Man, it's got to be tough. Most races you have practice in the morning. It's a unique thing to this event.
Yes, but practice will always, and it's just like you're saying, practice is never going to be the same as a race.
Oh, okay.
Ever.
And the track would have changed a ton if you rode practice at 8 in the morning, get a moto at 3 o'clock anyway. Whatever you learn from that probably wouldn't even matter.
Well, everything would be different as far
Yep.
as temperature, the track conditions,
Yep.
the moisture in the dirt. I mean, in the morning, yeah, there's going to be deeper ruts, but by the afternoon, those ruts that were there could be smaller, but the braking bumps could be way gnarlier coming into the corners.
We've seen really good racing today, especially. It's not quite as hot as usual, so we're kind of theorizing that it's probably making the track a little easier to maintain. And riders aren't getting tired as much, so they can battle to the checkered flag.
Well, I'll be the first to admit, I'm from Florida, and it's been like 100, 110 degrees. It's been just unbearable hot. So this is beautiful weather, honestly, to be in. Let's just be honest, this is like low to mid 80s right
Great.
now.
Yes.
So, typically having temperatures in the cooler conditions, it makes the riders ride harder for longer.
Yeah, we've seen some battles go right down in the last lap because the guys aren't exhausted. Sam Martin, he's able to cruise right now. He's got that 6-second lead over Jagger Koch and Connor Stevenson, Tristan Moffitt, Kyle Wise, top 5. These are a lot of the same riders that were up there in the first moto, but the order's all mixed up.
I'm looking at it right now. The Tristan Moffitt, he's got a first in the first moto, sitting right now in fourth.
Yep.
He's got a 5-point total. That right now is your overall winner so far going into the third moto.
This is classic C-Class. You never know what's going to happen until it's the final lap of the final moto. Sam Martin, he can only do one thing, try to win this thing, and then hope everybody else hands it to him.
Sam Martin's coming in with the first. If he wins the second moto, he's coming in with a fifth the first moto. That's 6 points compared to Tristan Moffitt. That's 5 points.
And our spotter, Kyle Wise, is telling us that's the rider to watch in the 31. Fastest lap times on the track. Started around 10th. Now he's up to 5th. So Kyle Wise, with the number 31, could be a rider to watch for by the end of this moto.
That's right.
Mike doing some statistical research.
Yep. In the first moto, so.
How this is working out.
In a fifth right now at the moment. That's 11 points.
How much has the track changed? I can't remember. Was that sand section like that when you were racing here? It's been here a while, but I don't know if it goes back to 2004. I feel like there's more sand on the track than there used to be.
I'll be completely honest. The track was different back then.
It totally was.
More switchbacks.
Yes. Yeah, there's a whole other lane through the middle. So a lot of it's different from when you're racing.
Yeah, I've never raced on that part of the track over that sand section by the BTO. That's all new compared to what I used to race.
Okay, you've never raced it, but now you've fallen in my trap. Will you ever race it?
I'm not saying never because you can never say never. It's
okay.
impossible.
You're not planning it right now.
I mean, you can't plan the future as far as like what's going to happen. But
okay.
I mean, if I ever had the chance to come back to Loretta, I might do it. But it's a big but.
Okay. You're not marking down, I'm 3 years out from a certain age, certain class. You're not at that level yet.
Nah, I just had a little baby girl 5 weeks ago, so I'm just, at the moment, I'm just enjoying being a new dad and a proud, happy papa.
Man, you got your hands full. It's probably the easiest day you've had in 5 weeks coming here.
I'll be extremely honest. Last night, I got a great night of sleep.
Yeah, first time in 5 weeks. Like, no wonder you got these sunglasses on. We don't want to see how dragged out the bags in your eyes probably are, Mike. Sam Martin continues to lead. Jagger Cox is second. They've all dropped down to those 207s. Kyle Wise threw a 207 out. He slowed down to a 210, probably dealing with some traffic. So Sam Martin's got it.
It looks like the Tristan Moffitt is starting to catch up right now to Connor Stevenson.
Yeah,
there he is, right there.
Yep, fight through the 10 Commandments. That would be for third.
And that would give Tristan Moffitt a 1-3 going into the last moto of 4 total points into the third race.
Okay, so there's a lot to push for here. But remember, these C-Class motos are only 15-minute motos. So time is running out. I'm going to head down to the podium and dial this one in. Will Moffitt be able to score back-to-back podiums in the first 2 motos and really control his destiny going into Moto 3? Or will he not?
Okay, here we go. Tristan Moffitt is definitely catching up to Connor Stevenson now as they come around over the Kawasaki triple coming into the sweeper.
Yeah, it looks like Stevenson may be either making a little mistake or just laying back a little bit there on that 5th lap of racing as his lap times dropped to a 2:10.5 when he'd been running in that 2:07, 2:08 range.
We are on the white flag, Rodney.
Martin just pulled off another 2:05 to stretch that lead out to 9.67 seconds over Koch now. Stevenson another 9 seconds back behind him. Kyle Wise, though, look at that, a 2:08 less than a second behind Stevenson, and that's where the battle is starting to heat up. We thought Moffitt might be the man, but looks like it's going to be Wise. And Wise was pointed out to be the man on the move earlier in this moto, Mike.
They're all 3 back-to-back together. Stevenson, Wise, and Moffitt all going for that 3rd position in this 2nd moto, Rodney.
There's your leader, Sam Martin out there, looking for a checker flag and a Moto 2 win here. Gold will be good, that is for sure.
As they come out of Storyland, Sam Martin in first place, riding very, very good on his KTM. Looking good. As we come around to the Kawasaki triple into the sweeper, heading into the last turn, Sam Martin coming around to get his checker flag on this 2nd moto of the 125C C-Class, riding very well. We've still got a great battle between Connor Stevenson, Kyle Wise, and Tristan Moffitt for 3rd. But your moto winner, Sam Martin, number 21 on the KTM.
Going to be heading down to talk with Jason Wygant now, as exactly Matt Watson, we were just pointing that out. He was actually right behind Connor Stevenson for 3rd. We'll see how that all sorts out as these leaders now. Well, there goes Koch by. Here comes Stevenson in the number 3 spot. Looks like he will hang on to that. The 31 machine of Kyle Wise right behind him in 4th, and Travis Moffitt will round out the top 5, it appears, here in the 125C class. Been battling in that last lap, and they could have set the stage for a great 3rd moto coming up.
So looking at this, we got a tie between Sam Martin and Tristan Moffitt. They're both coming in with a 5-1 and a 1-5. So we got a tie going into the final moto.
So Bellotti in 6th, Rowdy Houston will finish up 7th, Thomas Rendall will be your 8th place finish, Dayton Allen will be 9th, and look at that last lap, Cyrus Christensen able to nail down that 10th place position aboard the number 12 machine. And that will do it for our top 10 as we take a look at that Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard. We'll be heading down to the Race Tech podium interview with Jason Wygant.
Well, thank you, Rodney. We got it all sorted out. That battle down to the wire for 3rd place. What a charge by Connor Stevenson to get 3rd, and they are pumped up in the Stevenson camp down here. But the first rider we've got to talk to is the one who absolutely dominated the day and is going to get a gold medal for his efforts. Let's hear it for the 21, Sam Martin. Good job, Sam. We'll take it behind the motorcycle here. Great battles behind you, but dude, you had to be pumped to be out front like that.
Yeah, it was good to get out to an early lead on the first lap and make all the moves.
What's the track like right now?
The sand sections are really whooped out, and the braking bumps are getting huge right now.
That's what it's all about down here. Who do you want to thank, Sam?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my trainer Brandon, Brian Garahan, Hilo Concepts, Scott Goggles, Maximo Oils, Go Loco, CTI knee braces, Hammer Nutrition, Bell Helmets, Dunlop Tires, All Sports Dynamics.
All right, Sam Martin has the moto win in 125C. Let's hear it for him. You didn't even ride today. You just walk around with your shirt off just for fun, just to look cool. I know. Yes, just to sweat. I wonder why. All right, we'll bring up our 2nd place finisher on the number 72. We've got our whole shot winner right here, too. We'll bring him up as well. You're good. You can go cool off. Thank you, Sam. We'll bring up our 2nd place finisher, Jagger. We've been calling his name a lot this week. Been riding well in the motos. Let's hear it. Runner-up, Jagger Koch. Here, come over to the center. Looks nice on camera here. First of all, just tell me if we got the last name right. What is it?
It's Koch.
Koch, we did it. All right. So, Jagger, how was your moto?
It was awesome. Got to a good start and just got into the lead early, then got passed by Sam, and then kind of rode the rest of my race.
What happened? Who do you want to thank, Jagger?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Jack back home, Victory Motorsports, Fly Racing, X Brand, Vortex, Biz Enterprise, Novik Gloves, everyone else who I forgot. It's been awesome.
There it is. Jagger Koch, 2nd place. Congratulations. Yeah. They want to make sure the pictures are perfect. There you go. Good work. All right, and we're looking for 3rd place. I mean, this was a yeoman's-like effort to get there and try to salvage some points. Bring up the number 11. Come on up. Bronze medal and working hard for it. Let's hear it for Connor Stevenson. Flip that thing. There you go. Get the guitar out. All right, Connor, bring it on over to the center here. Dude, that was a battle all the way to the end.
Yep, it was really hard. I just kept pushing.
Pretty tired when it was over?
Yeah.
15-minute moto's okay for you?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank, man?
My mom, my dad, Victory Motorsports, the Ogdens, Atlas Brace, Defy Graphics, the Edge at Oak Hill, Shannon Ide, Actionetics, my mom and dad, and brother.
What at the championship? Are you in the hunt for that one?
I went 10-3, so it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. You never know in the C class. All right, congratulations, Connor Stevenson. Let's hear it for our 3rd place finisher. Yep. All right, those points, you never know, could loom large at the end. We're going to get our whole shot winner up here once Connor's done. Cannon, all right. Whole shot winner is Cannon Bigelow. Bell Helmet's giving you $100. Start was awesome. How's the moto?
It was pretty good. Got tired.
Understandable. This track you can't really replicate anywhere else. Who do you want to thank, Cannon?
My mom, my dad, MCR, Lasco Ford, Shirtless Racing, Bigelow Racing, and everyone that's down here from Michigan.
Michigan Mafia. Let's hear it for Cannon with our Whole Shot Award. I was wondering if there was some Bigelow involvement there. Okay, they just keep on churning out Bigelows here for Loretta Lynn Ranch. It's going to go on to the end of time. And that's it for our 125C podium. I'm going to send it back up to the tower at Rodney Tomlin and Mike Alessi.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jason White again. And as we're here in the tower, we're looking over the results from that first moto of this 258 class. And Mike Alessi, I tell you, we got ourselves a pretty good 258 battle coming up, it looks like, again this year.
Yes, Rodney, we have some good heavy hitters with Seth Hamaker, Derek Drake finishing second that first moto, and Tanner Stack in third. Mitchell Falk in fourth. So we're going to have a barn burner for this second moto, who's going to take themselves to the next step of being the champion of the 250A class.
Well, I'll tell you, looking at fastest lap times, we could end up seeing some of those. But before we go to this 258 class, we're going to take a quick break here from Loretta Lynn's and be right back right after this.
From amateur to pro, we are proud to support all levels of racing. Here at Rocky Mountain ATVMC, we go beyond just selling parts, apparel, and accessories. We take pride in participating in the sport. It's just one more way to show our dedication to the fans and the riders of the greatest sport on earth. RockyMountainATVMC.com. Get ready.
Lucas Complete Engine Treatment is a multifunctional cleaner plus lubricant from the labs at Lucas Oil Products. It's designed for use in both engine oil and fuel systems. It also cleans and lubricates the entire gas or diesel fuel system, from the tank to injectors. It contains special Lucas additives that cause the fuel to burn thoroughly and helps increase your miles per gallon. Expect longer engine life, longer oil life, cleaner exhaust, and less fuel consumption. Lucas Oil Complete Engine Treatment. It works.
I'm a sore loser. I'm a sore loser. Losing is not an option for me. Be the best. The best. The best. You have to have the best equipment under the hood. That's why I only use Cometic products in my engines. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket. Cometic gasket, a superior quality gasket for those of us who demand the highest level of performance.
Riders these days have no idea how good they've got it. It used to be that if you wanted a dirt bike, you had to buy yourself a motocrosser and get to work. It was up to you to modify the thing. Now, Honda just makes it too easy.
Every hole shot, every corner.
And welcome back to Loretta Lynn's, my friends, and RacerTV.com's continuing coverage of the 37th annual Rocky Mountain ATVMC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship finale here at Loretta Lynn's, all presented to you by Lucas Oil. Remember, my friends, it works. And as we return back here to the ranch, we see the nice overhead view of the action that's about to take place. What we're witnessing right now is the sighting lap as these riders are getting one final opportunity to take a look at what the conditions of this course is, and well, they'll line them back up behind the Lucas Oil starting gate, and the gate will drop and racing action will be underway for this second moto of racing. As Michael Lessie was talking there just a few moments ago, it was Seth Hammaker who took the Moto 1 win out of Bainbridge, Pennsylvania on his Monster Energy Kawasaki Team Green machine, with some great battles by Derek Drake, the 33 machine, and the 38 of, looks like Tanner Stack having a great run there in Moto 1. Mitchell Falk also was a force to be reckoned with there out of Costa Mesa, California, your 5th place position finisher in Moto number 1. As we scan our results here, looking for that one is kind of eluding me, so we'll get back to that in just a moment. But regardless, all the players are in this one, and again, as we know, we could see a big surprise in this one, but the biggest surprise will be if somebody can stop Hammaker. We saw Hammaker late last season at the Monster Cup. Since that time, man, he has certainly been on point. He has certainly been on fire, and he is obviously proven himself to be the one to beat, at least after Moto 1 so far.
Yeah, Moto number 1, Seth Hammaker just laid the waste to these guys on his Monster Energy Kawasaki, looking good in that green gear. And I look forward to him getting a good start right here and setting the tone, setting the pace right out of the gate, establishing himself in this second moto that he's going to be the guy who's going to try to take this title. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Race 2, 250A. This is the big race right here. This is one of the big ones.
Mike, I know that it's been a long time since you've been here, but do you remember the last time you raced a 250A race here at Loretta Lynns?
I do. It was the 450A.
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 And that would have been?
2004.
Wow.
Here we go. Gate drop, 250A, second moto. Whole shot goes to...
Mike would have been in the first turn
looks
already.
Looks like Derek Drake.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that was Derek Drake,
yeah,
number
Derek
33.
Drake, KTM man. Yep, you can see that neon green gear.
That's Mitchell Falk.
No, Mitchell Falk is his teammate, actually. Falk.
They got
on
the same
62.
gear.
I know, same gear, same team. All right, we'll give you a mulligan on that. Mitchell Falk out front.
Oh, Hammaker just went down in the second turn. Yeah, he just did. I saw him picking up his bike.
Under the Red Bull arch. That is going to prove costly to our first moto winner, Seth Hammaker. Through the 10 Commandments we go.
Number 58's leading.
Yeah, that's Justin Rodbell on the 58. Rodbell was strong in Open Pro Sport earlier, looking for a moto win. Going to try to challenge Mitchell Falk. So Falk could be the man to capitalize, 4th in Moto 1. But our Moto 1 winner down early here in Moto number 2. So it's going to be a wild one.
Jason, this is going to be a barn burner. This is going to be an awesome race because right now Mitchell Falk's coming in with a 4th in the first moto, looking at a win in the second moto. I know it's early. It's the first lap, obviously. But you know what? Looking at big picture, he's out front, and he's got himself the overall at the moment.
Justin Thompson, I think, is the Yamaha man moving forward there, the number 16 that you're watching out of South Africa. So that's Thompson on that blue Yamaha 16, trying to move forward. Be interesting. We'll know exactly where Hammaker is once they get through the finish line. We'll have the full transponder screen. But what do you think, Mike? Was it everybody getting by him? Do you think he's going to be about last by the time he picked that bike up, or is he in a better spot than that?
He's a good enough rider. I'm sure he picked himself up. He's probably going to be somewhere around the top 10 would be my guess.
Okay.
But that's just a complete guess at the first lap right now. We can't see him in sight, but as they come around right now, Mitchell Falk first, Justin Rodbell second, Justin Thompson in third, Derek Drake in 6th, Tanner Stack in 10th, Lance Kobush 12th.
It's up for grabs right now. 15th is Seth Hammaker. How did he salvage that? 15th after lap 1, not bad, considering the crash right through here. Meanwhile, Mitchell Falk is getting away. Rodbell and Thompson, 2nd and 3rd. Dustin Winter, I guess in a winter that doesn't have any snow, you have Dustin Winter 4th, and then Josh Guffey is 5th. So Derek Drake, 6th, thank you, Megawatt. 6th, Derek Drake, 10th, Tanner Stack, 15th, Seth Hammaker. That was 1, 2, 3 in the first moto. 6th, 10th, and 15th now.
Right now, Mitchell Falk is making hay while the sun shines. He knows a 4-1 is going to put him in the overall at the moment going into the third moto, and he's pinning it right now. He is going it, dropping the hammer.
Justin Rodbell in second on the number 58. You see the orange pants on the Yamaha. Then it's Justin Thompson out of South Africa coming through next. Dustin Winter fourth. Guffey is fifth on the number 98. I think that's the black Yamaha. And then it will be Derek Drake. So who's going to make moves first? Will it be Drake moving to the front? Will it be T-Stack, who is 10th? What can Hammaker do from the back?
I would look for Hammaker to be close to inside the top 10 after this second lap, but yeah, we're going to see who's man. Right? I mean, right now, Tanner Stack has the most to prove right now because he's coming in with a third, and Mitchell Falk coming in with a fourth. So those are your guys right now at the position at looking at being in the overall position going to the third moto. But like I said, it's still early. We still got a lot of racing to go. We're 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the second moto.
Stack, if I recall, was actually pretty strong late in the first moto. That's part of the reason he was able to get it on the podium. Hey, battle beginning to brew here. 32 is Dustin Winter, and he has Derek Drake all over him. So Drake has made a pass. He's gotten around the 98 of Josh Guffey. He's in fifth. Drake's got to get himself up in a podium position here.
All right, here they come back around. Tanner Stack. I just saw Hammaker. He was right behind him. Yeah, so Hammaker right now 9th, T-Stack in 8th.
Oh, yeah.
That's your first and third finishers in the first moto.
So they can run through traffic together, Stack and Hammaker. Hammaker just threw down a 155 in traffic, Stack a 157. So Hammaker's making moves.
These boys are pushing really, really hard. Here we got Justin Thompson on screen riding good here in third. Trying to push down Justin Rodbell here for second, trying to make a move here in the 10 Commandments.
Now look, every track, the start is important, and a bad start's a bad deal, but I feel like this track has been pretty raceable, Mike. There are ways to make passes.
Honestly, there's lines everywhere. You look in the corners, there's more than 2, 3, 4, 5 ruts in the corners. So anybody who says they can't pass, you can pass anywhere on this track today.
We know what you meant, bro. We know what you meant. It's cool. Tanner Stack, I know he does a lot of riding at Club MX. Did you ever work with him during your time down there?
All the time. He's a good kid. You know, I really enjoyed my time down there at Club MX. Good people and good facility, good training. But yeah, great kid. And I look for him to push hard in this moto and get back up into the top 5, maybe even the top 3. But he's got a lot of work to do. Him and Hammaker, they're kind of like pacing each other, honestly, coming through the pack in 9th and 10th right now.
Okay, Mitchell Falk out front. Rodbell still dealing with Justin Thompson. Those are the two riders on your screen right now, the 58 and the 16, second and third in this 250A moto. Dustin Winter on the number 32 would be next, but Derek Drake is trying to get him. Not quite there yet. All 4 riders are basically in the same shot right now. Look at that battle for second.
Little mistake by Derek Drake, but he recovered nice. There it is, got the pass done.
Thompson
gets
second. Well, I got to admit, I've never heard of Thompson. He's out of South Africa. I don't know if he's raced here at Loretta's before, but he's riding well right now. Oh, Rodbell's trying to come back.
He sure is.
Ooh, they're going to almost collide behind the billboards. Rodbell got him back. He didn't hit a deer like some other South Africans. That's the good thing.
Looking at our guys that finished first and third in the first moto, 6th and 7th, Tanner Stack, Seth Hammaker in 7th.
Drake, I think, made the move. He was trying to get Dustin Winter in those twisties after the start. Let's see. Yes, he did. So he's made another pass. Derek Drake on the TLD Red Bull KTM trying to make it happen. These two Yamaha riders still side by side, Rodbell and Thompson.
They're so close you could throw a blanket over top of them, a Yamaha blue one.
Oh, yeah, they'd be happy. That's like a poster shoot right there. Oh, but Derek Drake's going to try to spoil that party. He made the move on Winter, and I don't think Drake's done.
All the guys, that they don't even realize it, but Tanner Stack and Seth Hammaker are just behind this lead group.
Wow.
Already.
That really didn't take long. We're only 6 minutes into a 20-minute moto. Drake, another pass. So, wow, Drake has moved from 6th to 5th to 4th, now to 3rd.
Yeah, he's riding very, very good right now, that Derek Drake. And there it is. He just moved into 3rd place, just like that. Oh, gave him a little attitude brake check just to make sure.
So Drake has passed both Rodbell and Thompson. That would be second, and Drake second in Moto 1. Now would be looking 2-2 going into Moto number 3. And even happier would be this TLD KTM team because they are 1-2 in the Moto. Falk and Drake are 1-2 right now. So the pressure is on Tanner Stack.
Here they come.
Seth Hammaker, but yeah, you can see him back there, the green machine.
That's Tanner Stack on the 38, and here comes Seth Hammaker on the 51.
Hammaker, your Monster Cup, or Monster Energy Cup amateur all-stars champ last year, won a lot of titles at Loretta's as well, but this is a real big moment in his career. If he can come from behind in this moto and stay in the hunt for the 250A championship. Behind the billboards.
Dustin Winter right now in 6th, getting pressure all over from the Seth Hammaker on the Monster Energy Kawasaki.
Oh, and Roost up and down.
Up around the outside, keeping momentum. That looks like it's going to be the... Oh!
They almost came together. Hammaker, how about him letting that thing slide around the outside and trying to set himself up for a pass?
You know what? It don't have to look pretty. You just got the job done, and that was a great pass by Seth Hammaker to take himself and put himself in 5th position with a 5-1. That's 6 points going in the second moto.
He's going to get more, Mike. He's got those Yamahas right in front of him. You can see he's locked in and focused
It's
now.
like blood in the water right now. A shark, he's just like, dun it. He's on the move.
So Hammaker down with a mistake on lap 1, has climbed up. Where's Tanner Stack in this mix on the 38?
Just made another move. It looked like it was on Rod Bell.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Tanner Stack's in 3rd now.
All right, so Tanner Stack, don't count him out. Derek Drake, Tanner Stack, the cream is rising to the top.
Oh, I got checked up by
that was Thompson. Yeah, that held up. The mistake by Thompson held up.
But there's the pass. Hammaker just got by Thompson. That puts him 5th place, I believe. Yeah, 5th place. Just ahead of him is Rod Bell, which he's making up gobs of time. Every single corner, he's making a 10th or 2.
Yeah, boy, we thought, will he have enough time to make these moves? We're only halfway through the moto, and he's pretty much made them all.
The cream is rising to the top. Right, I mean, immediately. He may have fell in that second turn, but he's put on the charge, and he's come back, and he's already up into the top 5. So he's making more passes right now.
Yep, he's setting up Rod Bell. Now we're across the finish line. It's Falk leading, Drake 2nd. Tanner Stack has done it. He's climbed all the way to 3rd. Now it's Rod Bell clinging to the 4th place position. But Seth Hammaker trying to make a run around the outside.
Done. Got him up the inside, going by the billboards.
Unbelievable. So our top 4 from Moto 1 are back to being the top 4 in Moto 2. It wasn't the way they'd like to have done it. So now the real question, Mike, is that order going to stay the same? Can Hammaker go after Stack?
Well, we're 10 minutes into the race, 10 minutes to go. Halfway, there's still a lot of racing to go, but you know what? Hammaker's going for the W. He wants to win.
Falk out front. We might have a situation with Hammaker with a 1-4 and Falk with a 4-1 going into the moto.
And then T-Stag with a 3-3, so that's all.
Drake a 2-2. It's crazy right now.
Oh, that's a lap.
I think it's a lap rider, yeah. So the next rider that Hammaker wants to try to get is Stack. The next rider Stack wants to get is Drake. I don't know if there's time. Falk holding a 6-second lead if Drake can move any further forward.
And the thing is, now that these guys have a clear track in front of them, we can actually see the real lap times not coming through the pack of passing.
Oh yeah, that'll be interesting the next time around. Hammaker on the 51 is the rider we're watching. First moto winner, down on the first lap. Moves all the way up to 4th. There's T-Stack on the 38. And there's your leader, Falk. He's ridden a perfect race so far.
He has been perfect. Whole shot, and he's leading the race. Looking at a 4-1 right now to take the lowest points going into the 3rd moto with a 4-1.
The EBR Performance Yamaha of Tanner Stack in the mix right now with a pair of Troy Lee Designs KTMs out front, Falk and Drake.
Mitchell Fell comes around with a lap time of 156.6. His teammate Derek Drake 154.5. He just knocked off over 2 seconds that lap.
He might have a shot at winning this one. Meanwhile, look at this. Stack and Hammaker are about to mix it up for 3rd.
Man, we got a battle going on for 3rd now. Tanner Stack and Seth Hammaker. This is for 3rd in the moto. Oh, little mistake by T-Stack coming out of turn. Takes a look back.
Woo, that was a close one. Stack knows he's there now.
Well, here's the thing, Jason. As a racer, he knows he's caught him. He's faster. But now he's got to make the pass. And in order to make the pass, it might have to be a little bit of aggressive pass to get by because Tanner Stack, he's a rough, tough kid. He ain't just going to roll over and just give it to him.
And I hear you guys say it all the time. If you get stuck behind the guy for a lap or two, the speed gains that you had, they start to go away. You start to ride that guy's pace.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing. You don't want to start riding the guy in front of you's pace because you're slowing down to his pace. When in reality, you caught him, you're faster.
Yeah, yep. So Stack doing a good job right now, weathering this storm with Hammaker right behind him. The KTM guys have stretched it out. Drake with that 154 lap time has pulled away from these two. And actually, Hamaker's lost some ground. This is the opportunity he needed to get the stack. All right, one mistake back there in the rut, says our man Megawatt. That's what cost Hamaker. You can see he's reset and focused again.
13 minutes into this second moto. We got 7 minutes to go. We got a great battle on the track for third place between Seth Hamaker and sorry about that, Tanner Stack.
Tanner Stack. Derek Drake is up ahead in second, so we're going to keep the stopwatch on him to see if he can close the gap again on Mitchell Falk.
Let's look at the lap times again this lap as Mitchell Falk and the rise come around. Mitchell Falk, a 156.1. Derek Drake comes around at a 154.9, so he knocked off another 1.2 seconds.
We could see KTM versus KTM for the moto win here. Drake trying to track him down. Hamaker is back on Stack. Okay. Hamaker is right there.
Look at the lap times, 155.0 versus a 155.0 by Hamaker and T-Stack.
Yeah, identical
times.
times.
Exactly identical times.
But Drake was still just a little bit faster, just 1/10 quicker than either one of them. Rest of the field, you got Rod Bell 5th, Winter 6th, Kobish 7th, Justin Thompson, Jair Mitchell, Josh Guffey. That's your top 10. Wyatt Lyons-Smith 11th, Ezra Hastings, Zane Barrett, McClellan Heil, and Siren Naren round out the top 15. What's going to be the order at the end? The teammates are going to battle.
The teammates are going to battle, 100%. You can see that visually on the screen that we're watching here on Racer TV right now. Clearly, Derek Drake is picking up time inch by inch, corner by corner on his teammate Mitchell Falk. And he wants to be, hey, you know what? I'm the big dog on the KTM team. I'm in first. I should be first.
What is that feeling like? Obviously, guys get tired. The track is rough, and it's getting a little hotter out here. But when you know you're starting to catch the guy and you can see the lead, what is that adrenaline like?
It's just blood in the water.
Yeah.
It just gives you that adrenaline, like, hey, I'm faster than the guy in front of me. And if it's your teammate, oh, that's even more the incentive to go after him. You don't ever want to lose to your teammate.
They got the same exact equipment, the TLD team. So we're going to have a battle. Falk against Drake for the lead. And Drake had to work for this one. He was 6 seconds back in second place. Tanner Stack still third over Hamaker at the moment, then Rod Bell in 5th. If Drake can do this, and that's a big can, that's certainly not a guarantee. If we go back to that battle for third, Drake could be looking at 2-1 moto scores, controlling his own destiny.
We got 2 laps to go, Jason. This is going to be an all-out battle between the teammates for this second moto win.
And Hamaker has not been able to get Stack. T-Stack is holding up.
But look at the gap, 0.7 between the two of them.
Yeah, Hamaker's hoping for a mistake or an opening. Yeah, Hamaker a couple of mistakes, says our man Megawatt, because he's pushing so hard to try to find an opening on Stack. I'm going to head down to the podium here in a moment. The question is going to be, what is the order?
As they come around to the 10 Commandments, Derek Drake pushing hard towards to his teammate, Mitchell Falk. This is going to be a battle. Tanner Stack and Seth Hamaker still battling very tooth and nail for third place in this second moto. Only about a second and a half between the two.
Yeah, rather interesting as we watch this, how, and I heard you mention it a couple of different times, Mike, how the cream rises to the top here. Our top 4 riders for Moto number 1.
Yep.
This is really setting a good stage and a good war, I think, for the final moto, especially if these 4 can get out front early on in the third final moto. Can you imagine what that's going to be like?
Well, honestly, looking at this, all 4 of these riders, they're going to be so close in points. We got a 4-1 versus a 1-4. And then Drake, or Tanner Stack with a 3-3. That's 6 points. And Mitchell Falk and Seth Hamaker with a 4-1 and a 1-4. That's 5 points each.
Yeah, so Drake would actually be leading this, it looks like, with a 2-2 and a score of 4. So, yeah, there we go. Consistency's going to maybe pay the huge dividends.
So basically, whoever beat 2 in the last moto is going to win the title.
That's pretty much
Here we are on the last lap of the 250A second moto. Mitchell Falk, Derek Drake, Tanner Stack, Seth Hamaker in 4th, Justin Rodbell 5th, Lance Kobish 6th, Dustin Winter in 7th, Justin Thompson in 8th, Jair Mitchell in 9th, and Wyatt Lyons-Smith in 10th.
Well, just moments away from closing this one out. As we said, about a lap or so to go as our leader will be checking in here in just a few moments. Mitchell Falk.
Little mistake by Falk. That's going to let Drake right up in there now.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Only a 2-second lead, and the way that Drake has been riding as of lately, this could yield a pretty good battle by the time the checkers fly. And that's exactly what it's doing, that far end of Storyland.
Here they come through Storyland one last time in this second moto. And Drake has definitely put the screws to his teammate. He's pushing hard, and so is Tanner Stack and Seth Hammaker for third. This is a great, great battle.
So into that Rocky Mountain sweeper turn one last time. The moguls are getting deeper and bigger, but you know, I have to think this track looks to have smoothed out a little bit from yesterday's action that we were watching out there.
Yep.
Those acceleration bumps were huge.
The track yesterday was brutal. It was gnarly. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Last corner coming in. Mitchell Falk's going for it. Derek Drake. He's going to pass his teammate in the final corner. Oh, Lapper. The Lapper held him up. Teammates first and second. That was a great battle.
That was a great battle, and that shows you right there the desire that also Derek Drake has within himself and how bad he wants this championship. He rode right down to where he wanted to be and make that last
He
stride.
beat his teammate by 0.4 of a second. That's less than a half a second.
Wow, Tanner Stack will finish up in the number 3 spot at 2.8 seconds back. Seth Hammaker, another second back in 4th place. Looks like Rod Bell will round out the top 5, but as we talk there, toward the end of the moto, Falk, Drake, Stack, and Hammaker, those guys very tightly knit as far as the championship points are concerned when we head into the 3rd and final moto. And like you said, Mike, whoever wins that one may very well win the national title in this class.
Well, Drake with the 2-2, that's 4 points. Mitchell Falk with a 4-1, and Hammaker with a 1-4. So, yeah, basically whoever beats who in the 3rd moto is going to be the champion.
Lance Kobush checking in the number 6 spot aboard the 99. Dustin Winter is 7th. 8th is Jairi Mitchell. Justin Thompson in 9th. And Joshua Gumpy rounds out the top 10. And Jason Wygan is on the podium, ready for more celebrations.
Yeah, you cannot get better championship math than that. 4 riders tied going into the 3rd moto. This guy did what he needed to do. He had to get that moto win after the 4th in Moto 1. It was tight, it was close, but he held off his teammate to get it. Crown him with the gold. He's getting the TLD hat on. And he's also our Whole Shot Award winner, so let's hear it for Mitchell Falk. Cool. Take a photo of that. Thank you, Mitchell. Got it. All right, the pressure was on in that moto. The 4th in Moto 1 was good, but I know that you wanted better than that. So what was the focus coming into this one? You had to get that moto win.
Focus was the start, just to get the best start I could. It's been a long time since I got a whole shot, it felt like, and I kind of told myself, I was like, well, I used to be good on starts, and now here I am. And I just said to myself, I'm going to do this one, and stayed concentrated, got the start, pulled a nice little gap, and then they started coming for me last 2 laps, and held them off.
Yeah, you're feeling some pressure there at the end. It got close.
Yeah, definitely that last lap in the sand section, I was kind of stuck behind a lap or 2, and Derek, I knew when I got stuck behind them, he was going to be right there, and he showed me the wheel. I just tried to wheelie it around the outside of him, though.
Who do you want to thank, Mitchell?
Joyly Designs, Red Bull, GoPro, KTM, 100%, FMF, Dunlop, Ethica, Stance, my mom and dad, my brother Hunter, my girlfriend Haley, Nathan Ramsey, and everyone from Orange Brigade, thank you so much.
I want to ask one other thing. I'll ask all 3 of you guys is, what's it going to be like going into that last moto? It's basically winner take all.
Yeah, that's what Loretta is all about, 3-moto format. And you have the best first moto, but got done the second moto, and here I'm tied.
All right, this is going to be good. Let's hear it for the gold medalist in 250A, Mitchell Falk. And we'll bring 2nd place on up. It was so close right down to the end. This guy's sitting on 2-2. Thank you, Mitchell. Let's get our 2nd place finisher on up here, the number 33. I think he's putting the jersey back on, trying to get cooled off. It's not typical Loretta's hot today, but it has at least reached normal summertime temperatures for pretty much anywhere else in the country. Well, they gave us a heck of a show here, battling down to the final lap. Let's bring him on up. And then we'll also get, he's got working on the jersey. I got it. All right, we're going to go for third. T-Stack's got the jersey on. I'll tell you what, this guy was under pressure. He came through traffic. He got to third. He held off Hammaker, earns a bronze. Let's hear it for T-Stack. All right, Tanner, come over here to the center. You had your own battle going with Seth Hammaker, and you held him off the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't really realize he was there until about like midway through, so I learned how to push to the front guys and not make a ton of mistakes.
I feel like you've been strong late in both of these motos, man. You got to be proud of that.
Yeah, me and the climax guys have been training a lot, doing 30-minute motos and stuff like that. South Carolina, where it's deadly hot. So yeah, just been working really hard.
And what about this third moto, man? If you go out there and win it, the title's yours.
Yeah, definitely puts a lot of pressure, but just gonna try and get a whole shot of my home race.
Who do you want to thank, Tanner?
My mom, my dad, everyone from X, EBR, Altus Motorsports, Bill's Pipes, Alpine Star, 100%, Answer, whoever forgot things.
There it is, folks. Let's hear it for Tanner Stack. And now we'll get our second place finisher on up here. A great ride, almost got the moto win. He's in championship contention as well. What a shootout we're going to have going into the final moto. Let's hear it for Derek Drake. Well, it was cool. You got into the second. You got a 6-second gap, but you didn't give up. You went for it.
Yeah, definitely. I went to gate number 1 again, and then the water truck came out, and I'm like, oh, that kind of put my spirits down. But yeah, as soon as I stood up to get third, get my weight back, I got weight off the tire, and so it slipped, and yeah, I came around about 10th, 12th, and made some quick passes up the front, and had fun up with my teammate Mitchell. We do this during the week, so it's pretty familiar territory, and so yeah, third moto should be a good one.
Did you have a spot? Did you almost get a pass there on that final lap?
Yeah, I did. I was closer than I thought, and I'm like, oh, I'm going for it. Went to the inside, put the weight on my outside peg, let it track. And I was going to the outside for the finish, and I knew that inside rut was like pretty kink, so held it wide open. There's a lap up there. I hit the lap with my front fork guard and set me back. So we got second right behind him, and be a good third moto.
Yeah, same thing I've asked everybody else, man. What's this going to be like going to a moto where it's winner take all?
Definitely gate strategy. Know where you are and go to the burnout area before the moto. Make sure your starts are on point. So that's all it's going to be.
Who do you want to thank, Derek?
My whole family, Rebel, KTM, Spy, FMF, Trolley Designs, Dunlop, my whole family, my mechanic Tyler, the Short family, and just everyone in my corner, thank you.
There it is, Derek Drake, silver medal in 250A. What a championship scenario we have. We might have another one at our hands as we get ready for the B class. I'm going to send it back to the tower.
All righty, thanks a lot, Jason Wygant, down at the Race Tech Engine Services, or Race Tech Podium. And of course, we'll check back down at the Race Tech Podium here in just a few moments. Right now, though, getting ready for that 250B class, Mike Alessi. And yesterday, wow, you talk about barn burners. We had one set ablaze yesterday as well.
That was a good race yesterday. I'm looking forward to this second moto. We got a lot of good riders here coming up in this second moto. Joe Shimoda winning the first moto. Second place, Jalik Swoll and Carson Brown with the third, and Fry in fourth. So it's going to be a great race, the second moto.
It most certainly is. Early on in the race, the 63, I believe, of Pierce Brown had a great run going out there. And, a lot of guys having good runs going there yesterday. And as the race wore on, we saw that it became more and more challenging for each rider. Everybody having a great opportunity to actually lead this race, I think, at one point or another, the way everybody came together. So as the race wore on, we saw that Joe Shimoda kept inching his way up closer and closer to the front of the pack in this 250B class. And that's the way the racing was basically all day yesterday. I mean, nose to tail, a lot of passing going on, and I expect that we're going to see that again. And like you said, it was Shimoda at the end on board the number 47 who was finally able to come away with the win. He was able to get around Swole when it was all said and done, the number 30 machine. The 63 of Pierce Brown fading back to a third-place position, but what a solid ride for him. Jarrett Fry, the 34, finished up in fourth. And then the 74 of Dylan Swartz on his Monster Energy Kawasaki rounded out that top 5 as we take a look at those 250 Moto results, Moto 1 results, the highlights there. It says Moto 2, I believe, but I think we're looking at Moto 1 highlights. So, and here it is. I mean, basically, we witness all the major moves in that race, and here in the closing moments is whenever I think things really got exciting, and folks realized that Shimoda was going to get that win.
All right, these highlights right here, this is the 250A Moto we just saw. And that was that last corner going for the pass on his teammate between Falcon and Derek Drake. They were going for the Moto win. They weren't holding back.
Yeah. Okay, maybe that was the last Moto results. I thought they were telling me we were going to be watching highlights from yesterday's racing action. We got somebody that's actually down. Okay, cool. Maybe we can do that again. Wow.
Well, here we go for second Moto 250B.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Adam, and everybody watching. I was like, this is not correlating with anything with what I was seeing yesterday in that 250.
I can see a little bit of water they've just laid down between that A Moto and this second B Moto. It's definitely a little bit more greasier in some of the corners and some of the jumps. They've laid down a little bit of water, so yeah, it's going to be a little slimy the first 2-3 laps.
All righty, check it into this one. Okay, now back to what we were talking about. This might make a little bit more sense as we talk, if you're watching at home on Racer TV. Here at the racetrack, it all made perfect sense because we were getting ready for this next one coming up. But nonetheless, this is going to be a good one once again as they pack themselves here at this Lucas Oil starting line. 37th annual running of the Rocky Mountain ATVMC AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship. We're in Moto number 2 here on a Wednesday, technically race day number 2, and things are going well. The judge joining us weather-wise, we're looking at beautiful temperatures. I think the last time I checked the thermometer, it was at 81 degrees, and humidity was somewhere in the 70% range. It's not even humid out there.
Honestly, I'm telling you right now, it feels like an early spring day. It doesn't feel like summertime out here at Hurricane Mills and Loretta Lynns right now. It almost feels like spring, and the weather is awesome. The people are loving it, and you know what? We haven't had a drop of rain the whole time we've been here.
No, it's been an absolutely picture-perfect weekend that we've had here, a week, I should say. I think maybe through the weekend we had like a little bit of sprinkles that came through the area. We've had a lot of overcast, which has really helped this racetrack in holding what moisture it can. I know they're putting down a lot, and it's absorbing a lot, and they've been putting down a lot for the last week, and that's one of the reasons of the characteristics of the track. After talking with Randy Poulter, describing what took place there, they're trying to get that moisture in there, but we know, it's dry, the dirt's moving around, it's not even getting a chance to soak as deep as they want it to.
Well, the MX Sports crew has done a great job getting this facility up and running and ready for this week, getting the moisture down deep in the dirt, so it's ready to go. Here we go, gate drop. Moto number 2, 250B. Hole shot goes to, looks like Jalik Swole, pretty sure.
67 and 30, guys. 67 and 30.
Jalik Swole will get the credit for the Bell Helmet Hole Shot Award here in this 250B class. And like you said, Michael Essie, he is out front and already beginning to click it off.
Well, coming into the second moto with a second in the first moto. Right now he's got a 2-1 going right here off the start. But, we got a Kawasaki here, number 67, coming up on the outside of the 10 Commandments.
Jesse Flock out of Tulsa, Oklahoma on the Fox Dunlop Monster Army back machine, finished 6th in Moto 1, so he's trying to make some waves here in the second Moto as well.
He wants to establish himself here at the ranch and say, hey, I'm a contender too.
That's exactly what this race is a platform for, Mike, and you know that as well. You've seen relative unknowns come in here, coming in unknown, but leaving basically superstars after a week of racing here.
It happens year after year after year.
And as we get it all sorted out, there's the 34 machine as well, trying to lay chase to the front of the pack. That's Jared Fry. He finished 4th in Moto 1 on board that Suzuki. Mechanicsville, Maryland, and
I'm looking for Joe Shimoda right now, our Moto 1 winner. I don't even see him, honestly, even anywhere in the top 10.
Hey, I saw Shimoda in the first turn. He got bumped and banged around. I can't believe he didn't crash, but it definitely set him back.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason, for that update. And I don't know if you remember watching this one yesterday or not, but remember, Shimoda was able to make that pass on the final lap, and that's whenever we saw Jalik Swoll was a little fired up, and he took a little while to compose himself to get on the podium, and once he did, we knew that he had a mission that he was going to come out here and try to achieve today. Jesse Flock in 2nd, Fry in 3rd, Pierce Brown checks in 4th at the end of lap number 1, Carter Bees in 5th, Parker Mashburn is 6th, Jack Rogers 7th, Cody Groves is 8th, Logan Boyd is 9th. Joe Shimoda now in a 10th place position. So he's got a little room to make up here and some time to get it done. And this is going to be interesting. This will prove your championship caliber. Joe ran a great race yesterday, actually having to pass up, make several passes to get into position, especially on that final lap. Does he have that kind of speed, that kind of energy here in this second moto?
Well, I don't know. We're about to see. Right now, we're only about 3 minutes into the second moto, so got a long race to go, 20-minute moto here in this second race. Right now, Jalik Swoll looking great on his Husqvarna and putting himself in a perfect position to win this moto and possibly the championship in the third race.
Devin Simonson in 11th place after the first lap. Andre Adamo in the number 12 spot. Caden Palmer 13th. Colton Eigenman in 14th. And Brett Gorley rounding out the top 15. Mike, I know when we were looking over the sheets, you had pointed out Andre Adamo's name and said that's going to be one of the guys to watch. You have a feeling about this guy?
I figured he would have a good start, put himself up in the top 5, and have a good moto this race. Obviously didn't get the start, running right now in 12th. Looking for him to push forward and try to get back up in that top 10 and maybe even the top 5. We'll see. I mean, like I said, it's an early part of the second moto. Still a lot of racing to go. But right now, Jalik Swoll looking great and getting some pressure from Jesse Flock in 2nd. And Jarrett Fry in 3rd, Pierce Brown in 4th, and Carter Bees in 5th.
Yeah, like you were talking there, even though maybe it didn't see what we expected to see, obviously you've seen something in this kid when you've seen him ride in the past, and that's kind of why we're expecting to see things in the future. So it'll be interesting. We'll definitely log that into memory banks as Swoll checks in for 2 and Flock in 2nd. The gap now 1.2 seconds. Actually, Flock running nearly identical lap times, just a smidge faster.
Jesse Flock just washed out in the second turn going by the billboards. He just gave up 2nd.
Oh, what a heartbreaker there. He was right there and actually just a little bit faster than Swoll that last time around. So that'll move Pierce Brown up, Jarrett Fry, and I believe Carter Bees will be able to get by as well.
Joe Shimoda sitting right now in 7th, your first Moto 1 winner. Man, that sucks. He was riding really good. Jesse Flock was in 2nd, putting the pressure on for the lead, and he just washed out.
Yeah, that's the nature of this championship, though, and it may not necessarily be anything that the rider did wrong. It's just this track is just that challenging today, and it can sneak up and bite you in a lot of crazy places. And Flock, I believe, finding that out firsthand this afternoon.
That was that turn that we were talking about with the big, deep ruts that you could almost lose a small dog in. So just obviously uncharacteristic mistake. Came in, lost the front end, and lost some positions, unfortunately.
Now, Mike, do you notice that happening a lot here at Loretta Lynn? Uncharacteristic mistakes by riders that they make mistakes they normally wouldn't make?
I think it's just a mistake because they're pushing so hard. The pressure to get good results and the pressure that the riders are putting on themselves to perform here at the ranch. It's it's tough, and that's where you find those mistakes that are happening.
And actually, I guess probably at this level, little mistakes are amplified because of just what you explained.
It's the riders who are making the least amount of, I mean, mistakes are going to happen. Don't get me
Right.
wrong. It's the least amount of mistakes that you can make in a race that are going to be the big ones that are going to make the difference.
Swoll still out front as we wait for, Pierce Brown to second, Jarrett Fry. Let's check in there. Swoll around for 3 laps complete now as we're just 5 minutes into this race.
Joe Lake Swoll with a 154.3.
That's pretty fast.
Fastest lap of the race so far.
Pierce Brown up to second, Fry in the number 3 spot. Actually, Brown turning a 154.5, not far off that pace of Swoll right now.
Joe Shimoda still sitting in 7th place, your first Moto 1 winner.
Jesse Flock did get back up and remount back into 4th place now aboard the 67 as Carter Bees rounds out through top 5. Now back there behind Bees is Parker Mashburn, and like you said, Joe Shimoda looking at the lap times. Both these riders turning a little bit faster lap time than Bees, and less than a second behind Bees is Mashburn, but it looks like about 5 seconds Shimoda's going to have to make up in order to challenge for that position and a top 5 ride.
I'm looking at this Racer TV board that we're watching right now, and Pierce Brown is making up time every single corner, every straightaway that I'm watching right now. By the end of this lap or early of the next lap, he is going to be all over our leader, Joe Lake Swoll.
Well, not a surprise, as we know the heart of Pierce Brown, it beats hard, and there is Swoll now making his way through the Rocky Mountain Sandy Sweeper. Now there, like you said, Pierce Brown not far off pace, and that 4.6 second gap that he was faced with at the end of lap 3 is certainly going to be a little tighter when they come around for the end of lap number 4.
I got a good battle here for 3rd. Back with Jesse Flock and number 34, Jared Fry. Looks like he went up the inside. Jesse Flock takes 3rd place.
So Flock
Oh, big swap by Jesse. Recovered that really nicely.
The Flock almost flew. Jeez. Yeah, Jared Fry all over him. Now, did you guys catch Swoll coming across the tunnel 1 lap ago? Swoll came by and then way off the track, all the way in the infield, lost a ton of ground. So now Pierce Brown has got him in his sights.
Yeah.
That's what helped.
That's exactly what must have happened.
Yeah, he dusted everybody in the infield. And I was like, I'm going back to the tower.
The eagle eye, Jason Wigan up here on the field.
It was cool. I got to see what happened off the start. I saw Shimoda. He got pinched off, and his bars were full lock one way or the other. I can't believe he didn't crash.
Just kept the throttle pinned and just rode it out.
When in doubt,
throttle out.
When in doubt, throttle out. I like it. So Shimoda, though, not a good start, but could have been worse. Could have been a first turn crash.
Wow, look at that lap time. Pierce Brown just put down a 153.9. That's a fast lap. Very comparable lap times for the A riders, Jason, that we just saw.
That right there, when we started the morning, was the fastest laps of the racing so far. 153.5, which is what Seth Hamburger did in Moto 1 of the 250A class on lap number 2.
Here we go. Battle for the lead is on. Brown is just about there.
A little mistake, and that's what I was just talking to Rodney about. The little mistakes you got to be able to recover from, and because mistakes are gonna happen here at the ranch. That's just part of it. But minimizing those big mistakes.
Well, what I'll give Swoll credit for is he made a mistake in the tunnel and went off to the left side, but he was real calm when he just got back on the track and found his line. He didn't panic, just put that one behind him. And even though Brown's gotten close, he certainly hasn't made any other mistakes.
Nope. Still, Joe Shimoda sitting in 7th place, your Moto 1 winner, still sitting back in 7th. Not pushing, I mean, he's pushing, but he's just hasn't pushed forward like we really thought he would.
You know, one thing, speaking of pushing, I don't see Jalek Swoll pushing. I mean, he's riding the race that he needs to race and ride to win this race, but I don't see him pushing to try to stretch that lead out. It looks like he's riding well within a comfort zone, and one that he doesn't want to push too far to make those mistakes, I don't think.
Yeah, he's going to let Brown just come and take it, but he's not going to give it to him.
This is about to be a battle right now.
Yeah, it is wheel to wheel right now.
Look at that line outside by Pierce Brown, keeping momentum. Just keeping momentum and picking up time.
That was impressive.
And that's what I was just talking about off camera, is that there's spots on the track where you can actually make time. Keeping momentum through the outside, staying a gear higher, using less energy. Yeah, you might go a little bit further through the corner, but at the end of the day, you're using less energy and you're going faster. More momentum, more speed equals...
Well, he's going to try it right here. Here's the momentum
double,
in the
triple.
10 Commandments. Triple.
Going outside. He made this outside work yesterday. Nope. Back in the slots in the second.
All right, now it's the full
There
press.
it is, triple.
Whoa!
Just went right by. Oh!
Swole comes right back.
Oh, this is a great battle for first. Jalek Swole and Pierce Brown going after this moto win.
Oh, this is awesome. Oh, man, Brown is just working the outside in every corner to try to find a way around Swole. Good job by Swole, though. I thought the pass was made.
Hey, he's putting up a fight.
Whatever it takes right now, man, for Swole, trying to weather this storm. Pierce Brown all over him.
This is a great, great battle, this second 250B moto. 11 minutes in, we still got 20 minutes to total moto, so just past halfway in this second 250B moto.
Check out Pierce Brown's lap time there on lap 5 at 1:53.7. That's 0.2 of a second better than Swole's lap time was, or his lap time was the lap before, so it just keeps getting faster.
Faster and faster.
Wrapping up lap number 6 now. The gap at 1 second a lap ago between Jalek Swole and Pierce Brown may not reflect exactly how tight they are on this racetrack, as 1.5 seconds separate them. There goes a 1:53.9 lap time by Swole. Brown slowing to a 1:54.3. I shouldn't say slowing, but nonetheless, looks like that Swole is beginning to ride a little more aggressively here later in this moto, now that the pressure has been applied by Brown, and that gap now is looking at 1.5 seconds. But again, it is over. I think Pierce Brown's still got a few things up his sleeve.
Yeah, to me, Rodney, it looked like he put the screws to him, tried to make a pass, couldn't get it. Now he's taking this lap to take a little bit of a breather, regroup, and then put one more last charge at the finish.
Well, looking a little further back in the pack, Jesse Flock has solidified the third place position aboard the 67 now after pressuring Swole in the early part of this race and going down. Jared Fry is fourth, Parker Mashburn in fifth. Joe Shimoda is now sixth place position. He's been hanging out in seventh for a while, but finally able to make that pass. Carter Bees in seventh. Andre Adamo in eighth. Cody Groves ninth, and Jack Rogers rounds out your top 10. 12 minutes and now 40 seconds into this moto, just over 7 minutes left to go.
This has been a pretty flawless lap for Jalek Swole. He's been no mistakes this lap that I've seen, and he actually, like I said, he pulled away on this lap. And I feel like I'm expecting Pierce Brown to put one last charge in here towards the finish line.
Oh, he's going to have to turn in a heater or two and try to force a mistake on the 30th Swole, although you have to think that after having that race stolen on the last lap in the first moto by Joe Shimoda, he is not going to leave the door open for that.
There it is, fastest lap of the race, 1:53.4 by Pierce Brown. That might be.
That's close.
That's very close. Seth Hammaker did it today, 1:53.5. So yeah, that is your new fastest lap time.
Wow.
Out the ranch today.
In second place by Pierce Brown.
At almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Jason White at 1:53.447. Pierce Brown making it happen.
He is, but look at the lap time of Swole. 1:53.6. Almost matched it.
Oh, little mistake right there by Pierce Brown coming out of that corner. But hey, like you said, Jason, these guys are pushing everything they have and setting lap time records for the day.
Yeah. So despite the fastest lap of the day by Brown, Swole still holds the lead. Uh-oh, lap traffic on the horizon. Let's see how Jalek handles it.
Well, I tell you, even on his fast lap, Swole was not looking pressured or out of his element any whatsoever. So smooth at those speeds.
Yeah, that's not getting to him at all. And in fact, in the exchange at lap traffic, it worked out better for Swole than it did for Brown. So now Brown's going to have to put in another sprint lap just to get back to him. Jared Fry still third, Parker Mashburn fourth, Jesse Flock back to fifth, Shimoda up to sixth, Carter B seventh, Andrea Adamo, the Italian, is eighth, Cody Groves ninth, Hardy Munoz 10th, Mason Gonzalez 11th, Jack Rogers 12th, Grant Harlan, Dylan Schwartz, and Logan Boyd round out the top 15. Brown's got some serious work to do. All those fast times, but he's got to do it again if he's going to get back to Swole's rear fender.
Hey, I had just said it. I feel like he had one more hard push, man, but that might have been it, but he might have one more push right before this 2-lap card to come out.
15 minutes now into this moto, actually 4 minutes and 50 seconds left as our leader will take the 2-lap board the next time around. Jalek Swoll and Pierce Brown out front, a 1:55 and a 1:56 lap time by those two riders. Looks like you said, Pierce may have laid back. Maybe he's going to try to put in another burner on this one. Time will tell.
I think he is. I think he's putting in another charge. Brown all the way down to a 1:56 after logging the 1:53. But this lap so far looks better. Made a mistake in one of those ruts, got stood up. That slowed him. Oh, I don't know if that was on purpose or not, the way he exited the rut in that corner. Just maybe looking for some smooth real estate. He's going for it again, Mike. He wants to make this moto win happen.
Well, we've got 2.5 laps to go. We're getting ready to come up on the 2-lap card at the end of this lap. And Pierce Brown, he's not holding back. He knows he needs this moto win to put himself in the overall position going into the third and final moto. And Jalek Swoll knows this exact same thing, coming in with a second. A second and a first gives him 3 points, and Pierce Brown knows a 3-1 will give him 4 points. So I look for him to push hard for this last 2 laps coming up.
This could be the entire championship right here because Shimoda, the first moto winner, we've lost him from the radar altogether. Shimoda has gone down while running in 6th. So we might be able to scratch him from championship contention. It could come down to these two. I don't know. Brown's going to get him. He made a run at the beginning of this lap, but Swoll has pulled it back out. So Jalek Swoll riding and training with Tim Ferry down in Florida. He's the lone soldier for the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. He's their only top amateur rider. They already graduated Jordan Bailey up to the pros at Hangtown this year in Lucas Oil Pro Motocross. So the entire brand, they're watching Jalek, and they've got to be impressed. Pierce Brown put in the fastest lap of anyone here at Loretta's, and Swoll was able to resist that. Wait a minute. Oh! Pierce Brown has gone down. He ran into a lap rider here in the final turn. Brown got tangled up, and
lost big time.
Yeah, that's going to be Seth Brown, who he crashed into. That's going to be everything Swoll needs.
Yep, that's going to be the difference right there.
Well, you got to give Swoll credit, man. Pierce Brown was coming. He never made it easy on him.
No, he didn't. Unfortunately, that sucks that he had a little tip over right there and lost a lot of time. But Jalek Swoll, 2 laps to go, got an 11.5 second lead right now.
Swoll was in this exact position, actually, in the first moto. Had the moto win in hand with 2 to go and ended up crashing it away. So no leader is safe when you're racing on a track this rough. And also because they just watered it, I think, before that A moto. Probably some slick spots out there, too. That's what got him the first time.
I still give Pierce Brown credit for setting the fastest lap time of the day at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon right now.
That's of the week. That was Moto 1 and Moto 2. That fast lap that we saw, the hamburger turn was yesterday.
That just shows you that the B riders are just as fast as the A class riders.
Yeah, that was some of the hype coming in. A lot of people saying that Brown might be the fastest rider here of all, even though he's not in the A class. He'll be there next year. Here is Swoll. Yep, not impressed by any of that. You can have all the fast lap time awards you want. I'll just take the moto win and the title.
There you go. So Swoll, Brown, and Fry, and I believe Brown was. How many spots did Brown lose, or was he able to maintain?
None. No spots lost.
That's pretty impressive.
That just shows how hard they were pushing and gapped 3rd and 4th place. So here we go, white flag, last lap in this second 250B moto. Jason Wygant's going to head down to the podium.
Zika heads down to the Race Tech podium. Let's check in that 2nd place position. He was 11.5 seconds behind the last time around, and it looks like Jarrett Fry was 14.4 seconds behind him. So they had a near 30-second lead over 3rd place position whenever they were rolling on lap number 9.
That just shows how hard they were pushing this second moto.
Well, great levels they're able to achieve. There is Jarrett Fry checking in now in the 3rd place position. He's about 30 seconds behind Swoll and 11 seconds behind Pierce Brown. But at the end of this one, what matters, like we said, is how you finish. And Swoll, Brown, and Fry are going to be looking at moto medals, and it's going to stage them a whole lot better as far as this overall is concerned. I know that it looks like, I believe Fry took a 4th, so a position better for him as they head into that 3rd moto.
Yeah, they basically all just moved up a whole spot now that Shimoda has been eliminated from the second moto. So it's going to come down to this last moto, the third moto, Joe Shimoda with a 2-1, or Jalik Swoll with a 2-1, Pierce Brown with a 3-2. So a 2-point gap going into the the third moto for Jalik Swoll.
Well, last check I saw Shimoda was as far back as 16th place. He's now 18th place after 9 laps of racing. I believe we'll see a checker flag for our leader, Jalik Swoll, here on the Lucas Oil last lap, and he'll be heading down to the Race Tech podium here in just a couple of moments to celebrate with Jason Wygant. A totally different demeanor, I'm quite sure, as he crosses the checkers there for a Moto 2 win, and I'm sure he's going to have a much different attitude as he rolls into this podium presentation, and a much bigger smile on his face than what we saw there yesterday. And of course, with Pierce Brown finishing second, Jarrett Fry in third, just like Mike said there, everyone minus Joe Shimoda gets to move up one spot there in that top 5.
I was really impressed with that, Rodney. That showed me that Jalik Swoll handled the pressure well.
You know, and I got to say, when I was talking about Jalik, didn't look like he was really pushing any envelopes. Even when he did push the envelopes, he was so smooth it looked effortless.
Exactly, and that shows me a rider who can control his emotions when the pressure is on and rise to the top and still hold his pace and win the race.
It was. He made great line choices, kept it so smooth, didn't wear himself out. There's a look at the Rocky Mountain Top 10 leaderboard as we head down to the Race Tech podium with our interview with Jason Wygant, Jalik Swoll, Pierce Brown, and Jarrett Fry.
Well, it's interesting now that we're into the B classes, boys, just how stacked not just the talent is, but the group around them. They've got their trainers, the teams, a lot of focus on the B class these days. Maybe just as much as the A, and the lap times of that moto prove why these guys can go just as fast, and that was huge for Jalik Swoll. Came in monstrosity of a panic rev to celebrate a moto win where he was under fire the whole time and held strong. It's one little mistake, got back on the track, was perfect from there on out, and is looking good for a title going into Moto 3. We'll get these guys up there in just a moment. Got the camera on Swoll right now. Got Malcolm Stewart there. We're going to call Malcolm Stewart. He's the gear wrangler for 7 right now, helping out Jalik. Doing everything he can for his clients. All right, they got the fresh jersey on him. Looking for Pierce Brown and Jarrett Fry as well. Get you up there, Fry. So Jarrett Fry putting the Suzuki on the box as well. A good run for him in an action-packed moto. Now the big story, by the way, is Joe Shimoda, the first moto winner. Bad start, moved up to 6th, and then I believe he went down again. So title is pretty much sunk as far as his hopes are concerned. That means it might just boil down to Brown versus Swoll, but you never know what's going to happen here in the Red Lynns. We're going to start with our third place finisher. A great ride on the Suzuki. Let's hear it for Jarrett Fry. All right, Jarrett, how'd that moto go for you?
Yeah, I got off to a good start. Came out second, and then Jesse got around me and got back around him, and then Pierce came on and passed me. I tried to stay with him, but my rear brake ended up starting to fade the last couple laps, so made it tough.
You're consistent, though. Who do you want to thank for it?
Barak, Chaparral, Suzuki, everybody at NCF, Fly, 100%. Galfer, WD-40, RG3, Mickey Metals, and anyone else I've forgotten, thank you.
Let's hear it for Jarrett Fry, third place. See if we can get our runner-up, Pierce Brown here. Pierce put in a scintillating ride, we believe the fastest lap time of anyone so far this week, but it only resulted in a second place finish. He was trying to get Swoll. They had a great battle going. And then he did end up tangling up with a lapper, so that made a big difference as well. But means we'll settle the score in moto number 3 when titles are going to be awarded. Second place, and like I said, unofficially, the fastest lap time turned in by anyone so far here at Loretta Lynn's Ranch, Pierce Brown. Well, you went for it. Definitely you were pushing hard.
Yeah, I was going for it. I was doing everything I could, and I finally got him. I mean, I didn't get him. I got onto him. And I just couldn't find a pace to get around him. I was in the roots for laps and laps and laps, and I finally let him get a little bit of distance so we could try to catch the line. And then I tangled up in a lapper, unfortunately, and then got him for second.
Yeah, you had like 3 laps to go before that lapper incident. Were you planning one more charge? Were you going to go for it one more time?
Yeah. When I saw the 2 car, that was going to be my charge.
Let's see what you got in Moto 3. Who do you want to thank, Pierce?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, everyone from the Trolley Designs GoPro Red Bull KTM team, from TK to Brent, my mechanic Anthony, practice mechanic J-Hop, Dave North from Scott, Alpine Stars, Dunlop, WP Suspension, FMF. That's about it.
There it is. Let's hear it for our runner-up, Pierce Brown. And this guy got the gold, also the Whole Shot Award, and most importantly, big points for the championship. Let's get him up here for the Moto 3 victory. Rockstar Energy Husqvarna rider. All the work that these kids do to prepare for this race, it's for moments like that, under pressure from Pierce Brown. One little mistake, he went off the track over the tunnel, got back on, and then weathered the storm. Lap after lap, he didn't put a wheel wrong after that. This was a big one. Gold medal performance for Jalik Swole. Well, Jalik, I know you were bummed the way the first moto got away from you, but what a way to avenge it. We'll move here to the center. What a way to avenge it, man. You were under fire the whole time, but you did not let him through.
Yeah, after I got at the start, I knew I just needed to ride. There was nothing special going on, just trying to put down smooth laps, and I was thankfully able to stay up and just keep my rhythm going.
But still, it's not easy to do that. You knew he was back there, but you were just focused on your own deal. That's one of the hardest things to do.
Yeah, well, I just had a lot of practice with it, honestly. I've been racing my whole life, so pressure is pretty much all I know when it comes to motocross, and I've gotten pretty good at handling it and just staying to my own race and trying to hit every mark that I have.
All right, now what do you think about here between this and moto number 3? Because if you go out and get another one, it's yours.
I'm not too worried about it right now. I'm just going to take it moto by moto. To be honest, I'm just trying to have fun out there. I'm not really worried about placing. I'm just trying to put my best ability on the track and just see what I come out with.
That's awesome. All right, Jalik, who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, God for keeping me safe, Mechanic Brandon, Rockstar Husqvarna, WP Suspension, George for getting my suspension dialed, Sean Murphy, Bobby Hewitt, Scuba, Malcolm Stewart, Roger Larson, 7 Max, Arrow, Alpine Star, FMF, just 100%. 7 Max, if I didn't say it. Just everybody who's out here supporting me, and my mechanic, or not my mechanic, my trainer Tim Ferry, and Ferry, just everybody who's out here showing support, and it feels good to be at the top spot of the podium, and yeah.
All right, congratulations. Let's hear it for Jalik Swole. Take some pictures with the gold. We'll get a picture with the Whole Shot Award, and I think we're even going to interview him for our TV show coming up on NBCSN. So that's what happens when you win races. Grab that and take your picture right here. There you go. And I'm going to send it back to the tower.
All righty. Thanks a lot, Jason Wygant. Down on the Race Tech podium for over 30 years, Race Tech has been an innovator of high-performance suspension and engine technology. Inventors of the legendary Gold Valve, Race Tech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company, providing a plush fill with drastically improved bottoming resistance. As we take a look next at our highlights from our last race there, where we just saw that 250B class a few moments ago, and wow, what a race as that one got off the line. Of course, The 63 of Pierce Brown had a good run in there, but it was Jesse Flock, I think, that was probably impressing a lot of folks early on in that moto aboard the number 67. He had some misfortunes, finds himself down on the ground. He loses the position. Pierce Brown gets around, and then all of a sudden, actually, so does Jalik Swoll. And once Jalik Swoll gets into that number 1 position, he never looks back. At one point, Brown appeared that he might reel him in, but all in all, when it was all said and done, a mistake with a couple of laps left to go when he got into a little scuffle, it looked like, there with a lap rider, but not before this right here, or that's for sure. That's whenever we saw the challenges being made, and it wasn't long after this that we get to see the little miscue. Right there it is. He gets together with a lap rider. He goes down, and he and Jalik Swoll had nearly 25 seconds over third-place ride of Jarrett Fry. Was able to get up, remount the machine, and maintain still a 15-second lead over the third-place position. So Pierce Brown was able to finish second behind Jalik Swoll, who basically took things on home to the checkers without any issue from that point on after the miscue by the 63 of Pierce Brown. That brings us to our next race, and Dave Smith, I tell you what, we 85cc 9 to 11 limited class is certainly going to bring us, I think, a lot more excitement, just like what we saw there in the conclusion and well throughout that entire 20-minute moto of that 250B class.
Next on the track, we'd like to welcome 85cc 9 to 11 limited, number 6, Casey Cochran, number 12, Stockton Singleton, the number 15 of James Clough, the number 16 of Colton Toohey, the 17 of Jordan Renfro, the 18 of Avon Hobbs, the 19 of Jonathan Yelton, number 20, Tyler Mollett, the 21 of Aiden Price, number 23, Travis Pine, the 24 of Daxton Bennick, number 25, Luke Lupicolo, the 26 of Deegan Van Reed, 27, Christian Janik, 28, Mason Nettleton, 30, Bryson Green, the 32 of Austin Dinkfeld, 33, Ryder Thomas, 34, Reese Wheaton, the 36 of Braden Long, the 37 of Parker Constable, 38, Hayden Deegan, the 40 of Aiden Dickens, 42, Owen Hill, 45, Colt Golombeski, the number 49 of Moon Garrett, 50, Connor Bouchard, the 51 of Dylan Bletcha, 55, Zayden Mason, 57, Chase Matat, 61, Tommy Callow, 62, Isaac Jurgens, the 63 of Donovan Hanson, the 65 of Aiden Sadida, 72, Lawson Dye, 73, Jace Allred, 81, Enzo Temmerman, 90, James Harrison, 92, Dylan Mays, the 93 of Holland Russell, 96, Cutter Cross, and finally number 99, Kaysen Little.
All righty, as we pick things up, the Bell Helmets Whole Shot Award, Casey Cochran, who finished second in Moto number 1 on his X-Star Factory Suzuki Fox Dunlop 100% FMF back machine. Opening up with the early lead in this one. Other riders to be watching out for, the 24 of Daxton Bennick, who took the Moto 1 win. As we said, Cochran took second. James Clough, the number 15 machine from Elko, Minnesota, JM Racing EBS and 7-back machine. He finished up in the number 3 spot. Jordan Renfro, the 17, he took a 4th place position finish out of GPF also backed by On Track School and EB Performances. And 5th place in Moto 1 went to Zayden Mason, the 55 from Hazleton. He's on a Power Band Fly Bell and the Halo back machine. And as we check in with this, look at this already. As we've said it several times, the cream rising to the top. Daxton Bennick knocking on the door and trying to get around the number 6 there of Casey Cochran for that number 1 position as they work their way back into the into the heart of this Loretta Lynn race course for the first time here in Moto number 2. High flying action now as we roll into the Thor sweeper. There's your first and second place rides. Cochran and the 24 of Daxton Bennick. Looking back to the number 3 spot, not too far in the rear view mirror right now. That is the 17 machine of Jordan Renfro, who took a 4th place finish in Moto number 1. Here we are wrapping up lap number 1, and the 24 machine of Bennick is able to make that pass, make it stick, and actually put a little bit of a gap between himself and Cochran.
As they come across the line for the first time, we have Daxton Bennick in the number 1 position. Number 6 of Casey Cochran in 2nd place. The number 17 on a KTM. In third position is Jordan Renfro. In fourth spot is Hayden Deegan. In the fifth position is Christian Janik. 6 is Aiden Dickens. The 7th position is the 51 of Dylan Blecha. 8th, Zayden Mason. 9th, Kason Little. And rounding out your top 10 is Holland Russell.
Well, taking a look back there at the 38 of Hayden Deegan. Deegan finishing in a Moto number 1, a Moto score, of 40 on his KTM Orange Brigade machine. Not real sure what happened in that one. Did he have issues out there? Hayden Deegan, it says, crashed twice, Jason Wygant says. Didn't catch that moto for myself personally, so wow, tough break for him. So a little bit of redemption for him. He not necessarily in the running for a championship, but he can sure play spoiler for somebody. Christian Janik back in the number 5 spot. Dickens in 6, as we pointed out. And as we look at their first moto scores, the 27 machine took a 16th place position finish. The 40 of Aiden Dickens, who is currently running in the 6th place position, took 17th. So, wow, what a lot of inconsistencies, I guess we could say, from Moto 1 to 2, at least the start of this second Moto. You have to wonder if the war of attrition will play out a lot like we saw there in Moto number 1. Right now, there's Hayden Deegan trying to work his way up through the pack, already up to a 3rd place position, it looks like, as he's around the 17 of Jordan Renfro. And I think we may be seeing him try to eyeball now the number 6 of Casey Cochran. And not far ahead of that then would be Daxton Bennick, as Bennick is coming around for his now 2nd lap complete. There's Cochran, and look, in the same camera shot is the 38 of Hayden Deegan now.
Hayden Deegan has gotten around Renfro. The top 3 riders are all coming into the scorer's tower right now. Hayden Deegan, I'm sure, feels like he has some redemption to make up from yesterday with his 2-crash moto, ending up in 40th. But he's proven himself. He's proven his worth today in the 3rd position right now.
Well, I tell you, if you look at moto scores and it goes 41-1, that looks pretty good. So even though he wouldn't be a championship contender, what it would do, it would be a point-proving moment, I think, that had things not gone so awry, it would have been a whole different ballgame.
If those 41 other kids would just let him do that.
Exactly.
But they're not gonna. Daxton Bennick, there's no way he's letting that happen.
No, not at all. Not easily anyway. As we check in with Deegan at a 2:10 lap time. Bennick right now with a 2:09. He actually running almost an entire full second faster. The gap about 5 seconds between Bennick and Deegan back in the number 3 spot. It's only 3.3 back to Casey Cochran.
Hayden's running a faster lap time than Cochran, but he's not running the same time as Daxton. Daxton's trying to check out, put himself in a little comfort zone so that he can get his 2nd win in this round.
Well, it is starting to stretch out quite a bit out there for 1st and 2nd. I don't know if someone gave Bennick the go ahead and get on out of there signal or not, but Casey Cochran now is left to fend for that 2nd place all by himself, as Hayden Deegan is inching his way into position right now. Jordan Renfro in 4th, Aiden Dickens rounding out that top 5.
They're just past the waterworks section. They're in the ATV MC Sandy Beach, getting ready to come over the Rocky Mountain as they come right back into view for us, and we can see just how this is playing out.
And there they go, stepping up. Now, one of the changes I think that we had from last year, I think that was made into a step up instead of a ski jump type of situation. And that camelback remaining it the same, as does the sweeper turn there. And it is creating a lot of challenges for these riders and creating a lot of great racing for us spectators as well. As we wrap up lap 3, Bennick still out front. He turned a 2:07 that time around. Cochran checking in will still maintain the number 2 spot by about only 0.2 seconds, and over the tunnel of love.
Deegan is all over him, and he's putting it to him, going down under the billboards right now. Who comes out on the other side? Wide is Deegan.
And there goes that wide and momentum, smoother line that Michael Lessie was alluding to and talking about a little while ago, sometimes paying the bigger dividends out here, and it looks like Hayden Deegan used just that exactly type of scenario that Michael Lessie was talking about to make this pass. But once you make the pass, you've got to hang on to it. Casey Cochran is right there. He's pushing hard, trying to get back around Deegan.
We're at 4:41 in the afternoon here in Tennessee. This track has been run and rutted hard all day long. They did try to tame it down a little bit for the 50s, but these guys on these 65 machines are having to use every ounce of energy they have and every bit of skill they have, looking for the smoothest lines they can as they go around the track. As you watch them, they're not going over some of the ski jumps. They're swinging outside or they swing inside. It's because they have found where the fastest and smoothest lines are.
Far end of the waterworks, or excuse me, Storyland, heading towards waterworks now as we have 3 laps complete, working on this 4th lap. Our leader was 5.1 seconds ahead, but I have to think visually now, to scoping this out, we may see a little bit bigger lead by Daxton Bennick over the number 6 than what we realize. And now Deegan into the number 2 spot and starting to stretch out over Casey Cochran. That 0.2, that 0.2 of a second deficit we saw as they made their way across the Tunnel of Love, and just before the pass was made by Deegan. Amazing how tight things are now. Just want to let Yamaha Blue Crew riders know that Ryan Villapoto will make his return here to Loretta Lynns, and we'll be doing a Yamaha Blue Crew track walk this evening at 7 o'clock. So just want to let all Yamaha Blue Crew riders know that you and Ryan Villapoto get to go hang out on the famed Loretta Lynns race course and talk race strategy, race lines, and all that cool stuff.
Hagen Deegan's made it around Cochran, but now his sights are set on Daxton Bennick. Do you think he has enough time? Time will tell. We're 9 minutes into this moto. We have 11 minutes left. A lot of things can change with these little guys in 11 minutes.
Now, yeah, we still got 11 minutes in this one. So Daxton Bennick out front by 5.25 seconds. He's only, well, 0.2 of a second faster the last time around than Deegan, but I have to think both these riders probably, now that this scenario has shaped up, Bennick has probably been given the pit board that that Deegan has moved into the number 2 spot. So that is going to give a little higher sense of urgency, I think, to that number 1 position ride of Daxton Bennick. Hopefully not enough to force him into a mistake at this point. Hayden Deegan still back in that number 2 spot. Cochran is 3rd, Dickens in 4th. That's Aiden Dickens in 4th. Christian Janik in 5th. Jordan Renfro 6th. Zayden Mason 7th. Holland Russell 8th. Colton Trulay in 9th. And Kaysen Little rounds out your top 10. And there is Daxton Bennick heading into the heart of this Loretta Lynn race course. Still somewhat by himself, but some lap traffic, Dave Smith, starting to present itself out there that could play favor to the 38 of Deegan.
Both these top 2 riders, as well as the top 10 riders out here, all get around this track. They practice every day at training camps. They're used to riding through traffic. We'll see how it plays out as they do come into the back markers, but I have a feeling that Daxton Bennick, he wants that 1-1-1, even though we talked about Deegan going a 40-1-1. Daxton really wants the 1-1-1.
Well, I tell you right now, riding like Daxton is riding, a 1-1-1 is not out of the realm of possibility or even likelihood at this particular point. He's still faster each turn of the track by just a few tenths of a second than Deegan out there. So the gap is now 5.7, almost 5.8 seconds between the two. Lap times looking like this. Listen to this, 208.3 to 208.8. So a half-second difference is all there was on that one.
After that, we see a pretty significant drop-off of at least 3 seconds a lap back through the rest of the field. These 2 guys are just trying to check out, and they're trying to just each want to secure their position in history here at Loretta Lynns.
Fastest lap of 207.658. That was turned by Bennick on lap number 3. Looks like the next fastest lap in this moto has been Hayden Deegan at the 208.890. We'll see if he can better that time. Now just over 8 minutes left to go in this one. See the shirts being slung around on the fences out there as family members and friends and fans all cheer these young riders on. You know, it's hard not to be a fan of some of these 85, 9 to 11-year-old riders. If you follow them in a year-to-year basis here at Loretta Lynns, or if you are an amateur racing junkie and go from amateur race to amateur race, those majors that lead into events like this national event right here, I'll tell you, keep yourself busy out there. But looking at busy, Casey Cochran still trying to keep that pace going. We see the gap has opened up to 5.8 seconds. He's got a big comfort zone, so maybe Dave, if he can rest up just a little bit here, he might be able to lay some hammer down and maybe reel these guys in a little bit. He is looking at 10 seconds between himself and the lead, but still, I think somewhat has Deegan a little bit in sight right now.
Well, he's keeping him in sight. He has dropped back a little bit, but these guys are definitely fighting it out. Nobody wants to give up a spot on this track, especially not this week. Every brand, every manufacturer, they're here, they're watching. Mike Alessi talked about it earlier. They're out here, they are scouting these riders. They're checking everything out. One of the things that's really critical that they do look for, we talked to Hayden Deegan earlier on a podium in another class. Hayden Deegan has 851,000 followers on one of his social media outlets. That's amazing. An 11-year-old kid who rides on a dirt bike, 851,000 people around the world following him.
Are you a follower? Come on.
I do not follow.
What?
I do not.
Wow. You're not.
I might.
And you're not going to, are you?
You know, after this and watching what he's doing out here, I just may follow him.
Actually, I do follow.
Well, because your child told you to.
Yeah. My kid's like, hey, Dad, check out Hayden Deegan. You got to follow this kid, man. He's great.
I believe it or not, I'm one of the few guys that when I step away from the track, I do not immerse myself into social media, and I do not read a lot of the magazines for the industry. I live this world every weekend of my life, and when I go home, I like to spend a little time with my family, and I enjoy that. However, this is the sport I love, and this is my other family.
Wow.
Well said, Dave.
Yes.
Hey, boys, I got to go to the Lucas Oil Arena, 5 o'clock. We're going to have a dinner for Thor, Parts Unlimited, and also Kawasaki Team Green putting it together. We'll have some true VIPs in there. I think Jeremy McGrath and Adam Cincerillo will be hanging out. So come on over if you're a Kawasaki rider or if you're riding for the Thor and Parts Unlimited group to the arena in about 10 minutes. And I'll be hosting that one. So unfortunately, I got to leave the rest of the show to the devices of you three, Kevin, Dave, and Rodney. Good luck, boys.
Uh-oh.
We bid you adieu.
What do we do now? Now that Jason's gone, what are we going to do?
We have the margarita machine over here. We will pull out from under the table once he leaves.
He's not down the steps yet.
I didn't know about this.
That's what you get. Sorry.
That's what you don't get. You don't get margaritas.
Well, Cochran grabbing the whole shot in this one. After 7 laps complete, checks in the number 3 position. The gap now almost 10 seconds behind the second place ride of Deegan, who's another now nearly 9 seconds behind Daxton Bennick. I think these guys have settled into pace here late in this moto. A little under 5 minutes remaining of racing action as our leader, I believe, getting a 2-lap board next time around. Christian Janik checking in the number 4 spot. Jordan Renfro now in the number 5 position. So Casey Cochran actually took second in moto number 1. Big question I got, where's Clough at? Clough, the number 15 machine, finishing a, third place position in moto number 1, not even in the top 15 this go around. So that's a big change up and a switch around that looks like.
He tried really hard.
Well, he did, and he probably still is trying hard right now.
Yellow flags out. There's Dax Bennett, number 24, still picking his way through traffic through this rough racetrack. Got his own little training compound over in North Carolina. They did an armed brigade camp there a couple of years ago.
Wow, 42nd place with 3 laps complete is where James Clough.
Really, that's a big place.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to bode well for him in a championship. Well, wait a minute, that just updated on me. So I'll look again. Sorry about that.
Two-lap card is out as we get ready to head into the Lucas last lap of 24. Daxton Bennett motoring around some lappers. Drops into those 70-foot deep ruts. Keeps over his right. There's a bit more pops. Gives him some encouragement. One more lap to go there.
Well, I found him. It is 38th place is where he's at now after 6 laps of racing. Well, I'm curious. A 3rd place finish in Moto 1, that's kind of a heartbreaker, yeah. Jordan Renfro back there in the number 5 spot right now, looking pretty good. He took a 4th in Moto number 1 as well. So we do have a lot of consistency in this class as Bennick is trying to remain the most consistent, I believe, aboard that number 24 machine, trying to take this one 1-1.
They need to send that jump back to wherever they bought it. That thing is just falling apart. That jump after the 10 Commandments is completely chewed up. So you can't get, I hope they still have the receipt on that. I know Jeff was out and about scouting, picking up jumps all over the country, brought them here to the racetrack. Got to hold on to those receipts. That jump went away.
Well, right now, as Daxton Bennick is looking for the finish line, if you happen to be looking for something lost, don't forget to head over to the MX Sports office trailers. They've got the lost and found over there. All items. Right now, Trevor Collop, Ryder Ellis, Cameron Default, Catherine Connor, you all have things of interest there at the MX Sports office trailer. You need to stop over there. We also have some kids' prescription glasses, and we have Daxton Bennick on his way home. A fist pump in the air, checker flag, and a 1-1 scenario as he heads into Moto number 3 in this 85 9-11 class, taking the win and sealing the deal here on this Lucas Oil last lap. 2nd place position should go to the 38 machine of Hayden Deegan, and there is 3rd place ride. We see rounding the corner. He took the whole shot. The number 6 of Casey Cochran checking in. Again, Cochran 2nd in Moto 1. Deegan, as we told you, took a 40th in Moto number 1. So inconsistencies from 1st to 2nd Moto will not put him in contention. So really, Casey Cochran is one of the biggest threats that Daxton Bennick will have as far as the 3rd and final Moto is concerned. But Bennick will have a little bit of comfort zone or buffer, if you will, by a few points in that last race that these kids will be taken to the track on. Top 5 are in: Bennick, Deegan, Cochran, Janik, Renfro, your top 5. Enzo Timmerman moving up into a solid top 10 into 6th place there in the closing moments of this 2nd Moto. Zayden Mason 7th, Dylan Bletcha is 8th, Holland Russell in 9th, and Kaysen Lytle to round out your top 10 as we look at that Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard. And we get set to go down with more exciting interviews from the Race Tech Podium.
We are on the podium right now with our Moto 2 winner, the number 24 Orange Brigade rider, Daxton Bennick. He's getting hydrated, he's getting his hats, he's getting the swag. Everybody's over there getting him ready for his interview. And here we have him. 1 gold medal. Actually, that's your 2nd gold medal in this class, as you've gone 1-1 in this class. But let's let you have a minute right now with your 1st place finisher in Moto 2, Daxton Bennick. How was everything?
It was good. Got off to like a weird start. Like I didn't get a good jump, but I just kept it on and ended up about 3rd and just passed for the lead and started hitting my marks. And by the time I knew it, I had a 10-second gap.
Did you feel any pressure at any time out there, or did you just feel like this was yours once you got out in the lead?
A little bit, yeah. Whenever Hayden was kind of staying with me there, and I had to bump it up a notch. But other than that, it was good.
Well, great. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here there the second time?
Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. KTM Orange Brigade, Lynx Motor, Dunlop Tires, Pro Taper, W Ethica, Troy Lee Designs, Scott Goggles, Alpine Stars, FMF, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, and your number one finisher for the second time in this 85 9-11 class, Daxton Bennick. Next up, we need the number 38, the Little Danger. Number 38, Hayden Deegan. We have a medal for you. They're talking it out. They're hashing it out. It's Deegan. It's Bennick. They're over there talking it over. Now we have him. They're done tangling. Hayden, here you are. 1 silver medal. We've seen you up here before. How'd this moto go for you?
Not the greatest. I got off to a third place start, and halfway through the moto, I lost my brake completely. So I was just using only front brakes, so it was super hard to go through like ruts and stuff without going out of them. And I thought Casey was going to catch me, but then I looked back and I was actually gaining on him without a brake, so I was like, yes. And I didn't want him to catch me, so I was like, just rode my race and tried to stay smooth.
Perfect. Well, whatever you did, it seemed to work because you cut your way through the pack. You did end up second place. You got the silver medal. Now, who would you like to thank for getting you up on the box?
Yeah, I'd like to thank KTM Orange Brigade, Team Dunlop, Power Band 100%, 6D, and all my family, God up above, keep me safe, and Thor, and everybody else helping me out. Thank you so much.
There you have it. Hayden Deegan, your second place finisher. You may want to go up to Lost and Found. You said you lost your brakes. That's where they turn everything in. Maybe you'll find them for the next moto. Third place, also your Whole Shot Award winner. We have Casey Cochran. Casey's grabbing his big check. He's coming out. Let's put this around your neck. You earned it. Third place finisher, Casey Cochran. Tell us, how did it all unfold for you today?
Dunlop tires hooked up great off the start with the Lynx motor, and just got off to a great start and just stayed smooth and came out with third.
Well, that sounds a lot easier than it looked as we watched the race, but you guys make it look easy whether you're racing or whether we're talking about it. Tell us, who would you like to thank while you're up here?
My mom, my dad, Suzuki, Fox, Dunlop, 100%, Liette, Factory Connection, Lynx, Moto X Compound, FMF, 100%, and everybody else, thanks.
Not only did he finish third, but Casey Cochran is your Bell Whole Shot Award winner, taking home that $100 check. He's going to stuff that thing in his pocket right before he goes to the bank. But once again, Casey Cochran, third place, and your Whole Shot Award winner. Send this back up to you guys in the box. I'm a little jealous. I'm not up there with the margarita machine right now.
Here's how they finished last time we went racing. The sight laps are done. Mini Senior 1, 12 to 13. Let's try to get these guys in order. Your 10th place finisher was Caden Braswell out of Florida. He finished up 10th. 9th place finisher was Parker Ross out of Harold, California. Your 8th place finisher was Wyatt Matson, number 13, out of El Dorado Hills, California. 7th place finisher, looking down the list, would have been Ryder DiFrancesco. Yeah, that's a very uncharacteristic 7th place finish for him. 6th place finish was someone on a dirt bike. That's a fact. That would have been Jordan Beese, number 28, out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Here's your top 5 last time we went racing. It was Preston Baseflug, finishing 5th out of Battleground, Washington. 4th place finisher was Gavin Towers out of PA, rider number 58. Here was your podium. 3rd place finisher was Dakota Aldridge, number 89, out of Noonan, Georgia. Finishing up in the number 2 spot, Kyle Smith. And your winner out of Australia, Miles Gilmore. Let's see if Miles can back it up. If we can get Ryder to keep it up on 2 wheels, I think we'll have a different outcome. Ryder will not finish 7th place, assuming he stays up on 2 wheels. That's coming up next. This is Mini Senior 1, 12 to 13. We've got them on the gate. They are like star pupils in a high school sitting in the front row where everybody's all paying attention, ready to start this race. The revs are up. And Ryder DeFrancisco got a great start from the inside. He was way on the inside. Let's see if he can hold on to it. They race to the next little bump. DeFrancisco sweeps around the outside, but they're going to give it to Trevor Collop.
Collop just a little bit ahead as they came under that Bell hole shot award tower, and that's where they do the actual scoring. But I think that Ryder may have had just as strong advantage coming through those turns as well. But
And
right now it looks
Collop's
like
got
Collop, yeah, he's doing everything he can with that early lead.
Ryder D slips back about 3 spots. So Collop, number 74 on the KTM, going to have to deal with Ryder D now. One rider taking over the point, rider number 22, and that would be Caden Braswell. Everybody, that big target on the back of Ryder DeFrancisco's jersey, everybody wants a piece of that kid. Anywhere he goes, he is a wanted man. Got a black and white poster at every little small town.
Braswell, by the way, finished 10th in Moto 1, so a good start for him, I think, here in Moto number 2.
Great start. Yeah. Absolutely. This is Mini Senior 1, 12 to 13.
Ryder D still on the hammer there, though, it looks like. As we look back behind him, it's the 41 machine, and that one is...
Maybe that's... 41's Nicholas Romano. Normally runs the 411.
Yeah.
Clipped one of the ones off, and Caden Braswell, a big kid on that KTM too. He's probably 3, 4, 5 inches taller than Ryder DeFrancisco. Ryder D now starting to reel him in, goes around on the outside. Oh, big problem there for Braswell. Has to fight the machine coming out of that rut, and Ryder D has the momentum. Here it comes, Rodney.
And Ryder D's pulling the trigger. He took aim. He's ready to fire over the tunnel of love. Still not going to be able to make that shot on Braswell. Braswell rising to that occasion, keeping an eye as well back there on Nick Romano for 3rd. Preston Boasblog back in the number 4 spot. Wyatt Madsen is 5th, but keep an eye again on the 41 machine, just watching the battle between Braswell and DeFrancisco at this particular point.
Well, I'll tell you what, Miles Gilmore, nowhere to be found from what I can see. He was your first moto winner, and we're not picking him up inside the top 15 anyway. So things kind of working out. Where's he at? 23rd.
23rd, yeah.
Woo! He's got some work to do. This is a good thing for Ryder DeFrancisco with a 7th place in that first moto. Here comes Nicholas Romano trying to match the pace of Braswell and DeFrancisco. Cisco, that is, pardon me. KTM's out in Storyland we go. Caden Braswell.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm becoming a fan of this again, watching these two riders ride and watching to see what DeFrancisco is going to be able to do against Braswell. But I'm also still keeping an eye on Romano. This kid seems to be finding his own. He had to fight his way up in some earlier motos just to finish top 10. And here in moto number 1 of the Mini Senior 1 class, we saw him actually only able to muster up as far as an 11th place finish in that first moto, but striking hard in moto 2 to try to get a little bit of redemption, it looks like.
Yeah, Romano way off the track in that sand section. Big puff of white dust pops up. That means he was way off of the racetrack. Hey, tonight, 7 p.m. over at the MXers for Jesus truck, we have church service at 7 p.m. They're celebrating their 21st year at the races, providing ministry. So hope you'll stop by and join Kevin Kozat, MXers for Jesus, at the MXers for, or FMF rig, I believe. FMF at 7 p.m. Ryder DeFrancisco's in a hurry. You know why? Because they got dinner served. It's for Thor and Kawasaki.
That's right.
So he's got 2 tickets punched up there to the Lucas Oil Pavilion to go eat some dinner. So he's kind of wanting, can we wrap this up? His podium speech is going to be quick. They'll probably have a hot plate waiting for him at the podium instead of a glass of water. Let's throw some mashed potatoes in his face. And Braswell riding the wheels off of this KTM, guys. Nicholas Romano coming along for the ride as well. Preston Baseflew is 4th. Wyatt Matson 5th. Gavin Tower 6th. Trevor Cullett was your whole shot award winner in 7th. Hamden Hudson 8th. Kyle Smith and Jordan Beast. And where is the Australian first moto winner, Rodney? He was 23rd on that first lap. What a fantastic view as they worked their way through the 10 Commandments, the overhead shot of just how gnarly this racetrack is, Rodney.
19th place position for Miles Gilmore.
Oh, big problem for Braswell again. Can Ryder DeFrancisco capitalize? No, that's two huge miscues by Braswell.
And he's been able
manages
to he's been able to come right back. That's the amazing thing. You know, we're not done yet.
And again, we've talked about it all day long, how raceable this racetrack is. You can go side by side with somebody, and it's no faster to be on the inside or the outside. It's just dead even. Look at them. They're proving it every time they hit a turn straight away. Randy Poulter and crew have done an awesome job with this racetrack.
They most certainly have. And Caden Braswell, by no stretch of the imagination, is not, is certainly not out of the contention for a win here in when you think about it. But honestly, you know, Braswell's a strong rider, but I never put him in this position. I just want to say that he has really made some leaps and bounds since the last time I watched the 22 ride, and he is showing a lot of heart as well as a lot of determination to stay in that #1 spot here today.
Here it comes, the race heating up out front. Caden Braswell, 22 on the KTM, getting it from number 99, Ryder DeFrancisco.
And how do you stay at it with that much pressure and not make any mistakes?
I think he's made 3, and it finally cost him. Ryder DeFrancisco
got a little loose coming out of that last turn, trying to get the drive toward the finish line. Momentum on the outside for the 99. DeFrancesco puts him into that #1 spot, though. But look, Braswell's not.
Braswell just riding on the ragged edge, Rodney. Really kind of struggling, to be honest with you. He is trying to get out of those ruts. He seems to be having some issues with him. Ryder D going right for the belly of the beast, right in the middle of those things. Nicholas Romano hanging right in there. He wants to join in, dude. Give me the basketball. I want to play.
Even after going off the track over there for a few moments, they have now an 8-second lead over, or he does, an 8-second lead over 4th place. He's only 2.5 seconds behind the battle for the lead when they came through the finish line last time. Gavin Towers, there's a name, the number 58 up to 5th place. Wyatt Matson in 6th, Kyle Smith 7th, Trevor Collop is 8th, Hamden Hudson in 9th, and Noah Stevens rounding out the top 10. Now Towers is another one of those names that we're watching work his way up through the ranks of these 85cc classes and many senior classes and so forth. Seems like he's always kind of been there, but look at him now. He's been riding solidly close to, if not inside, the top 5 every time I've seen him this week.
Totally agree. With 12 minutes to go. We've raced up to 7 minutes so far. Caden Braswell is going to be a good big bike rider. He's another one of those kids that's head and shoulders taller than most of the guys out there on the racetrack, kind of like Pierce Brown was on the Super Minis in '85. So look to see Caden Braswell adjust to the big bikes really quickly. He's not going to spend his next 3 years on a Super Mini. He's going to be way too big, so we'll see him make the jump early. I bet at age 14, we'll see Caden Braswell, probably after Loretta's, he's going to be thinking about a big bike.
Oh yeah, he's got some size on him too, it looks like, and he's got the
skills to match too.
And the skill, just like you say, exactly.
Nicholas Romano wants to jump there and leapfrog over Caden Braswell, and he is close enough to do it. He's on the 41 machine, the bright yellow gear. That is Nicholas Romano.
He cleaned house at Sunday Creek. It was a late regional there in Ohio, but was still able to clean house when he went up there on his 411, now 41. One of the reasons, I guess, again, I didn't necessarily recognize him in the early part of this, but wow. The first moto, I'm not sure. I think he finished just outside the top 10, and a little redemption for him here in the second moto.
Yeah, so if you just went by the first moto scores and said, all right, well, those guys are these 3 guys were 7th, 10th, and outside of the top 10 was Romano, and now they're 1, 2, and 3. So Loretta's is just a finicky thing.
Yes,
that's why we race 3 motos too.
Yes, it is. Hey, folks, listen up. 5:30 coming up in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes at the Suzuki pits. MX Sports Pro Racing Orientation for future pro riders. So if you're looking at moving into the pro class, we have an orientation going on tonight at the Suzuki pits. So all future pros must be heading down to the Suzuki pits right now. MX Sports Pro Racing Orientation getting underway in 20 minutes. Also,
you better head down there, Ronnie. Get ready.
I know.
It's going to be a future
I'm
pro.
stepping up next year. Yamaha track walk with Ryan Villapoto started the first turn and through the 10 Commandments. We've been saying, and I said, I thought I read for Yamaha riders, but it's all riders are welcome. So anyone that wants to go out and walk the track with Ryan Villapoto, head to the starting line following the last moto today.
Caden Braswell coming under the attack of another Kawasaki rider. It's a Kawasaki sandwich right now with Ryder DeFrancisco out front, Braswell on the orange KTM in the number 2 spot. Then you have Romano out of New York. Enjoying watching Braswell just slug it out with everybody on the racetrack. Romano has him in his sights. The track is rough. Romano rising to the challenge. Here comes your leader right in front of the announcer's tower. Number 99 out of California, Ryder DeFrancisco. Here's Braswell, the number 22 ride on the orange, bright orange KTM. Romano with a little miscue out of the left-hander in the finish line turn. So it gives Braswell just a bit of breathing room. And our first moto winner, I think you're trying to look into that. There's the Cowie boys with the green flags waving for Nicholas Romano. Trying to go after Caden Braswell.
But I'm looking down through here right now. Jordan Bees, I don't see that name in this mini senior class.
12th place.
12th place, wow.
There's Miles Gilmore, who has climbed up to 14th. He was our first moto winner out of Australia. And Gilmore on the number 16 Husqvarna has worked his way up into 14th. So he's salvaging a good ride here.
Bees finished 6th in moto number 1. He's 12th. Crazy how the
up and down, parity. Love it.
Things have flipped around so much.
This will shake up the championship. A 7-1 for Ryder DeFrancisco, a 10-2 for Caden Braswell. And try to see where Nicholas Romano finished in the first moto.
I want to point out something. Gavin Towers
11.
currently running in 5th place right now. He finished 4th in moto number 1. He's one of the more consistent riders we have in the top 5 right now.
Yeah, he sure is. Absolutely. Romano finished 11th. Braswell was 10th. DeFrancisco was 7th. And now they run 1, 2, 3. And your first moto winner back in 14th, Nicholas Romano, just rides a ragged edge, man. That Kawasaki just kicks him right in the butt every chance it gets.
Bose Plug took a 5th place position finish
4-5.
Towers. So
5-4. There you go.
Yeah.
So they got 5-4. That's 9 points. Ryder D's got 8. He's got a 7-1. So it's going to be all kind of need an abacus.
That third moto is going to get exciting,
Yeah.
I'd say. Start's going to be critical.
Thankfully, David Smith has 14 toes living next to that nuclear reactor plant there, so he can do all the math he needs on that podium in that third and final moto. He's going to need it.
Yes, it is DeFrancisco through now with 6 laps complete. And we are 12 and a half minutes into this 20-minute moto. And he's already established a 6-second lead over Braswell as they battled so intensely in the early part of this race. Nick Romano 2.3 seconds back of Braswell. Bose Plug 12 seconds back of Romano in 4th. Towers is now 6.4 behind Bose Plug for the 5th place position. That was after 5, and after 6 laps complete, we see the gap opening now to 15 seconds between 3rd and 4th, and only just 4 seconds now between 4th and 5th place rides.
Ryder D with the quickest lap on lap number 4, 2:05, just about a 2:05 flat as he makes his way through the 10 Commandments. Braswell still has him in sight. Ryder D just now exiting, and Braswell in the 10 Commandments. He's right behind him. They're on the same straightaway. There it is. There's a shot of Braswell on the orange KTM.
Miles Gilmore is still maintaining a top 15, but unfortunately, I was just watching the screen there as I seen one of our Jordan Bees. He's dropping. He still hasn't finished that 6th lap. He's back as far as 20th place right now.
Miles Gilmore slips back to 15th, now having some problems as Adler Caudle gets around him. Mitchell Zaremba up in the number 13 spot. Nicholas Laurie 12th. Noah Stevens 11th. And Hamden Hudson holds down that coveted top 10. Dude, just getting a top 10 here is like everybody want to get top 10 at Loretta's. I want to be top 10 at Loretta's. It's a big deal.
I think just scoring a top 10 in this particular class, the mini senior 112 to 13-year-old class, is a big deal.
Sure.
I mean, it
just
is in
said
every
that.
class, but when you look at the competition that's stacked in this class, the top 10, it's not a championship, but man, everybody's looking at you anyway.
Ryder D just sent it on that single just as far as he could jump over all of the braking bumps going into the left-hander, the finish line. That's just the little things he's doing at every opportunity. He is in a big hurry because, as we stated, he's got a dinner to go to. Free dinner. It's like Jason Wyatt giving up a free meal. That's not happening. No way. He will eat 9 free meals.
One of the most frugal individuals I've ever met.
Frugal. He's cheap as crap. What are you talking about? That's what he is.
Wow. 2-lap card, I think, coming out this next time around, if I'm not mistaken. So we're basically about 3 laps out from a checker. 2.5 now as we roll through this lap number 8 for our leaders. DiFrancesco, Braswell, Romano, Bosflug, Tower still the top 5. You see absolutely no change there. Kyle Smith, the number 12 machine. He's back in that number 6 position. As we look at Kyle Smith, he finished second in moto number 1. So we start looking at that. A 2 and a 6 and a 2 and a 6 at this point is 8. That actually ties him with Ryder D for
Right
the
in the mix.
championship.
Yeah.
And he's in 6th place right now.
Wow.
Yeah. So 7-1 and a 6-2. That all
There
equals
you
the
go.
same. Third moto is going to be very, very interesting.
A lot of nervous kids going into that last one. I got to feel pretty good if I'm Ryder DiFrancesco because I know I've already won a few motos. Some of these
Right.
other kids really are kind of hanging out 3rd, 4th, 5th. So Ryder
Right.
knows he has that. He can go out and do what he can do. Now he's just going to have a little help with everybody else helping him out mathematically. Here, getting close to the Lucas Oil last lap. Ryder DiFrancesco looking over his shoulder, checking in on Instagram, Freaky Fast. He's probably posting right now. There he just went. He just went, checked in, boom, over the finish line jump.
He did.
Watch this right here. He's going to come around this sweeper, and he's going to pin this Kawasaki and jump as far as he can over all these ruts. He'll bounce. He'll slam into this thing, and I didn't do it. I totally blew that. I totally lied. It was impressive. He did it last time. It was cool looking. But that's awesome. Not going to do it. Okay, let's see. One more lap to go. The Lucas Oil lap. Yes, there are kids getting paid to fly drones now. So all you kids with big dreams, you're watching on Racer TV. The live drone footage as we cut back and forth. I don't know that anybody's done that. It's always been cable cams, making those drones work to be able to go wirelessly in between the two and back to your static cameras. That's some new technology that I think we've even beat Pro Motocross at.
Well, you got to hand it to the RacerTV.com staff. We do a lot of innovation, a lot of innovative type.
You making up
things.
words? That's innovative right there.
Exactly, out in the woods. Remember, we're trying to cover a 12-mile course out there, and camera angles and shots are tough to get.
Sure.
And this drone has come in amazingly handy, and it has brought a whole new perspective to watching a GNCC race as well.
I bet that looks pretty cool too. Let's take a ride through the 10 Commandments with our drone. And let's just change that shot real quick as we get back to our leader, number 99, Ryder DiFrancesco on the Lucas last lap. One more to go for Ryder, and he puts himself in contention going into that 3rd moto. A lot of kids up and around that 7, 8, 9 point range there. Miles Gilmore has gotten back up to 12th, so he's got a 12-1. He's got 13 points. Ryder with 7-1, Caden Braswell with a 10-2, Romano with a 11-3. A lot of parity in this class.
Yeah, what is it, 5-4 to 4-5? Yeah, Bosflug and
Base
Towers.
Flugen.
But again, Smith back there in 6th still. At last check, a 2 and a 6 is 8 for him. So, like we said, going into that 3rd moto, he's tied with DiFrancesco. Now, we talk about the comfort zone that DiFrancesco is going to have going into this, but you have to think that maybe Kyle Smith has one as well because he feels strong. He ran a very strong moto in that 1st moto, and he's had some good rides out here as well. So, if he's positive enough, he might be able to think himself right into being competitive for that last race.
One more turn for the number 99. Here he comes. Let's all give a salute to number 99, Ryder DiFrancesco. He's going to nail down a big moto win. That was important. Yep, got another lap. That's awesome. I am dialed in, dude. I am really dialed in. The Lucas Oil last lap coming up here on this white flag lap. Let's give him a salute again then, Roddy, just for the heck of it. He's riding really good.
All right.
Big Weston Pike running around on the RM 85, same bike he rode 15 years ago. Braswell's hanging tough. He's 6 seconds back of Ryder DiFrancesco. Romano is 9 seconds back of Braswell.
Alrighty, final lap. Ryder D on its way home to quite possibly another championship for this young man. One of the youngest champions to ever claim one at 5 years old.
On the PW, he was a defending champion. I've never seen a kid come back and defend a championship in the PW class. To be young enough and fast enough to win it the first time and still be mathematically eligible to do it again is ridiculous. He came back and defended 2-time PW champ. Go find that guy.
Man, that is crazy, and he is crazy fast as well. And we see why he's still top of the crowd there, and one of the elite riders that we have here at the Amateur National Championship finale.
He's going to head overseas along with about 5 other kids to represent America a couple of weeks after we finish up here in Australia. That's going to be fun. He may get to hang out with Miles Gilmore. Gilmore's like, all right, I came to your house now. You got to go to my house here in about 2 weeks. Hey, if you lost your dog, there's a white husky mixed shepherd dog right there here at the base of the tower. Ryder DiFrancesco, big fist pump there, Rodney. He's pumped. He's going to go get that dog. He won the dog. We're going to give him the dog on the podium.
He won the dog. Get the dog for Ryder D. Did you see the little fancy fist pump that
was a different, had a swirly swirl to it. Something's going on.
That was a lot different than your normal just a fist pump. That had some style to it.
There you go. So there's your podium. DiFrancesco, Braswell, Romano, and they just added some more drama going into that third and final moto because it is all bunched up with a lot of kids with the same score. It's going to be fun to watch.
It most certainly is. As we look at the Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard again, DiFrancesco, Braswell, Romano. Then it's Bo's Plug checking in at the number 4 spot. Gavin Towers in 5th. We look to Kyle Smith for 6th. Again, a 2-6 for him will put him in the tie for the lead with Ryder D. Wyatt Matson in 7th. Benjamin Garib at 8th. Hamden Hudson in 9th. And Noah Stevens rounding out the top 10 as we head down to the Race Tech podium with Jason Wygant. Dave Smith.
There we go. It was a 50-50 shot. We are on the podium right now with your Mini Senior 1 12 to 13-year-old winner. This kid is freaky fast. I wonder why it is that way. But our winner, Ryder DiFrancesco, on the number 99 machine is our winner. I need to get some medals for this young man. Ryder, you earned another gold medal. Goes around your neck. Tell us how that moto went down and what you thought about it.
Got off to a decent start. Kanan got around me and got stuck up with some kids the first couple corners, but managed to get in second, and I knew how'd go. So Kanan was making a couple mistakes, and I knew I could capitalize on them, and I did. So tried to pull a gap from then and pulled a nice, easy gap, and just rode from there.
Once you took over the lead, did you feel the pressure from those guys behind you, or did you just ride your own race?
I had to keep an eye on them, but I rode my own race most of the time, and they're riding good, so you got to keep on your toes, and it's the roughest the track's going to get, so I mean, that proves the best, right?
It's a late day moto. You held on. You took the win for this moto. You've got a couple people you'd like to thank for being up here.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my mechanic, Kua, Jimmy Johns, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Monster Energy, Remthal, 60 helmets, Scott Goggles, Troy Designs, Alpine Stars. Anyone else, thank you.
There you have him. Ryder DiFrancesco, your Mini Senior 1 second moto winner. We're going to get Trevor Collop up here real quick. Trevor Collop is your Bell $100 Whole Shot Award winner. Trevor, hold that up. Get some pictures here real quick. Trevor Collop, part of the SSR program up there in Indiana. Trevor, how'd your race go? How'd that whole shot work out for you?
I got the whole shot. I got the whole shot. I had a pretty good first lap. I overjumped something, and then my suspension just blew out. So then I couldn't. So I just putted around the rest of the race.
Well, you got the whole shot. You got what matters as far as the money goes for this race. Who would you like to thank for getting that whole shot for you?
SSR, Fly, DQ Tune, Spikes KTM, Cycle Gear, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you have it. It's Trevor Collop, your whole shot $100 Bell Shot Award winner. Next up, I need to get Caden Braswell, your number 2 finisher, your finisher in the second position on the number 22 machine. Caden Braswell. He's got a little unpep in his step. He's working his way up here. Maybe he tweaked his knee. Let's go out front here. There you go with your silver medal. Caden, tell us about your race out there.
I mean, I got off to a decent start. And I just worked my way from there, and then probably about 4th lap, rider passed me. I made a couple mistakes, and then I just tried to regrip and ride smooth and get the moto done with.
You ready for the next moto now? This one's behind you. Are you looking forward to that one?
Looking forward to the next one. It's going to be fun.
All right. Well, that sounds fun to listen to. Be ready to watch that. Well, we'd like to thank you for this, but who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank the Lord Jesus Christ, Mom and Dad, Alpine Star, Troy Lee Designs, Lynx MX, Troy Lee Designs, Dunlop, KTM, Orange Brigade, SMG. Sean's been helping us out a lot over there. Mika Metals, DT1. Man, I just like to give it up to my mom and dad one more time. Thank y'all.
Thank you. There he is. Caden Braswell, your second place finisher. Next up, we need to get 41, Nicholas Romano. Nicholas is taking the second moto. He has earned the bronze medal. We'll put that around your neck. Nicholas loses a 1. He's usually 4'11". He's 41 here. Tell us how that moto went for you.
The moto is all right. Got a 3rd. Just made the podium. Starts all right. Kept up to the guys for about half the moto, and then I just got a little tired. Bike was kicking, so we're going to regroup for tomorrow.
You ready for this 3rd moto too? You planning already now? You getting your strategy?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing that one because there's a lot of strategy apparently from what we're learning here on the podium. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
My mom, dad, sisters, Kawasaki Team Green, Bell Helmets, Oakley Goggles, Shift Gear, Mobius, Alpine Stars, Renthal Maxima, PR2 suspension, Lynx engines, Ride Dunlop tires, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There he goes. It's Nicholas Romano, your 3rd place finisher in the mini senior 1 12-13 division. Back up to the announcer's tower.
All righty, thanks a lot down there from the Race Tech Podium, and that's Dave Smith. And of course, this coming up next is more great racing. Again, folks, don't forget 5:30 MX Sports Pro Racing Orientation. I think that's about to start right now at the Suzuki pits. Actually, 5:29 is the time. So if you are a future pro rider, head to the Suzuki pits right now. We have a pro racing orientation for you right now. That's getting underway here in a moment. Also, 7 o'clock tonight, the Yamaha Track Walk with Ryan Villapoto. Start, first turn, and 10 Commandments, what they'll be talking about. And all riders are welcome. I think I had announced earlier, Yamaha riders only. I apologize for that. I have been told and informed that it is actually all riders, corrected I guess, informed that all riders are welcome and we encourage you to come on out. Also 7 o'clock tonight, chapel services with Reverend Kevin Kozad of MXers for Jesus at the FMF pits. Also U.S. Motorcycle Coaches Association reception in Westerntown at 7:30. At 8 o'clock it's the FMF karaoke in the FMF pits, and at 8:30 it's the Teen Rave at the Lucas Oil Arena. Also folks, just to let you know, Oakley will be having a pre-FMF karaoke party down at the Oakley. They're going to have drinks and other cool stuff, t-shirt giveaways and things like that. Product giveaways. Stop down. You might be able to walk away with something really cool Oakley here this evening, 7 to 8 o'clock leading into FMF karaoke at the FMF pits. Now that'll be at the Oakley pits, so stop on down for that. Looks like we've got the stage reset here, Kevin Kelly, and we're about ready to go with race number 6, the Masters 50 Plus class.
Yeah, the revs are up, and the plus 50 class, the John Gruey Memorial class. Let's check in with how they finished. We know John Gruey was your winner. Finishing up in the number 2 spot would have been Barry Karsten. Those guys battled tooth and nail.
Yeah, Carson got the whole shot in that first moto. Ralph Bentley getting it out this time, so he'll pick up $100 there from Bell Helmet. So Ralph Bentley out front. And yeah, that was, remember how intense that battle was.
There it is.
Carson and
Here comes Carson. He's back in the number 4 now, about to be in the number 2 spot when we finish up through the 10 Commandments, and that's how it's going to go. Gruey out front. Barry Karsten is second.
Well, there you go. That's how quick cream rises to the top, to repeat that cliche for about the 100th time today.
It does, but it does. That's just how it works here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many better ways to say it, to be honest with you. We'll get creative tonight, maybe come up with a few others. But here we go. Karsten is feeling pressure as well from the 3rd place ride. He's not free and clear just yet as things start out early here. Ralph Bentley trying to maintain a good pace. That's the 58 machine we're taking a look at in the number 3 spot there.
Michael Keating, he was my favorite Batman of all the different Batmans we've had. Oh, that's Michael Keaton.
Yeah, like Batman. He's the one that said that, right?
Yes, I think you're right.
So, and actually Keating took the 3rd place position finish in moto number 1, so he's picking up where he left off. We've got our top 3 right back in the top 3 positions, but now Keating has gotten around Karsten to take over the number 2 spot.
Nope, there's Karsten right there. So it is John Gruey out front, and here comes Barry Karsten. Karsten is 2 bike lengths behind Gruey. Takes a couple of laps to kind of start figuring out where you want to be on the racetrack and all the insides, outsides. And Barry Karsten has zoned right back in. And it wouldn't be a race if Barry Karsten and John Gruey were on the track at the same time and they didn't just magically gravitate towards each other. There's some sort of magnetic thing that happens on this planet. It's a Bermuda Triangle of racing, and it sucks those 2 guys together.
They're like 2 poles that got too close together. They just get stuck together.
That's right. We got to settle the score. Whoa, look out. That was a KTM rider having some issues climbing out of that left-hander in the mechanics area.
Wow.
Look at Karsten. Wow. 1 bike length separating. But you know the deal, though? Karsten can get right to Gruey.
Yes.
Making that pass and sticking the pass has been nearly impossible.
Yeah, that's been the hard part for him. But I tell you, he early on, he's trying to get up there, and he is right there in the thick of things. Hey, folks, don't forget, I just now got informed of and reminded of the Shyrock fishing tournament going to be taking place at Lake Loretta out here. That is the Hunter and Fletcher Shyrock, who are now professional fishermen, formerly top Loretta Lynns riders here at the Dude Ranch, and I think even raced some pro for a while, if I'm not mistaken. So the Shyrock's now professional fishermen. They got a tournament going on this evening at 6:30. Grab your poles and come on down, folks.
Rip some lips. So Gruey starting to figure out his lines, his race lines. Barry Karsten just goes wherever you go. I'm just going to bounce around, see what happens here. Karsten lifts the front wheel of his trusty Suzuki. That guy's been on a Suzuki since he was an infant. Same gear, Bromley cycle. He's had the same 3 sponsors. You want to talk about staying the course. That dude has probably logged as many laps. That guy races all the time, did all the Winter Ams back in the day. Just an animal.
And you know, from a sponsor's perspective, he has been a sponsor's
it's golden.
dream, you know?
Golden.
Yeah, I mean, a very popular individual, even as an amateur. I mean, as a professional, he wasn't. Even as an amateur, maybe as popular as he was, especially running these amateur national championships and so forth. We got
yellow flags are out here. Look at those. That's how you navigate through a down rider there. They took it nice and slow. The title means nothing when it comes to one of your competitors being on the ground. Make sure you get through there nice and safe. They resume racing.
Hard break there tough break for the 17 of Craig Bigelow out of Swartz Creek, Michigan. He finished 10th in Moto 1. I believe that's the rider down.
Yeah, that's Kip Bigelow's brother.
Just before the Tunnel of Love.
So out from the trees there, that's one of the only real changes to this racetrack. They tweaked it here and there, but that whole tree section did not even exist about 10 years ago. You remember when we went into the trees after the start?
Well, I remember sitting about where the first year I came here, I can remember, and I was telling this story to my girlfriend on the way in. I was like, the first time I ever come here, and I still remember it, and happened to go around, and I was sitting there, and I could hear the PA. It was so crisp and it was so loud, and I sat down on a log that had fallen down there and washed up probably during a rainstorm.
The Civil War.
Yeah, and I kind of sat there. Actually, it was a tree. It was a big one. And I sat there, and I just kind of took it all in. I looked over at this announcer's tower, and it was all decorated up. The sun was hitting, and it was glistening. And that was when I realized that I was someplace pretty cool at that point.
Yep. Similar story. I came here in '93 the first time, and we were racing the C class and the 500 class. My little brother, 15, on an open 500 KX 500 and a 125. So dumb. We had no idea what we were doing. We borrowed the bike for the area, the regional. Never got to ride it except for those 3 races. And man, we had a ball. We pitted next to Shea Bentley. That was his first title. He beat several people. Then there were Brock Sellers and all these other guys, and we were pitted right there where the track out now goes. It poured down rain. Shea and them were intense. I don't know how he even survived the week. He slept, won a title, probably one of the last guys to win a title, sleeping in a tent. Not out in an RV. They had a tran, like a little van, little trailer behind them, little pump sprayer, clean the bikes off. That's how you do it.
You know, it's funny how things have changed, but really the simplicity of it all, I think, is what a lot of folks enjoyed back then. The simplicity of this is that John Gruey out front, Barry Karsten is in second, and right now they are enjoying a rather massive lead over the rest of the field, some 20 seconds to third place, and it's only those two. It's the John and Barry show right now.
That needs to be a talk show. Just on ESPN, they disagree with everything they say. The John and Barry show coming on at 5.
Hey, look at Earl May up to a third place position.
Earl May, nice work.
Yeah.
His wife's an accountant. She's out there doing her taxes right now. Gruey into the 10 Commandments. Barry working his way through there as well. When you see vet riders with their feet off the pegs walking the bike through rutted turns, you know that is a tricky, tricky racetrack because those guys have been doing it forever. There's Barry Karsten hucking that triple in the back. They're trying to stay in touch with Gruey. Chewy Gruey. That's a delicious granola bar. Just want to rip his arm off, take a big old bite.
Did I hear someone say that he has a girlfriend now?
He has a lady friend. Yep. They drove down, and she's supporting John Gruey. I support John Gruey. I've got the signs in my front yard.
I was wondering after that statement, he's single and ready to mingle.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. I bet she let you guys know real fast.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. John's a good dude.
He is.
Good on a dirt bike too.
Yes, he is. And so's Barry. I mean, everybody I know out of this, Earl May's
You ever heard anybody talk bad about Barry Karsten? That guy's such a jerk.
No, I haven't. I really have never heard anyone say, no competitor or anything has ever said anything bad about Barry Karsten.
He's annoying if you're John Gruey because he will not leave you alone.
But even John Gruey don't say anything bad about it.
Just I'm going to beat you on the racetrack and we'll leave it at that.
But if John Gruey does say anything that seems a bit controversial, he always backs it up, bless his heart, so everything's all right.
Hey, you jerk, bless your heart. Oh, okay, well, that's cool. You can't say bless your heart and then erases everything you said.
John Gruey can.
He can. He's got that kind of charisma. Barry Karsten, every time you think it's over, Barry just pulls you back in, man. It's like, geez.
Yeah, we were over 2 seconds, pushing 3. We're now under 2 seconds.
We are.
For Barry Karsten and John Gruey, the deficit there.
He does not stop learning. Barry's going to figure out where you're faster than him. He's going to match that line, couple that with his lines where he thinks he's faster than you, and come up with a plan, and he's doing it. He landed on a tough block, and it bounced out into the racetrack. My brother hit it at Daytona and just about killed my little brother. Barry Karsten, I believe Mike LaRocco might hold the record, but Barry's right there with him as far as maintaining a national number. He maintained a national number from the early 30s all the way till he retired. So about 75 years, he managed to hold on to a national number.
I thought you were going to say his early 30s.
No, the 1930s.
The 1930s.
Racing was in its infancy. He was riding a Harley Davidson motocross bike.
Has Harley ever made a dirt bike?
Yes. Yep. In the 70s they did.
Sure would be nice to see a Harley out here. That'd be pretty cool. Hey, look, I mean, now they're in some lap traffic here. You got to wonder, is this going to play any favors for anybody right now?
Well, look right there. John Gruey, it almost cost him the pass. You had the announcers curse you just about put the pin in little John Gruey. You wonder. You said it out loud. And that almost happened. That seems to happen more often than not. There's Gruey really having to be careful with his line choices, especially when you go into these rutted up inside turns where you're like, if you get stuck behind a guy, and I guarantee you Barry Karsten can sense that, he's not going to follow him when there's another rider in front of Gruey because he knows there's a possibility of Gruey getting held up.
I believe that may be the 2-lap board coming out for this 15-minute moto. So a couple of laps left to go here for John Gruey and Barry Karsten. 5 laps down. They're enjoying at least a 40-second lead over third place now. Earl May.
Wow.
Earl the Pearl May, the number 82.
1.2 seconds separate John Gruey, Barry Karsten. Sounds like a broken record. You could voice over this moto one time, play it over the top of every time they race, and it would always be the same. Oh, that's a great battle. They're close, blah, blah, blah. And then just generically voice it over, and it would always work for John Gruey and Barry Karsten.
We should try that sometime.
Play this recording over the top 10 years from now, and they're still going to be battling it out.
Frank Koenig back there in the number 5 spot, right behind Alan Alford now, as we look a little further back into the pack. Sees a few changes after 5 laps. Let's go back to the top of the leaderboard again as we check in with John Gruey, your leader, 1.2 seconds, as Kevin said. Behind is Barry Karsten and Earl May, 49.7 seconds in the number 3 spot. Alan
Look at
Alford.
all the lapped riders there. He was really having to work his way through, Rodney.
Yeah, that could be a factor in this
There it is
race.
again. That's 2 times he's gotten held up. So you know he's getting a little frantic back there. There it is again.
Yeah, I mean, that guy's held him up for quite a while.
Yeah,
I'm
he's got a
surprised
gun.
Barry,
He literally just held him up.
Yeah, Barry.
He just
Barry
tried to
must-
steal his motorcycle.
Barry must have gotten held up by some other lap traffic too, or he would have been able to capitalize
There he
on
is.
that, I think.
It's a rough neighborhood. They got held up 3 times in one turn.
Galen Dixon, by the way, is 6th. 7th is Gary Lucier. Michael Keating in 8th. Ralph Bentley, who got the whole shot, is 9th place, and Edgar Fodish rounds out your top 10.
Like we talked about earlier, the names. These names were, what back in the 60s when they were born. So you got John and Barry and Earl and Frank and Galen and Ralph. Now it's Jet and Ryder and Jalik.
Yeah, yeah, a lot of different names. The names are so much different than what they were. We had, 2 names that would have been standard names
Steve.
20, 30 years ago. Steven was one of them. I can't even remember the other one. I think it was something that was even kind of borderline, actually.
Last lap, the Lucas Oil last lap of John Gruey.
Wow.
How did he stay up?
I don't know.
He was beyond 45 degrees, feet on the pegs, did not dab.
I had to rattle his teeth around a little bit.
The lap riders, I mean, just all over the place. It's like the 405 at rush hour trying to get through here under the peristyle. It's not a peristyle at all. Down the long, short chute on this hard-packed, muddy, dry, loamy racetrack.
You know what? It's everything that you can say, but it's true.
It is kind of
really
everything.
It's true.
Here we go. One more push from the number 31, Barry Karsten. He is still in the mix.
He's not giving up.
He is going to triple right here. He's been doing that. He's got Chinese stars. He's going to sling at him.
He was 2.6 seconds behind.
He's not anymore.
No, he's already cut that in half, I think, every bit of it.
Barry going to go for it. A couple of lap riders again. This could be an issue. Gruey.
Oh, wow. This could change the face of this second moto finish, the way these lap riders are getting, well, not necessarily getting in the way,
No,
but
they're just
slowing
racing.
Gruey down.
Yeah, he's having to pick through them, and it's tough.
Well, that is part of the obstacles of the Amateur National Championship.
The track, the other riders, yourself, the ruts, dealing with Jason Wygant and David Smith on the podium. All a part of the game. Couple more turns. Can Barry Karsten send that Bromley Suzuki to the top step?
Well, it looks like Gruey is going to have this one on this Lucas Oil last lap. Not a bad last lap effort after all that by Barry Karsten. He will finish up in the number 2 spot behind Gruey, and wow, a minute later we'll see
Earl May.
I miss just for that right there. I miss Wes Kane for saying Earl the Pro's name. Can we call him up and just get him to give us a aye? We'll have to do that tomorrow. I'll get things set up for that. Gruy and Karsten are in. They're headed down to the Race Tech podium where Digital Dave will be ready to congratulate them and celebrate. As we said, Earl May checking in some 1 minute later after the, well, that's when we're expecting him. Alan Alford was making a little bit of a push there the last couple of laps. He may have pushed
Check it out. You've got Alford the second and then Fotis the third. Not to be outdone.
Still no sign of Earl the Pearl. Where's he at? Did he get left? No, here he comes through the.
There he is. That's a welcome sight when you're on the track and you see that dozer going down that straightaway. You're like, thank you for smoothing that up. That is a rough straightaway right in front of the billboards.
Yeah, especially for the guys sitting on the starting line. These other guys riding off the track are like, hey,
you could have done that 10 minutes ago, man. We're old. Help us out.
Earl May hangs on to it. He finishes up 1 minute, 10 seconds back in third place. Alan Alford, the second. Fifth place finisher from last year, top 5 finisher on the number 5 and fourth. And Frank Koenig, I believe, is going to be fifth place position on board the number 43. Down to the Race Tech podium where Dave Smith stands by with John Gruy, Barry Karsten, and Earl May.
I'm on a search for looking for the moto medals down here. There we go. Thank you. And we are on the podium right now with your first place finisher yet again, John Gruy in the Masters 50 plus. We will don the gold medallion around your neck. John, how'd you like it out there? Was it as heat as a battle today as it was yesterday?
Yeah, not quite. You know, he was definitely still there. I could see him in switchbacks really close, but he just wasn't close enough today to stick a wheel in, you know. And when somebody can do that, it really, puts the pressure on you, and it tends to tighten you up. So I felt pretty good the whole moto. I felt like I could go to the lines I wanted to without being defensive. So it worked out good.
It's probably something you have to put up with pretty often, is this guy chasing you around and you chasing him around. You guys fight pretty often?
Yeah, all the time. But the great thing about it is, we don't run into each other, and we're not going to take each other out. So racing with Barry is, if I'm going to race with somebody hard, I want it to be a guy like Barry.
Well, that's great. If you see him and you guys are walking over to one of the concession stands, you pick up your pace and try to beat him there?
Oh yeah, we elbow, and we get to see who gets to the corn dog first.
Oh yeah, it's at the racer diet. He's heading for the corn dogs. All right, John Gruy, who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the box?
Team Babbitt's at home. They're a huge supporter of many people, and me especially, so I really appreciate them. Kawasaki Team Green, Fox gear for the suite. We get to wear some 2019 stuff down here, so that's really cool. Dunlop tires, Decal Works, FMF, Twin Air, Renthal, Hinson clutch components, Bell helmets, and a Tamer hole shot devices. It worked great today. Gets you off the line steady, and I really appreciate what everybody does.
Thank you very much. There you have him again, your Moto 2 winner, John Gruy. Next up, we have Barry Karsten, who finished in second place for the 50-plus Masters class. Don't know if we can get both these guys on the podium at the same time. They're battling it out. Here we go. There's your silver medal. Congratulations. 50-plus class. How'd everything go for you out there, except for letting that guy around you, the guy right there?
No, it was a good moto. John had his line set. I was back there switching lines up, losing a little ground, and then I just said, let me follow him. When I followed him, I could caught him. And then hit a few lappers, but that's part of racing. That's like a rut or bump on the track. So got by lappers, and then got held up by a lapper and lost some ground. Next thing you know, he got held up. So it was all even, and great race. Second's awesome. I'm up on a podium again. A little disappointed for first, but I'm still happy.
Now, have you done your math going into the third round already? I know you were sitting down over there. You were deep in thought. Have you figured it out?
Yeah, John, he has to not check his gas or something.
on accident?
Yeah. So, but no, yeah. I mean, I had to win that one. I gave it everything I had. John just had a little bit more right at the end. So I did my best.
Well, perfect. Who would you like to thank today?
Again, Bromley Suzuki, the Army. They're out here supporting all the young riders and old riders. Go to your local dealership. If they're an Army, you hopefully get a discount on a bike. Some accessories, a little parts credit and stuff like that. But the Army is cool for us, for our Suzuki riders. Rye helmets, Scott goggles, FMF, Sunstar, Decal Works. My Dunlop tires got me another good start. I think I missed it by that much. But just so happy to be here. KPS suspension, my bike's handling really good, and that's why I'm up there.
Well, great job. Congratulations again. We have Barry Carson, second place today. Now, to round out the trifecta of the Hall of Fame of riders in the 50-plus class, the number 82 of Earl May.
Thanks, man. I'm really pumped to be up here this year. It's been kind of a strange year for me. Some friends at home talked me into doing this 100-mile mountain bike race. It's in Colorado in a couple weeks, so I've been really focused training for that. And not spending enough time on the dirt bike, I can tell it out there. But, yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to get up to a podium, so I'm pumped to be here.
Well, congratulations. You definitely had a good moto today, a little bit more solid moto than you put together in round one. But who would you like to thank today?
Oh, for sure. My wife's been awesome. Yeah, helped me all summer with training for that mountain bike race and come up here and support me at the motorcycle race. She's fantastic. Definitely Ryan Holiday, everybody at Kawasaki Team Green, Aaron and Todd at Fox, Oakley, Dunlop, Maxima, Motion Pro, and I think that's, I said Maxima, didn't I? Yes, I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Again, third place finisher today, Earl May. Now we've got our whole shot winner. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Is your wife going on that ride, or is she just sending you out alone? Okay. Well, with the whole shot award today, we have Ralph Bentley taking the $100 Bell whole shot award. We'll get him right up front here. Hey, you're the money winner right now. So here, tell us how that went, all the way from the starting gate to the whole shot.
Well, I'll tell you what, my mechanic, Mark, he did a fantastic job on the gate. Bike just ripped out of there. I have to thank my sponsor, Department of Power, building the motors. Pretty much after that, as Jeff Cernick would say, I pulled a Don Garlett, pulled the ripcord too soon.
All right, well, is there anybody else other than your motor builder you'd like to thank out here on the podium today?
My buddy Jeff Cernick, MX Tire, helping me out, Dunlop, me. That's about it.
All right, well, thank you very much. Ralph Bentley, your Bell Whole Shot Award winner, taking home $100. Now, back up to the announcer's tower.
Yeah, this is a big one here. Schoolboy 2, that's what you're going to look at next. And Pierce Brown looking for a little redemption after he and Jalik Swoll went at it earlier in the day. Now Pierce Brown back on the motorcycle. It's Schoolboy 2. That's the class that features the 4 strokes, ages 12 to 17. Pierce Brown was your winner. Finishing in the number 2 spot, it was Jalik Swoll out of Florida, so another rematch there. Finisher was Joe Shimoda, and what a ride did Joe have in this one. He was way outside the top 10, and on the last lap was just picking guys off left and right and found himself in a podium spot. So Joe Shimoda looking to best that. Said he had like last gate pick, and he worked his way all the way up to the number 3 spot. Joe Shimoda, watch that kid. 4th place ride was Dylan Schwartz. This is just stacked with talent here out of Alpine, California on the number 74 Kawasaki. Finishing up 5th, it was Mason Gonzalez, number 93, out of Fort Walton Beach. I believe he got the whole shot. Jesse Flock, another rider in need of a great finish here out of Tulsa, Oklahoma on the 67 Kawasaki. Again, he finished 6th. 7th place finisher was Carter Bees. 8th place finisher was Carson Mumford. He won a moto earlier in the day in that 450 class. A 9th place finisher would have been Hardy Munoz on the number 73 machine. And rounding out your top 10, it was Tommy Rios. So this class, along with that other 250B class, quite possibly the fastest class of the week. In fact, they did card the fastest lap times, did Jaleel Swoll and Pierce Brown in that race of all the classes, the pro classes, doesn't matter. Those two kids were absolutely terrorizing each other, the racetrack, the fans. Derek Drake, doesn't matter. They terrorized Derek Drake sitting on the bleachers by himself, just taking it all in. Hey, Derek, what's up, bud? There's Derek's future wife down there looking over the Derek Drake program. There you go, huh? Top 10, that's what we got there. Schoolboy 2, 12-17. Can Pierce Brown come back and slug it out with Jaleel Swoll, who slung his wet hair and shot water all over my face on the podium when I was interviewing him? Like a St. Bernard when they get wet and they just sling that stuff everywhere. I was like, well, I'm going to take that right to the face. And I did. Didn't skip a beat, didn't drop a word. A pro's pro. Sight lap after we've done some work to the racetrack. See, I see guys out there racing the racetrack, like flying. And I just couldn't do that. I would have to just take it nice and slow, check this racetrack, check the lines out, see where the slick spots are, see where they put that dozer in there and did some work. Yes, this is the 250. Schoolboy 1 features riders 12 to 15 on 125s, and this one you can ride the 250F and you can be a little older, 12 to 17. Jesse Flock, you're due, man. Jesse Flock, get off that gate, get yourself a start. You too, Carson Mumford. A lot of talent here, a lot of future impact players. I see some of these kids being immediate impact players when they go into the pro ranks. Carson Mumford, known for his great starts. We'll see if he can. He didn't have the greatest of start in this one, though.
Yeah.
He got 6th or 8th in this one. So,
have you noticed how challenging a sight lap is this
yes.
late in the day?
Yeah, Adam Cianciarillo was up here, and he goes, there was a year I won the 65 title. He goes, I tripled out of the 10 Commandments, hit the third one, cased it, smashed my stomach into the bar, blew every ounce of air in my body out. So he goes, I almost blacked out on the back, whatever. He said it was really rough, and it took him a half lap to get it all back together. Then he has to go to the gate and he wins the next moto. His dad was like, what is going on with you? What just happened out there? So, yeah, sight lap. That's what it means. It's not a race lap. I was talking to Pops Ferry. He's got another grandson in here. Evan's little brother is racing in the 50 class, one of the younger 50 classes. And he goes, Grandpa, I got to go do a heat lap. And he goes, a what? He was talking about the hot lap, but he called it the heat lap. Little dude called it the heat lap. So a couple of Ferries out there, a couple of Ways. Yeah. Way's got 2 kids. Timmy Ferry's got 2 kids out there racing this year.
Wow. That's cool.
It's really cool.
Alrighty, so here we go. These guys are getting back. A couple reminders for you again here at 6:30 tonight. We've got the fishing tournament, the Shyrock fishing tournament. Hunter and of course Fletcher, both professional fishermen now, and we saw them at opening ceremonies the other night, and they've got some pretty cool stuff as well. And you've seen their boats and their trucks and everything. They're going to be having a fishing tournament down here at Lake Loretta tonight. Hope to see you folks down there. Again, the Yamaha Track Walk at 7 with Ryan Villapoto. All riders are welcome, so if you want to come out and check it out, you're more than welcome. And chapel services again at 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or at 7 o'clock also. What we got going on? It's the Oakley pre-FMF
That's
karaoke.
at 6, yep.
Yep, that's over there at the Oakley pitch. You're not going to want to miss that.
Nope. Then 7 o'clock, Kevin Kozad from MXers for Jesus. 7 o'clock at FMF, Kevin Kozad will do their ministry. 21 years, celebrating 21 years of ministering to us who desperately need ministering to. Rodney, you have done your share of things that need to be tended to.
Yes. I need to be one of those lined up to go down to the creek for baptism like they did.
That water would just steam as soon as you laid in. You and Wes Kane would dry the whole creek out. Yes. All right, the gate is about to drop. In fact, it has dropped. 41 riders battling for position. Jaleel Swoll up front. I can see it. I can see Jarrett Fry in there as well. Fry on the Bar X Suzuki in the mix in the number 2 spot. Sweeping around the outside, Pierce Brown in the house. So we've had 14 different leaders in 3 turns.
Jarrett Fry, though, gets credit for the hole shot on the 34s. He went under the bell helmet hole shot arch first, and now he tries to get it all sorted out with the rest of the field.
There's Jesse Flock. We called it. Get a good start, dude. See what you can do. So here's your running order. Swoll, Brown. And now Jesse Flock already working on Jarrett Fry. That is just a nutty first few turns. And it's just a carbon copy. Every time these dudes are out on the racetrack, Jalek Swole and Pierce Brown, it is a cage fight for sure. Schoolboy 2, Jalek Swole holding on right now. Flock trying to get up there. He's gotten around Jarrett Fry. Try to check in with Carson Mumford and Dylan Schwartz. A little bit of a problem there. Pierce Brown launches it. I thought he had a potential pass coming together, and he is immediately putting the pressure. Here it comes on the inside. Swole covers the line. Up and over the big single, the big roller there. Jalek Swole in the all-white 7MX Husqvarna Rockstar get up, and then you have Pierce Brown in the battery-operated TLD gear. It's a new thing. Here's Pierce Brown in stereo, bouncing his way along the outside. Swole covers the inside line. Flock rolls in on the inside as well. He is third. There's Fry. There's Mason Gonzalez in fifth. Dylan Schwartz in sixth. Carson Mumford. There's Joe Shimoda in about the number 8 spot. So all the players are here. Watch Joe Shimoda. We didn't pick him up till late in the moto. He is so crafty at picking off riders. He's on the number 41 Honda, the number 47 machine coming across. This is a fantastic group of racers here. The billboards, that's where you'll find your leader, Jalek Swole. Pierce Brown tucked in right behind him. Not going to follow him, right past the mechanics area. Swole goes outside or inside. Brown comes with him. Flock trying to stay in touch, Rodney.
Wow, these guys, it's like shadow is late in the day. Shadows are getting long, and this shadow is long behind Jalek Swole. Actually, it's getting too short for him, I think, at times. As a 63 of Brown.
He's jumping things that aren't jumps out there.
I know. And look at this, side
by side. In stereo. Now, who can get to the inside? Jalek goes inside. Brown now has the inside of the next turn. Still side by side.
That turn is about as equal a turn.
Can't do it any better. Randy Poulter crushed it. Here we go. Brown on the inside. He's made the pass, but for how long? Swole sweeps around on the outside. Swole again has to give way. Brown able to triple, and Pierce Brown will make the pass for the moment. Swole comes back side by side yet again.
Wow, this is crazy. And like Michael Leslie was talking earlier, momentum, and that's what Swole was trying to use on the outside as Pierce Brown's just trying to shorten this track up as much as he possibly can. This track has changed so much since the last time these riders were out doing battle.
Yeah, they just put the tractors out there, so the track a little smoother in a couple of spots here. We'll set the running order for you. Swole moves to the number 2 spot. Brown out front. Flock, Fry, Gonzalez, Schwartz, Jack Rogers 7th. Andre Adamo, Hardy Munoz, and Joe Shimoda in 10th. Carson Mumford back in 13th. Swole falling off the pace now. That is a slippery little jump. When they land off the first double coming into the finish line, it is slick.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think that there's a lot of adrenaline still flowing, and part of that might even be a little bit of anger channeled in the right direction for Pierce Brown after that little mishap there a little while ago when he took that loss, and he does not want to take it. And he's trying to put this one together with an explanation point.
Yeah, within an hour and a half's time, he does not want to lose 2 times to Jalek Swole.
No, I don't know if you folks watched. Next time we go around that billboard, that rut coming around there,
it's as deep as
it's deep.
They actually go down like 3 feet in altitude. I'm not kidding. They drop down. It's crazy looking.
It is completely insane over what this track has been able to achieve, and the kind of racing that it develops is
gnarly.
Amazing. Yeah.
Pierce Brown putting down a heater right now, folks. This is a statement right here. This lap is going to be the fastest one of the race. A 152 flat for Pierce Brown on lap 2. This one's going to be better than that because he has flat. Oh, Brown almost goes down. The bike was completely sideways.
Wait a minute. Did you say a 152? That is the fastest lap of the event so far.
Yeah, they did it last time. They set a fast lap. They just dropped it again. These kids, this one's going to be better because he is pulling away.
That's about a second, 1.4 seconds faster than the fastest lap was.
Yeah, he is cruising. There's Swole. Jesse Flock is still in touch. He's got Swole right in front of him. Jesse Flock on the number 67 Kawasaki ride out of Oklahoma. There's a good look at Swole, whipping it over that little step down there, bringing Flock with him. A lot of flashy riding styles out there. Brown kind of a businessman out front. Doesn't move around a lot on the motorcycle. And there goes Brown. Brown goes down again. That slick jump, that's exactly what the place I was telling you. Oh, look out, Fry, the same spot. That's the exact spot. That backside of that jump is tricky. You can see the lines are all curved. Brown goes down, throws another moto away. We kind of hinted at that's it's either feast or famine sometimes with Pierce Brown. He came out of the jump, lands sideways, and the rear end just completely steps out. And now there is new life for Jesse Flock and Jalek Swoll. They now control the front of this race. Fry is third, Gonzalez fourth, Dylan Schwartz fifth, Pierce Brown sixth. Here comes Joe Shimoda. Joe Shimoda is going to give Pierce Brown problems. Joe's come from outside the top 10. Jesse Flock now looking fantastic. He is 2 bike lengths behind Joe Shimoda. All the training being put forth by Jesse Flock back home, paying off. Here he comes. He wants a moto win in this hyper-competitive schoolboy to 12 to 17 class. A great ride for the Bar X Suzuki rider, Jarrett Fry. Mason Gonzalez, fourth. Schwartz now has climbed up to fifth. Good ride for him. Look at the talent back there from fifth to ninth to eighth. You have Schwartz, Brown, Shimoda, and Mumford, 5th through 8th. As we point our attention to the front of the racetrack, the front of this pack, and that's Jalek Swoll, consistently up towards the front of the pack. You got to be in it to win it, as Chad Reed likes to say, and Jalek Swoll does, in fact, do that. And that was one of the best laps that Pierce Brown had put down. He was on a serious tear, and unfortunately, he will not get credited with that super fast lap because he went down. Slips all the way back to the number 6 spot.
A 1:53.447 was the lap time that Pierce Brown turned earlier today as he captured the fastest lap time. Now a 1:52.004.
That's incredible.
That is amazingly fast.
Dylan
right
Schwartz has got company. Pierce Brown is going after Dylan Schwartz. Now on the billboards we go. Schwartz on the Cowie, Gonzalez on the Yamaha. And they lay it into that left-handed turn. Good Lord. Oh, and Dylan Schwartz has a problem. He goes down, gets the bike running back up. Pierce Brown will pick up another spot. So, tough break for Dylan Schwartz. Just toppled over in that little left-hander. Lost 1 spot. Jesse Flock going through the 10 Commandments right along with Jalek Swoll directly in front of him. Jarrett Fry, super solid ride in that number 3 spot. Gonzalez. Now here comes Pierce Brown on the inside of Gonzalez. Can he make that pass? This could be the championship in the balance here. Pierce Brown won that first moto. He is going to have to make as many passes as humanly possible. Look at the lap times, very similar from 1st through 8th. They're all within 1 second. 1:54 for your front 2 riders, and then 1:55 for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Any one of those kids can win this race. Pierce Brown is down again. Pierce Brown has hit the deck 2 times in this race.
Wow. What a heartbreaker. This is what we saw. I mean, the fastest guy on the racetrack can't win the motos. And again, we just, you
got to be consistent. You got to be in it to win it. And
yep. Got to put it all together for 20 minutes.
Unbelievable. That's back-to-back motos where Pierce Brown has gone down. In fact, I think he's wrecked. He is wrecked in 3 out of the 4 motos I've seen him race. Yesterday, he crashed. Remember, the other moto, he crashed 2 times in that moto as well. Crashed really hard, hurt his shoulder, and now he's crashed twice in this one.
Wow.
Clean that up, you're going to win races, no doubt about it.
There is no doubt about that. The kid is fast, and just like you said, clean it up, and it's all over for the competition. It's going to be stiff, that's for sure. Turning faster lap times than the A classes here.
I tell you, the guys that are coming, those 2 Honda riders, Joe Shimoda and Brown, Mumford, pardon me, they've moved up a couple of spots. They were both way outside the top 10. There's Jalek Swoll. Something to be said for being consistent. Swoll, whoa. Is that a ginormous dragonfly? Almost took Jalek Swoll out. Where is Jesse Flock? Something happened there. He is no longer in the picture. That's why I think everybody has moved up. They have moved up a few spots. Flock was within a couple of seconds of Jalek Swoll. And no longer. He's in Storyland all by himself. And I believe is that Mason Gonzalez in the number 2 spot? Or yeah, no, there's Fry coming through, and Fry has company. Gonzalez is behind Fry. That's just how far out front Jalik Swoll is. Coming through that big sand sweeper. There's Flock. He's got Jarrett Fry just behind him. And then Gonzalez, and then Dylan Schwartz. Holy cow, Schwartz battling with him. Then you have Joe Shimoda, Carson Mumford pushing their way to the front of the field as well, working in tandem. Still got 8 minutes to go. A lot of racing to go here.
Already so much has happened out there.
What? So looking for Jalik Swoll to come through.
I think he's already through. Just went through.
Okay, and then here comes Jesse Flock. Whoa, and Flock almost goes down.
Yeah.
That same jump, man, that thing is slick. The landing is. There's Gonzalez, and then Joe Shimoda and Carson Mumford slugging it out.
Jared Fryer's really caught Flock here now as we're less than a second going down behind the billboard. Looks like Flock could be feeling a lot of pressure, not only from Fry, but from Schwartz. As Schwartz is right there on the rear wheel of the 34. Through the first turn region now, the Bell Moto Forest. As we roll down into the short chutes, it's still nose to tail for these riders.
Yeah, not sure Jesse with a 2:06 lap time that time around. Obviously having some problems on the racetrack. Flock able to get things kind of sorted out. And Dylan Schwartz has made the pass on Jarrett Fry. Yes, Schwartz moves up one more spot and gets around Jarrett Fry and now into a podium spot. So to recap, Pierce Brown putting together a super fast lap. He had made the pass on Jalik Swoll. He goes down right in front of us here in the announcer's tower. A couple of laps later, he crashes again while pushing himself up into the number 4 or 5 spot. So Pierce Brown trying to piece together a moto. He's in the number 8 spot. He has sampled more dirt than anyone else, no doubt. He's crashed 4 times, 2 times apiece in 2 different motos.
Well, you got to wonder what the bosses back at the truck are going to be saying and what kind of advice they're going to have for Pierce Brown from this point on.
It's going to be a verbal reprimand. Then the next time it's a written warning, and then we all know the day off without contingency. That's the pecking order. They've got HR guys here. And he's a kid. He's smart enough. He knows. He knows he's got to stay on 2 wheels. Yeah. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think that's the given right there.
Look at Jesse Flock. He has recovered, and now he's got Dylan Schwartz, a Kawasaki teammate of his. That is a slick little landing. I'm telling you, that jump face, you can see the tire marks are all. If you land crooked with the gas on, you're going to shoot hard left or right. And Schwartz has made the pass on Flock. There's Jarrett Fry and Gonzalez just behind. So Jalik Swoll 15 seconds out front of this race you're watching here. Joe Shimoda has put a few guys in between himself and Carson Mumford, who's stuck in 9th. Munoz, Pierce Brown, and Shimoda in 6th. Here's your top 5. Gonzalez, Fry, Schwartz, Flock, and Swoll leading this thing. 5 more minutes to go before we throw the checker flag out. And Jalik Swoll, the championship kind of coming into sight now for Jalik Swoll.
It is, but I'm watching, I'm doing some math here, and I'm watching, and the reality of it is, the possibility, I guess you could say, Joe Shimoda, with a few laps left to go here right now, we could see him in a solid top 5, maybe reaching up and closing in on Fry for a 4th place position before the checkers fly on this, and a lot's going to hinge, obviously, on the next couple of laps, but I wouldn't think that possibly if he gets by Fry, the Schwartz could feel some pressure also. So I'm going to keep an eye on Joe Shimoda. We saw him make some late race charges, and he may be in store to do that again.
Yeah, he jumped on the podium on that last lap in this moto, and he is trying to do the same thing. There's Pierce Brown, a rough moto for him. Joe Shimoda has about 3 or 4 guys he could potentially pick off by race in. Several guys directly in front of Joe Shimoda. Shimoda comes through in 6, turns a 158, a 154.5 for Jalik Swoll late in the moto. Still hammering down. Dylan Schwartz with that 156, a couple seconds quicker than Jesse Flox with that 158. Jarrett Fry with a 158. Gonzalez 158 as well.
I believe the 2-lap bar will be coming out next time around, so just under 3 laps of racing left to go for Swoll, Schwartz, Flock, Fry, and Gonzalez, your top 5. Shimoda in now. His lap times have evened out with the riders in front of him, so what we were looking for to be within the realm of possibility still is, but it's making it a little tougher as he slows down the pace. Pierce Brown, though, he's back still on pace at 156.
Taking a look at number 73, Hardy Munoz. Get some TV time. Munoz inside the top 10. 8th place rider at the moment. White flag or 2-lap card is out right now. Then we'll see the white flag. There's Jalik Swoll. First time we've seen him in about 3 laps. He's so far out front. It took us a while to dig him up on the cameras there.
To look back on this and remember how tight that was for those front runners, and of course seeing Pierce Brown get out so far ahead, and Jalik Swoll and Jesse Flock and the boys back there left to battle it out for second place. And now 5 laps later or 4 laps later, what we see is a 17-second gap between first and second.
That's why we race. That's why we do the full 9-10 laps. Lots can happen. There's Pierce Brown. Joe Shimoda, they're going to take this thing all the way to the stripe as well, right in front of us. Brown has picked that motorcycle up a couple times, and he would love to deliver it to the podium, but it ain't happening this time. There's Swoll under the Peristyle, the Red Bull Peristyle. So everybody's going to slide up a spot. Jesse Flock having his issues late in the moto. Lap number 9 should be the Lucas Oil last lap here very shortly. Man, this is a battle of attrition. A lot of riders going down in this one. Killer battles early in the moto. A 155 for Pierce Brown as he has caught the rear end of Joe Shimoda and looks to be working on a pass on the number 47 Honda rider. There's Jalik Swoll into the Thor sweeper. Swoll has managed this race very effectively. The blue flag's coming out as Swoll, I believe, will get the white flag this time around. One more to go for the Rockstar 7MX ride of Jalik Swoll. Tough break for Jarrett Fry. He goes down late in the moto as well. There's Dylan Schwartz coming by here. Pierce Brown, this is a battle right here. Shimoda and Pierce Brown, they're going to go for it one more lap.
Wow, this track, as rough as it was and is, I really don't know that we're seeing the roughness that we saw yesterday. It's got a lot of similar characteristics of what we saw there yesterday, but there's also a lot of differences in this track compared to what we saw yesterday.
It's a different beast every day. The question is, who has not crashed? Raise your hand if you haven't crashed. There's only going to be about 3 guys that have not crashed at this point.
Look, Shimoda up to 3rd.
Correct. Pierce Brown's coming with him because Jarrett Fry went down. Mason Gonzalez just went down. Jesse Flock went down. Pierce Brown's crashed twice. Dylan Schwartz crashed. Joe Shimoda just had a bad start. This guy can win motos if he can get a start.
Well, next time around, checker flag will be flying for your leader, Jalik Swoll. But what a crazy 20 minutes that we have just lived in our lives. and watched, I guess you could say, as Jalek Swoll battling in the early part of this race with Pierce Brown. Pierce Brown turning the fastest lap at a 1:52.004 on lap number 2, going down, falling so far back. What was it, 8th place, I think, as far back, and now up to a 4th place position finish. Not necessarily a championship sealer, but it puts him back into potential.
Dylan Schwartz is in the number 2 spot, which is like he was in 6th and he fell, and now he's up to 2nd. Pierce Brown has slipped back. I saw that. I believe he's hit the deck 3 times because he was right there with Joe Shimoda.
Well, here comes Swoll, final turn, final drive to the checker flag and the victory rev as he knows he just got it done.
Wow.
That was a well-earned win here late in the day as the shadows grow long here at Loretta Lynns.
There's your 2nd place finisher, Dylan Schwartz. How about that? And Joe Shimoda, Joe Dirt, will finish up 3rd. Unbelievable. So many guys crashing in that one. 4th place looks to be, will it be the number 93 of Mason Gonzalez?
Yeah, what happened to Brown?
Pierce Brown, he crashed again is what we're hearing. He slips back several spots again. He'll finish up, I believe, 5th. That's a moto he's going to want to forget.
Oh, yeah. Certainly going to want to do that, but he's got to keep looking forward. We've got more racing, and I'm sure he's got a lot that he's going to want to try to prove in these upcoming motos as well. Swoll, Schwartz, Shimoda are your top 3. Mason Gonzalez will finish 4th. Pierce Brown will check in the number 5 spot, so a little bit salvaged there. Hardy Munoz, the 73 in 6th. It is Grant Harlan, the 11 in 7th. 8th is Jarrett Fry checking in. Carson Mumford is 9th, and Carter Bees, the 42 machine, will round out your top 10 here in the Schoolboy 2 12 to 17-year-old as we take a look at that Rocky Mountain top 10 leaderboard. And now we head back down to the Race Tech podium for the interview with Dave Smith and our top 3 overall.
Schoolboy 2 12 to 17 BC is in the books. Jalek Swoll managed to fight a battle to win. It's like 41 other guys just don't want him to do it. But he has risen to the top again. He was happy, fist pumping, revving. We are waiting now for Jalek Swoll to come up here, grab his earned gold medal. Jalek is over hydrating, talking to everybody, letting them know how the race went.
Hey, Dave, just want to let everybody know the fishing tournament is underway down here at Lake Loretta. And don't forget, as well, we've got the coaches dinner coming up in Western Town tonight. So all those coaches invited to come up for that. You can check your program for more details as far as that is concerned. The fishing tournament underway. Hunter Shyrock and Fletcher Shyrock, professional fishermen, former motocrossers themselves. And I'm thinking that those boys might be back to race a little Loretta Lynns before you know it. Now down to the podium with Dave Smith and Jalek Swoll.
Jalek is done shaking hands. He's done being congratulated by everybody. Your gold medal for Moto 2. This one turned out, it was a tough fight for you out there, but I think you like the results a little bit better this time.
Yeah, I knew he was pushing the pace a little bit faster in the beginning. Once he got around, just tried to focus on myself, not focus on just trying to beat him. I was just watching his lines, trying some different lines, doing different stuff out there, and I just tried to keep it up on 2 wheels.
Once Pierce went down, you got around him. How'd you take it for the rest of the race?
Well, once he went down, I knew it wasn't over. He was really fast, you know. He doesn't give up, and so I knew it was going to be a fight, so I just kept my head down, kept on charging, and actually I didn't even know that I was that far ahead. I thought he was still behind me. Look over at the pit board about 2 laps to go and seeing the seconds or whatever, but yeah, it was a hard race. Just happy to come out on the top side of the podium.
Great. Well, you earned it. You've been fighting out there all week. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Rockstar Husqvarna,
my mechanic Brandon, my trainer Tim Ferry, Abby Ferry, my mechanic Brandon, my agent Ryan, agent Bob, Bobby Hewitt, Sean Murphy, Scuba, FMF, Motor X, WP, Aero, 7MX, Roger Larson, Malcolm Surfer coming out from Florida to support, Alpine Star, 100%. If I didn't say 7MX, then them, and that's it.
All right, well, there you have it. Your winner, number 30, Jalik Swole. Next up on the podium, second position, Dylan Schwartz earns your silver medal. There you go, Dylan, your silver medal, second place today. Walk us through that race and how you ended up here on the podium.
I kind of had a bad start, but I've been not getting that great of starts all week, so I need to work on that. But after the start, I was around top 10, and I just knew I've been getting 4th and 5th this whole week, and I was tired of it. So I just put my head down and charged the whole time and tried not to fall on the ground or make any mistakes, and that didn't happen. And I just made some quick, clean passes, and just got done.
Well, that's how you do it. Who would you like to thank for getting up here for your second place finish?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Monster Energy Kawasaki, Team Green, 7, Alpine Stars, Oakley, Pro Circuit, Jay Whipple, my mechanic Jose, and just everybody supports me. Thank you.
Dylan Schwartz, second place. Now we'd like to invite up Jarrett Fry, number 34, our Bell Hole Shot Award winner of $100. This looks better for pictures. Hold that up. I'll come around. All right, real quick, we have Jarrett Fry. Jarrett, tell us all about your whole shot.
I got off to a good start. You know, my twisted development Dunlop tires were hooking up good, and can't thank them enough for all they do.
All right, well, great. Is Dunlop the only person you want to say thanks to? Because I see a whole bunch on your clothes. Who else would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Barack, Chaparral, Suzuki, MTF, 100%, RG3, Meet the Metals, Twisted Development, WD-40, and anyone else I forgot. Thank you.
Awesome. Jarrett Fry, your whole shot Bell $100 winner. Now, your third place finisher, battling all the way through the pack once again, Joe Shimoda. One bronze medal. Joe, did you have fun out there? And tell us about it. How was your race?
It was gnarly. One track is really rough. I chose it this time inside the gate, and didn't come out great. So I had to find a way around everybody. You know, so much mistake I made in a couple of laps in the beginning. At the end, I found some good lines, and I could pace up a little bit. But yeah, it was fun.
Well, great. You couldn't have made too many mistakes. You did end up in the third position. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
I like to thank to my mom and dad, Yanning, my mechanic Derek, Cameron, 60, 100%, Shift, RXR, Asterix, Alpine Star. Just thank you so much.
Your third place finisher, Joe Shimoda. Back up to you guys in the announcer's tower to call our final race of the day.
All righty, thanks a lot, Digital Dave. As we take a look at these Moto 1 results from race number 8, the 65cc 10 and 11. In Moto 1, we saw the 18 of Ascadero, California's Landon Gordon taking a Moto 1 win on his JMC Motorsports GDB Incorporated Pro Circuit back machine. Second place, as we take a look at our top 10. Enzo Timmerman, the number 81 from California on a DT1 Air Filters Mica Metals back machine, a third place position finish in Moto number 1. It went to rider number 75, Jeremy Fapani out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Fourth place position, Moto number 1, to Kate Johnson, the 17 from Hideaway, Texas, on the Yamaha Star Racing Alpine Stars back machine. And rounding out your top 5 then was Dylan Black out of Fruta, Colorado on a Grand Junction KTM backed by MotorX, Answer, and Pro Tapers. We look at 6th place now from Watsonville, California, the 71 of Jordan Torres on a 7 Bell Las Animas concrete back machine. And looks like the gate is down on this one as the Lucas Oil start gate drops when we head toward the Bell hole shot, and that is going to go to Luke Fowler, the 46 machine, taking the early lead in this one. And Fowler actually finishing 9th in Moto number 1. Opens up with a strong finish here, a strong start here in Moto 2, hoping for a great finish as well. Logan Best, by the way, finished 6th. 10th place in Moto number 1 went to the number 21 of Kyla Rom from Denver, North Carolina, as we pick the action back up on the racetrack. Again, your early leader, the 46 of Luke Fowler, as we see, off the track goes that number 10 machine of Alvin Hillian out of California. He finished 19th in Moto number 1, trying to, he had a great start, a top 5 start there, trying to maintain that position. We'll see where he ends up at the end of this first lap of racing. Fowler still out front, however, as he's got company still coming in hard and fast back there in the number 2 spot. But all of a sudden we see this starting to stretch out a little bit. Fowler may be on his way to establishing an early lead and try to dominate this second moto, the 65cc 10 and 11. And what a turnaround it could be for him on his KTM Orange Brigade Answer 6D PR2 back machine, as that Midland, Pennsylvania rider finished 9th in Moto number 1. And wow, what a way to turn things around. Alvin Hillen back up to the number 2 spot, 19th place, as we said, in Moto 1. A little out of shape out of that 10 Commandment session, but looks like he may have repositioned himself. As we look a little further back in the pack, the 18 Landon Gordon, Moto 1 finisher, I think he's up to a number 3 spot right now, as the 26 machine of Logan Best, 8th place finisher in Moto number 1, sits solid in a top 5 position here early in Moto 2 as well. As we're wrapping up this first lap of racing, your leader, the 46 of Fowler, now putting his head down. He's got the charge going, but look behind him. Wow, what a turnaround for Alvin Hillian out of Visalia, California. 19th place finish in Moto 1, and he is riding a solid start here in Moto 2. Gordon, Logan Best, Gavin Betts back to the number 5 spot. It's Landon Pepper, the 49 and 6. Dylan Blecha is 7th. Jeremy Fapani in 8th. Thomas Wood in 9th. Ryder Thompson rounds out your top 10 as we check back and we see the 26 machine of Logan Best is all over the Moto 1 winner of Landon Gordon. He's trying to work his way up through the pack. We saw another great strong moto out of Best earlier today, and that right there may have given him the incentive in this 65 10 and 11 limited class now. Back in the 10 Commandments, the battle continues to wage on. Gordon still holding steady in that number 3 position, as Hillian still trying to track down Fowler. They're in Storyland now, our front runners. And Gavin Betts got a great seat on this one, back in that number 5 spot. We'll see how he, Betts, and Blecha turn things around for that battle for the 5th place position. Leaders now coming off of the Rocky Mountain sweeper turn as we check in. It's still Fowler out front, but still can't say enough about Alvin Hillian right now, the number 10 machine, and this effort that he's putting forth here in the second moto, getting a good strong drive up the Rocky Mountain. Here comes the battle for the 3rd place position now. Still nose to tail Gordon and Best on the Husqvarna and Yamaha. Gavin Betts on his KTM, still back in the number 5 spot, keeping an eye out for Pepper, Blecha, and Jeremy Fapani back in 8th. Thomas Wood, Ryder Thompson, those guys all very close together. As we wrap this lap up now, folks, Fowler will maintain the lead from the start through 2 solid laps now. Alvin Hillian 1 second behind a lap ago as we wrap up lap number 2 now. He is now 1.4 seconds back, still holding very close. Now here comes that battle for the 3rd place position as things start to sort out. Gordon. Best getting him, and Gordon dropping to 4th. Peppered down the number 5 spot. Bletcha is 6th. Jeremy Papani up to 7th. Torres is now 8th. Enzo Timmerman now moving into a 9th place position. Gavin Betts, who was 5th, drops back to the number 10 spot after lots of pressure there on that lap. Thor Powell is 11th. Diesel Thomas 12th. Ryder Thompson 13th. Thomas Wood is 14th. And Austin Schaefer rounds out your top 15. Hey, folks, listen up. We got an oversized iPhone 8 with a cactus case. This phone has been lost, so if you happen to locate it, seeing it, happen to know where it may be, it'd be great if you could turn it into the MX Sports office trailer. The family will be leaving tomorrow, and they need that phone before they leave. Once again, an oversized iPhone 8 with a cactus case. They're going to be leaving tomorrow, so help them out. Let's be a great family and help some other of our extended family out and get that thing back to them as quick as we can. Speaking as quick as we can, let's turn our attention back to the monitor and check out this racing action that is taking place as these riders running as quick as they can. Logan Best really taking this Yamaha. Remember earlier today we saw him post a 2nd place finish and was actually reeling in for the lead early on or late on in that moto. Now early on in this moto he sets a little bit better. He is about 7 seconds behind Fowler and Hillen at this particular time, but with a lot of time left to go, call it nearly 14 minutes of racing left to go, I have to think that this Yamaha-mounted pilot Logan Best could be a force to reckon with as far as the checkers are concerned. We'll just have to wait and see. Lap times maybe not reflecting that at this moment, so we'll keep an eye on this for a couple laps to see for sure. If you look at the lap times, Fowler should remain untouchable if he maintains a steady pace at the 2:18.7s that he's turning in so far. Hillen at a 2:19.1, only about 4/10 of a second difference between he and Fowler right now. Best lap time as he battled with Gordon for 3rd, was able to turn in a 2:22. This lap will tell the tale of what's going on back there for Logan Best. Does he have the speed to close in on the runners ahead of him? Some 7 seconds back. He checks in still 7.6 seconds back. He turns a 2:20.9 lap time. That's 2/10 of a slower lap than Alvin Hillen. So this next lap, now that he's got a free lap or a free track ahead of him and maybe an opportunity to see where the leaders are, might inspire the young 26 out there to do bigger things here in the next few moments. Gordon still back and forth. Bletcha in the number 5 spot. Timmerman is 6th. Torres, after 3, sits in 7th. Gavin Betts, the 72, is 8th. Diesel Thomas, the 9th place position. And Jeremy Papani now is 10th as these riders continually swapping back and forth. We saw Betts go from 5th back to 10th. Now he's climbed back up to another number 8 position. Checking in there is the 81 of Enzo Timmerman. Torres right behind him, and that means that Gavin Betts not far behind him either, so keeping an eye out for the 71. If you're out there trackside right now, he may be making up some ground. He may be one to watch out here as well. Back to this battle up front here. It looks like we're going to be looking for Luke Fowler here soon. Only a 3-second lead, and who do we have down here? That is the number 10. That was your 2nd place ride, Alvin Hillen, down in Storyland as they head into the waterworks now. Looks like we have a new 2nd place ride. That is the 26 Yamaha of Logan Best now. And Alvin Hillen had a rather comfortable lead there in that number 2 spot, riding only 3 seconds behind Fowler and 7 seconds ahead of Logan Best. That switches around now as Best is up to 2nd. Gordon also gets by as he'll move into the number 3 position. We'll check back to Hillen. How many spots did the number 10 machine lose there? I think he actually got the machine going back pretty quickly, so maybe not a whole lot of time lost, but what a heartbreaker for that rider, especially the way he had his week turned around here, going from a 19th to a 2nd place position finish in his motos from Moto 1 to Moto 2. The 18 to Landon Gordon still back there solid in the shadows of Logan Best. as they wrap up lap number 4 now. Fowler is through and has an 11.3-second lead over Logan Best, who has nearly a 2-second lead over Landon Gordon. Dylan Bletcha up now into the number 4 spot, a couple of seconds back. Enzo Timmerman less than a second, and this could be our next move being made. The 81 and the 51 coming around behind the billboard right now. It is still Bletcha with the advantage. Uh-oh, down goes the number 10 again, 6th place. And he's still maintaining the spot, and he may still be able to if he can get it going again. But what a heartbreaker there. Maybe Torres getting by, but Fapani about 9 seconds back, so he may still maintain a 7th place position after those 2 crashes in less than a lap of racing. Bletcha still out front, but here we go through the short chutes, heading to the Kemetic corner now, heading right into the 10 Commandments. To the inside goes Bletcha, the outside trying to use that momentum. The 81 of Timmerman, is it going to pay the dividends as we exit the 10 Commandments? It looks like that Bletcha will maintain the number 4 position. Timmerman still in position though to make that pass, as he is laying very close in this chase and making up ground, as we just saw that gap shrink by half now, going through the Storyland and heading toward Waterworks. Here they come out of Waterworks. Landon Gordon, Dylan Bletcha, Enzo Timmerman is right there behind the 51 machine. Lap times right now for our leaders: 2:20 for Fowler, 0.1. Logan Best, 2:20.9. Again, 11 seconds separating those two. A 2:21 for Landon Gordon, a 2:22 for Bletcha, and Timmerman turning a 2:20 last time, and reflective of just exactly why he makes the pass and moves into the number 4 spot. Timmerman showing that speed and being able to choose those lines and make those passes. Can Timmerman make up more ground down here as we look at the gap between he and Landon Gordon? That gap should be somewhere just under 3 seconds, and we'll see whether Timmerman can lay chase to Landon Gordon and maybe sneak in a 3rd place overall position here in Moto number 2. Timmerman's Moto 1 scores, as we take a look at the 81, a 2nd place position, so this could put him in a much stronger position for a championship the closer he gets to the front and the closer he gets to Landon Gordon. Gordon basically is the rider that stands between he and the national title right now, but again, we still can't count out Luke Fowler or Logan Best, the 26. Now Best right now looking at an 8-2, that scores 10 if the race was to finish the way it is right now. Luke Fowler, a 46, a 9-1, he's scoring 10. But Landon Gordon, a 1-3, has 4. Enzo Timmerman, a 2-4. That gives him 6. So right now the championship is still in the hands of the number 18 and the 81 of Gordon and Timmerman as we roll through this 2nd moto. Checking back in with Landon Gordon, and now his shadow. The 81, Enzo Timmerman, has closed that gap from 1.2 seconds to just in the shadows of the number 18 machine as they exit Storyland under the Suzuki banner and heading toward the Waterworks. The battle now is for 3rd place, and Enzo Timmerman is laying the chase and putting the pressure on Gordon. Late in the day, the shadows are long. These ruts, they can be deceiving. Look at this, the 81 of Timmerman powering past the 18 machine of Gordon to take over the number 3 position and put himself, it looks like, in charge at this point of a national championship title. Into the final reaches of this race course and around Lake Polysport, Enzo Timmerman in that number 3 position. Luke Fowler now at the finish line, crossing the finish line. Let's do the math on what's going on with these riders. Fowler is through with a 2:24 that time around. The gap between he and Logan Best is now 5.2 seconds, as 3 seconds was gained by Logan Best, and Enzo Timmerman only a 1.5 seconds behind Logan Best, turning a 2:18 to Best is 2:21. Uh-oh, does Timmerman have another rider in his sights? And it looks like he does as they round the Yamaha Mechanics area in this final moto of the day. Through the Bell Moto Force, down the short chutes, under the Red Bull Arch. They take that hard left-hand turn. There goes Best now. Here comes Timmerman. Will Best rise to the occasion? We saw him get those speeds late in the motos earlier today. Into the 10 Commandments we roll. 14 minutes, almost 15 minutes into this moto. We've got just over 5 minutes left to go of racing, and the way this appears, we still have a lot of racing to go if Enzo Timmerman has anything to say about it. At this pace, folks, I have to wonder if Timmerman may have the likelihood of catching up to Fowler if Fowler doesn't pick his pace back up into the 220, 221 range. If he stays at this 224, 225 lap time, that is certainly going to open a window of opportunity for these riders back here battling and dueling for second place now. And here we go again. Timmerman has the fast line through the Rocky Mountain Sweeper and makes another pass into second place now. And I'm telling you, looking like Timmerman may be positioning himself for the national title here as he has worked his way up through the pack into the number 2 spot. Way back he was when we started this moto and worked his way through that top 10. The last few laps from about 8th place position, we caught hold of him and watched him pick these riders off one by one. The only rider that stands between him and a checker flag now is Luke Fowler, and Fowler appears to be only a few seconds ahead as they cross the finish line. Here's the official tell of the tape. Lap 7 says 1.6 seconds as Enzo Timmerman just turned the fastest lap of this moto at a 2:17.9. Fowler is in trouble, folks, and I have to wonder, is Timmerman going to be able to make the magic happen again in the Rocky Mountain Sandy Sweeper turn as they go behind the billboards now and are heading into the Bell Moto Forest? Timmerman closing in on Fowler, heading into the short chutes now. A little mistake by the 81 machine. How much will this cost him now? The only mistake that I've seen so far since this push through the pack by the 81, and that little mistake cost him a little bit of real estate on the racetrack, but look how quickly he's making it back up. That's how hungry and aggressive Timmerman is right now and how bad he wants this national championship. Into Storyland we roll, and boy, I tell you, the stories are getting good. And here comes Timmerman on the inside, Fowler on the outside. It's a drag race into the waterworks. Left-hand turn now under the Suzuki banner, and just barely maintaining that lead is Luke Fowler as we come by the waterworks now, heading toward the Rocky Mountain Sweeper. We've seen it the last 2 times around here. Timmerman able to make a pass on this area of the racetrack. Is it going to happen again as he puts the hammer down, using the same line, pulling up side by side, and Enzo Timmerman moving into the number 1 position. Wow, what a ride for Timmerman, again out of Visalia, California, on a DT1 air filters, Mica Metals, Fox, Dunlop, Enzo suspension, factory backing, and HyperX back machine. Timmerman, wow, the ride of the day as far as I'm concerned, and we've had a lot of them, but to close the day out like this is an explanation point as far as amateur championship racing is concerned. But even though Timmerman is out front, look at the battle behind him and the host of riders that are right there. Luke Fowler right there on his rear wheel as well. 0.7 seconds back. He's not lost him yet. 3 seconds back behind that is Logan Best. Right behind that, Landon Gordon, Dylan Blecha in the number 5 spot. Or he was. Let's see. 67 machine. I thought there for a moment. I was looking away. Lapper goes down and caught my attention. I thought for just a moment that we might have lost our leader, but no, we did not. The only mistake that I seen by Enzo Timmerman was a lap ago when he was coming out of that short chute area and got just a little bit out of shape in the inside of that turn. But that was just a little bit of a stutter for that rider. Wow. How much more of this race is left, as I believe we are white flag lapping it. Should be the push to the checkers if I'm not mistaken. And a time perfect for Enzo Timmerman, who I am sure that he has got to be worn out. If he is not, he has got to be riding a wave of energy that is second to none right now. Last check around, Timmerman leading, Fowler best, Gordon Blanchard, Papani was 6th, Torres was 7th, Alvin Hillen 8th place. Remember, I believe he was the one that got the whole shot and was running in a, Fowler got the whole shot, but Hillen was in 2nd behind him, finished 19th in that first moto, so a good rebound for him. Diesel Thomas, the number 52 in 9th, Austin Schaefer rounding out 10th, and it's Thor Powell in 11th, Jesse James Parkey 12th, Ryder Thompson 13th, Gavin Betts 14th, and Thomas Wood in 15th. And as we roll through these closing moments here, did I miss something out on the racetrack? White flag is out. Where are our leaders on this race course? And our leaders should be coming through any time now, and it is Enzo Timmerman taking the checkers, and a very impressive win to close out this Wednesday day of racing here at Loretta Lynns in this 65cc 10 and 11 limited class. What a ride for Enzo Timmerman with a 2-1. He will roll into Moto number 3 with the points lead and the likelihood of being the man to beat for the national championship title. Luke Fowler, the 46 machine, will finish up in 2nd in this moto. He brings with him a 9th place score in Moto 1 and a 2nd in Moto 2. That's certainly going to better his odds for a more substantial overall finish there. Logan Best in the number 3 spot. Again, the 26 machine taking 8th as well. So Timmerman really doing some big things there. Landon Gordon holding steady through the remainder of that race as he held on to a 4th place position finish. Remember, the 18 of Gordon took a Moto 1 win, so 1 and a 4 right now actually I think puts him in 2nd place as far as the championship is concerned. Right now, it's all about Enzo Timmerman, man, and Luke Fowler and Logan Best heading down to the Rocky, as we look at the Rocky Mountain leaderboard. And of course, we're going to be heading down to that Race Tech podium for an interview and a celebration of one that is certainly well due for Enzo Timmerman. Put the ride of the day together here late in the day, as far as I'm concerned, here at Loretta's on a Wednesday. Dave, I tell you, wow. I don't know if you watched that race, but wow.
I got to watch the scoring down here and just get to see them when they come through here. It was a tough race. We watched those. I noticed in the very beginning of the race when Enzo was in their top 10, but he was not in your top few riders, and you just watched him throughout the race. Pick, 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 pick.
Wow, it was a methodical way to work his way to that number 1 position as bringing that young man. I imagine there's so many high fives and hugs going on right now, a lot of celebration going on. This is only the 2nd moto. We still got 1 more to go, and Enzo makes his way up to the box, and we head down to the Race Tech podium with Dave Smith.
We've given Enzo Timmerman his gold medal because rider number 81, Enzo Timmerman, is your 65cc champion right now. He's your winner of Moto number 2. Enzo, we watched on the scorecard as you picked your way through the crowd. Talk to us about this and how did this all work out for you, and how did you end up right here in the 1 spot?
Well, it was really tough. I got a bad start, so I had to work my way through the field. The track was super rough. Through sand, I passed a lot of riders, and yeah, just rode smart after I got the lead and won the moto.
Perfect. That's the way you do it right there. Methodical. He did it. He earned it. Now let's let him thank his sponsors, everyone who helps him get right here where he is on top of the box.
Well, my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my mechanic Hayden, Fox, Dunlop, builds pipes, factory backing, Enzo suspension, Bolt, Live Purple, and everybody else. Thank you.
Number 81, Orange Brigade, Enzo Temmerman. He is your 65 10-11 limited first place winner. Next up, not only did he end up second place in the moto, he got your whole shot. He gets a silver medal. But Luke Fowler, number 46, he's coming up. Come on out here with me. Silver medalist, Luke Fowler. Grab this. It's your bell. $100 whole shot award. Smile. There you go. You gotta look good for the pictures. And mom, and dad, grandma, everybody. All right. It's Luke Fowler, your second place finisher today. Your Bell $100 whole shot award winner. Luke, walk us through this race. You got the whole shot. Where to go from there?
Oh, I led all the laps until like the last three laps. I had a good moto. The track was really rougher than it's ever been, and I rode on it.
When you're riding around out there, were you just looking at those lines going, holy crud, look at these things?
Yeah, some of the breaker bumps sent me into them, so.
I always worry about these end of the day motos and you 65s being out there. They've got to look gigantic to you, and you did a marvelous job holding on to second place today. Once again, Luke Fowler. Third place, Logan Best. Your bronze medal winner, Logan Best, finishing third place today. Logan, walk us through this. How did it end the way that it ended?
Well, getting off the gate was just absolutely horrible for the first 5 feet, but then I just stayed on the gas, tugged the inside, and then railed around some of the other riders.
So minus the first 5 feet of the race, do you think it would be different?
Yes.
Well, there you have it. People say you can lose a race in the first turn. He lost in the first 5 feet. Listen to him. Here he is, Logan Best. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here on the podium today?
Rusty from Triangle Cycles, Donnie Luce from Yamaha Blue Crew, 6D helmets, 100% goggles, FXR gear, Asterix fuel socks, CD boots, Factory Connections, actually Ziggy from Factory Connection helping us with testing, Freddie Norin and Matt Burkeen from SOB, Magic Mike, and everyone else, thank you.
All right, Logan Best, third place. With that, I'd like to thank Rodney Tomlin. I'd like to thank Kevin Kelly, as well as Jason Wygant. It's been a pleasure being with you guys this week. I pass the mic over to Matt Watson. Megawatt will take my spot for the next few days. But you guys, keep on racing. Keep the pedal down. Enjoy.
All righty, thanks a lot, Dave. And of course, with that, that'll bring to a close this second day of racing here at the 35th Annual Rocky Mountain ATVMC Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by Lucas Oil. Of course, we'll continue coverage here on RacerTV.com tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. as we'll pick the action up. I believe our first race tomorrow morning on Thursday at 10 a.m. for you here on RacerTV.com will be our Senior Plus 40. 3 races in will be our Open Pro Sport, and folks, we're looking for some good things out of that. Don't forget, when we resume on Friday, when we are into our third motos, we will begin broadcasting at 7:30. Well, that's going to wrap things up here from the Dude Ranch in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. On behalf of Digital Dave, I want to say it's been a pleasure working with you, my friend. Looking forward to seeing Matt Watson also again tomorrow. Also, thanks to Jason Wygant and Kevin Kelly. I'm Rodney Tomlin. Have a great day, everybody.